My name is Lin Mo. I used to be the attending physician in a Class A tertiary Chinese medicine hospital. I'm not only highly skilled in my profession, but also handsome. Logically speaking, my life should be smooth sailing. Every day I see patients prescribe medicine and save lives. Seeing patients leave the clinic with smiles on their faces is my greatest sense of accomplishment. But God didn't seem to want me to go on like this. One night, I was riding my electric bike on my way home, thinking about a patient I had cured that day, when I ran into a truck head-on. I heard a loud bang, and my mind went blank, with only the glaring car lights in front of me. Am I dead? No. I woke up again. But when I opened my eyes again, the world in front of me had completely changed. This is a strange ancient world called Dakian, which is completely different from the world I am familiar with. The social conditions here are quite peculiar. War and corvée labor have led to a serious imbalance in the ratio of men to women. There are only a handful of men in a village, but women make up the majority. According to the rules here, men don't have to worry about not being able to get married. On the contrary, it is the women who are worried. Women who could not get married had to pay a high tax every year, called dingfu. The older a woman is, the higher her tax will be. Therefore, getting married is not only a big deal for them, but also an urgent matter. Just as I was trying to accept this strange world, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding dong. It was detected that the host's life planning direction is clear, and the many children, blessings, and prosperity system has been activated. I was stunned. A system? The kind you see in novels? Can I have one too? System prompts. Host can get rich rewards by adding family members. Family members are limited to formal couples or direct bloodline. Formal couples must be married in reality. Direct bloodline refers to biological children and descendants, and others acting on behalf of others does not count. I burst out laughing, stroked my chin, and carefully considered the rules of the system. Well, you mean to let me have more children and build a big family business? The system is quite honest and straightforward. Although we are living in poverty now and have almost nothing at home, I, Lin Mo, have always been an optimistic person. With my modern brain and solid medical skills, am I afraid that I won't be able to survive in this world? What's more, with the system by my side, my future seems more like a journey of marrying a wife and taking a concubine. Thinking of this, I couldn't help feeling a little proud. Lin Mo, what are you so happy about? Taiju's voice interrupted my thoughts. Did the old housekeeper say you were going to get married? Are you so happy? I came back to my senses, waved my hands, and said with a smile, Uncle Zhuzi, stop making fun of me. Before I could say anything else, Taiju sighed. Uncle Zhuzi, why are you sighing? I asked curiously. Taiju said, well, Mr. Wang and the old housekeeper are good people, but this little food is not enough for a family of 6 to survive. When will it rain? As he was talking, he couldn't help but glance at the food bag on my waist and said enviously, you are lucky, one person is full and the whole family is not hungry. I smiled and didn't respond. To be honest, this amount of food is not enough for me to eat. How can I share with others? As for his family situation, I sympathize with him, but that can't change anything. At this time, Chenlizi came over, and his face that deserved a beating made me subconsciously take a step back. Who knew that this guy would stick to me and not let go? Lin Mo, I have something important to tell you. What's the matter? I frowned. You are an adult, right? You will be joining the army soon. Lizi lowered his voice and pretended to be concerned about me. There are wars everywhere now. If you go, you will probably not come back. This is true. The national law clearly states that adult men must serve in the military, and now that war is raging, whoever goes will be in trouble. However, I don't believe you would have any good intentions to remind me. Brother Lizi, this is my business. You don't need to worry about it. I replied coldly. When he saw that I didn't accept the challenge, his face changed immediately, and he walked away cursing. Taiju looked at me and whispered, Lin Mo, lock the doors and windows tightly at night. Don't let this leper take the opportunity to cause trouble. I nodded, feeling somewhat defensive, but not taking it too seriously. Can I handle this kind of person? Later I asked casually, Uncle Zhuzi, when will the wedding procession arrive this year? Taiju laughed and teased when he heard it. Why? Are you missing your wife? I smiled but said nothing. He went on to explain, in about half a month, it will arrive at the beginning of next month. A wedding party? That's an opportunity. I thought about it and didn't elaborate. I just chatted with him about the battlefield for a while. He also reminded me, Lin Mo, remember one thing when you are on the battlefield. Follow the veterans. If you can't win, run away. Don't try to show off your abilities. I nodded. He had taught me this when I was a child. Since he brought it up today, I simply invited him to my house for lunch and teach me some battlefield tactics. The lunch was not sumptuous, but what Taiju taught was practical. He talked about his military experience and demonstrated several assassination techniques to me. Although the techniques were simple, they were indeed useful. At this time, we heard a commotion outside the village. We went out and saw that it was a group of refugees who came to the village to beg for food. The village chief stood in front, shaking his head and sighing. Our village is also hungry. We really can't help you. Go look somewhere else. The refugees were about to leave with disappointment on their faces, but a pair of sisters knelt on the ground. The elder sister was disheveled and the younger sister was skinny, but she still managed to hold on, kowtowing and begging the villagers, "Please take us in. I can work. I just want a bite to eat." No one in the village said anything. Everyone was having a hard time right now, so who would want to feed two more mouths? I stood there, looking at the poor sisters, and suddenly asked, "What's your name?" The woman raised her head suddenly, and the villagers stopped and focused their eyes on us. "My name is Chin, and I have no name," she replied hastily. In this era, it was common for women to have no name. "Excuse me, are you willing to marry me? I could do everything. I can do housework, take care of my parents-in-law, and work in the fields," she said, pulling her thin sister over. "My sister is also very capable. The two of us will serve you like slaves." I looked at her, then at the skinny little girl, and thought to myself, how long will it take to raise them? But then I thought, adding two laborers to the family at once, the system will definitely be very happy. So I had no reason to refuse. Just as I reached out my hand, the village chief suddenly interrupted me rudely. "Lin Mo, what are you doing?" "I plan to marry her," I answered seriously. The whole village was shocked when this was said. "Lin Mo, are you crazy? Life is fine. Why are you so upset? This girl is as thin as a chopstick. It's a wonder she can have a baby. And she's a burden? What a waste of food." The villagers were talking at once, and the noise made the Chin sisters even more nervous. They lowered their heads and clenched their hands tightly, as if grasping the last hope. The village chief held me back and tried to persuade me earnestly. "Lin Mo, the bride's escort team will be here next month. Wouldn't any of those big butts be better than this one? Your life is hard enough. How are you going to get by with two mouths to feed?" His words left me speechless. Who says that only those with big buttocks can have good fertility? How could I not know whether this girl in front of me is fertile or not? And being weak is not a problem. As an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, it should be easy for me to take care of my body, right? I took a deep breath and said, "Uncle, I'm not impulsive. Look, if they die in our village, you, the village chief, will also be responsible. You may even be harassed by the officials." The village chief was stunned and speechless. He looked at me, then at the two sisters and sighed. "You were right, I didn't think it through. Okay, I will report it to you in the pavilion tomorrow." He patted my shoulder and left awkwardly. Although others continued to discuss it, no one stopped me. I had made up my mind, and no one could change it. I walked up to Chin and held out my hand. "Get up. You will be my wife from now on." Tears welled up in her eyes, and she kowtowed repeatedly in surprise. "Thank you, thank you." I took them home. The villagers' gossip accompanied us all the way, such as Lin Mo picked up two beggars and took them home, and my ears were almost callous from hearing it. When I got home, the rice in the pot was already steamed, and the aroma was fragrant. The Chin sisters were obviously very hungry. They stared at the pot, but tried to restrain themselves. I pointed to the stream at the door and said, "Go wash up and come back to eat." They responded and hurried to the stream, while I went into the house to see what was going on. There was only a broken bowl and a pair of crooked chopsticks at home, but fortunately the chopsticks could be used. When they came back, I almost didn't recognize them. After washing them and removing the dirt from their faces, it turned out that the elder sister was actually very pretty and the younger sister was also very cute. Although they were too thin, their facial features were eye-catching. "There is only one bowl at home. You guys eat first." I handed it to my sister, feeling a little embarrassed. "You are the head of the family. You eat first." She waved her hand obediently. I didn't refuse and filled a bowl of rice. I ate in a few bites, and my stomach finally stopped making a fuss. Then I handed the bowl to them and said, "Eat all the rice in the pot." They took the bowls gratefully, but the elder sister only scooped a small half of the bowl and passed it to her younger sister. I could see that they were worried about the food and didn't dare to eat more. "It's okay to serve more. This food is prepared for you," I comforted him. She shook her head. "No, we eat very little." Then she handed the meal to her sister. The little girl held the rice bowl and shouted in surprise, "Corn rice!" Then she looked at me with tears in her eyes. "Brother-in-law, you are the best person in the world." I smiled and patted her head. "Eat quickly. You don't have to be hungry anymore." Watching them being polite to each other while eating, I felt indescribable feelings in my heart. They are so sensible. Their kindness and gratitude make me want to treat them better. They ate this bowl of rice slowly and with great relish. I sat beside them and felt that today's decision couldn't be more correct. "Let me clean the house." After eating a few bites of food, she stood up and started looking for work to do. Even though our house was bare and I didn't even have a decent bed, there was no trace of disgust in her eyes. I can see that this is the first place they found to stay after their families were broken up, and I am the first person willing to accept them. At least here, they can have something to eat. She naturally wanted to behave well and repay my kindness. "Stop busying yourself. Come here. Let me take a look at your body." I sat at the table and waved to her. "Ah?" She was stunned, and her thin face quickly turned red. She subconsciously resisted letting a man she had only known for less than half an hour look at her body. But soon, she lowered her head, as if trying to convince herself. "My body will be as sooner or later. Why should I worry about it?" She seemed to think so in her heart. Although she was shy, she slowly moved towards me, closed the door, and then raised her hands to unbutton her clothes. "What are you doing?" I was stunned. Her movements made my heart beat faster. Although I've seen many women, this one is different. She is already mine, no longer the kind that I can just look at and feel her pulse. "Didn't you say you wanted to see my body?" She stopped and looked at me with a little confusion. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I said to check your body, not to ask you to take off your clothes." Her expression froze suddenly, and she looked at me blankly, as if asking, "What difference does it make?" "Forget it, just stretch out your hand." I was too lazy to explain, so I pulled up her wrist and started taking her pulse. There is no privacy in my home. The windows are blocked by a few cross pieces of wood, and people from the village pass by the door every few days. I don't want her body to be seen by others, not even by the women in the village. I carefully felt her pulse and observed her carefully. She seemed to be infected by my attitude and adjusted her breathing obediently, but she looked at me curiously. In fact, I could feel her nervousness. After a moment, I let go of her wrist, but my expression became more serious. "How is it?" she asked cautiously. "There are many problems." I frowned. Lack of qi and blood, fatigue, kidney essence loss, physical weakness, and also accompanied by stomach problems and uterine cold. She looked confused and obviously didn't understand the medical terms, but I knew she was starting to get nervous. "To put it simply, you have anemia, low blood sugar, poor immunity, calcium deficiency, and poor stomach function." I explained it bluntly and comforted her. "But don't worry, you will see results in a month, and your condition will be completely improved in half a year." "My husband knows medicine?" She was obviously relieved, but still didn't dare to believe it. "You are a doctor?" "I guess so. But," I smiled jokingly, "you're my first patient in this world." She was stunned, with a little surprise in her eyes, as if she was questioning whether I could cure her. Before she could say anything more, her sister came back with the washed dishes. I also took her pulse and found that her problems were similar to her sister's, but she did not have stomach problems and uterine cold. What surprised me was that her development was not seriously affected. It was only about 9 months to a year ago that her quality of life took a sharp turn for the worse. This information gave me more speculations about their origins. "You really don't have a name?" I stared at them, and my tone became more serious. They looked at each other, seeming to hesitate. The elder sister lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then finally sighed. "Please forgive me, my husband. We actually have names. My name is just He, and my sister's name is just Meow." She bowed slightly, with a slightly apologetic look on her face. "Father hopes that we will grow up strong like seedlings." "Chin He, Chin Meow?" I repeated it softly. I felt that although the name was ordinary, the meaning was good. "It's okay." I waved my hand. "As long as you treat me sincerely, I will not treat you unfairly." Chini seemed to be relieved and solemnly expressed to me, "Husband, rest assured, we will serve you well and live up to your kindness." As she said that, she turned to look at her sister. "Meow meow, don't call me brother-in-law from now on." "Ah, what's that called?" Chi Meow looked at her sister with wide eyes. "Call me husband," Chini said seriously. Chi Meow blushed and muttered softly, I can't say it out loud." I smiled and rubbed her head gently. "It's okay. It's nice to call you brother-in-law." He was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the smile on the corner of my mouth, his face suddenly turned red. After lunch, I just took a short break when Taiju arrived at the door and shouted into the house, "Lin Mo, it's time to go to work." I knew he was doing this for my own good, but I had other plans. Although I could earn some food by working for the rich man Wang, that little bit was barely enough for me alone. Let alone now, there were 2 more mouths to feed. I was thinking about going to the mountains to pick some medicinal herbs. On the one hand, I could sell them for money, and on the other hand, I could use them to nourish the health of Qin He and her sister. "Uncle Taiju, I won't go there anymore." I walked to the door and decisively rejected his kindness. Taiju was stunned, frowning. "Lin Mo, you better think it through. If you don't go today, someone will take your place right away. If you want to do it again in the future, you won't have a chance." "I've thought it through." I smiled and nodded. He stared at me for a few seconds, sighed, "Okay then." He shook his head and turned away. "Husband, what is that for? Can it be exchanged for food? How about I do it for you?" Chini heard the noise, ran out in a hurry, and suggested seriously. Her kindness warmed my heart, but she looked so frail that she couldn't handle the heavy work. I waved my hands and said, "That's hard work, you can't handle it." Mr. Wong was renovating the backyard, and he hired strong laborers to do the work of digging foundations, moving stones, and carrying wooden beams. Even the men were often exhausted to the point of vomiting blood. If Qin He went, she might not even have the strength to stand. "Then Meow Meow and I will go to the back mountain to dig some wild vegetables," she suggested again, eager to contribute to the family. "No need. Eat something, and then come with me to cut bamboo." I rejected her suggestion. The famine lasted so long that all the wild vegetables in the back hills had been dug up. Even if one tried hard to look for them, one might not find anything to eat. I also wanted to clean up this shabby house while the food at home can last for a few more days. Otherwise, the rickety bed would probably fall apart tonight. "We're not hungry yet." Chini waved her hands quickly, but her voice was a little weak. She was reluctant to eat the leftovers from lunch and planned to save them for making porridge in the evening. "Be obedient, or I'll drive you away," I said in a pretended stern voice. She was stunned, and the panic that flashed across her eyes made me feel a little distressed. But she quickly understood what I meant. A hint of warmth appeared in her eyes, and she pulled her sister to go eat. Even so, the 2 sisters only ate a small bite each and saved the rest for making porridge. After eating, we went to the bamboo forest in the back mountain. After I sharpened the hatchet, I took them to cut some bamboos to make some simple furniture. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Qin Miao watched me tinkering with the bamboo for a while and couldn't help but come over to ask. "Make wooden pegs to reinforce the bed," I replied without even looking up. "The remaining bamboo can also be used to make 2 chairs." "Brother-in-law is so awesome." Her eyes lit up and her face was full of admiration, like a child who had discovered a new toy. Chini still looked serious and asked, "Husband, is there anything we can do?" I thought for a moment and pointed to the woodshed. "Take the sickle in there and go cut some reeds." "H?" Chini frowned slightly, as if recalling the reed marshes in the village. "Are they used for burning firewood?" "To make a cool mat," I answered briefly. She nodded and took Qin Miao to the reed marsh. Along the way, the villagers kept whispering to each other when they saw them. They were used to hearing those nasty gossips, so they ignored them with a blank expression. It was late when I got home. I had reinforced the bed, made 1 chair, and was working on the second. The 2 sisters picked the leaves and ears of the reeds they dragged back according to my instructions, leaving only the reed stems. I used these reeds to weave a mat, which is much better than the dry grass I used before. I worked until dark and finally made 2 chairs, and the 2 sisters also cooked the porridge. "My dear husband, you have worked hard. Have a bowl of porridge first." Chini filled the only bowl she had with porridge and handed it to me. I took the bowl and saw the small amount of solid matter in it, and I understood their restraint and frugality. Although the porridge is bland, it is always a warm thing to know that someone cares about me. While drinking the porridge, I caught a glimpse of the 2 sisters standing aside, staring at me with their stomachs growling with hunger. An idea occurred to me. We need to add some bowls and chopsticks to this room. Suddenly, I looked at the remaining bamboo joints outside the door, put down the bowl, stood up, and shouted, "Qin He, bring a torch." Although they didn't know what I was doing, they still took a piece of flaming firewood from the stove and followed me. I dug out some scraps and used a hatchet to cut 2 bamboo sections to use as bowls, and made 3 pairs of chopsticks. After a little polishing, the bamboo bowls and chopsticks looked crude, but they worked perfectly. "Here, now we can eat together." I handed them 2 bamboo bowls. "Brother-in-law, you are so awesome." Qin Miao held the bamboo bowl and praised me sweetly, her voice full of admiration. It felt good to be praised. I smiled and rubbed her head, thinking to myself, your sister will know how good I am tonight. After dinner, Qin Miao, and I sat around the table, drinking hot corn porridge from freshly peeled bamboo bowls. The faint firelight reflected on the wall, swaying unsteadily. Although it was simple, it brought a warmth that I hadn't felt for a long time. It's dark now. It's still cloudy today, so dark that you can't see your hand in front of you. The village was silent. Normally at this time, everyone would gather in the threshing floor to chat, but tonight no one went out. I live at the end of the village, near the foot of the mountain. It's fine to walk along this road during the day, but at night, it always feels cold and gloomy, and no one wants to come here. After dinner, I picked up some well water to wipe my body. After a busy day, my body was full of sweat and sticky, which was really uncomfortable. Husband, let me serve you. Chini saw me busying around and quickly stood up and took the basin of water, with a hint of barely perceptible shyness on her face. In the dim firelight, she lowered her eyes and a blush crept up her cheeks. I didn't refuse her kindness. As a Chinese medicine practitioner, I am very concerned about healthcare. Besides, this can also be regarded as a prelude to the activity tonight. Chini wiped it carefully, his movements gentle and careful, as if he didn't want to miss any place. I didn't disturb her until she whispered, husband, Miao Miao is still young and doesn't understand. Please don't blame her. I looked up at Qin Miao. She had already gone out. Indeed, Qin Miao was young and had not yet fully adapted psychologically. In this era, many people of her age got married early, but she had lived a privileged life since childhood, so it was inevitable that she could not make the transition for a while. Don't worry. I smiled and comforted her. Since I accept you, I won't chase you away. Chini breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, thank you, husband. But she had already said, thank you, too many times that day. Don't be so polite. I took the towel and said with a smile, take off your clothes and I'll help you wipe it too. She was stunned for a moment, her face flushed to her ears. I can do it myself. Why would I bother my husband to do it? Be obedient. I patted her arm gently, my tone leaving no room for rejection. Chini lowered his head, not daring to disobey me. Everything went smoothly, and there was no need to wait until Qin Miao fell asleep. The atmosphere in the room quickly heated up, while poor Qin Miao was hiding outside the door, blowing in the cold wind. In the cold wind, Qin Miao obviously heard the noise in the house, and the confusion on his face became more and more intense. When the noise died down, Chini gently opened the door and let her in. Although I couldn't see clearly in the dark, I could feel that she was trying hard to hide something. Sister, brother-in-law, what were you doing in the house just now? Why the creaking noise? Qin Miao looked curious and had no idea what was going on. Chini blushed, not knowing how to answer. I looked calm and said with a smile, it's a matter between husband and wife. Oh. She tilted her head and thought for a long time, but seemed unable to figure it out, so she stopped asking. Chini then breathed a sigh of relief and stopped her from asking further questions. After the activity, I felt the inadequacy of this body again. He was too thin, and there was really no sense of flesh. She needed good nourishment, and I happened to remember a nourishing medicine from my previous life, which was very effective. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but call out to the system. System, are you there? A cold mechanical voice immediately sounded in my mind. Am I considered a new member of the family now? I asked tentatively. It is detected that you and Sheen, he have become an official couple. The family members have increased, and a novice gift package is awarded. As expected, there was a reward, and I was delighted. After the system's voice disappeared, I immediately gave an order in my mind. Get the novice gift package. A ball of virtual light flashed in my mind, and the reward information popped up immediately. Gained full-level hunting skills. Gained charm improvement. Gained physical strengthening. Gained extraordinary perception. Gained portable space. I closed my eyes and felt a surge of memories about prey and hunting in my mind, as if I could fight the beast in an instant. My body also changed accordingly. I felt as if I was filled with strength and all the previous fatigue was swept away. Even with tonight's event, I felt like I could fight a few hundred more rounds. The most amazing thing is the enhancement of my perception ability. In the darkness, I can sense every move of Qin, he, and Qin Miao. The faint sounds of breathing and the gentle friction of clothes were extremely clear. Even my vision gradually brightened, and I could actually see the details in the dim light. What excites me most is the portable space, which is like the backpack in the game. I can put items into it just by touching them. A bold idea popped up in my mind, and I couldn't help but look at Qin, who was standing there stupidly. Qin Miao squatted aside, concentrating on washing herself. Like her sister, she was particularly fond of cleanliness. This time, they seemed to want to completely wash away the dirt brought by the time of displacement and start a new life. I stood aside and hesitated for a moment, and a crazy idea popped up in my mind. Try to put Qin into my personal space. If I can, it will be incredible. I walked to Qin, gently grabbed her wrist, and silently said, "Take," in my heart. However, Qin still stood in front of me, motionless. At the same time, the system's cold reminder sounded in my mind. Life forms cannot be stored in the portable space. The collection failed, but it didn't seem to have failed completely. This feature is definitely an interesting hidden Easter egg. Qin looked down at herself and suddenly screamed. Her face flushed. This was her dress. She was wearing it just now. How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye? Her voice frightened Qin Miao so much that he hurried over with his clothes in hand and accidentally kicked over the basin on the way. The water flowed along the ground, and the muddy ground immediately turned into a puddle of mud. "Don't panic, it's okay." I quickly comforted them. "That was just a trick, a joke with your sister." In order to dispel their doubts, I quickly took out Qin's clothes from my personal space and handed them to her. The room was too dark, and the two girls couldn't see what I did. "What magic trick is that? I want to see it too." Qin Miao blinked curiously. The innocence of this little girl made me unsure of how to react. In this world, many girls of her age are already married, and some even have children. Thinking of the system reward I just received, an idea came to my mind. Maybe I could take advantage of the opportunity to include her into the family. She looked at me as if she understood, but ultimately, she didn't refuse. "System, you're still awake, right?" I woke up the system with ease. System prompts. "It is detected that you and Qin Miao have become an official couple, and the family members have increased. Reward: bow and crossbow manufacturing technology, an improved version of Zhuge Liannu manufacturing drawings." The system's voice is still cold, but I always feel that it despises me in its heart. However, the reward is still very practical. The knowledge of making bows and crossbows is directly imprinted in my mind, including longbows for hunting and Zhuge crossbows for battlefields. The blueprint for the improved version of Zhuge crossbow is stored in my personal space. Zhuge crossbow, or an improved version? The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. This thing is no ordinary treasure. Zhuge Liannu can fire 20 arrows at short range, with amazing lethality, and there are spare clips. Even a thin woman can use it easily. Although the Zhuge crossbow is too complicated to make and cannot be completed in a short period of time, it is definitely useful for hunting or saving lives in troubled times. The next morning, I got up early, cooked a pot of porridge, and took a hatchet into the mountains to find materials for making a longbow. The Zhuge crossbow is too sophisticated and requires craftsmen in the county to make it, but I can get the materials for an ordinary longbow in the mountains. Bamboo became my first choice. There are many century-old bamboos in Shangyi Mountain, which are very tough and suitable for making bows. As for the bowstring, I could only temporarily replace it with a rope made of tree bark. When Qin returned home, dragging the bamboo and bark, he had already gotten out of bed. She leaned against the door frame, looking at me returning in the morning light, her eyes a little dull. "Husband?" Her voice was so soft, as if she was afraid of waking something. I looked up and saw that her face was slightly red, and there was a hint of shyness and admiration in her eyes, and my heart couldn't help but be moved. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" I asked with a smile, unaware of how lethal the masculine aura I exuded at the moment was. Qin quickly lowered her head to hide her panic. "Nothing. Husband, are you going to make another chair?" "Enough chairs. I plan to make a bow," I replied casually while processing bamboo. "The porridge is cooking on the stove. Go and see if Xiao Miao has woken up." "She's awake, but..." Qin hesitated and whispered, "I'm afraid she won't be able to work in the fields today." I was stunned for a moment. Then I felt distressed. "You two don't have to do anything today. Just have a good rest. I'll go out for a while and bring you some good things in the evening." Qin nodded and obediently turned to the kitchen to get some porridge. She carefully brought the first bowl of porridge to me and said, "Husband, you eat first." "Thank you." I took the porridge and saw that she was walking with a hint of unnaturalness. I asked in a low voice, "Does it still hurt?" She shook her head with a faint smile on her face. It doesn't hurt. Go. Take Qin Miao to eat something. When I finish making the bao, we'll have meat in the evening. I gently touched her cheek. After finishing the porridge, I felt more motivated to finish making the bao and arrow. Although the corn porridge filled my stomach, it had no taste at all. Improving life is imminent, especially for Qin He and Qin Miao, who need nutritional supplements, and eating meat is the top priority. Putting the bowl aside, I began to focus on polishing the bamboo. After moderately roasting it with flames, the bamboo's toughness was revealed. I cut and polished it bit by bit, processing each part in great detail. In less than a morning, a sturdy bow was formed. I used the remaining bamboo to carve 10 arrows. Although the lack of iron arrows has limited lethality, this is the only way we can do at the moment. Qin He was with me, and when she saw the bow and arrow was finished, she was genuinely happy for me, but there was still a hint of worry on her face. Husband, are there any prey in the mountains nearby? She asked softly. I smiled and said casually, you can occasionally see gray rabbits and pheasants in the front mountain. Her brows furrowed. She knew clearly that she had heard the wolf howling last night, and the danger of the forest was far greater than I had underestimated. She opened her mouth to persuade me, but was interrupted by Qin Miao. Brother-in-law, let me accompany you. Qin Miao walked out of the house slowly. Although her steps were unsteady, she was full of energy. She went on to say, my sister is a great archer, and I have nothing to do at home. Archery? I looked at Qin He in surprise. She nodded, picked up the bow and arrow, walked outside, drew the bow, and aimed skillfully, and the arrow hit a tree trunk as thick as an arm 10 meters away. Although it did not penetrate deeply, it was enough to show her extraordinary archery skills. Not bad. I nodded in praise, but then frowned and said, however, your body is not recovered yet, and the mountain road is rugged. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Qin He said stubbornly, Daddy taught me that you need an assistant when hunting, so that we can protect each other in case of danger. Besides, I can help you carry things. Qin Miao also quickly chimed in. Brother-in-law, if my sister goes, the chances of success will definitely be higher. Didn't you promise to bring back meat in the evening? Faced with the insistence of the two sisters, I finally nodded in agreement, but still reminded them. Meow meow, you stay at home obediently, lock the door, and don't open the door to anyone, understand? I know. Qin Miao smiled happily and nodded quickly. I took the bamboo basket, corn and hoe, first checked whether the door was closed, and then took Qin He out with peace of mind. However, we did not go directly to the mountains, but went to the home of the village chief Zhao Xiangui first. Zhao Xiangui is not only the village chief, but also the village blacksmith. I saw him working on the iron, so I smiled and greeted him. Uncle Zhao, you are busy. He looked up and saw me, then smiled. Lin Mo, what's the matter? His gaze quickly fell on Qin He, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was only fleeting, and then he withdrew his gaze. He obviously felt that such a weak woman was just a burden and could not do farm work at all. Uncle Zhao, I would like you to help me make 10 arrowheads using the iron from this hoe. I handed him the hoe and took out a bamboo tube of millet. Also, I'm short of money right now. Is this millet enough to pay for the work? Zhao Xingui's eyes lit up, and he was obviously attracted by the corn. These days, grain is more valuable than iron, especially rice that can fill your stomach. But he did not agree immediately. Instead, he hesitated and said, Lin Mo, you don't need this hoe anymore? How are you going to work in the fields? I smiled in my heart. Zhao Xiangui said he was concerned about me, but his eyes were always on the corn. I really don't have much interest in farming. Besides, water is in short supply now, farmland has long been abandoned, and the hoe is just sitting there idle. Uncle Zhao, let's talk about the things in the field later. I'm in a hurry to use the arrows now, I said bluntly. Seeing my resolute attitude, Zhao Xiangui stopped trying to persuade me. He sighed and said, Okay, your corn is enough. I'll give you these 10 arrows. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I nodded. Taking the hoe and corn, he walked towards the house, muttering to himself, Lin Mo is really stubborn. But now he is a married man, so it's understandable that he wants to do something. I didn't pay attention to his words. After giving his instructions, I left Zhao Xingui's house with Qin He and prepared to enter the mountains officially. After we left the village chief's house, we went straight into the forest. Qin He rested for a day and ate something, and his spirits obviously recovered a lot. Her steps were light and graceful, and she did not look at all like the frail person I had worried about. I originally thought she wouldn't be able to keep up with the pace, but it turned out that I underestimated this woman's tenacity. After entering the forest, I did not stay on the outskirts but went straight into the mountains. Chini obviously noticed it and quickened her pace, but couldn't help asking, "Husband, didn't you say you were hunting in the front mountain?" I tilted my head and smiled. "The prey in the front mountain has been killed a long time ago. We can only try our luck in the deep mountains." After several years of famine, people were starving and the small animals in the mountains naturally suffered as well. Most of the prey that can be found nowadays are hidden in the mountains, but the danger has also increased exponentially. Chini hesitated to speak and finally chose to remain silent. She knew that persuading me at this time would only interfere with my plan. The mountain road gradually became blurred, with thorns everywhere and fallen leaves covering the ground, making a crunching sound when stepped on. These signs indicate that human activities have reached their limit, and that beyond this point lies the paradise of wild animals. Chini followed me cautiously, glancing around vigilantly from time to time. She whispered, "Husband, Daddy said that to find prey, we should first look for traces they left behind, such as footprints, scratches, feces, etc." "Yes." I pushed aside a bush and smiled. "Look what this is." I used my keen sense of smell to detect a faint scent in the air and soon discovered a pile of fresh animal feces. Chini came closer and asked in surprise, Is this animal feces?" "Husband, how did you find it?" I squatted down and gently touched the surface of the feces with the back of my finger to feel its temperature. The surface is cold, but there is still residual warmth inside. This was left here within less than an hour, which means they are still nearby. She was stunned, looking at my focused and skillful movements, her eyes full of surprise. She thought I was a carpenter, but she didn't expect me to be so professional in the hunting field. "Husband, what kind of animal is this?" Chini asked. "Musk deer," I answered without hesitation. I recognized the shape and smell of this kind of feces at first sight. Musk deer like to eat tender grass, juicy leaves, and tree roots. Look around to see if there are any signs of them gnawing. I taught her to identify details while observing the surroundings. Chini soon discovered something. "Husband, there are leaves here that have been chewed. Are these tooth marks left by deer?" I took a look and nodded. "Yes, they are nearby." Following the traces of gnaws, we found more feces, which indicated that there was more than one musk deer here. Based on the amount and distribution of the feces, I speculated that there were at least 2 or 3 musk deer active in this area. "Husband, how do you know so much?" Chini looked at me with undisguised curiosity in her eyes. "Because I'm awesome." I smiled and kept it a secret. She didn't ask any further questions, but just smiled and followed me silently. Soon, we found our target, a small group of musk deer, about 4 in number, who were concentrating on eating tender grass with their heads down. They were somewhat scattered, but not alert to our approach. I signaled Chini to stop, handed her the hatchet and bamboo basket, and whispered, "Stay here and watch the things." She nodded, but still looked around nervously. I lowered my body and slowly approached the herd of musk deer. The grass and bushes in the deep mountains were dense, and I needed to find the best angle to ensure a one-shot kill. My movements were as light as a cat, trying not to make any noise. Time passed little by little. I lay motionless in the grass, waiting patiently. The nearest musk deer was less than 5 meters away from me, and I knew my chance had come. The deer finished eating the grass in front of it and slowly turned sideways, exposing the side of its neck. I took a deep breath, held my breath, and slowly pulled the bowstring to its full length. Swish! The bamboo arrow flew out with a sharp sound and hit the musk deer's neck accurately. I didn't expect that this simple bow I made out of bamboo could be so powerful. The arrow shot through the deer's neck. The force was greater than I expected. But as a max-level hunter, it was only natural that I was good at archery. The musk deer screamed and struggled for a while, then jumped and tried to escape. Its companions immediately panicked and fled in all directions. What surprised me was that they did not choose to escape straight ahead, but turned to the left, which was exactly the direction where Chini was hiding. Chini was obviously startled by this sudden change, but she reacted quickly and hid herself quickly, holding the hatchet tightly with both hands. The fleeing musk deer were unaware of her, and a young musk deer even rushed right past her. "Ah!" she shouted, raised the hatchet, and chopped at the musk deer's hind legs. The hatchet cut a precise cut, and blood gushed out instantly. The musk deer screamed in pain, but continued to stagger along, dragging its injured leg. I quickly drew my bow and aimed my arrow at the injured deer. With a swish sound, the bamboo arrow flew out and pierced its abdomen accurately. The musk deer fell to the ground, struggled for a few times, and finally stopped moving. After confirming that there was no danger around, I quickly came to Chin He and helped her up. "Are you okay?" I asked in a low voice. She was panting, but with an excited smile on her face. "It's okay. Husband, I just cut it." "Well done. You are very brave." I praised her sincerely. In such troubled times, it is obviously not by luck that a weak woman can live with her sister until now. Chin He's composure and courage impressed me and made me more convinced that she was by no means a little vase that needed to be protected. When she heard my praise, a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, as if she felt relieved that she had proved her worth. "Don't just stand there," I said with a smile. "Take the prey away quickly. The bloody smell here is too strong and may attract wild animals." I went back to the first musk deer that had been shot and picked it up. Chini also walked towards the fallen musk deer, but when she saw it was still twitching in pain, she hesitated. I walked over, picked up another bamboo arrow, and ended its life quickly. "Let's go. Don't let it suffer in vain." The two musk deer weighed about 50 kilograms in total. I carried one in each hand, which was not too strenuous for me. Chini saw me holding one in each hand, so she took the initiative to say, "Husband, give me one, I'll help you get it." "No need." I smiled and shook my head. "The most important thing is that you take good care of your body. I can still bear this weight." She understood what I meant and didn't insist. Instead, she walked in front of me and cleared the way for me. "Husband, your archery skills are amazing." She turned her head and looked at me, with a little more admiration in her eyes. "Not bad." I raised the corners of my mouth slightly. "I've always shot very accurately." Chini lowered his head and smiled, then continued, "You must have practiced for a long time, right? And you have a very good teacher, right?" "I practice occasionally. I have several teachers." I answered casually. "How many?" She paused and looked back at me in surprise. "Ordinary people are lucky to have one good teacher, but you actually have several?" I didn't explain because what she understood as teacher and what I actually meant were completely different things. However, I decided to save the subject for the evening, until a more appropriate time. As I walked down a steep slope, my attention was drawn to a clump of weeds. The grass leaves were slender and had white and purple petals. I immediately recognized it as a common Chinese medicinal herb, motherwort. "Chin He, hand me the basket." She heard my shout and quickly climbed up and handed me the bamboo basket. I bent down, pulled up the motherwort by the roots, and carefully put it into the bamboo basket. "Husband, what is this? Is it a wild vegetable?" She looked at the pile of grass in the basket with some curiosity. "This is a herb called motherwort," I explained as I continued picking. "It's very good for women, especially for regulating menstrual disorders." Hearing this, Chin He's face suddenly turned red. "Husband, please stop talking." I smiled and said, "I checked your body yesterday and found that there were some problems with your menstrual period. Drinking this in water may help you regulate it." She lowered her head and said nothing, twisting the corners of her clothes with her hands, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. Most women in this era are ashamed to talk about their body problems, let alone gynecological diseases. But as a doctor, I certainly cannot ignore these. After collecting enough motherwort, we didn't stay any longer and quickly returned home with the prey and herbs. I was lucky today. I encountered a group of musk deer as soon as I entered the mountains. The round-trip time was only more than an hour. When we got home, Chi Miao had become much more energetic and was standing at the door waiting for us. Seeing the two deer on my shoulders, she rushed over excitedly. "Brother-in-law, you are awesome. Meow Meow can eat meat tonight." I put down the prey, touched her head, and said with a smile, "Of course, brother-in-law always keeps his word." Chapter 11. Little Loli's Speculation. Looking at Chin Miao, who was hugging him tightly, Lin Mo felt that she was deeply relieved. The first thing she did was to hug Lin Mo tightly instead of looking at the meat she was thinking about. Obviously, she didn't care that much about the meat and just used this method as a cover-up. Seeing her closing her eyes, her body gradually relaxing, and completely relying on herself for support, it was obvious that she was very scared. Lin Mo asked worriedly, "Meow Meow, has anyone come to visit you when you were at home?" "No." At this time, Chi Miao had adjusted his mentality and looked up at Lin Mo. The beautiful crescent shape appeared at the corner of her mouth again. The pure look in her eyes told Lin Mo that she was not lying. Come to think of it, it was broad daylight now. Chen Lizi should be working at the house of the wealthy Wang. Others would also be looking for food everywhere, so it was impossible for them to come to his house to cause trouble. Lin Mo nodded and didn't think about it anymore. He touched Qin Miao's head, took out a musk deer, and handed it to Qin He. Will you handle it? Qin He was stunned for a second, then nodded, yes. She had never dealt with such a large animal, but she had dealt with mice and rabbits while fleeing famine, and she thought the method should be similar. You could process this at home and cut some lean meat to make porridge. At present, there is no oil or other seasonings at home. Stewing, frying, and roasting are not as tasty as porridge. Moreover, Lin Mo's family does not have a cooking pot. To be precise, cooking had not yet been invented in this era, which is a bit similar to the Qin and Han dynasties on Earth. Remember to add motherwort in it. It will be good for the health of you two sisters. Lin Mo added. Oh. Qin He nodded. Are you going out? I'm going to go out and see if I can sell the extra ones and bring back some stuff. Going to the county town? Qin He asked worriedly. She knew that Shangyi village was more than 20 miles away from the county town, which would take about 2 hours. If she went there at this time, it might be dark before she reached the county town. In this chaotic era, walking at night is very dangerous. Moreover, the county town has a curfew, and the city gates must be closed before dark, so Lin Mo may not be able to get in. No, I'm nearby and will be back soon. Don't worry. People from Shangyi village rarely go to the county town, and if they do, they have to leave before dawn. Although Lin Mo can get to the county town before dark, he will definitely not be able to come back tonight. Accommodation in the county town is not cheap, and he has no money. If he is not careful, he will be locked up. There was no one on the streets after the curfew, and the market had long been closed. Who would he sell his prey to? So he didn't go to the county town, but instead thought of Mr. Wang, the richest man in the area. When I was doing odd jobs at the house of Mr. Wang, I saw them buying mountain products from hunters from other villages. It is said that Mr. Wang likes them very much. Well, be careful and come back early, Qin He said gently. I will, Lin Mo responded. After the two sisters watched Lin Mo leave, Qin Miao threw herself into her sister's arms. Qin He felt a little distressed and stroked her gently. Are you scared? During the escape, her sister got lost once and stayed in a deserted village for 3 days. Fortunately, Qin He did not give up and finally found her after asking around. But since then, Qin Miao has been traumatized and is afraid of being separated from her sister and being alone. This time, perhaps it was the sense of belonging this place gave her the courage. A little, Qin Miao replied softly. She has been learning from her sister's bravery, and she has been cheering herself up for more than an hour. Don't be afraid. Sister will always be with you. Qin He comforted. Qin Miao hugged her sister, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Mo, who was walking further and further away. You must be hungry. Go take a rest. I'll go take care of this deer. I'm well rested now. I'll stay with you. Qin Miao ran back into the house with a smile, took a chopping board, a kitchen knife, and a bucket. She and her sister went to the stream to deal with the musk deer. Qin He did not forget to bring motherwort with him. On the way back, Lin Mo taught her how to clean and store motherwort. Sister, did you or your brother-in-law beat these 2 animals? By the stream, Qin Miao moved the pebbles away, allowing the few remaining streams of water to gather into a pool in front of him for his sister's use. My husband shot them all. His archery is better than mine. The scene of Lin Mo hunting emerged in Qin He's mind. He is indeed a very capable man. Not only is he good at hunting, but he also knows medicine and carpentry. The important thing is that he has a good temper and is very gentle to the 2 sisters. They had learned one thing while fleeing famine. Rural husbands had 2 ways of controlling their wives: beating them or starving them. They think that only if the woman is afraid of them will she respect them and serve them loyally. Therefore, when she was first accepted by Lin Mo, she was prepared to be beaten. But Lin Mo not only did not beat them, but was very gentle. He also did not treat them harshly when it came to food. This made Qin He feel that Lin Mo was a treasure boy. She even wondered if it was the spirits of her parents in heaven who were silently blessing them, guiding them to find the best man in the world. Yeah, I also think my brother-in-law is very capable. Qin Miao nodded heavily in agreement. She continued, Sister, do you think my brother-in-law looks different today? He seems to be more handsome and attractive. He looks like the heroic general who drove out the Huns as described in the book, but he also has the temperament of a scholar. Compared to when we first met yesterday, Lin Mo has indeed changed a lot. The charm emanating from her body deeply attracted the 2 sisters. Do you think he could be a young master from a noble family? The little girl suddenly guessed boldly. Qin He was stunned. Young master of a noble family? She shook her head. It was unlikely that any young man from a noble family would learn a common craft like carpentry. However, the feeling Lin Mo gave her was indeed different, not like a farmer at all. But I also hope that he is just an ordinary person. Qin Miao continued. She was full of contradictions at the moment. On the one hand, she hopes that Lin Mo has a strong background and can avenge her parents. On the other hand, after wandering for so long, she finally had a stable place to stay, and she didn't want it to be disrupted. Don't think about it. I just want you to live well now. Chini sighed softly, reminding her sister not to think about the sad past. The two sisters were chatting when a group of women carrying baskets came towards them from the direction of the forest. They were a group going to pick wild vegetables. Because Aunt Shangyun was attacked by jackals yesterday, they traveled together. However, they did not find any edible wild vegetables. In line with the principle of never returning empty-handed after going into the mountains, they had to pick up some firewood and bring it back. However, when they passed by the stream, they saw a shocking scene. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the musk deer in Qin He's hand. Chapter 12. Don't Shake Billion. Gowa's mother, look, aren't those the two burdens that Lin Mo brought back? Look how thin she is, like a bamboo pole. I was wondering why Lin Mo insisted on marrying her. Turns out she's a seductress. Several women in the village who went out to pick wild vegetables returned empty-handed, which meant they would have to go hungry again tonight, and they were not in a good mood. When he saw Qin He by the stream, he vented his anger towards her. The village woman was always outspoken, and she said all kinds of unpleasant things. A bastard and a wild fox, they are a perfect match. I heard that Lin Mo quit his job at the wealthy Wang's house. That was a job that many people wanted to do, but he gave it up for a seductive woman. Tell me, this is really harmful to others. Just wait and see. In a few days, Lin Mo's family will be unable to make ends meet. If they come to us to borrow food, we must all work together and not lend to anyone else. Foxies are troublemakers. In my opinion, we should drive them out of the village immediately to prevent them from causing trouble for our village. That's right, let's go back and look for Zhao Xian. Several gossipers were speaking vicious words when they were suddenly interrupted by the voice of Chen Niu, who was walking in front of them. Look, what is in her hand? Everyone rushed forward and took a closer look, only to be shocked by the scene before them. That's a deer. Oh my God, a musk deer that big must have 10 to 20 kilograms of meat. Where did she get the deer? The village women were at a loss for words. They simply couldn't imagine how a woman who was much thinner than them could get such a big musk deer. You know, even Kangzi, an experienced hunter from the next village, has never shot a musk deer. While everyone was still in shock, Jia Zhang, who had cursed the most fiercely just now, had already changed her face and ran to the Qin He and her sister with a smile. Oh, whose daughter-in-law are you looking at? She's so beautiful. Jia Zhang started by praising Qin He, and as for Qin Miao, she naturally ignored her. Seeing Jia Zhang running so fast, everyone felt annoyed. They all scolded Jia Zhang for being shameless and unfilial. Faced with the sudden praise, the Qin He and her sister seemed a little overwhelmed, because they are not ready to deal with the people in this village. You don't know me yet. Let me introduce myself. I'm your Aunt Zhang. When Lin Mo was little, he had dinner at our house. I watched him grow up. Seeing that they were rather shy, Jia Zhang took the initiative to get close to them. When the people behind heard this, they all called her thick-skinned and shameless. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Jia Zhang came closer and closer, and Qin He had no choice but to greet her. Okay? Lin Mo really married a good wife. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very polite. If you need any help in the village in the future, you can come to Aunt Zhang. Jia Zhang's words made the group of people behind her unable to bear to watch. So shameless. She was the one who cursed the most just now, but the next moment she was trying hard to please others. If I need any help, I can ask her for help. How could she say such a thing? It was a huge joke. Everyone knew that Jia Zhang from Shangyi village was notoriously stingy, and the rich man Wang was just a younger brother in front of her. But Qin He didn't know that when he saw Jia Zhang spoke so well, he also felt a little favorable towards her. Jia Zhang took the opportunity to point at the musk deer and asked, Niece-in-law, where did you get this musk deer? I fought with my husband in the mountains this afternoon. Qin He replied honestly. Although she was not very used to Jia Zhang's enthusiasm, she did not want to leave a bad impression on the people in the village. She herself didn't care, but she was afraid of causing trouble for Lin Mo. You went to the mountains? Jia Zhang was a little surprised. As she said, she had watched Lin Mo grow up since he was a child. She remembered that Lin Mo had never been to the mountains and did not know how to hunt. Could it be that the vixen in front of me has that ability? Jiazhong quickly shook her head in her heart. Impossible. She saw that it could be blown down by a gust of wind, so she guessed it was just luck. She didn't worry about where the musk deer came from, but was thinking about how to cut some meat. But she hasn't eaten meat for 2 years. When I saw the musk deer in front of me, I almost drooled. My dear niece, you can't tear the musk deer like this. You've ruined the fur. If you take this skin to the county town, you can exchange it for 2 dough of rice. I can tell from the looks of it that you've never done this kind of work before. Come, give me the knife and I'll help you. Without waiting for Qin He to react, Jiazhong took the knife and cut open his stomach. Although her character was very bad, her ability to cut was much better than Qin He's. Qin He hesitated for a long time and didn't know how to cut, but she did it in a few strokes. Moreover, the musk deer's fur was completely shaved off. When you take this fur home, use a rope to stretch it out and hang it up to dry in the sun. Because the fur is precious, Jiazhong did not have any intention of taking it. Next, the musk deer's internal organs were taken out. She cleaned up quickly and finished all the work, leaving no chance for people behind her to get close to her. Niece-in-law, I've got you covered. This is so much meat. It will be enough for you to eat for a long time. Jiazhong did not hide her envy at all. She wanted to gain Qin He's sympathy and take the initiative to share some with her. But she was overthinking it. Qin He had fled from famine and understood the value of food better than she did. This is all thanks to Aunt Zhang. Qin He thanked her, but showed no intention of giving her any. There was a flash of displeasure in Jia Zhang's eyes, but she quickly hid it. Niece-in-law, if someone helps you here, you should also show some appreciation. Our 2 families have such a good relationship. You won't let your aunt help you for nothing, right? The shameless side of Jia Zhang was revealed. She continued, besides, it's hot now. If you can't finish all the meat, it will definitely go bad. I don't want more. Just 1 hind leg will do. A hind leg? Qin He was in a very difficult situation. That was 4 or 5 kilograms of meat, so of course she was unwilling to give it. But Jia Zhang did help her, and it would be unreasonable not to give her money. Seeing her sister in trouble, Qin Miao quickly stuck her head out and said, Aunt Zhang, this needs my brother-in-law's consent. Why don't you go back first and tell him about this when he comes back? My sister-in-law is a very nice person and will definitely bring a gift to thank you in person. How could she not see that Jia Zhang was planning to take advantage of her? No good intention. These words seemed to not reject Jia Zhangshi, but in fact they were a rejection. But Jia Zhang's face was even thicker than they imagined. She just smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Why do you have to let Lin Mo go all this way? Or put it this way, I don't want a leg either. Just give me the ribs over here. There's less meat and more bones in the ribs, so just consider it a loss. In the eyes of people of this era, the value of ribs is indeed much less than that of meaty legs. Faced with her concession, Qin He was embarrassed to refuse. But the clever little lowly Qin Miao will not be spoiled. Chapter 13, Selling Mountain Products. Aunt Zhang, look at what you said. You are the elder. How can we let you suffer any loss? It's just that my brother-in-law saved our lives. We dare not make a decision without his knowledge. I hope you can understand us. If you insist on taking it away now, then I can only think that you are bullying the younger generation. There are many sisters-in-law and aunts watching over there. You don't want them to have any misunderstandings, right? Faced with Qin Miao's sharp words, Jia Zhang was furious. She knew very well that she couldn't get it now, and it would be even more impossible to get it when Lin Mo came back. However, she couldn't rob him openly. If Qin Miao really made a scene, she would be in trouble. Seeing that the 2 sisters were guarding the meat tightly, she could only grit her teeth and swallow it with an ugly smile on her face. When the others saw that Jia Zhang had not succeeded, they suddenly felt relieved. It is just like the saying goes, if she gets the meat, she is the only one happy. If the meat is gone, everyone is happy. Others came forward one after another and enjoyed watching Jia Zhang's joke. Although no one said anything, the smiles on their faces were mocking Jia Zhang. You are dumbfounded. Your help has been in vain. Hey, what kind of grass is in this basket? A village woman saw the motherwort washed by the 2 sisters in the basket. They had seen this kind of grass before but didn't recognize it, so they didn't dare to eat it. It's motherwort. Lin Mo said that you can use a small amount of it to make porridge, but pregnant women must not eat it. Qin He did not hide it, but did not tell them that this was a medicinal herb, because she knew the value of herbs. If everyone knew they could be sold for money, they would definitely pick them crazily, causing them to depreciate. Ganiatite. That's all people care about. Yeah, Qin He nodded. I remember there were some in Kiambling. It seems there are some in the valley as well. The village women immediately recalled where they had seen them, and then walked quickly towards those places. Jia Zhang, who did not get any meat, naturally joined their ranks. However, it is unknown how she greeted Lin Mo's family in her heart. After everyone left, Qin He and Qin Miao took the meat and motherward and went home to cook porridge. On the other side, Lin Mo came to the home of wealthy Mr. Wang, 5 miles away. This is a large manor covering several acres with many houses. The east wing of the manor is still under construction. Lin Mo thought that the housekeeper should be at the construction site at this time, so he did not go to the main gate but went around to the east wing. As a result, he accidentally ran into the accountant and the third wife doing something shameful. Lin Mo eavesdropped for a while, and after obtaining evidence, he returned to the main entrance. He originally wanted to go to the east wing to find the kind-hearted housekeeper, but now that he had this melon, he could just go directly to the accountant. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Mo knocked on the door, and soon a guard came to open the door. Lin Mo, what are you doing here now? Your workstation has been replaced by someone long ago. The security guard knew Lin Mo, but did not notice the musk deer on his back. Brother Yang is on duty today. I'm not here to work. Lin Mo greeted Yang Xiong with a smile. Yang Xiong is also a villager nearby. He came back from the battlefield and has some skills. Although he likes to brag, he rarely beats or scolds workers. Then what are you doing here? Yang Xiong asked puzzledly. Lin Mo took out a musk deer and said with a smile, I'm lucky today. I killed a musk deer in the mountains. I thought Mr. Wang would like it. Come and exchange it for some money and food. Such a big deer. Yang Xiong was surprised. You are really good. This is the smoke coming out of your ancestors' graves. He felt that Lin Mo was lucky. Come in, it's been a while since I've had game meat. The master really misses it. Yang Xiong opened the door and let Lin Mo in. I'll take you to the accounting office. Thank you, Brother Yang. Although Lin Mo has been working here for more than a month, he has never visited the manor and has no idea about its internal structure. Therefore, follow Yang Xiong closely. The manor was built luxuriously and decorated exquisitely, and there were guardhouses on each floor. If there is no one to lead you, you can't get in at all. The two of them passed through 2 courtyard walls and came to the accounting office. Mr. Zhang, it's time to collect the mountain products. Yang Xiong shouted inside, but there was no response. He knocked again, but still no response. Hey, Mr. Zhang is not here at this time. Where would he go? Yang Xiong muttered to himself. Where did you go? I know the answer, but I can't tell you. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Maybe he went to the toilet. Brother Yang, you go ahead and do your work. I'll wait here for a while. After saying that, Lin Mo silently apologized to the third madam. Third madam, I didn't say you were a toilet. Okay, we need someone in the front yard, so I'll go back first. Yang Xiong didn't take it seriously and turned and left. Lin Mo waited at the door of the accounting office for a while before he saw Zhang Qin, the accountant, tightening his belt and walking back in a refreshed mood. Seeing Lin Mo at the door, he asked curiously, Who are you? Mr. Zhang, I'm a villager from nearby, and I'm here to sell mountain products. Lin Mo smiled and walked forward, taking out the musk deer. Oh, it's actually a musk deer. You're really good. Zhang Qin checked the musk deer and confirmed that it was a fresh catch today. The blood was still fresh. He nodded with satisfaction and said, The master has been thinking about this recently. You delivered it just in time. I usually give you at most 700 coins, but today I will give you 1 tael of silver. When Lin Mo heard his generous words, he couldn't help sneering in his heart. The common currency of Dakian was copper coins and official silver. 1 tael of official silver was equal to 1,000 copper coins. If it was broken silver, it could only be exchanged for 700 or 800 coins. The one he brought was the big one, weighing more than 30 kilograms, and Zhang Qin only gave him 1 or 2 ounces. It's obvious that he is bullying others by taking advantage of his power. If this musk deer is taken to the county town, the fur alone can be sold for 600 or 700 coins. The rest of the meat combined can be worth at least 2 taels. Zhang Qin was quite satisfied and cut the price in half. Mr. Zhang, what you gave is too little. Lin Mo said coldly. Zhang Qin curled his lips and waved his hand nonchalantly. If you think it's too little, take it to the county town to sell. This is the price I have. As he said that, he kicked the musk deer to Lin Mo. He was sure that Lin Mo would definitely compromise. Because it was already dark, it was impossible for Lin Mo to go to the county town. And in such a hot day, the prey left overnight would depreciate rapidly. And even if he took it to the county town tomorrow, he would not be able to sell it at an ideal price. Faced with Zhang Qin's rudeness, Lin Mo did not get angry, but laughed instead. He came up to Zhang Qin and whispered, "Mr. Zhang, I seem to hear some noises when I passed by the east wing just now." Hearing this, Zhang Qin, who had just sat down, jumped up as if a spring was installed on his butt. Chapter 14. The Rich Man's Appreciation. Zhang Qin's face was filled with horror, which soon turned into anger. He grabbed Lin Mo by the collar and said viciously, "Boy, you are talking nonsense." He was very angry that a wild boy from the country dared to threaten him. But he was also very scared. He had hidden it very well. Even the maids and guards around didn't know about it. How did Lin Mo know about it? Lin Mo has no right to get close to that house. How could he know that Lin Mo had very good hearing? Don't you know whether I'm talking nonsense or not? Lin Mo slapped Zhang Qin's hand away and straightened his collar. He used so much force that Zhang Qin's hand became numb. The purpose of doing this is to let Zhang Qin know that he is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied at will. You dare to threaten me? Believe it or not, I will never let you leave this manor. Zhang Qin threatened. Well, call for help. The more people you call, the better. Lin Mo didn't graduate from Shaman University, so he was naturally not afraid of his tricks. He just sat down on Zhang Qin's chair, crossed his legs, and leisurely poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. Zhang Qin was furious and helpless when he saw his rogue behavior. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to shut up Lin Mo before others arrived. So, he could only let Lin Mo do whatever he wanted. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and held up 2 fingers. "I'll give you 2 taels of silver." He then changed it to 3. "No, 3 taels, you better keep this to yourself." But Lin Mo ignored him and said, "My musk deer is worth 2 taels of silver. Your reputation and life, Mr. Zhang, are only worth 1 tael of silver. You are not even as good as an animal." These words made Zhang Qin so angry that his face turned blue. He thought that poor Lin Mo would happily take the money and leave, but he ended up digging a hole for himself. "Then how much do you want?" He gritted his teeth and tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. It depends on whether Mr. Zhang values his life or not. Seeing Zhang Qin compromise, Lin Mo continued to manipulate. Zhang Qin was so angry that he said, 10 taels, this is my bottom line." 10 taels of silver was not a small sum. Even though he had a lot of money every month, it still hurt. But when faced with a scoundrel like Lin Mo, the only thing he could do was to spend money to avoid disaster. Plus a bowl of cloth and a pound of salt. Lin Mo didn't believe that was his bottom line, but he didn't push him too hard. After all, this is Mr. Wang's family scandal. If he exposes this matter, Mr. Wang will not be grateful to him, but will kill him. Zhang Qin was trembling all over because of Lin Mo's lion's breath. But when he thought of his own life, he could only swallow his anger. If the master of the house knew that he had seduced the mistress, he would be beaten to death and thrown into a mass grave. "Mr. Zhang is so strong. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Seeing Zhang Qin hesitate, Lin Mo continued knocking. The word strong was like a needle deeply hurting Zhang Qin. He hated Dali and was determined to deduct all of Lu Dali's salary for next month. "Just you wait." Zhang Qin's back teeth were almost broken, and he turned around angrily and walked towards the warehouse. Because the third wife helped him to persuade him, he had certain financial authority. Moreover, he was the one who basically counted the things in the warehouse, so it was easy for him to miss a piece of cloth or a pound of salt without leaving any trace. What's more, Lin Mo also brought a musk deer, which made it even easier to explain. As for the 10 taels of silver, he had to pay for it out of his own pocket. Zhang Qin reluctantly threw the things into Lin Mo's hands and warned, "Boy, I've given you everything you want. If you dare to say anything outside, I'll kill you." When making threats, adding questions such as "believe it or not" can usually be understood as incompetent barking. He just wanted to save his last bit of dignity. Lin Mo pretended to be very scared. "XM, Mr. Zhang can even kill the third wife. I am very afraid of you." He quickly left the accounting office when Zhang Qin was about to explode. However, just after he walked out of the courtyard wall, he ran into the rich man Wang, who was returning from outside. Lin Mo was holding a piece of cloth in his hand. Although it was not a very good piece of cloth, it was worth 2 taels of silver. He was very curious why a stranger was in his home, holding a piece of valuable cloth. So he asked someone to stop Lin Mo. Wait a moment. The guards around immediately blocked Lin Mo's way. Lin Mo was afraid of any complications, so he quickly threw a pound of salt and 10 taels of silver into his personal space. "Who are you, and where did you get this cloth?" asked the rich man Wang. Although he is kind-hearted, he will not allow anyone to steal. Lin Mo quickly explained, "Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm a villager from Shangyi Village. When I was working here a few days ago, I heard that you wanted to eat game, so I ventured into the mountains and hunted a musk deer. I exchanged the musk deer for this piece of cloth with the accountant, and Yang Xiong, the guard in the front yard, can testify to this." Yang Xiong also rushed over when he heard the noise and quickly stood up to testify for Lin Mo. "Oh, you shot a musk deer?" Rich man Wang waved his hand, and the guard surrounding Lin Mo immediately retreated. "I'm used to it," Lin Mo explained. "Haha, these days all the wild game hides in the deep mountains. You can't catch it just by luck." Rich man Wang laughed and stopped asking questions. In a good year, a musk deer would definitely not be able to exchange for such a piece of cloth. But now it is a bad year, and any food is precious. What's more, he likes it. "Young man, I think you are a good material. Are you interested in coming here to be a guard? I have special coaches here. They can teach you martial arts and make you stronger." When Mr. Wang saw that the young man looked very energetic and could hunt, he wanted to recruit him. If it were anyone else, they would definitely agree happily. Because he worked as a security guard in the house of Rich Man Wang, he not only had 2 days off a month, but also had 2 meals a day and could eat meat occasionally. In addition to the 2 taels of silver per month, I also get 4 dough of rice, which is much better than doing odd jobs here. However, Lin Mo now has a system, and his physical fitness has improved a lot. He can hunt and treat people, and he doesn't want to work for others anymore. Besides, he had just extorted some money and was not short of money for the time being. "Thank you for your kindness, but I still have a lot of things to do at home, so I can't agree to your request for the time being." Lin Mo politely declined Mr. Wang's kindness. After hearing this, the guards all looked at him in surprise. Such a good opportunity, but he rejected it. Mr. Wang laughed and did not force it. "Well, you take care of the housework first. If you have any ideas after you are done, feel free to come to me." "Thank you very much." He is worthy of being called Mr. Wang, a magnanimous and kind person. Lin Mo admired him. "Mr. Wang, that kid will take his leave first." He clasped his fists and prepared to leave. Mr. Wang waved his hand and said, "You go." Before he could utter the word "bah," he felt dizzy, his vision went dark, and he fell to the ground. "Master, someone come quickly, find a doctor." The guards around suddenly became chaotic and surrounded them in panic. They had no idea what was going on or what to do. "Let me see." Lin Mo stepped forward and said. Mr. Wang was kind to him, so he would also treat him with kindness. Lin Mo grabbed the rich man Wang's wrist and felt his pulse, and immediately understood his problem. Did Mr. Wang not eat for a day? And did he just do something strenuous? The guard was surprised. "How did you know?" "Shaolin, what happened to the head of the family? Is it serious?" Yang Xiong asked nervously. "Mr. Wang is not sick, don't worry." Lin Mo pinched the philtrum of Mr. Wang, and after a while, he woke up. Chapter 15. Miss Wang. "What's wrong with me?" Mr. Wang was a little confused. Why did he suddenly faint? He looked at Lin Mo in surprise. "You saved me?" A kid with patches all over his body. Not only can he hunt, but he also knows medicine. Lin Mo stood up and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Wang. There's nothing wrong with your body. You just haven't eaten for a long time, and you're hungry. Just ask someone to prepare a bowl of sugar water. Drinking it will quickly relieve your current discomfort." Seeing that Mr. Wang was covered in sweat, Lin Mo could probably guess why he suddenly fainted. It is caused by unscientific weight loss. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the servants in the manor quickly brought over a bowl of sugar water. After drinking it, Mr. Wang felt very comfortable and his dizziness was gone. "Your method really works?" Mr. Wang was surprised and said, "I didn't expect you could also practice medicine." "A little bit," Lin Mo said modestly. "What disease do I have? Can you cure it?" Mr. Wang is more worried about his health. Lin Mo comforted him. "You are in good health, but you are suffering from tuberculosis. During this period, your food intake decreased drastically and your activity increased drastically, which led to exhaustion and fainting." Forehead. Everyone listened in confusion and didn't understand at all. "Mr. Wang, you need to do fat loss and body shaping gradually. Don't rush it. You can't lose weight by reducing your diet. You should maintain a normal diet and reduce the intake of fatty and sweet foods. You should also increase the amount of exercise slowly. Remember that too much exercise will hurt you. I can prescribe a fat-reducing recipe for you, and then develop a reasonable diet and exercise plan. As long as you stick to it, you can lose weight healthily in just 3 months. Traditional Chinese medicine is good at conditioning. There were many obese women among Lin Mo's patients in his previous life. In his spare time, he specialized in studying Chinese medicine methods of weight loss and achieved very good results. Therefore, he was confident that he could help Mr. Wang lose weight. Really? Mr. Wang was very happy and immediately invited Lin Mo into the house and ordered someone to bring paper and pen. Lin Mo wrote a prescription and also provided diet and exercise recommendations. The one he gave was much more reliable than the doctor that Mr. Wang had seen before. Well, if I can lose weight, I will reward you handsomely. As more and more women came to him, obesity became his biggest problem. He was out of breath after just a few moves. He really wanted to feed his woman, but his body wouldn't allow it. Every time he saw his woman looking at him with a pleading look after they had done something, he felt very uncomfortable. So, I made up my mind to lose weight. If Lin Mo could help him lose weight, it would be like helping him regain his masculinity, so he should be rewarded handsomely. If Mr. Wang has any questions, you can come to me at any time. Considering that Mr. Wang was a nice guy, Lin Mo did not ask him for money immediately. It's the same if you wait until he loses weight before giving it to him. By the way, I see that your medical skills are not bad. Can you treat women? Mr. Wang suddenly asked. Treating a woman? That's my major. Lin Mo nodded. Is there any female member of the family who is sick? To be honest, my daughter has unbearable abdominal pain. When it's serious, she even has trouble walking. This disease has troubled her for several years. She has consulted all the famous doctors in the area and has taken countless medicines, but there is no improvement at all. Every time I see her in pain, as a father, I feel really bad. Mr. Wang sighed heavily. Severe abdominal pain? Lin Mo frowned. If it was gynecology, it would be easy, but if it was internal medicine, it would be a bit troublesome. Mr. Wang, can you take me to see it? Please follow me. Lin Mo followed the rich man Wang to a woman's boudoir. As soon as he entered the door, he could smell a unique fragrance. There was an incense burner in the room, with a wisp of green smoke rising. The scent is a mixture of sandalwood and lavender, which has the effect of calming, soothing the mind. Judging from the decoration and furnishings in the house, it can be inferred that Miss Wang should be a person of taste. Through an exquisite screen, Lin Mo saw the owner of the room. A beautiful woman was sitting at the head of the bed, covering her abdomen tightly with both hands. Her pretty face was filled with a painful expression. There was a maidservant nearby, but she was at a loss as to what to do and had no idea how to relieve the young lady's pain. She could only stand by and worry. Dad, you're back. The girl on the bed greeted her father, then looked at Lin Mo with a puzzled look. Who is this? Daddy suddenly brought a young man to her boudoir. What does that mean? Is it a blind date? Mr. Wang naturally had no idea of his daughter's wild thoughts. He pointed at Lin Mo and introduced him. He is the doctor I invited to treat you. Doctor? Wang Yuqing was stunned because she had never seen such a young doctor. In her opinion, doctors are all old men with white beards. He is so young. Can he see a doctor? Ms. Wang, how long has your abdominal pain lasted? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. With Lin Mo's current level of expertise, he cannot know exactly what disease Miss Wang has by relying solely on the first step of observation. Are you serious? Wang Yuqing still couldn't believe that Lin Mo came to treat her illness. She even suspected that this was a trick of her father to arrange a blind date, to have a young man pretend to be a doctor to get close to her, to win her favor, and to marry her off quickly. It's no wonder she thinks so. Lin Mo is much better than those young masters in the county in terms of temperament and appearance. As for the patched clothes, Wang Yuqing automatically ignored them. Camouflage. It must be a disguise. Of course I'm serious. Lin Mo showed a sunny smile, which made Wang Yuqing like him even more. She rolled her eyes at Mr. Wang coquettishly and said, Dad, old man Kwang is crazy all day long. You still take his nonsense seriously? Mr. Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly explained, It's not what you think. Xiaolin really knows medical skills. Dad fainted just now, and it was he who saved him. Daddy fainted? What happened? Wang Yuqing was very worried and wanted to get up to ask her father, but as soon as she moved, she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. She couldn't get excited now, otherwise it would aggravate the pain. Ching, don't move. Sit down quickly. Xiaolin said that Dad is fine. Mr. Wang hurried forward and asked his daughter to sit down. Listening to the conversation between the father and daughter, Lin Mo was confused. Mr. Wang, other doctors have a way to treat Miss Wang's illness? Mr. Wang smiled awkwardly and said, It's the famous Dr. Kwang Liang from Guangzhou, Dr. Kwang. Ahem. He said that his daughter's illness would naturally heal after she got married. I mistakenly thought you were the man I found for her, so I was shy. Forehead. If you say so, it's not impossible. Chapter 16 Treatment Methods. What disease will naturally heal after getting married? The answer is definitely a woman's disease. Combined with the fact that Wang Yuqing had been covering her lower abdomen, which is where her uterus is located, Lin Mo immediately deduced what disease she had: dysmenorrhea. It is also called uterine cold syndrome. This disease is very common for women. In his previous life, Lin Mo encountered such patients almost every day, so he was adept at dealing with such diseases. He has many ways to cure Miss Wang's illness. However, he still hoped that Miss Wang could adopt the advice of the previous famous doctor. Beautiful, rich, a perfect white, rich and beautiful lady. Moreover, Mr. Wang has only one child, so marrying her is equivalent to marrying the Wang family, which means he can save himself decades of hard work. In addition, you can also complete the system's tasks, killing two birds with one stone. Why not do it? As for feelings? Don't be funny. There is no such thing as free love these days. Love grows over time. Dad, I'll ignore you if you keep saying that. Wang Yuqing pouted and turned away. It seems that Lin Mo was overthinking. This Miss Wang obviously would not marry just anyone just to cure her illness. Xiao Lin, please take a look. If you can cure my daughter's illness, you can set any conditions you want. Mr. Wang just laughed and didn't force it. Although he had a good impression of Lin Mo, they had just met, and it was impossible for him to marry his daughter to him so blindly. Are the conditions arbitrary? Lin Mo was delighted and said, then I won't be polite. Mr. Wang, your daughter's illness is quite complicated. I will try my best to cure her within a month. However, I need 1 dan of rice, 2 rolls of cloth, and 100 jin of iron. In addition, you need to give me 10 taels of silver for the purchase of medicinal materials and other treatment equipment. Mr. Wang nodded. Although it was a bit much, he could definitely afford it. As long as you can heal yourself, these things are not a problem. Lin Mo smiled confidently. It seemed as if these things were already in his pocket. He walked to the bed and said to Wang Yuqing, Miss Wang, lie down first. Maybe you will feel more comfortable. Wang Yuqing shook her head. It's the same. Because she sat up because she had been lying down for too long. Is there a sheepskin bag at home? Lin Mo pondered for a moment and asked Xiaoyu, the maid next to him. Xiaoyu was a little flustered by this sudden question, because she was secretly looking at Lin Mo and was attracted by that handsome face. A what? Yes or no? Lin Mo asked. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded quickly. Bring 7 parts of boiling water and 3 parts of cold water. Lin Mo ordered. Dysmenorrhea is mostly caused by uterine cold, usually with lower abdominal pain, heaviness, accompanied by back pain or other discomfort. At this moment, Wang Yuqing looked pale, weak, listless, and was sweating coldly, which was obviously caused by the invasion of cold air. It was not difficult to tell from her painful expression that her abdomen was cramping due to pain, and the pain had radiated to her lower body. This condition is quite serious even among people who suffer from dysmenorrhea. So she couldn't stand at all, let alone walk. At this time, drinking some nutritious hot soup or hot porridge and placing a hot water bottle on the abdomen can relieve symptoms. Oh, okay. Xiaoyu didn't dare to delay after hearing what the doctor said. She quickly took out a sheepskin bag from the cupboard and ran to the kitchen, where there was ready-made boiled water. After a while, she ran back in a hurry. Give. She filled the sheepskin bag with 7 parts of boiling water and 3 parts of cold water, as Lin Mo requested. The sheepskin bag was a little hot at this time, but it would not burn the skin. Wang Yuqing's entire abdomen was cold and needed something hot to warm her body. When Xiaoyu handed the sheepskin bag to Lin Mo noticed that the back of her hand was a little red and swollen, obviously caused by scalding with boiling water. Put it on your lady's lower abdomen to relieve her pain. Oh, Xiaoyu did as she was told. The effect of the hot water bag was immediate. After the heat was transferred, Wang Yuqing felt much more comfortable and the pain was reduced. She found it a little unbelievable. It was so simple, yet she had suffered for so many years. Dad, this method really works. Wang Yuqing became more confident in Lin Mo's medical skills. Seeing that his daughter was feeling better, Mr. Wang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Good, good. Ms. Wang, please give me your hand. Lin Mo moved a bench and sat down. Wang Yuqing nodded. She used to need to press her lower abdomen with both hands to relieve the pain, but now with a hot water bottle, she no longer needs to press it too hard. So, extend a hand. Her hands were very cold, especially her fingertips, as if they had just been taken off ice. Cold hands and feet are typical symptoms of cold body. Lin Mo took her pulse, and after a moment, he had a clearer understanding of her condition. Your symptoms probably started 3 years ago. It wasn't that painful at first, but it has only become severe in the last few months. This is because you haven't been avoiding certain foods recently and have eaten a lot of cold foods. Plus, you have been weak and sickly since childhood, which led to your current situation. Lin Mo revealed Wang Yuqing's medical history in one sentence. This also completely dispelled Wang Yuqing's doubts about him. Sharp, she gave a thumbs up and said, "Then do you know what I ate?" For some reason, she wanted to test Lin Mo's medical skills. Lin Mo continued to take the patient's pulse. Because of the previous system reward, Lin Mo's perception seemed to have developed self-awareness, spying on her body. Eat fruits that can cool you down, such as plums and watermelons. In addition, you should drink a lot of cold soups and teas, cooled with ice water. Lin Mo said with a smile. After hearing this, Wang Yuqing was completely convinced. She felt that she was saved. Dr. Lin, your medical skills are much better than old man Kwang's. Please treat me quickly. I really don't want to endure this pain anymore. Wang Yuqing felt a little aggrieved. She had been tortured for many years. Come once a month. Summer is a little better, but winter is worse than death. When I go to bed at night, my body is still cold even when wrapped in several quilts. At this moment, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Wang Yuqing's illness is quite serious, so the best way is to do what old man Kwang said, to find someone to marry and solve the problem once and for all. If she is unwilling to choose this method, then acupuncture is the only option. The reason why you have cold body, cold hands, and cold feet is that the body's temperature cannot reach these places. Acupuncture can stimulate blood circulation, dilate blood vessels, and utilize the body's own temperature. This method can produce immediate results and relieve the patient's pain immediately. But there is a problem. This is a feudal society. Although Dakian's thinking was relatively open and doctors did not need to use a cloth to diagnose a woman's pulse, the idea that physical contact between men and women should not be allowed was still deeply rooted in everyone's mind. Acupuncture requires removing clothes, and people may not accept it even if it is just exposing the lower abdomen. Chapter 17, What's the worst that can happen? Let Lin Mo take responsibility? What's wrong, Xiaolin? Is my daughter's disease difficult to cure? Seeing that Lin Mo remained silent, Mr. Wang became worried again. You were behaving well just now. Why are you suddenly in trouble again? Wang Yuqing also looked at Lin Mo nervously. Lin Mo shook his head, feeling that he was worrying too much. No one had said anything yet, so why was he worrying about it? Miss Wang seems to be a lively person. What if she can accept it? It's not like you have to take off all your clothes, just expose your belly. It shouldn't be that hard to accept. It's not difficult to cure the disease. Lin Mo's words made the father, daughter, and the maid beside them feel relieved. In addition to the method that Dr. Kwang mentioned, I have 2 other treatment options. One is quick-acting and the other is slow-acting. Either one can cure the young lady's disease. The father and daughter were very surprised. This Lin Mo is really capable. In such a short time, he came up with 2 treatment plans, which is much better than other doctors. Of course, it has to be effective quickly. Before Mr. Wang could even speak, Wang Yuqing made her choice impatiently. She really didn't want to endure this kind of pain again, not even once. So, naturally, you should choose something that works quickly. However, Mr. Wang is calmer than her. Since Lin Mo said so, then the 2 plans must have their own advantages and disadvantages. Xiaolin, what are the ones that take effect quickly, and what are the ones that take effect slowly? What are their advantages and disadvantages? Mr. Wang asked. Let's talk about the slow-acting ones first, which are mainly treated with medication. I'll write you a prescription, and you must take the medicine every day according to the course of treatment. I'll also come to check on you regularly to understand your treatment progress. In addition, you should also pay attention to personal hygiene and change your eating habits. For at least half a year, you should not eat cold foods, and you should eat more warm and stomach-nourishing foods. If you use this method, your illness will be cured in half a year at the earliest or a year at the latest. Of course, you still have to be careful after you're cured, otherwise it's easy to relapse. The disadvantage of slow results is that they are slow. In this era when materials were not abundant, even if their family was a landlord, there were many things they could not get. So Lin Mo's estimate of 1 year was already very conservative. It takes a year. That's so long. Wang Yuqing had a bitter face. Thinking of having to go through another winter, she was about to collapse. I don't want it. I don't want it. Give me a quick acting treatment. Mr. Wang also had a bitter look on his face. A year was indeed too long. If there was no other choice, he might accept it. Xiao Lin, tell me something else that works quickly. Lin Mo nodded. Acupuncture is the most effective. I will use a special acupuncture method to stimulate the meridians throughout the lady's body to help her blood circulate. This method can immediately eliminate your current pain. With the help of medication and food, your illness will be cured soon. It's just that acupuncture requires the removal of the lady's clothes. Lin Mo didn't say much after that. They were all adults, so it wasn't difficult for them to understand. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Wang Yuqing's pale face suddenly turned red. Mr. Wang didn't know what to say. He couldn't throw away his innocence and reputation just to treat his daughter's illness. Xiao Lin, can someone else do the acupuncture for you? Mr. Wang thought of the midwife in his house, who also knew some medical knowledge. If Lin Mo could teach her the method, there would be no such embarrassment. Don't worry, I will tell her not to spread this needle technique to others, and I will give you 100 taels of silver as compensation. Is that okay with you? He knew that his request was excessive, so he was willing to use money to purchase this technology. Lin Mo shook his head and smiled bitterly. It took me 3 years to learn this acupuncture method. Not only does it require special techniques, but the person who performs the acupuncture must have a thorough understanding of the structure of the acupuncture points in the human body and a grasp of the timing and strength. It is not something that can be learned in a short period of time. Of course, he didn't suffer any loss by exchanging a set of needlework skills for 100 taels of silver. The problem is this stuff is hard to learn. He was also very talented and learned it in 3 years. The old Chinese doctor who taught him this acupuncture method said that it took him 5 years to learn it. He was a master in the medical field. Is there no other solution? Rich man Wang said with a bitter face. Lin Mo thought seriously for a moment and said, there is another method that can be used in conjunction with drug treatment to reduce the young lady's pain during the onset of the disease. What is the solution? The father and daughter said in unison. Massage. You can use special techniques to press the lady's head, abdomen, waist, and buttocks to relax the tendons and stimulate blood circulation throughout the body. This technique only requires a good understanding of the acupuncture points throughout the body and the ability to control the strength. If you have a basic understanding of this, you can learn it in 3 to 5 months. Lin Mo said it seriously. That's a long time. Wang Yuqing was a little excited, which caused the pain in her lower abdomen to worsen. The temperature of the sheepskin bag could not be suppressed. Hiss! Daddy, it hurts. Wang Yuqing covered her stomach and cried in pain. Rich man Wang was heartbroken. Although he has more than a dozen wives, he only has this one child. He is afraid of dropping him if he holds him in his hands, and afraid of him melting if he holds him in his mouth. He couldn't bear to see his daughter crying in pain. Ching, how about letting Xiaolin give you acupuncture? Xiaolin is a doctor. We can't avoid seeing a doctor. Innocence is important, but everything is for the purpose of curing the disease. As long as you don't tell anyone, who would know? At worst, let Lin Mo take responsibility. Rich man Wang thought to himself. Chapter 18 The girls in this world are so nice. Chapter 18 The girls in this world are so nice, Daddy. What are you talking about? Wang Yuqing blushed with shyness when she thought about having to take off her clothes in front of Lin Mo for acupuncture treatment. Ching, seeing you in so much pain, Daddy feels bad. Daddy would rather I be the one who is hurt. Mr. Wang was so anxious that he slapped his thigh. He grabbed Wang Yuqing's hand and comforted her. Ching, don't think too much. Xiaolin is here to treat your illness. Besides, as long as we don't tell anyone, who will know? If it really doesn't work, Daddy will invite him to marry into your family and let him be responsible for you. Xiao Lin is a handsome man with strong abilities and great medical skills. He is a perfect match for you. Mr. Wang was so anxious that he said such random words. Wang Yuqing was so ashamed that she buried her head in the quilt. Father. Lin Mo stared at Mr. Wang blankly. Is this really okay for you? You haven't even asked for my opinion. If you ask, I'll agree. My dear daughter, if you can't make up your mind, Daddy will make the decision for you. Xiao Lin, Ching is now in your hands. I don't know why, but the rich man Wang likes Lin Mo more and more. He put Wang Yuqing's hand into Lin Mo's, then waved to Xiaoyu. Let's go. Xiaoyu was still confused and was pulled out by the rich man Wang. At this time, Wang Yuqing was still covered in the quilt, her head in a mess. Before I could react, my father handed me over to another man. Ms. Wang, if you don't like me, I can promise you that I will never tell anyone about what happened today. If you are willing to give me a chance, I will be responsible for you to the end. Since rich man Wang has already passed the ball to him, Lin Mo naturally has to seize the opportunity. Whether the ball is willing or not, just make a layup first. If you hesitate for a moment, the ball may be stolen by others. In the bed, Wang Yuqing was held by Lin Mo's hand. Listening to this affectionate confession, her face felt like it was burning. In this era, parents' orders and matchmakers' words are more effective than imperial edicts. Since her father said so, Wang Yuqing basically had no resistance. But as a girl waiting to be married, it was inevitable that I would feel shy when I encountered such a thing for the first time. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Seeing that she did not refute, Lin Mo thought there was hope. He never expected that just by selling mountain products, he could pick up a beautiful wife. Could it be that the system is helping me secretly? Lin Mo struck while the iron was hot, holding Wang Yuqing's hands with both hands, and said, "Every encounter in this life is a long-lost reunion in the previous life. The reason I was able to meet you must be that I owed you something in my previous life. So God arranged for me to meet you again and give me a chance to make up for it. You were troubled by an illness, and I happen to know medical skills in this area. This is the fate that was destined between you and me in this life and the next." If Lin Mo had said this in his previous life, women might have thought he was a psychopath. After all, those fairies have heard all kinds of sweet words. What is fate? Can you buy apples or exchange bags? The girls in this world are still quite innocent. What's more, a girl like Wang Yuqing, who has few friends of the opposite sex, was instantly overwhelmed by Lin Mo's words. She pulled aside the quilt, revealing two dark eyes, and looked at Lin Mo lovingly. Although he didn't say a word, his obsessed eyes said it all. "Can I help you?" Lin Mo looked into her eyes and asked softly. Wang Yuqing bit her lip and nodded shyly. "There are still many things to say, and you agree to it already?" Lin Mo once again sighed that the girls in this world are so nice. Lin Mo went outside to find Mr. Wang, asked him for a box of silver needles, and then asked Xiaoyu to bring a basin of boiling water. First, soak the silver needles in boiling water to disinfect them. Then, use a towel soaked in boiling water to wipe the silver needles clean one by one. Wang Yuqing was still hiding in the quilt, with only her eyes showing. She had never seen this operation before, so she asked curiously, "Why do you use boiling water to wash the silver needles? Can't cold water clean them?" "Cold water can't disinfect." Lin Mo looked back at her and explained with a smile. "Disinfection?" Wang Yuqing looked puzzled. "I've never seen old man Kwang use silver needles like you do. He always just uses them directly." She didn't understand what Lin Mo meant by disinfection. The silver needles may be contaminated with viruses and bacteria, both of which can make people sick. A qualified doctor must be rigorous and ensure the safety of the patient. Lin Mo disinfected the silver needles and then moved the table in front of Wang Yuqing. "Take off your clothes." Lin Mo put down the silver needle and looked at Wang Yuqing with gentle eyes. What he showed at this moment was the calmness and responsibility of a doctor, without any other unreasonable thoughts. The pure look also made Wang Yuqing feel more at ease. "You turn around first," she said shyly. Lin Mo nodded and turned around. He only heard rustling sounds behind him. After a long while, he heard Wang Yuqing's small voice. "It's okay." She was still lying in the quilt, but her head and snow-white neck were exposed. "Don't be nervous. Acupuncture doesn't hurt. And after a while, the pain in your lower abdomen will gradually disappear." Seeing her grabbing the quilt, Lin Mo smiled and comforted her. Seeing that Lin Mo was always so kind, Wang Yuqing gradually relaxed. The hands holding the quilt slowly loosened. Lin Mo opened her quilt, and she closed her eyes shyly. The body also curled up slightly. However, this does not affect the beauty of her figure, which is a standard hyperbola without a trace of fat on her abdomen. The upper body is covered by a peach blossom belly band, while the lower body is covered by a skirt. The skirt fits tightly to the body, perfectly outlining the long and beautiful legs, making people unable to help but imagine. It will be a little itchy at the beginning, and you have to stay still the whole time. After admiring it for a moment, Lin Mo immediately became serious. Wang Yuqing nodded and grabbed the sheets nervously. If you don't know, you might think she is being forced to do something against her will. Lin Mo was speechless. This was tempting him to commit a crime. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo placed the first needle on the qi high point. This point can facilitate the circulation of qi and blood. The needles are thin, so they don't hurt. Wang Yuqing had been in pain for 2 days, and the pain nerves in her abdomen had long been numb, so she could not feel it at all. After gently twisting the silver needle and waiting for it to stabilize, Lin Mo continued with the second injection, placing it on the symmetrical water point. This point can reduce swelling, detoxify, and regulate the flow of water in the body. Next is Guanyuan acupoint. This is one of the most important acupuncture points in gynecology. It can eliminate edema, nourish vital energy, and relieve irregular menstruation and gynecological diseases. As Lin Mo finished the acupuncture treatment, Wang Yuqing felt that the pain that had been bothering her for many days was actually gradually disappearing. The chill in my abdomen is being dispelled by the heat coming from all directions, as if a big warm hand is gently caressing me, making me feel extremely comfortable. She now completely believed that everything Lin Mo said was true. Therefore, he felt at ease and handed his body to Lin Mo. She closed her eyes quietly and enjoyed it, forgetting her shyness for a moment. Acupuncture on the abdomen can only dispel the coldness in the abdomen. If you want to cure her disease, you have to completely improve her physical condition. Therefore, many acupuncture points in the body have to be opened up with silver needles. Lin Mo then inserted several needles into her head and face. These acupuncture points could relax her nerves and help her fall asleep quickly. Sleep can slow down metabolism, conserve body heat, and help promote the flow of qi and blood. Next are the shoulder acupoints, hand acupoints, chest acupoints, leg acupoints, and foot acupoints. Lin Mo basically acupunctured all the acupuncture points on her body, except for the most private ones. This is beneficial to blood circulation throughout the body and fundamentally improves body coldness. Chapter 19 Lin Mo, are you going to be a bandit? Chapter 19 Lin Mo, are you a bandit? The sound of the door opening attracted the attention of everyone at the door. Seeing Lin Mo walking out of the room, everyone quickly gathered around. In addition to Mr. Wang and Xiao Yu, the accountant Zhang Qin was also here, as well as a woman Lin Mo had never seen before. Xiao Lin, how is my daughter? Asked Mr. Wang. Hush! Lin Mo quickly gestured to tell them not to talk. He closed the door carefully and stood some distance away from the door before he began to introduce. Ms. Wang's symptoms have been alleviated, but she still needs 6 treatments before she can get rid of them. Of course, a single acupuncture treatment does not have such a miraculous effect. In Wang Yuqing's case, a course of treatment is needed. One course of treatment consists of 7 sessions, with about 4 days between each session. She is asleep now. Please don't disturb her rest. Wang Yuqing hasn't had a good rest for several days, so it would be good for her to have a good sleep. Well, after hearing this, Mr. Wang heaved a sigh of relief and a smile spread across his face. You really didn't let me down. Sure enough, there was no sound at all. Qing hasn't slept so soundly for several days. The woman listened at the door for a while and couldn't suppress her inner joy. She is Wang Yuqing's biological mother and the second wife of the wealthy Mr. Wang. Because she is the only daughter of this family, her status in the family is higher than that of the first wife. Mr. Wang, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'll come back in 2 days. You can live in the mansion. It's convenient. Because he knew what happened in the house, Mr. Wang wanted to keep Lin Mo in the manor, so that he could get to know Lin Mo better. But there were 2 people waiting for Lin Mo at home, so he naturally couldn't agree to Mr. Wang's request. I still have some things to deal with at home. I'll come over early tomorrow morning. Seeing this, Mr. Wang couldn't force him to stay. Okay then, Mr. Zhang, take Xiaolin to the warehouse. Lin Mo had already told Zhang Qin what he wanted. That's great. I'll write a prescription and you can get the medicine according to it. Lin Mo nodded and returned to the accounting office with Zhang Qin. Along the way, Zhang Qin looked at Lin Mo with strange eyes. Mr. Zhang, if you have anything to say, just say it. Isn't it uncomfortable to keep it in your heart? When they arrived at the accounting office, they were the only 2 left. Did you really cure the young lady's illness? Zhang Qin didn't believe that Lin Majin had such ability. Many old doctors were helpless against the young lady's illness. How could a young man with no experience in medicine be better than those old doctors? Moreover, if Lin Mo has this ability, why does he still go hunting? Wouldn't it be much easier to find a job in a county clinic? You guess. Lin Mo smiled mysteriously and did not tell him the answer directly. Zhang Qin was speechless. He couldn't see through Lin Mo at all. Thinking that he still had leverage in Lin Mo's hands, he didn't dare to ask more questions and had to take Lin Mo to the warehouse to get something. Lin Mo, who had the upper hand over Zhang Qin, of course had to choose his own things. He chose the best rice, which was stored in a rice warehouse, and a warehouse held about 3,000 kilograms. While Zhang Qin was not paying attention, Lin Mo directly collected 300 kilograms into his personal space. In such a short time, others probably wouldn't be able to see it. Even if they did, Zhang Qin would be blamed, so Lin Mo wouldn't have to worry. Maybe he could even drive Zhang Qin away to prevent him from continuing to harm his future father-in-law. Next, I chose iron and cloth. These two things were in plain sight, and since Zhang Qin was following him all the time, it was not easy for him to take more. Can you carry so much? One stone of rice weighs 120 kilograms. 3 pieces of cloth weigh more than 10 kilograms. Add on to 100 kilograms of iron, and ordinary people can't lift it at all. Lin Mo looked at him with disdain and said, I am much stronger than you. After saying that, he held the rice in his left hand, the iron in his right hand, and the 3 pieces of cloth on his shoulders, and easily lifted the more than 200 kilograms of things. Zhang Qin was going crazy. Wasn't there any way he could get over this dolly joke? Mr. Zhang, I wish you good luck. Lin Mo smiled slightly, turned and left. When he arrived at the front yard, he found that the rich man Wang was waiting for him there. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I was thinking of finding someone to take you there. Mr. Wang and the guard next to him were also shocked by Lin Mo's strength. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I can still carry this little stuff. You're still so distant. Call me Uncle Wang, Mr. Wang said with a smile. Uncle Wang. Lin Mo called out. Lin Mo just walked to the door and turned around to look at Mr. Wang. Oh, Uncle Wang. Anything else? Asked Mr. Wang in confusion. Thank you for your generosity. I have nothing to repay you with, so I'll give you this. Lin Mo put down what he was holding, went to a willow tree, pulled out a few branches, quickly weaved them into a green wicker hat for Mr. Wang, and then left without looking back. No need to thank me. I, Lin Mo, never leave my name behind when I do good things. After all, the matter between Zhang Qin and the third wife could not be made public, so Lin Mo could only remind them of this. What's the meaning? Mr. Wang looked at the green wicker hat in his hand, full of doubts. Lu Dolly, who was guarding the courtyard, explained, Master, this is a hat. When we left the manor, the sun was about to set. The workers who worked at the rich man Wang's house had already gone back, and there were no pedestrians on the road, so Lin Mo put all the things into his personal space. When he reached the village entrance, he took out some iron and rice, put on a piece of cloth, and walked home. He doesn't want others to know that he has become rich. There are too many people who are crazy because of poverty these days. They will do anything, so it's better not to provoke them. Turning around the widow Zhao's house at the entrance of the village, Lin Mo saw 2 figures standing at the door from afar. One is tall, and the other is short. Who else could they be if not his seedlings? Lin Mo. Just when Lin Mo was feeling thankful that someone at home cared about him, a voice suddenly came from the wall, startling him. Are you going to be a bandit? Widow Zhao was holding a bowl of watery porridge with a few green wild vegetable leaves floating in it, staring at the iron and cloth in his hands. These things were very valuable, and in her opinion, there was no other explanation except robbery. Lin Mo recognized at a glance that the thing in Widow Zhao's bowl was motherwort. At present, only their family knows that motherwort can be used to make porridge, but now it appears in other people's bowls. Obviously, something happened during the time he was away. Yes, sister-in-law, do you want to join us? Lin Mo looked at Widow Zhao's sturdy figure and thought that she might be okay as cannon fodder. Are you really going to be a bandit? That's punishable by death. Widow Zhao believed it and quickly kept her distance from Lin Mo. Lin Mo was speechless. With such a head, no one would want it even as cannon fodder. Maybe it could be used as a cannon. I'm just kidding. These are the rewards for treating the daughter of Mr. Wang. Lin Mo explained casually and left. He thought that he should never make such jokes again. If she really went to inform on someone, the government would not listen to his explanation for the sake of political achievements. Nowadays, there are not many people who die in vain. Lin Mo doesn't want to become a member of the Legion of the Unjustly Dead. Can you treat patients? Widow Zhao looked at Lin Mo's back in amazement. When will it happen? On the way home, the villagers saw Lin Mo carrying things and came forward to ask curiously. The first thing he said was, Lin Mo, you want to be a bandit, and you brought back so many things? Lin Mo was sweating profusely. This time he didn't dare to joke and patiently explained that this was the reward for treating the daughter of Mr. Wang. As a result, just as I explained everything clearly, I ran into Zhao Jie, who was fetching water. He was Zhao Xingui's youngest son. He stared at the food and cloth on Lin Mo's back with his eyes glowing green. Damn it, Lin Mo, are you going to be a bandit? Lin Mo, you guys should have discussed it beforehand. If I become a bandit, I'll be the first to kill you bastards. Seeing that the crowd was getting bigger and bigger, Lin Mo simply advertised himself. My dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, these are the rewards I earned from treating the daughter of Mr. Wang. I am good at treating women's diseases, so if you feel uncomfortable, please feel free to come to me. We are all from the same village, so I will give you a lower price. Lin Mo raised his voice and instantly suppressed everyone's discussion. However, he was greeted with a wave of eye rolls. Pooh! How shameless! Lin Mo, you turned bad just after you got married. Those unmarried women, or those who had just married, turned around and fled with red faces. Chapter 20 Oil Refining. Chapter 20 Oil Refining. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Mo was finally free and hurried home. Husband, brother-in-law. When the two sisters saw this, they hurried over to greet him and offered to help him get his things. You changed so many things? Dozens of kilograms of rice, a piece of cloth, dozens of kilograms of iron. Chini was also very surprised to see so many things. Their value far exceeded that of a musk deer. This piece of cloth was exchanged for the deer, and the other things were the payment for treating the daughter of the wealthy Wang family. Have to. The mouth has formed muscle memory. Brother-in-law is really amazing. What Qin Miao valued most was the cloth, because she hadn't changed her clothes for several months. Limmer's original intention of using cloth was to make clothes for them. A piece of cloth is more than 13 meters long, enough to make several sets of clothes for them. The other two pieces can be used to make bedding and sheets. However, Lin Mo is not good at doing these things. Xiao He, can you do needlework? Lin Mo thought that all women in this era would do that. However, Chini blushed and said, no. She prefers horse riding, archery, and arithmetic, and has never learned needlework for a few days. Worried that Lin Mo would dislike him for this, Chini quickly said, can I learn now? In rural areas, if you can't do needlework, you are not a qualified daughter-in-law. A girl who can't do needlework can never get married. Even if she is married, her husband's family can use this reason to divorce her. So he was very panicked. Forget it, let's find someone to do it for us. Go pour the rice into the rice jar. Lin Mo thought of a person, someone who had helped his predecessor through the most difficult time. He is also one of the few good people in Shangyi village, as he considers it. Chini was not sure whether Lin Mo was angry or not, and felt a little uneasy. But Qin Miao didn't have so many concerns. She was lively by nature and would speak her mind. After entering the house, she pulled Lin Mo aside and asked, brother-in-law, will you abandon me and my sister because we don't know how to do needlework? Of course not. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Everyone has his or her own strengths, and he or she will not deny the whole person because of a certain shortcoming. Moreover, the reason why needlework is a necessary skill for village women is because of poverty. For the rich, it's just a form of entertainment. The identity of a poor person will not follow Lin Mo for long, so he does not require his woman to know needlework. Brother-in-law, you're so nice. Qin Miao hugged Lin Mo's arm with her little face pressed against it. Qin He, who was pouring rice on the side, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Brother-in-law, the porridge is ready. It smells so good. I'll bring it to you. Qin Miao put the cloth on the bed and quickly ran over to serve the porridge. With the addition of fresh meat and bones, the aroma of the porridge mixed with the aroma of the meat greatly increased Lin Mo's appetite, as he had not had a good meal for 2 days. Remembering that he still had salt, Lin Mo added some in. After adding salt, the taste of the porridge instantly improved by several levels. Even the bitter taste of motherwort was covered up. After a while, the two sisters came to the dining table with 3 bowls of porridge. Lin Mo's bowl was full, with the most meat and the only bone in it. The two sisters only had half a bowl. Because they didn't know Lin Mo would bring so much rice, they didn't cook too much porridge in accordance with the principle of economy. So, that's all there is to it. Lin Mo put the bone in a Qin Miao's bowl, and then exchanged bowls with Qin He. He did not give them a chance to object. You need to nourish your body now, eat more. If you don't take good care of your body, how can you give birth to a baby for me? Lin Mo's behavior moved the two sisters, who had suffered countless hardships, to tears. In this world, apart from their parents, Lin Mo is the only one who cares about them and treats them well. After finishing the meat porridge in a few gulps, Lin Mo began to plan his life in this world. In her previous life, she had a stable job that was the envy of all men, and the direction of her life had already been determined. But he is still confused about this life. Even with the help of the system, he still couldn't find the direction. He likes this peaceful country life, but how long can this peace last? How can we survive in troubled times? Fight with the princes for the world. The idea is passionate. But the reality is cruel. There are no soldiers and no money. What do we have to rely on? Even if I learn from Liu Bei, I don't have Guan, Zhang, and Zhao around me. It is still unclear how powerful the system is. So the only thing we can do now is to stay in this small mountain village and develop quietly. Let's just think of this place as the novice village in the game. Thinking of this, Lin Mo was no longer confused. In short, there is only one development strategy now. Cater to the system, marry more wives, have more children, and expand the family. Xiaohe, where did you put the rest of the meat? Lin Mo stood up, his eyes gradually becoming clearer. Why think so far ahead? It's better to improve your current life first. I'm afraid it'll get damaged, so I'm hanging it outside to dry. Chini heard from others that air-dried meat can be stored for a long time, but she didn't know the specific drying method and thought it would be fine as long as it was hung outside. Fortunately, Lin Mo discovered it in time, otherwise it would have been different the next day. Moreover, it will attract flies and breed germs. Clean the rice pot and put it on the fire. Lin Mo walked out, brought the meat into the house, and then cut the fat off the musk deer on the chopping board. The rest of the meat was cut into long strips and hung above the stove. Only some lean meat and animal offal were left to be eaten in the next 2 days. He did not apply too much salt, so the air drying method would definitely not work. If he wanted to preserve it for a long time, he could only smoke it. As for the fat, Lin Mo used it to refine oil. Seeing Lin Mo pour all the fat into the pot, the two sisters who had no common sense didn't know what this was. Brother-in-law, do you want to cook the fat? I'll go get some water for you. Lin Mo quickly stopped him. No, I'm refining oil. Ah, is this how oil is refined? The two sisters instantly felt that they had learned something new. As the temperature in the pot rose, the oil began to bubble out, and the sizzling sound stimulated the rich aroma of the oil, filling the entire house. Lin Mo used 2 bamboo arrows as chopsticks to stir the food inside to prevent the fat in the iron pot from being burnt. Oh, my dear, I have something to tell you. The two sisters sat next to Lin Mo, one on the left and one on the right. 2 pairs of eyes stared at the pot. What is it? Aunt Zhang helped me clean up this musk deer. I am not very good at it, Chini said, and lowered his head in self-blame. Aunt Zhang? Jia Zhang. Lin Mo was very surprised. Could that old hag be so kind? I heard others call her that. Chini said, did she ask you for meat? If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Jia Zhang was a notorious foul-mouthed woman in Shangyi village. She was greedy and stingy, and she had taken advantage of every household in the village. The key is that this person doesn't know how to be grateful. He takes advantage of others and slanders others behind their backs. Every time she opened her mouth, people wanted to slap her, so Lin Mo quickly understood the reason. It's more than just meat. She first wanted a hind leg. My sister didn't agree, so she asked for half a rib rack. My sister still didn't agree. Qin Miao took over the conversation, a triumphant smile in his clever eyes. Lin Mo patted her head and said, you did a good job. Don't pay attention to that kind of person in the future. She still owes us 3 kilograms of rice. Chapter 21. 2 Sisters Conquered by Kebabs. Chapter 21. The 2 sisters conquered by the barbecue skewers. There was not much fat on a musk deer, so they quickly extracted all the oil from it. However, after the end, Lin Mo found that there were no extra cans at home to store the oil. Embarrassing. I have to cut some bamboo tomorrow and store them in bamboo tubes. This also made Lin Mo realize that there were too many things missing at home, and he had to buy them as soon as possible. The fragrance filled the room, making the 3 of them hungry. But the 2 sisters held back and said nothing. After all, they had already eaten a lot in the evening, and the best were given to them. As someone who didn't contribute much to the family, that food was already a great blessing. How could I dare to ask for more? But Lin Mo was not full at all. Looking at the remaining meat, he thought of a good idea. Shall he cut this piece of meat into pieces of this size, cut a little more? Lin Mo took out the meat that was to be eaten tomorrow and measured its size with his hands. He went out with the hatchet. Chini didn't know what he was going to do, but he obeyed Lin Mo's words. It was already dark outside the house, but Lin Mo's eyes could clearly see everything around him with the help of the moonlight. He went to the foot of the mountain and cut some branches to bring back. However, when he arrived at the door of his house, he found a figure looking at him stealthily. The distance was too far to see who it was, but I could tell it was someone from the village. Oh, so someone is still thinking about you? Lin Mo sneered, pretended not to see him, and walked into the house. Brother-in-law, what have you been doing? Qin Miao saw that he was holding so many branches, so he asked curiously, what are you going to do with these wet branches? The dry ones can be used as firewood, but what can you do with the wet ones? She couldn't figure it out. Make skewers and eat them. Because there is only one iron pot for cooking at home, and it is now occupied by refined oil. Grilling skewers is the most delicious way that Lin Mo can think of at the moment. And now he has salt, which combined with the freshness of the deer meat should taste good. Grilled skewers? The two sisters looked confused. At this time, Lin Mo handed a cut branch to Qin Miao. Put the meat on it. Put 5 pieces of meat on one branch and put the fat residue in the middle. What kind of eating method is this? Qin Miao showed great interest and followed Lin Mo's method to string things together. With the cooperation of the 3 people, 20 skewers were ready in a short time. 3 pounds of meat and some oil residue were gone just like that. But Lin Mo didn't feel bad at all. Now he had so many supplies and abilities, so why should he put himself in a difficult position? What should we do next? Qin Miao asked. Lin Mo used tongs to pick up the red-hot firewood from the stove. They had extremely high temperatures, but without flames, so they were perfect for barbecue. Then used 2 buckets and bamboo poles to build a rack. After adjusting the width, a simple barbecue grill is ready. Lin Mo placed the skewers evenly on top to ensure that they were heated evenly. Under the heat, the musk deer meat soon gives off a fragrant aroma. The fat residue can provide some oil, but if you want the grilled meat to taste better and have a better texture, you still have to brush it with oil and sprinkle salt on it. Although Lin Mo is not a professional chef, he has had some experience in barbecue. As he continued to stir it, the fragrance became stronger. It smells so good, brother-in-law. I'm already drooling. Qin Miao's appetite was aroused, and he couldn't wait to ask, can we eat it now? Or should I try it first to see if it's cooked? I never thought that cutting the meat into small pieces and roasting it would taste so delicious. They suddenly felt that all the delicious dishes they had eaten before were defeated by the black skewers in front of them. It smells so good that I can't resist it. It is indeed very fragrant, but it is a bit of a waste of oil and salt. Qin, he was still feeling distressed about the oil and salt that had just been poured into the fire. Because they're all very precious things. Haha, don't worry, wait 2 more minutes. Lin Mo was amused by Qin Miao's impatience. Her reaction was also a recognition of his own craftsmanship. Who doesn't want others to like their achievements? 2 minutes? How long is that? The 2 sisters, who heard the word minute for the first time, looked at Lin Mo. 1 minute is the time it takes to count 60 times at a rhythm of 1, 2, 3. 2 minutes is 120 times. Lin Mo taught them to recognize time like he was teaching a child. However, Qin Miao said, "Oh, that's troublesome. You can just say xiao shi." Lin Mo smiled, but did not explain. This world has its own concept of time, and Lin Mo can only learn to adapt rather than change. When I was little, the skewers are ready. It's ready, try it. Lin Mo picked up a string first and gave it to the greedy cat who had been drooling for a long time. Be careful of the heat. Then he took another string and gave it to Qin. Here. Husband, you eat too. Qin said quickly. Lin Mo picked up a bunch and tasted it. Because they are all lean meats and have not been marinated, they taste a bit dry. But the taste is still quite good, retaining the original flavor of musk deer meat to the greatest extent. Although Lin Mo felt that there were many shortcomings, Qin Miao on the side was deeply fascinated and said for a long time, "It's delicious." As a result, because of my impatience, I burned my lips. "It's really delicious." Qin nodded and said, "If it were peacetime, I could have survived in the county city with just this skill." Making a living by setting up a barbecue stall? Lin Mo smiled and thought, forget it. If he had the conditions, he might as well open a gynecological clinic. If those dignitaries eat my brother-in-law's barbecue, they might arrest him. Qin Miao held an empty stick and chuckled. In the blink of an eye, she had finished eating the whole skewer. Lin Mo and Qin were very curious. Why? Because if I can bring my brother-in-law to work as a cook in your house, I can eat this delicious food every day. Qin Miao expressed her inner thoughts. Qin nodded. That makes sense. The rich and powerful will do anything to satisfy their own selfish desires. What you say is so horrible. I won't dare to grill meat anymore. Lin Mo glanced at the 2 of them. Seeing Qin Miao staring at the barbecue on the shelf and not daring to take it, he picked up a handful and gave it to her. Brother-in-law, you were so nice. Qin Miao was extremely happy. Then he grabbed a skewer and stuffed it into his mouth, comforting him. Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. We can just roast it at home. It's okay. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at her. You have a good plan. 20 skewers of barbecued meat fed the He Miao sisters till they were full. Qin Miao leaned back in his chair, his mouth and face covered in oil. She assumed the most comfortable posture. I haven't eaten so satisfyingly in a long time. Husband, are we going hunting tomorrow? Chini was thinking about the future of this family. I'm going to the county town tomorrow. You are not allowed to go into the mountains alone while I'm away. Now that he had 20 taels of silver on him, he decided to go to the city to do some shopping. Worried that he would take risks alone, he warned her in advance. Do you want me to go with you? Chini asked. No, the county town seems to be in turmoil recently. You are so beautiful. I am afraid someone will take notice of you. According to the plot development of all novels, taking a beautiful woman shopping will definitely cause trouble. Lin Mo's praise made he feel sweet in his heart. Chapter 22. We've caught a wild boar. Command Kilit. Chapter 22. A wild boar has been caught. Everyone come and kill the boar. There was a figure hiding under the old locust tree outside Lin Mo's house. Because this place is the best position to observe Lin Mo's house. The branches and leaves of the locust tree are very dense, and there are weeds around it, so it is very hidden. As long as you don't move, others won't notice you even if they pass by. Jiazhong had been hiding here for a while. She thought Lin Mo's family would fall asleep soon, but the fire in the house never went out. She could hear bursts of laughter from time to time, and the bites of mosquitoes made her resentful more and more. In her heart, she had already greeted all the ancestors of Lin Mo and the other two, and their generations could even be traced back to the Stone Age. He is worthy of being the most venomous person in Shangyi village. He doesn't even spare himself when he scolds others. The reason why she hid here was because she saw he hanging the meat outside the house to dry. Jiazhong felt at that time that it was already her flesh. Because it was too dark, she didn't see Lin Mo bring the meat into the house. Now, as long as Lin Mo's family falls asleep, she can easily go and get her own meat. As long as the meat is in her house, she can't take it back even if Lin Mo comes to her the next day. But damn, it's already so late. Why isn't this family asleep yet? If you don't go to sleep, I'm going to feed the mosquitoes. After a while, she saw Lin Mo's door open and someone poured a basin of water out, which meant that they had finished washing and were ready to go to bed. Sure enough, the fire in the house went out and it became quiet. Seeing this, Jiazhong was no longer sleepy and became excited. No, I have to wait a little longer. They definitely won't fall asleep that quickly. She suppressed the urge to run out immediately and continued to wait. About a quarter of an hour later, she felt it was about time and was about to tiptoe out from behind the old locust tree when a sneaky figure appeared beside her. Jiazhong, feeling guilty, was frightened. However, when she saw that the other party was also running towards Lin Mo's house, she immediately became furious. Damn it, I've been feeding mosquitoes here for half an hour, and you want to intercept me? She thought that the other party was also after the meat. So he rushed out quickly and went straight to where he was hanging the meat. The person who came later was frightened by the sudden black shadow and quickly found a place to hide. He thought Lin Mo hadn't slept yet, so he planned to retreat first and come back later. Only a plop sound was heard in front of Lin Mo's house, as if someone had fallen into a pit. Then there was a wailing. Ouch! Help! I'm going to die. The black shadow was stunned. What was happening? It turned out to be Jia Zhang's voice. The screams, like a pig being slaughtered, scared the three people in the room. Qin Miao immediately snuggled into Lin Mo's arms, and he also hugged Lin Mo's arms tightly. Don't be afraid. I'll go take a look. Of course Lin Mo knew what happened, because he had set the trap when he went out to get some water just now. Where he hung the meat, there was a cellar, which was dug by his previous life's parents and used to store food. But there has been a shortage of food in recent years, so the cellar has hardly been used and the door has always been closed. I had seen someone targeting my house before, and I thought the other person must be here to steal things, so I opened the cellar door and covered it with some bamboo strips. It was so dark that I couldn't see clearly. Unexpectedly, someone actually fell in. Lin Mo originally thought that the person coming would be Chen Lizi, but he didn't expect it to be Jia Zhang's voice. Without saying a word, he picked up the carrying pole from the corner and rushed out, starting beating people in the cellar with a stick. While beating them, he shouted at the top of his voice, "We caught a wild boar. Command Kirit." Shangyi village is not very big and is located in a valley. Therefore, this shout directly woke up many people from their sleep. Did you catch the wild boar? When everyone heard this, they lit torches, picked up hoes and carrying poles, and rushed towards Lin Mo's house. Ah, stop hitting me. I'm not a wild boar. Jiazhong held her head and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Don't lie to me. I can tell the difference between a pig's squeal and a person's voice. Lin Mo didn't care and started beating the old woman on the shoulders and back. How dare you come to my house to steal things? Are you tired of living? Moreover, when Lin Mo inherited this body, he knew that the original body had wanted to beat the old hag for a long time. By doing this, he was helping his original self fulfill a wish. Lin Mo's words made Jia Zhang in the cellar so angry that she was fuming and almost died on the spot. What do you mean don't lie to you? Would a wild boar lie? Lin Mo, you little bastard. I am your Aunt Zhang. Because the cellar was small, Jia Zhang had no place to hide and was beaten so hard that she cried out, "If you beat me to death, you will also be sued." Lin Mo smiled disdainfully. Will he beat someone to death? Do I, as a doctor, have no sense of propriety? When the villagers heard there was a wild boar, they all ran away very quickly, leaving him little time to hit anyone. Therefore, Lin Mo acted faster and more ruthlessly. Jia Zhang was beaten so hard that she screamed in agony. Her legs were broken, so she couldn't climb up at all. Lin Mo, where's the wild boar? Zhao Xianggui and his two sons arrived first. The eldest son, Zhao Ying, held a torch and illuminated this side. The second son, Zhao Jie, raised his hoe, ready to give the wild boar a fatal blow at any time. Lin Mo put away the carrying pole and pointed inside the cellar, saying, "The wild boar fell in." When Zhao Jie heard this, he picked up his hoe and was about to rush in. Suddenly, Jia Zhang's scream came from inside. "I am Jia Zhang. Zhao Xianggui, please save me. I am about to be beaten to death by that little bastard Lin Mo." Hearing a human voice, Zhao Jie was so scared that he quickly swung the hoe to the side. Bang! Fell to the ground. Yiyosung? Zhao Xianggui was confused. What's going on? Why did Jia Zhang fall into your vegetable cellar? Ah, was it Aunt Zhang who fell in? It sounded like a pig squealing, and I thought it was a wild boar that fell in. Lin Mo was also confused and pretended to be completely unaware. The realistic performance made Qin Miao, who was hiding behind the door watching the fun, laugh out loud. As more and more people arrived, Jia Zhang's crying became louder and louder, and she kept accusing Lin Mo of crimes. Lin Mo, you little bastard, you clearly knew it was me who fell, yet you still hit me so hard. You were trying to beat me to death. Everyone, please give us your judgment. Lin Mo is going to kill someone. When Jia Zhang's daughter-in-law, he heard her mother-in-law's voice, she pushed through the crowd and ran over. She grabbed Niu Guizi's torch and shone it inside, and sure enough, she saw her mother-in-law with blood all over her face. She quickly questioned Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what's going on? I need you to give me an explanation. Otherwise, this matter will not end today. Jia Zhang's people hadn't come out yet, and they echoed loudly inside, "Yes, this matter is not over yet. You have to pay me for the medicine. If you don't agree, I will die here and wait for the government to arrest you and put you in jail." Lin Mo was amused by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. You guys come to steal things and you think you are right? You are the bad guys who complained first. Hey, what are you yelling at me for? This is my King home. Why did your mother-in-law come to my house in the middle of the night? You are the ones who should explain yourself. Otherwise, I will send her to the authorities and see who will be thrown into jail in the end. If you want to blackmail me, Lin Mo, you are 20,000 years too early. Chapter 23. Stealing a chicken but losing the rice. Chapter 23. Stealing a chicken but losing it all. He looked at Lin Mo in astonishment, as if she didn't know him. In the past, Lin Mo never dared to argue with him. As he had no parents or relatives, he had always been the target of bullying. Why did you suddenly become so eloquent today? She was always good at speaking and arguing, but at this moment, she was speechless after being rebuked by Lin Mo. When Jia Zhang heard that Lin Mo was going to take her to see the official, she was immediately frightened and quickly explained to everyone, "I was just passing by. Who knew that you, a little bastard, would dig a hole at the door?" Naturally, no one believed such a far-fetched explanation. Instead, everyone felt that their IQ was insulted. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping at home? Where are you going? After Lin Mo's house, you will reach the road into the mountains. Do you live in the mountains at night? Even if you go to the mountain, why don't you take the main road in front of the door, but have to walk close to other people's houses? Besides, you know that every household in Shangyi village has a vegetable cellar at the door. How did it become a trap dug by Lin Mo on purpose? Zhao Xianggui glared at he in anger and shouted towards the vegetable cellar. Jia Zhang, stop embarrassing yourself here and come out quickly. Jia Zhang was extremely aggrieved. Village chief, my leg is broken and I can't move. After being beaten by Lin Mo just now, She felt like her bones were about to fall apart, and she didn't have any strength left in her body. You guys hurry up and pull her out. Zhao Xiangui called a few young people. Zhao Jie dropped his hoe and, together with the other two men, dragged Jia Zhang out. Only then did everyone realize that she was covered in wounds and looked extremely miserable. However, the crowd did not have the slightest sympathy. Instead, they felt very happy and relieved. Lin Mo did what they wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. It seems to be a misunderstanding. We are all from the same village, so let's not take it too seriously. Lin Mo, give uncle some face and let it go. Zhao Xiangui didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he pleaded for Jia Zhang. Lin Mo was already angry and had fought, so of course he didn't mind doing this favor. Since Uncle Zhao is begging for mercy, what else can I say? Lin Mo waved his hand and didn't pursue the matter. But Jia Zhang couldn't stand this grievance. She grabbed Lin Mo's arm and yelled, "Little bastard, you did it on purpose just now. You want to let it go just like that after beating me up like this? No way." Looking at the sullen Jia Zhang, Zhao Xingui's face instantly turned dark. If he wasn't the village chief, he really wouldn't want to get involved in this matter. Lin Mo has already given up on pursuing the matter, but you have no self-awareness at all. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself here, Zhao Xiangui shouted loudly. He knew that Jia Zhang was an unreasonable person, so he warned her, hurry up and take her back. If Lin Mo really reports to the police, I can't save her. He knew she was in the wrong, so she quickly pulled her mother-in-law back and said, Mom, let's go back first, okay? I'll wipe the wound off your body. Jia Zhang was afraid of reporting to the authorities, so she had to follow her daughter-in-law back. But she cursed with every step she took. Okay, let's all go back to sleep. Zhao Xiangui dispersed the crowd and then looked at Lin Mo deeply. How could he not notice Lin Mo's changes? Dad, Lin Mo was really cruel. Jia Zhang was beaten badly. On the way back, the Zhao Ying brothers started talking. It's strange. How come Lin Mo, who used to bully even women, has become so tough? He knew it was Jia Zhang who fell in, but he still dared to beat her to death. Zhao Jie gave a thumbs up in admiration. You know, few people in the village dared to mess with Jia Zhang. Zhao Xiangui said, this kid has indeed changed a lot since he got married. Everyone was talking and leaving, but they didn't notice that a dark shadow quietly mixed into the crowd. Seeing Jia Zhang was beaten into a pig's head, he was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he arrived a step late. Otherwise, he would have been the one beaten into a pig's head. After everyone left, Lin Mo also went back to his room to sleep. He believed that after this incident, no one would dare to target his house in the next few days. Brother-in-law, you are so bad. As soon as Lin Mo entered the room, he saw Qin Miao looking at him with a smile. But I like it. That old woman is so mean. She actually wanted to steal things from our house. She deserves to be beaten. Qin thought, she must still be thinking about our meat. Leave her alone and go to bed. Nothing can stop him from having a baby. According to the system's reward rules, as long as the tadpole successfully holds hands with its other half and successfully implants and settles down, it can receive a reward. So Lin Mo worked very hard. After returning home, Jia Zhang became more and more angry. She wanted to rush back and interrupt Lin Mo's baby-making several times. Of course, her daughter-in-law, he would not allow it. He knew that her mother-in-law deserved it because she lost more than she gained. It was good enough that Lin Mo did not pursue the matter. How could he still have the nerve to make a fuss? In this way, the village spent a peaceful night. Early the next morning, Lin Mo came to Zhao Xingui's house with a piece of iron. Zhao Xingui was lighting a fire in the forge, and his two sons were helping. Seeing Lin Mo, the three of them stopped. Uncle Zhao, Brother Ying, and Brother Jie. Lin Mo took the initiative to greet him. Lin Mo, do you have something to talk to me about so early? Zhao Xingui stared at the iron in Lin Mo's hand and asked knowingly. I want you to help me make a lotus leaf pot weighing 8 pounds and also a coarse saw, a fine saw, and 2 chisels. Lin Mo brought 10 kilograms of iron, which was enough to make these things. Packing so many things at once was a big deal for Zhao Xingui, so he quickly invited Lin Mo into the house to discuss in detail. Because they were just some simple household utensils, it was not difficult for Zhao Xingui. Moreover, Lin Mo agreed to give him 5 kilograms of food as a reward, which made him smile from ear to ear. By the way, Uncle Zhao, can you afford something like this? After the deal was made, Lin Mo drew a part on paper, but Zhao Xingui and his 2 sons simply couldn't understand it. After Lin Mo's explanation, I gradually understood. Your thing is too sophisticated. I can't make it. I guess the blacksmith shop in the county town may not be able to make it either. I have to go to the county town to do it. Zhao Xiangwei shook his head. What Lin Mo drew was one of the parts of Zhuge crossbow. There were 3 such complex parts in total. Others are simpler. Lin Mo didn't want to make all the parts in a blacksmith shop, so he gave the simple ones to Zhao Xiangwei, and he could only try his luck in the county town for the complicated ones. Before leaving, Lin Mo asked Zhao Xiangwei to help him look after the house. He was worried that Jia Zhang would make trouble after he left. With this business deal, Zhao Xiangwei naturally agreed to his request happily. Having already given instructions at home, Lin Mo left Zhao Xiangwei's house and headed straight for Wangzhuang. Chapter 24 Good girlfriends, of course, should share happiness and difficulties. Chapter 24 Good girlfriends should of course share happiness and difficulties at the Wang family manor. Wang Yuqing, who had slept since yesterday afternoon until dawn, stretched comfortably. It was the first time that she slept so soundly despite being troubled by her good friend. Miss, you are awake. The second madam has personally prepared tremella and red date soup for you. I will bring it to you right away. Xiaoyu was happy for the young lady when she saw that she was in high spirits and showed no signs of being bothered by her good friend. She had been serving Wang Yuqing since she was 8 years old. The two grew up together, and although they were master and servant, they were as close as sisters. Wang Yuqing never treated her as a servant. Wait a moment. Wang Yuqing quickly reviewed what happened yesterday in her mind, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Miss, what's wrong? Xiaoyu stopped. What about him? Wang Yuqing suddenly remembered that she didn't know his full name. She was speechless to herself. You didn't even know his name, and yet you trusted him with yourself. Wang Yuqing. Oh, Wang Yuqing, you are such a fool. But he made it really comfortable. Wang Yuqing touched her lower abdomen. Normally, she would need another 3 days of pain before it would gradually subside. But after the acupuncture yesterday, it didn't hurt at all. Her lower abdomen felt warm, as if a warm hand was constantly caressing and warming it. Thinking of the tender and loving words Lin Mo said to her yesterday, she felt shy and sweet. Who is it? So you didn't react for a moment. That's the one who treated me yesterday. Wang Yuqing rolled her eyes at her in annoyance. Oh, you mean Dr. Lin? He gave Miss an injection yesterday. As soon as the word needle came out, Xiaoyu was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth and then slapped herself. Please forgive me, young lady, I said the wrong thing. Forget it, forget it. Tell him what happened to him. There was no one else here, so Wang Yuqing would naturally not blame her. After Dr. Lin finished treating you yesterday, he went home. Miss, do you want to see him? I will send someone to call him over right away. Xiaoyu said with a smile. I'm back home. Wang Yuqing felt a little disappointed. Didn't Dad let him stay at the farm? He stayed, but Dr. Lin said he had something to do at home, so he left. Xiaoyu only heard the first half and did not hear that Lin Mo agreed to come this morning. Well, maybe there is an elder who needs his care. Wang Yuqing nodded. She felt that Lin Mo must be a gentle and filial person, and she would not be unreasonable. Let's go and eat. Wang Yuqing stood up and jumped down, but she forgot that she was not wearing any clothes. Seeing this, Xiaoyu quickly changed her clothes to cover up her proud figure. Ha, it's really relaxing. I don't feel anything at all. Wang Yuqing was in a very good mood, feeling particularly relaxed. By the way, let's go visit Dad first. All this is thanks to the decision made by my father, so I have to go and pay my respects to him. Miss, the master has gone to exercise. He said that Dr. Lin gave him a new prescription and he can lose weight in 3 months. Xiaoyu was afraid that she would miss the target, so she spoke quickly. Oh, then he should work hard on his own. Wang Yuqing smiled. She also felt that her father was too fat, so it would be best if he could lose weight. Since her father was not around, she went to visit her mother and had breakfast with her. As she hadn't eaten properly in the past few days, her appetite increased, and she drank 3 bowls of porridge in one breath and ate a lot of pastries. Moreover, he had been resistant to taking medicine since he was a child, but after learning that it was Lin Mo's prescription, he also drank it with his nose pinched. Mom, I'm going to the county town. Xiaoyu, prepare the car. After eating, Wang Yuqing went straight to the county town. Because she has a good girlfriend who is in the same situation as her. Every time her good friend comes, she will be in excruciating pain. Her hands and feet are cold when she sleeps at night. No matter how many quilts she covers herself with, she can't feel any warmth all over her body. This situation becomes even more terrible in winter. She and her best friend swore together to share happiness, so she hoped that Lin Mo could also help her best friend cure her illness. Good girlfriends should, of course, share the hard times. Lin Mo saw her body, so she also wanted Lin Mo to see her best friend's body. Because only in this way can it be fair and they can be good best friends. As soon as they reached the door, they ran into Lin Mo. "Miss, it's Dr. Lin," Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. Wang Yuqing quickly lifted the curtain and met Lin Mo's eyes. She suddenly became shy again. "You look much better." Lin Mo didn't feel embarrassed and took the initiative to greet him. Seeing that she looked good, he felt relieved. "Are you going out? You've just recovered from a serious illness, so it's better for you to rest at home," Lin Mo suggested. "I'm going to the county town." Wang Yuqing's eyes turned, and she suddenly jumped off the carriage and came to Lin Mo. "By the way, come with me to the county town." She suddenly remembered that her best friend's good friend and her own good friend came at the same time. "So if I take Lin Mo there earlier, my best friend will suffer less." "What are you going to do?" Lin Mo was originally going to the county town to find a blacksmith to make parts for the Zhuge crossbow, so there was no problem for him to go with her. However, seeing that Wang Yuqing had other purposes, I naturally had to ask clearly first. "It's like this. I have a very close sister who also has the same disease, and it happened in the past few days. I would like you to go over and help her." Wang Yuqing's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Mo with a hint of request. However, Lin Mo was a little dumbfounded. "Go help your good sister? Don't you know how I cured you? Are you sure you want me to help her?" Lin Mo asked. "Well, don't worry. I'll convince her." Wang Yuqing nodded seriously, not seeming to be joking, etc. Lin Mo's brain short-circuited. Could it be that everything he said yesterday was in vain? The falling flowers have feelings, but the flowing water is heartless? Chapter 25, Guangzhou County, a sudden change. Chapter 25, Guangzhou County, something unexpected happened. "Okay, if you have no objection, I certainly have no objection either. Let's go. The sooner we go, the sooner we can return." As Lin Mo spoke, he got into Wang Yuqing's carriage. Of course, it is easier to travel in a carriage than to walk by yourself. Although his physique is much stronger now, he can still endure the 20-plus miles, but the tattered cloth shoes on his feet cannot. After walking for a while, Lin Mo felt that the cloth in front of his big toe was about to break. If he walked to the county town, it would definitely be punctured. "Ah, what are you doing?" Wang Yuqing was stunned. That was her carriage. How could a boy like Lin Mo just get in it? "Isn't your dear sister suffering? Let's save time and rescue her as soon as possible." Lin Mo replied seriously, then quickly got into the carriage. This action stunned the security guards nearby. "You are the first man who dares to get into the lady's carriage." "Boy, awesome." Knowing the young lady's temper, they have already started to warm up before beating her. However, to their surprise, the young lady hesitated for a moment and then followed them in. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Liang, the leader of the team, looked at the carriage curtain with surprise. "Miss, did you get the wrong script? Shouldn't we drag Lin Mo out and beat him up?" At this moment, Xiaoyu didn't know what to do. Should she go in or not? Finally, she chose to sit in the coachman's seat, leaving space for Lin Mo and Wang Yuqing. "Why are you looking at me like that? This isn't the first time we've met." Inside the carriage, Lin Mo sat comfortably by the window. Looking at the luxurious interior, he couldn't help but sigh. No matter in which world, rich people know how to enjoy life. "I find that you are quite thick-skinned." Wang Yuqing rolled her beautiful eyes and gave a big roll of her eyes. The carriage had already started moving. She hesitated for a moment and did not drive Lin Mo out. She is also very conflicted now and doesn't know how to face Lin Mo. After all, this guy was the first man to see her body, and Daddy wanted to bring them together. But she wasn't mentally prepared. "Therefore, I want to know more about Lin Mo." "Really? Ami Thixinnet." Lin Mo pinched his own face, then pinched Wang Yuqing's face. "We are almost the same." The sudden pinch on the face completely stunned Wang Yuqing. She was stunned for a moment, stamped her feet, and said, "You are so annoying." With a horse-drawn carriage as a means of transportation and the company of a beautiful woman who was always shy, time passed quickly, and they arrived at the county town in a short while. Because of the recent unrest, all vehicles entering and leaving must be checked, and all people in the vehicles must get off and walk into the city. Even if Wang Yuqing has a relationship, she is no exception. Lin Mo jumped off the carriage first, and the first thing that caught his eye was a towering city wall. This was the first time he saw a real city wall, which was made entirely of large pieces of bluestone, giving it a majestic and indestructible feeling. The city wall is as high as 2 or 3 stories, and people standing in front of it look very small. It is hard to imagine how much it would cost to break through such a city barrier with flesh and blood alone in an era without airplanes and cannons. No wonder the art of war says that you need 10 times the force to attack a city. This is my first time in the county. Wang Yuqing, who followed Lin Mo down from the carriage, saw him staring at the city wall in a daze, so she started looking too. The time they spent together brought the two closer together. We also have a better understanding of each other. Well, I guess so. Lin Mo nodded. The emergence of the city allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the world, and the passion buried in his bones seemed to be awakened. Come on, we can get over there. Because Wang Yuqing had a token, the soldiers at the city gate only conducted a symbolic search and let them pass. Lin Mo noticed that the soldiers were not only searching for suspicious persons, but also stopping refugees. In fact, Guangzhou is already a border city. Although there are 2 military fortresses ahead, the population here is not large, and there are not many refugees coming here. However, just when Lin Mo didn't understand why the soldiers were blocking the refugees from entering the city, the refugees nearby suddenly rioted. I saw a refugee pull out a dagger from his clothes and stab it into the abdomen of the soldier who was trying to stop him. Before the soldier could react to what was happening, he was killed on the ground. The refugees behind him immediately rushed forward to take advantage of the situation, picked up the spear in his hand, and stabbed another soldier hard. Fortunately, the soldier reacted quickly and avoided fatal injuries in time. However, there was also a cut on his arm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldiers around him shouted in panic. The rebels are coming! They ran desperately into the city. Rustle! Several arrows flew over, and a soldier and several civilians who were preparing to enter the city were shot dead on the spot. What the hell? What's going on? Lin Mo was frightened by the sudden scene before him. This was his first time on the battlefield in his 2 lives. The soldier who had just been shot was right next to him, and blood splattered on his face. This also made Lin Mo come to his senses quickly. He picked up Wang Yuqing and ran into the city. Those rebels behind him are obviously not good people. They even kill ordinary people. Now the only way to be safe is to enter the city. The soldiers responded quickly, and most of them had already entered the city. And the commander on the city wall has ordered the city gates to be closed, and the heavy doors are slowly closing. Obviously, they didn't want to care about the lives of the 20 or so people at the door. If we were slower, we would definitely be locked out of the city. Protect the lady! The guard Zhao Liang quickly drew out his steel knife and directed the others to stand behind Wang Yuqing and Lin Mo. The coachman ignored the carriage and ran away with Xiaoyu. Soon, 2 guards were shot dead. Lin Mo's physical fitness was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and even with a person in his arms, his speed was not slow at all. As soon as the soldiers started to close the city gate, he had already run in. His speed frightened the soldier guarding the gate, who almost attacked him. Fortunately, they knew Wang Yuqing, whom Lin Mo was holding in his arms, so they did not treat her as a rebel. Chapter 26, The First Murder. Chapter 26, The First Murder. Lin Mo took Wang Yuqing and hid behind the city gate, leaving her in a safe place. Living in a peacetime, this was the first time for him to witness a large-scale murder scene. In an instant, lives were lost. He truly felt the cruelty of this world. The rebels' attack was extremely fierce, and their numbers were large. In addition to the 20 or so people who disguised themselves as refugees and tried to seize the city gate, there were at least thousands of people killing them from behind. It was obvious that those 20 or so refugees were a suicide squad. They were determined to die, and would rather die than take the defenders of the city gate with them to buy time for the large army behind them. The soldiers were caught off guard and had no time to close the city gates. They can only risk their lives to buy time at the city gate. Of the bodyguards brought by Wang Yuqing, only Zhao Liang was left. He escorted the groom and Xiaoyu and finally escaped to the city gate, but was stopped again, because the rebels had already reached the city gate and attempted to seize it. The half-closed city gate was blocked by someone, and they couldn't get in at all. The soldiers had to close the city gates and kill the rebels at the same time. There was simply not enough manpower, let alone free up hands to rescue the people outside. Wang Yuqing couldn't bear to see this scene. Lin Mo, can you think of a way to save them? This sound brought Lin Mo back to reality from his trance. Watching the soldiers falling one after another and the people outside the city gate being indiscriminately slaughtered by the rebels, Lin Mo came to his senses and reacted quickly. He picked up the bow and arrow that had fallen on the ground, aimed at a rebel who was trying to break through the city gate, and shot. This longbow, specially made for the army, is made of tough birch and ox tendon, and is several times more powerful than his bamboo longbow. This was also Lin Mo's first time to kill someone. He was so nervous that he released all his strength and pulled the bow to its full length. He didn't know what consequences the arrow he shot would cause, but he knew that if he didn't do so, the city gate would most likely be breached by the rebels. By then, all the people in the city will suffer. The moment he released the bowstring, the arrow flew into the air. Call out! The long and sharp arrow pierced the rebel's head directly in the next second. It was like a cup of tofu brain falling from a high altitude, with blood and brain spilling onto the city gate, making the already scarred city gate even more bloody. This arrow stunned the soldiers and rebels nearby. However, Lin Mo, who was killing someone for the first time, was stimulated by the scene in front of him, and his adrenaline surged rapidly. The image of piercing the rebel's head kept flashing in his mind as if it were a horror special effect. When he performed cesarean sections before, his hands were very steady. But at this moment, they began to tremble slightly. Come on, stop being a bitch. Just as Lin Mo fell into a trance again, the roar in his ears brought him back to reality. The rebels and soldiers were still struggling for the city gate, and the battle was quite fierce. The archers on the city wall could no longer hold back the rebels that were pouring in from afar. If the city gates were not closed, everyone would die. Lin Mo suppressed the churning in his stomach and raised the bow and arrow again. Roar! Lin Mo roared to dispel the panic in his heart. At this moment, a surge of hot blood rushed into Lin Mo's cranial cavity, and his eyes were filled with horrible bloodshot. Sip! 1 arrow. Sip! 2 arrows. Sip! 7 arrows. Lin Mo shot all the arrows in the quiver in one breath, and each arrow was full of power. Except for 1 arrow that missed the target, the other 6 arrows killed 1 person each, either pierce through the body or kill the throat with 1 arrow. The soldiers around him were shocked by his strength and archery skills, and were also greatly encouraged. The sword swung at the enemy also became more decisive and powerful. With the help of Lin Mo, they quickly cleared out the rebels blocking the city gate, and Zhao Liang and his men rushed in at the last moment. With a loud bang, the city gate was closed successfully. Lin Mo sat down on the ground as if all his strength had been drained away. However, he still held the bow tightly, and his hands kept shaking. If you light a cigarette at this time, hold it in your trembling hands, put it in your mouth, and take a deep breath. The picture will be complete. Lin Mo suddenly thought of a sentence he once said. If a war breaks out, I will rush to the front line to defend my country without hesitation. Thinking about it now, this sentence is so ridiculous. Because people who have never killed anyone always think that killing is easy. Lin Mo, are you okay? Wang Yuqing came to Lin Mo. By her side, there were only Zhao Liang, who was covered in blood, and Xiao Yu, who was already scared silly. The groom was unlucky. He was stabbed at the city gate and eventually fell outside the city. I have to say that these guards of the Wang family are very brave. Lin Mo raised his head and glanced at her, but did not speak. He was trying to calm himself down. Thank you for saving me. Wang Yuqing was also sitting next to Lin Mo. She was also frightened and did not notice that she was sitting on the body of a soldier. That soldier was the owner of the bow, an arrow in Lin Mo's hand. People are selfish when they are in extreme danger, and Lin Mo did not think of saving her. But he did shoot and kill 2 rebels who almost killed Wang Yuqing. Miss Wang, please stand up for a moment. As soon as she sat down, the captain of the city gate, who had recovered from his shock, came over to protest. He would not allow anyone to desecrate his brother's body. Only then did Wang Yuqing notice that she was sitting on someone else. Seeing that person staring at him, he jumped up in fright. Ah! She screamed and threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. Okay. Lin Mo now had no strength to lift up his body and was pushed to the ground by her. If you didn't know what was going on, you would definitely think she was being raped. However, in this solemn battlefield filled with corpses, no one cared about them. Reinforced the city gates to prevent the rebels from storming the city. The captain of the city gates squatted down and gently brushed his palm across the soldiers' eyes. The surviving soldiers hurriedly found wood to prop up the city gate. After Wang Yuqing stood up with Xiao Yu's help, Lin Mo also sat up again. First time killing someone? As a veteran, the city gate captain had seen many rookies who were killing people for the first time. Seeing Lin Mo's dazed expression, it was obvious that he was in a panic after killing someone for the first time. Lin Mo also just glanced at him without saying anything. Relax, everyone has a first time, and it will be okay later. The captain of the city gate smiled slightly, as if comforting his new recruits. After all, if it weren't for Lin Mo's help, the city gate might have been lost. At that time, they would all die. But your archery skills are really good. I'm curious what you do. He is a doctor. Wang Yuqing answered for him. Doctor? The captain of the city gate was very surprised by this answer. How could a doctor have such exquisite archery skills? I practice secretly in the mountains for hunting. Lin Mo said slowly. You practice by yourself? Then you really are a genius. Chapter 27. Tough Guy. Chapter 27. After the tough guy chatted with the captain of the city gate for a few words, Lin Mo felt much better. After the panic slowly dissipated, it was as if a strong barrier had formed in my heart that would never appear again. Just as the captain of the city gate said, after this experience, everything will be fine in the future. If Lin Mo were asked to kill the rebels outside the city now, he might still be nervous, but he would definitely not be afraid. Tramp, tramp, tramp. The reinforcements arrived late. A middle-aged man in brass armor came to the city gate and saw the closed city gate. He breathed a sigh of relief. Li Ling, what's the situation? The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, like an angry lion, and his deep eyes exuded a terrifying, murderous intent. With his appearance, the temperature around him seemed to drop a little, and a chill swept over. The common people who had managed to escape into the city all looked at him in fear. Your Excellency, the county magistrate, the rebels disguised themselves as refugees and attempted to seize the city gate. They have all been killed. The city gate is safe. We lost 15 men. Li Ling, the captain of the city gate troopers, clenched his fists tightly. He has an unshirkable responsibility for the deaths of so many people. Because the county magistrate had issued an order long ago not to allow refugees to approach. But he thought that this place was remote and the rebels would not come to attack Guangzhou, so he relaxed his guard. If it weren't for Lin Mo, he would have made a big mistake. The rebels didn't storm the city gates? The county magistrate then asked. Not at this time. You continue to stay here. The county magistrate acted decisively, and after understanding the situation here, he went to the city wall to supervise the battle. However, when he turned around, he found Wang Yuqing squatting next to Lin Mo. Yuqing, why are you here? Wang Yuqing hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Uncle Lu, my niece came to see Sister Yin today, but I didn't expect to encounter rebels as soon as I arrived at the city gate. If it weren't for Lin Mo's rescue, my niece would have died outside the city gate. The conversation between the two frightened Li Ling and others so much that their faces turned pale. They never imagined that the girl they had abandoned and who almost died outside was actually the county magistrate's niece. Fortunately, she survived, otherwise we would all have been buried with her. County Magistrate Lu followed the direction of Wang Yuqing's finger, glanced at Lin Mo, and then said, "This place is dangerous. Leave quickly," and sent someone to escort him. You two, escort Miss Wang back home, outside the city. Because they failed to take the city gate, the rebels knew that the situation was hopeless and decisively gave up the siege. Because they did not prepare siege equipment, and they did not have an advantage in terms of numbers. When Magistrate Lu arrived at the city wall, the rebels had already retreated, but he did not relax and ordered strict defense everywhere, and personally inspected the city wall. You are seriously injured. You can't go any further. You must treat your wound immediately. Lin Mo followed Wang Yuqing for a while and saw beads of sweat on Zhao Liang's forehead rolling down like soybeans on a slope, so he kindly reminded him. Although he survived the battle just now, he was stabbed in the shoulder blade and waist. As the wound was deep, he lost a lot of blood. It was only with his strong willpower that he was able to hold on until now. If he were a weaker person, he would have fainted long ago. I'm fine. I'll take the young lady to her residence first. Zhao Liang gritted his teeth and insisted. Fart. Unexpectedly, Wang Yuqing started to curse and pulled Lin Mo. Lin Mo, please save him no matter what. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, and seeing that there was a pub nearby, he carried Zhao Liang on his back and went to knock on the door. As there were county guards following them, the tavern owner did not dare to refuse and quickly opened the door and invited them in. Lin Mo pulled 2 tables together to use as a simple operating table and let Zhao Liang lie on it. Do you have any wine? The stronger the better, but no muddy wine. Lin Mo glanced at the tavern owner. The latter was stunned and thought, you are still thinking about drinking at this time? Go if I tell you to. If you're slow, I'll tear down your store. Wang Yuqing slammed the table so hard that the tavern owner was frightened. How could a commoner like him afford to offend a young lady who was protected by county guards? He quickly ran to get some wine. Give me your dagger. Lin Mo carefully checked Zhao Liang's injuries. He needed to cut open Zhao Liang's clothes. The latter did not hesitate at all, immediately took out a dagger from his waist, and handed it to Lin Mo. The dagger was very sharp and easily cut through Zhao Liang's clothes, revealing 2 wounds deep enough to see the bone. The skin and flesh were turned inside out and blood was flowing. Such a bloody scene frightened many people who took refuge in the tavern. Wang Yuqing and Xiaoyu turned their heads away and closed their eyes. But Zhao Liang just gritted his teeth and didn't even make a sound. I didn't expect this guy to be such a tough guy. Lin Mo secretly admired him. The wine is coming. The shopkeeper came to Lin Mo with a jar of aged liquor in his arms. Where do you put it? Lin Mo took the wine and poured it directly into his hand to wash the blood off his hand. This made the shopkeeper feel very sad. That was the old wine that I had treasured for 10 years. It was such a waste. But he couldn't afford to offend Wang Yuqing and could only complain secretly. 2 big brothers, please help me hold him down. Hold him tighter. Lin Mo put down the wine jar and called the 2 county guards over. However, Zhao Liang spoke up at this time. No, I can bear it. Seeing this, the 2 guards retreated tactfully. Lin Mo nodded, picked up the wine, and poured it directly on Zhao Liang's wound to help him clean it. Ah! Zhao Liang screamed in pain, but he held on to the 2 legs of the table tightly and did not move. He was so strong that the 2 guards who were unhappy just now respected him more. After cleaning the wound, Lin Mo took out a pack of needles and thread from his personal space and quickly sewed it up while the wound was numb from the pain caused by the alcohol. The most important thing right now is to stop the bleeding. Only by stopping the bleeding can Zhao Liang's life be saved. The purpose of using alcohol to clean wounds is to disinfect and prevent tetanus and bacterial infection. He was very fast. The needle and thread went back and forth between the skin and flesh, and in a short while he had sewn up the wound. Everyone present was dazzled and filled with admiration. The 2 guards looked at each other and thought that it would be great if there was such a doctor in the team, which could save the lives of many comrades. I have helped him stop the bleeding, but I still need to apply medicine to prevent the wound from getting infected. Lin Mo wiped the blood off his hands and turned to Wang Yuqing. Lin Mo was not a surgeon, nor did he have much experience in treating wounds, so there was only so much he could do. For the rest, he could only find another doctor. Wang Yuqing, who had mustered up the courage to witness the entire process, sincerely said to Lin Mo, "Thank you." Lin Mo smiled slightly. "Why are you being so polite to me? You're all mine now." He didn't say this out loud, but Wang Yuqing understood it and her pretty face blushed. After rescuing the man, Lin Mo felt relieved. At the same time, it also eased the solemn atmosphere. Chapter 28. Your best friend is the daughter of the county magistrate? Chapter 28. Your best friend is the daughter of the county magistrate? I'm sorry, shopkeeper, I made your place dirty. Looking at the mess on the ground, Wang Yuqing came to the tavern owner. The latter had an awkward smile on his face and kept waving his hands. No, it's just a small matter. I said this, but my heart was bleeding. There are so many people watching in the pub, so any tables and benches stained with blood must be replaced. Moreover, the blood seeped into the floorboards, staining them red, and they also had to be replaced. All these together would cost a lot of money, but he knew that Wang Yuqing's status and position were extraordinary, and a commoner like him could not afford to offend her. So even if the pub was demolished, let alone made dirty, he could only accept it. Let these people lose money? That's no different from an old man eating arsenic. Not only that, he also had to say something nice, just to get rid of these people as soon as possible. It's an honor for our store to be able to help you guys. The shopkeeper is very generous. No wonder your business is so prosperous. I can tell from the looks of it that you are a big businessman. Lin Mo looked at the people in the room and praised the shopkeeper highly. The latter's vanity was satisfied, and he was immediately embarrassed by him. In fact, these people came in to hide after the battle broke out, and few of them actually came to eat and drink. But who among those who run a shop doesn't want others to say that their business is booming? This young man is joking. Lin Mo looked around the tavern. His eyes fell on the door, and he walked straight over. Just when everyone was confused, he grabbed a door with one hand and lifted it up gently, and immediately the door panel was removed. The solid wooden door weighing dozens of kilograms was like a toy, and he held it easily in his hands. "Boss, can I lend you another door?" Although Zhao Liang's wound had been sutured and the bleeding had stopped, he had lost too much blood and was extremely weak, so he was unable to walk. Lin Mo planned to use this door to make a simple stretcher. The shopkeeper, who just had a good impression of Lin Mo, was about to cry. "Are you asking for my opinion? It's obvious that you are here to inform me. You've already taken the door down. How the hell can I not lend it to you?" The shopkeeper tried his best to keep smiling, but it looked uglier than crying. "Please feel free to use it. Lin Mo asked two guards to help and lifted Zhao Liang onto the door panel. Let's go. Don't disturb the shopkeeper's business. Boss, business is booming. Before leaving, Lin Mo did not forget to say thank you again. Bah! Just then a stone fell in front of the shopkeeper. When he looked closely, he found it was a silver ingot weighing 5 taels. It was thrown to him by Wang Yuqing. The shopkeeper, who had a gloomy face just now, immediately performed a show of clearing away the clouds and revealing the sun. Everyone, please walk slowly. His face was filled with smiles again. The cost of those dirty items that needed to be replaced and the jar of wine that Minjia had was at most 4 taels, which meant he still made a profit of 1 tael. Although it wasn't much, it was a pleasant surprise for him. Where are we going next? Lin Mo saw Wang Yuqing throwing the silver and had a new understanding of this little devil. Go to the county government. Wang Yuqing quickened her pace and walked to the front to lead the way. County government? Lin Mo immediately thought of her conversation with the county magistrate. It can be seen that their family has a close relationship with the county magistrate. The good sister you were talking about, could it be the county magistrate's daughter? Lin Mo asked. Congratulations, you got it right, but there's no reward. After saying the last sentence, Wang Yuqing turned around and smiled triumphantly at Lin Mo. Looking back and smiling, she looks playful and beautiful. Guangzhou County was not very big, so the group soon arrived at the county magistrate's mansion. The soldiers guarding the gates saw that they were his own people and quickly opened the door to welcome them. Old 3, what's the situation up ahead? A man who looked like a butler walked out of the yard. He was seen carrying a backpack and looking nervously towards the street. When he saw Lin Mo, a stranger, he became more alert. Ms. Wang, why are you here? He saw that Wang Yuqing's reaction was exactly the same as County Magistrate Lu's. Could it be that the city outside was also attacked by rebels? Wang Yuqing quickly explained that it was all just a coincidence. But the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. The housekeeper's words made Lin Mo and her worry about their family. Lin Mo was worried about the He Miao sisters, fearing that the rebels would attack Shangyi village, so he wanted to go back and check on them. But he didn't know what the situation was on the other side of the city wall. If the rebels were still attacking the city, the county magistrate would definitely not open the city gate just for him. Even if the rebels retreat, it does not mean that it is safe, and it is even more impossible to let people go. It is normal to observe for a period of time, as short as 1 day or as long as 3 to 5 days. Knowing that he couldn't get out now, Lin Mo could only suppress his worries temporarily. How's it going up front? Compared to Wang Yuqing and Lin Mo's family affairs, the housekeeper was more worried about the city. Once the city gate was breached, he would have to act decisively and escape through the safe city gate with the county magistrate's family. This is why each of them carries a bag on their back. Reporting to Steward Yun, the city gate has been secured. But I don't know what the situation is on the other side of the city wall. With the county magistrate personally supervising the battle, I think there won't be any problems. A guard replied. Hearing this, Steward Yun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the city gate is still there will be no problem. Butler Yun, my guard is injured. Can you help me settle him down? Wang Yuqing pointed at Zhao Liang, feeling a little worried. Don't worry, there is a doctor at home. Butler Yun settled Zhao Liang in the side room to rest. Just as he put Zhao Liang down, a doctor came hurriedly carrying a medicine box. Dr. Kwang, come and take a look. Butler Yun greeted. The old man came to Zhao Liang breathlessly, checked his injuries, and was stunned. He quickly asked everyone, who sutured his wound? Wang Yuqing thought something was wrong and glanced at Lin Mo, but did not reveal it. Is there any problem? This person's needlework is as smooth as flowing water. It not only greatly alleviates the patient's pain, but also closes the wound to the greatest extent. This has a positive effect on wound healing. I have been practicing medicine for more than 30 years, and I have never seen such a delicate acupuncture method. This person's medical skills must be quite advanced. Excuse me, Miss Wang, where is this person now? Please tell me. Dr. Kwang looked at the wound as if he was appreciating a work of art, and his admiration was like the endless rushing water of a river. However, Wang Yuqing rolled her eyes at him. You scared me. I thought there was some problem. Well, it's far away in the sky, but it's right in front of us. Wang Yuqing pouted at Lin Mo. Chapter 29, Sister Yun. Let him treat you quickly. Chapter 29, Sister Yun. Let him treat you quickly. Where is it? Dr. Kwang looked at Lin Mo, but his eyes naturally skipped over him and looked behind him. However, there was no one behind Lin Mo. No one. Dr. Kwang turned around and asked Wang Yuqing. Wang Yuqing was speechless. Can't you see such a big living person? I didn't expect that the famous Dr. Kwong actually suffers from a serious eye disease. There's a healthy person standing in front of you, but you can't see him, Wang Yuqing said with contempt. Old man Kwong felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to argue with the daughter of the Wang family, so he could only smile bitterly. Miss Wang, please don't tease me. This young man is so young that he probably doesn't even understand the most basic medical principles. How could he have such exquisite acupuncture skills? You said he was a great doctor, but I absolutely don't believe it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the two guards who carried Zhao Liang in and Zhao Liang, who was lying on the bed, immediately refuted. Dr. Kwong, you are narrow-minded. The wound of this warrior was indeed stitched by Dr. Lin. We and many people in the city were at the scene and saw it with our own eyes. Thank you, Dr. Lin. I, Zhao Liang, owe you my life. Zhao Liang raised his head with difficulty and saluted Lin Mo. Lin Mo was not angry at the old man's words. He didn't need to prove anything. However, he accepted Zhao Liang's thanks. You are too kind, Mr. Zhao. I just treated your wound briefly. If you want to get better, you still need to take medicine to clear away heat and inflammation, and apply external medicine to stop bleeding and promote tissue regeneration. That's not what I'm talking about. It's that you shot and killed the rebels at the city gate, saved the city gate, and bought time for the young lady and I to escape. Zhao Liang knew that if Lin Mo hadn't come to the rescue, they would have been dead by now. After these words were spoken, everyone became even more curious about Lin Mo. Yuqing. Suddenly, a clear but weak voice came from the door. Sister Yun? Wang Yuqing ran over excitedly. There stood a tall, young woman at the door. She was wearing a water-green dress, and her long black hair was like flowing clouds, with two strands hanging down in front of her chest. The first time Lin Mo saw her, he was shocked by her appearance. Her face is like a silver plate. Her eyes are like water apricots. Her lips are red without any makeup, and her eyebrows are crisp without any drawing. Her skin was whiter than frost and snow, and although a little sickly pale, it made her look like the she-sure of this world. Lin Mo knew at a glance that she was in the same situation as Wang Yuqing, suffering from dysmenorrhea. But he can still walk, which is obviously much better than Wang Yuqing. I heard that you encountered rebels at the city gate. Are you okay? Are you injured? Lu Yun endured the pain and walked towards Wang Yuqing. The latter hurried forward and supported Lu Yun. It's okay. Don't you see I'm fine? Even though she said it lightly, it still couldn't dispel the latter's worries. You're not feeling well? Why don't you stay home and rest? Lu Yun asked with concern. The two are good friends, and coincidentally, their good friends also came together. When a good friend is not around, the two of them have fun together. When a good friend comes, the two of them endure the pain together. It was precisely because of this coincidence that they made the promise of good sisters, sharing happiness and difficulties together. My illness is cured. Wang Yuqing turned around on the spot to show that there was nothing wrong with her body. If it were yesterday, it would be hard to even stand, let alone turn around. Looking at the lively Wang Yuqing, Lu Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She took Wang Yuqing's hand and asked, Are you healed? How did you heal? Tell me quickly. He cured me. Wang Yuqing raised a finger and pointed at Lin Mo. Only then did Lu Yun notice the plainly dressed young man. However, seeing how young he was, she immediately made the same mistake as Dr. Kwong. You're not kidding me? Sister Yun? Why don't you believe me? Wang Yuqing shook off Lu Yun's hand and pretended to be angry. I went to great lengths to bring him to you for treatment. How Yuqing? Of course I believe you. Seeing this, Lu Yun apologized to Wang Yuqing while looking at Lin Mo out of the corner of her eye. Obviously, she still didn't believe that such a young person could cure a disease that even old doctors like Dr. Kwong were helpless to treat. Dr. Kwong next to him was also shocked. He had seen Lu Yun many times, discussed with many people in the industry, and read a lot of information. He finally came to the conclusion, dysmenorrhea can only be relieved, not cured. He just said this today, and suddenly a man came over and said that he was cured. The old face was slapped. Sister Yun, let him treat you right away. It will be fine in a short while. Seeing that Lu Yun believed it, Wang Yuqing seemed a little impatient. I don't know if she is really worried about her best friend, or if she is just trying to fulfill her promise of sharing happiness and difficulties as soon as possible. Well, don't be so anxious. Lu Yun wanted to refuse, but was pulled out by Wang Yuqing. Sister Yun, if you were cured a quarter of an hour earlier, you will suffer a quarter of an hour less. Don't hesitate, come quickly. And Lin Mo's treatment is very comfortable. I guarantee you won't feel any pain at all. Lin Mo, why are you still standing there? Just like that, Lin Mo and Lu Yun were forcibly dragged out by him. Dr. Kwong wanted to know how Lin Mo was treated, so he followed him out and said, "Ladies, can I watch the entire treatment process?" No. Wang Yuqing shouted loudly and quickly raised her hand to stop him. "You old man, what are you thinking about? You stay here and treat my guard honestly. If he makes any mistake, I will make you pay with your life." Everyone didn't understand why Wang Yuqing had such a big reaction. Dr. Kwong was even more speechless. Zhao Yang's injury has been treated almost completely, and the remaining steps of applying medicine and bandaging can be done by anyone. After all, I'm the best doctor recognized by Guangro. How could I make mistakes? Were you looking down on? Dr. Kwong, I'll leave this to you. Butler Yun left a word and quickly chased after him. The disease that has troubled the young lady for many years can be cured. He must tell his wife the good news immediately. Moreover, now that the city was defended, he also had to inform his wife that she didn't need to run away. Lu Yun Courtyard, the villa where Lu Yun lives. Dr. Lin, please take a seat. Xiao Bai, serve tea to Dr. Lin. Despite the pain in her lower abdomen, Lu Yun behaved calmly in front of Lin Mo, an outsider. Only in her could Lin Mo see the temperament of a lady from a noble family. Through his observations along the way, he found that Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing had very different personalities. The former was more rational, and even if she was enduring pain, she would remain elegant in front of outsiders. The latter, on the other hand, was free-spirited and did whatever she wanted without any scruples. Don't do those useless things, Lin Mo. Just treat her quickly. Wang Yuqing stopped Lu Yun's maid and said, "Xiao Bai, you and Xiao Yu wait outside the door. The treatment process must be kept quiet and cannot be disturbed. So before we go out, no one is allowed to come in." As he said this, he drove the two maids out. She was so anxious that people thought she and Lin Mo had some bad intentions. Chapter 30. Wang Yuqing, a man with a unique mind. Chapter 30. Wang Yuqing, who has a unique idea. Xiaobi and Xiaoyu were kicked out, leaving Lin Mo and the other two in the room. Lin Mo and Lu Yun were embarrassed, but Wang Yuqing, who was a thick-skinned person, didn't think so. Lu Yun was helpless with this best friend of hers. She did things as she pleased and didn't consider other people's feelings at all. If they hadn't grown up together, no one else would understand her behavior. This is also the reason why she only has Lu Yun as a friend. Although Lu Yun didn't understand why the door had to be closed during medical treatment, she decided to cooperate out of trust in her best friend. Because she knew very well that her best friend would never hurt her. Lu Yun came and sat down opposite Lin Mo and took the initiative to stretch out a part of her arm, revealing her snow-white wrist. "Dr. Lin, then I'll trouble you." A faint smile appeared on her face, and her gentle voice was as comforting as a spring breeze. As the daughter of the county magistrate, she did not show any disdain for Lin Mo's extremely simple attire. From this we can see that she is a very cultured woman, and people can't help but like her. Lin Mo nodded and was about to take her pulse, but was interrupted by Wang Yuqing again. "Lin Mo, Sister Yun's condition is the same as mine. You don't need to look at her anymore. Just give her treatment directly. Sister Yun, please lie down on the bed and take off your clothes." "No, just expose your belly." Wang Yuqing couldn't hide her excitement when she thought that Lin Mo would see Sister Yun's body naked. No matter how well-mannered Lu Yun was, she was still shocked by such vicious words. Let her, an unmarried lady from a noble family, show her belly to a strange man. Even if it's just her belly, that's absolutely unacceptable. If this gets out, how will Lu Yun face people? She quickly withdrew her wrist, showing great resistance. Lin Mo was also shocked, speechless. This girl was too aggressive. She didn't hesitate at all when it came to cheating her best friend. But I like it. Lin Mo really wanted to know how the young lady in front of him would respond. "Oh, Sister Yun, you have read more books than me, so you should understand one thing. Avoid seeing a doctor when you are ill. Just treat him as a doctor, not a man." Wang Yuqing came to Lu Yun and consoled her in a kind voice. Lu Yun was speechless. Well, the sun is rising from the west, and Wang Yuqing can also preach. But she is different from Wang Yuqing. She is a person with extremely strong principles. Have a clear understanding and beautiful vision of love and marriage. She believes that when you truly fall in love with someone, the only way to be loyal to love is to give yourself completely to the other person. So no matter now or in the future, no matter what happens, her body can only be given to someone who loves her and who loves her. Therefore, she decisively rejected Wang Yuqing. "No! Wang Yuqing grabbed her arm with a wronged look on her face, squatted down and begged, Sister Yun, it's really quick. Just lie there and let him give you a few injections. The pain will disappear immediately. It's really effective. That's how I cured him. At this time, Lin Mo was a little speechless and thought you had some good way to convince your best friend. That's it? I'm not a fool. Why should I listen to you? Lu Yun stared at Wang Yuqing blankly. She was very surprised why Wang Yuqing would accept such treatment. She had always been very conservative. Even if the man in front of her is very handsome, he shouldn't make her pay so much. Sorry, Yuqing, I can't accept it. Lu Yun still shook her head. However, Wang Yuqing pouted her lips, aggrieved like a child, and gently pulled Lu Yun's sleeve, Sister Yun. Seeing his plan go down the drain, he felt unbalanced and extremely aggrieved again. We swore to share the good and the bad. You can't go back on your word. Seeing her best friend looking aggrieved, Lu Yun was helpless as well. She took Wang Yuqing's hand and said softly, Yuqing, I understand you want to help me. I'm happy for you that Dr. Lin can cure your illness. I just can't accept this kind of treatment. She thought Wang Yuqing brought Lin Mo here to treat her illness because they had agreed to share happiness. Lin Mo also thought so. Actually, he wanted to say that Lu Yun's illness was not that serious and could be improved by taking medicine and adjusting her diet. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Wang Yuqing. Don't talk. She held Lu Yun's hands and said aggrievedly, Sister Yun, I just want you to get better soon, so that you won't be troubled by this damn disease like me. This is a blessing we can share. But you have to share my difficulties. What does this mean? Lin Mo and Lu Yun were confused. They didn't know where the difficulty was and how to deal with it. You don't know, the pain I've felt in the past few months has been worse than ever before, as if a cold hand is hollowing out my abdomen. Whenever this happens, I want to just die and put an end to it all. Sister Yun, it's not that I don't respect myself. It's just that the pain is unbearable, so I agreed to let Lin Mo use this method to treat me. But I'm also a girl waiting to be married. Don't you think it's a disaster for Lin Mo, that bad guy, to see my belly? We are best sisters, so I want to share this disaster with you. Wang Yuqing felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, but her train of thought was really not something that ordinary people could understand. This is like falling into a quagmire and trying to drag your good sister down with you. Is this what it means to share the same suffering? Which teacher taught this? After hearing her inner thoughts, Lu Yun didn't know how to respond for a moment. She knew that her good sister had no bad intentions. Otherwise, she would not have expressed all these thoughts to her. Although his idea was bizarre, Lin Mo fully supported Wang Yuqing's idea at this moment. Good sisters should share the difficulties. Besides, it seems that Dad wants to marry me to him. You and I swore to be together forever, so you can't abandon me. Wang Yuqing continued. You swore to be together forever? That sounds weird. Just when the friendship between Lin Mo and her friends was about to come to an end, Lu Yun, after a fierce ideological struggle, made a decision that opened his eyes. Dr. Lin, I'll trouble you from now on. But I have a request. I hope you can keep it a secret for us sisters. Although Uncle Wang likes you, we don't know you well enough, so I want to give us some time to get to know each other so that we can make a decision later. Lu Yun turned around, her cheeks slightly red, but her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Mo seriously. Chapter 31, The Chief Disciple, who is nearly 60 years old? Chapter 31. The Chief Disciple, who is nearly 60 years old? It turns out that Lin Mo underestimated the friendship between the two sisters. For Wang Yuqing, Lu Yun was willing to give up her principles. That's great, Sister Yun. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Wang Yuqing was so excited that she threw herself into Lu Yun's arms and gave her a big hug. Sister Yun, Lin Mo is actually a very nice person. Then she leaned close to Lu Yun's ear and whispered, Daddy likes him very much and wants to recruit him as his son-in-law. I don't know what to do now, so I want you to make a decision. They said that they would marry together. Okay. Lu Yun's face was bitter. The reason why she made this decision was entirely to take care of her best friend's feelings. She has principles about marriage and love, as well as commitments to her best friends. Between the two, she finally chose the latter. In fact, your symptoms are much milder than Miss Wang's. You only need medication to relieve the pain. Take the decoction for a period of time and adjust your diet, and you will be cured. If you don't want to do that, I can give you a prescription. Although Lin Mo has lustful thoughts, he also has a conscience. Lu Yun was full of kindness towards him, so he naturally would not intentionally hate her. What he didn't expect was that Lu Yun directly refused. Thank you for your kindness. Please treat me with the same method. Although he refused, he had a better impression of Lin Mo. This made her feel that Lin Mo was an upright doctor, not a lecher. All right, Lin Mo nodded. Please ask Miss Liu to make preparations. He turned around and bolted the door. Since Lu Yin had made up her mind, she no longer hesitated. With the help of Wang Yuqing, she walked to the bed, took off her clothes, and lay down. She used 2 quilts to cover her upper and lower body, leaving only her smooth and flawless belly exposed. Half an hour later, the treatment was over. Because Wang Yuqing was with him the whole time, Lin Mo didn't have to do anything else besides treatment. Of course, even if Wang Yuqing wasn't around, Lin Mo wouldn't do that. Dr. Lin's magic hands have brought me back to health. I really don't feel any pain at all, and my entire abdomen is warm. Lu Yun, who was originally a little skeptical, was now completely shocked by Lin Mo's medical skills. She never thought that the dysmenorrhea that had troubled her for many years and had been treated by many famous doctors, but to no avail, was solved so easily by Lin Mo. I'm right? Wang Yuqing feels relieved now, because not only was the good sister's illness cured, but she also experienced the same disaster as her. This is what it means to truly share happiness and hardships. The friendship between the 2 sisters will only become stronger from now on. By the way, Lin Mo, why did I fall asleep after the last treatment, but Sister Yin was so energetic? Wang Yuqing asked curiously. Lin Mo smiled and explained, you 2 have different physiques. Oh. Wang Yuqing didn't think much about it. You are the doctor. You have the final say. Lin Mo came behind the screen and waited for Lu Yun to put on her clothes before the 3 of them went out. At this time, there were many people gathered at the door. In addition to the 2 maids, there were also Butler Yun and Dr. Kwang, who had met before, and 2 beautiful women, and 7 or 8 county guards. Yun, I heard that Yuqing brought a doctor to treat you. How is it going? What did the doctor say? One of the beautiful women came forward hurriedly. Mom! Lu Yun shouted, with a hint of unnatural embarrassment in her eyes, but fortunately no one noticed. It's this Dr. Lin. My daughter's illness has been cured by him. Now she doesn't feel any pain at all, but she feels very hungry. Lu Yun looked at Lin Mo, but when their eyes met, she was no longer as calm as before. Instead, he looked away quickly as if he had been electrocuted. Obviously, she could no longer face the man who had seen her body. It's cured! The beautiful woman was shocked. As a mother, she knew how much pain this disease caused her daughter. Every time she had an attack, she looked pale, weak, and had no appetite. For 7 days, she ate less than she normally ate in 2 days, and she lost several pounds every time, which made her, as a mother, very distressed. However, at this moment she found that her daughter had a rosy complexion and was in good spirits, and did not look sick at all. She is not a doctor and does not want to know how the disease was cured. She only knew that her daughter was really healed. Quick, tell the kitchen to make Miss her favorite steamed chicken with vinegar and salted fish cubes. The words, I feel very hungry, made her, as a mother, very happy. Mom, Yuqing and Dr. Lin haven't eaten yet. Lu Yun reminded her mother that there were guests here. Yes. You see, I forgot about it because I was so excited. Tell the kitchen to prepare a banquet and entertain Dr. Lin properly. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, Dr. Kwang, who had been sizing up Lu Yun for a long time, walked forward curiously. As an excellent doctor, he had certain skills in diagnosis by observation and smell. From Lu Yun's complexion and the sound of her voice, he could tell that Lu Yun's illness was really cured. He found it incredible. Miss Liu, can I take your pulse? Dr. Kwang had no other intentions. He just wanted to see how Lu Yun's physical condition was now. It would be better to let Dr. Kwang take a look. The beautiful woman still had great confidence in Dr. Kwang's medical skills. Lu Yun stretched out her hand, and Dr. Kwang placed 2 fingers on it and carefully checked her pulse. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Lu Yun's pulse was steady and smooth, as if a fire was accelerating blood circulation. The coldness that had accumulated in her body was also driven away by the fire. It's incredible that this person has such superb medical skills. Miracle doctor. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and saluted Lu Yun. He walked up to Lin Mo without saying a word. Wang Yuqing thought he was going to embarrass Lin Mo again and had already clenched her fists, but Dr. Kwang suddenly rubbed his hands and said in a flattering manner, Dr. Lin has achieved success at a young age, and his magical skills are admirable. I was wondering why no one has won the title of contemporary miracle doctor. It turns out that they have been waiting for you. At his age, he actually fawned on a young man and showed him flattery, which made people around him feel sick. Lin Mo didn't understand what this old guy was up to, and subconsciously kept his distance from him. However, Dr. Kwong came closer, with a sly smile on his face and lustful eyes. Divine Dr. Lin, you don't have any disciples yet. What do you want to do? Lin Mo felt a chill and thought that this old man might have no special hobbies. If he wasn't old, I would really want to kick him away. I would like to recommend myself to be the chief disciple of Dr. Lin. You don't want your medical skills to be lost, do you? Dr. Kwong's smile gradually changed from lascivious to narcissistic. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. You are an old man who is almost 60 years old, and you say such things to a boy of 16 or 17. When you are buried, people will be in their prime? Okay? Lin Mo was speechless because of him. He had many apprentices, but they were all female students who had just graduated from medical universities. They were all vigorous and full of energy, so Lin Mo was willing to teach them knowledge step by step. But why are you, an old man, joining in the fun? So he refused without a second thought. I don't have any intention of accepting a disciple for the time being. Dr. Kwong was overjoyed when he heard this and knelt down directly. Master, please accept my disciple Kwong Liang's greetings. Lin Montak, did I not explain clearly, or is there something wrong with your ears? I really don't have any idea of accepting a disciple. Chapter 32, The County Magistrate's Appreciation. Chapter 32, The County Magistrate's Appreciation facts have proved that once the elderly become shameless, the young people really have no way to deal with them. I couldn't hit him or scold him. I could only watch him kowtow 3 times. The ceremony of becoming his disciple ended so hastily. Lin Mo never thought that although he avoided all the old men who fell to the ground in his previous life, he still couldn't escape in the end. I thought Wang Yuqing would stand up and say a few words for me, but I found that she was just watching the joke from the side. Looking at Kwong Liang, who was still kneeling and unable to get up after kowtowed 3 times, Lin Mo looked helpless. If he is asked to kneel down again, he will probably be accused of something. Old man, you're already old enough to take me as your master. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lin Mo helplessly helped Kwong Liang up. The latter was overjoyed, showing an expression that was detached from the world. Ancient scholars said, the wise are the teachers, regardless of age or seniority. Your medical skills are better than mine. It is an honor to be your disciple. Those who laugh at others instead of improving themselves are ridiculous and pathetic. Lin Mo didn't expect that this crazy old man would be so aware. I also have more respect for him. It's rare that you have such an idea. We can discuss medical issues with each other in the future. Don't take the matter of becoming your disciple seriously. However, the old man said in a serious tone, once a teacher, always a teacher. The ceremony of becoming a disciple has been completed. How can it be ignored? Master, please accept my disciples. Okay. Lin Mo ran away quickly. If you can't provoke me, why don't you just hide away? Miss Liu, aren't we going to eat? Let's go quickly. Seeing Lin Mo running away, Wang Yuqing burst into laughter. Even Lu Yun couldn't help laughing. She held back her laughter and led Lin Mo to the way. Dr. Lin, please. After finally getting rid of Kwong Liang's entanglement, he still had to endure Wang Yuqing's teasing. I've heard that old man Kwong is insane. Seeing him today, he is indeed extraordinary. Lin Mo, you're going to be famous in Guangzhou. A boy of 16 or 17 took an old man of nearly 60 as his apprentice. If this gets out, it will definitely be regarded as a joke. You can transcend the world, but you cannot prevent the world from laughing at you. I never agreed to his request from the beginning to the end. It was just his wishful thinking. Lin Montak explained it weakly. I have already paid my respects to my teacher. Wang Yuqing reminded quietly. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's scalp went numb. He didn't want to talk about it anymore, so he asked the beautiful woman narrating, "Excuse me, madam, has the county magistrate returned? What's the situation outside the city?" Wang Yuqing immediately put away her smile and became worried. Alas, I don't know what's going on at home now. Since the rebels failed in their siege of the city, the landlords outside the city became their targets. How could the Wang family's courtyard wall and dozens of guards withstand the siege of thousands of rebels? Madame Lu said, "Don't worry, I'll ask for you when the master comes back." Speak of the devil, here he comes. Just as Mrs. Lu finished her words, County Magistrate Lu walked in dressed in military armor. His armor was still shiny. Obviously, he had not seen any battle. "Master, you're back." Mrs. Lu hurriedly went forward to greet him with another woman, who was County Magistrate Lu's other wife, Chun. Yuqing and Dr. Lin are worried about the situation of their family members outside the city. Do you have any news from outside the city? Mrs. Liu bowed and led Magistrate Liu to the main seat. After the enemy army's attack on the city gate failed, they immediately retreated. County Magistrate Liu took a sip of the tea that Chen handed over and said with a serious expression, "The whereabouts of the rebel army are currently unknown. I have sent people to inquire about your father's situation." "Thank you, Uncle Liu." Wang Yuqing stood up and saluted. "Excuse me, Magistrate Liu, where did the bandits come from? Will they plunder the surrounding villages?" Lin Mo was also very worried about the situation at home. If they encountered rebels, given Qin He's appearance, the two sisters would probably be in trouble. Thinking of this, he became extremely anxious. County Magistrate Liu glanced at him and asked Wang Yuqing, "Who is he?" When he saw Lin Mo at the city gate, he thought that Lin Mo was Wang Yuqing's follower. But he didn't expect that Lin Mo would appear at his own dining table. Wang Yuqing quickly replied, "Uncle Liu, his name is Lin Mo, and he and I are from Chintang. He is a doctor, and he cured my illness, so I brought him here to treat Sister Yun." Lu Yun said, "Dr. Lin is a very skilled doctor. My daughter's illness has been cured by him." Oh, now it was County Magistrate Lu's turn to be surprised. "I never thought that Dr. Lin is so young. Not only has extraordinary archery skills, but also has the ability to bring people back to health." When he asked about the details of the battle at the city gate, he had already learned from Li Ling that it was Lin Mo who saved Guangzhou County. At this moment, he was shocked to hear that Lin Mo was a skilled doctor. "You are too kind, County Magistrate Liu." Lin Mo replied modestly and then asked, "Excuse me, County Magistrate Liu, when can the city gate be opened?" Thinking that the crops at home might be poisoned, Lin Mo was eager to return home. "I don't plan to open the city gates until I understand the enemy's movements and intentions." As a county magistrate, he must consider the safety of the people in the city. Although Lin Mo felt a little disappointed, he also expressed his understanding. "You have special abilities. Have you ever considered serving the country?" Although Guangzhou is a border town, it has two military fortresses in front of it as barriers, which are enough to resist foreign invasions. Therefore, Guangzhou City does not have many troops. When County Magistrate Liu learned that Lin Mo's arrows never missed their targets, he immediately wanted to recruit him. "You have reached the age for military service. If you join my camp, I can directly promote you to the rank of Archer Battalion Sergeant." As soon as these words were spoken, the guards at the door cast envious glances at him. Dakian implements a military merit system. If one wants to be promoted from an ordinary soldier to a sergeant, one must participate in more than 2 battles and kill more than 5 enemies to be eligible. To be promoted to sergeant, one must participate in at least 5 battles and kill more than 10 enemies. Lin Mo was able to become a sergeant as soon as he entered the camp, and he was even a sergeant of the Archer Battalion. That is a goal that many people would struggle for several years to achieve. How could it not be enviable? In fact, for Lin Mo, this is an excellent choice. Serving as a soldier in a county town is much better than serving at the border or the front line. When you have nothing to do, you can even go home, and the risk factor is greatly reduced. "Thank you for your appreciation, Magistrate Liu. I would like to go home first and then serve as your soldier. Is that okay?" Lin Mo could never let go of his wife. Since you married her, you have to be responsible for them. This is a man's responsibility. Of course, no problem. You can bring your family to live in the city. Don't worry about the house. I will arrange it. Magistrate Liu threw out another bait. The reason why he values Lin Mo so much is because he is so short of talented people around him. Moreover, Lin Mo cured his daughter's illness, which was a favor to their family. For both public and private reasons, he wanted to keep Lin Mo. "Thank you, Magistrate Liu." Lin Mo clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude again. Although he is reluctant to work for others, this is the best way to protect his family. Chapter 33, The True Identity of the Qin Sisters. Chapter 33, The True Identity of the Qin Sisters. After having a simple meal, Lin Mo said goodbye to Magistrate Liu and his family. Wang Yuqing also wanted to go back to see what was happening at home, but was stopped by County Magistrate Liu and Lu Yun. They didn't know what was happening outside the city, and it was too dangerous for a girl to go out. Lin Mo naturally didn't want to bring a burden along. "Lin Mo, take this with you." Just as he reached the door, Lin Mo was stopped by County Magistrate Liu again. He was holding a bow in his hand. "This is the bow I usually use. You can take it with you for self-defense on the road. The city is short of manpower now, so I won't send anyone to protect you." A bow and a bag of arrows. County Magistrate Lu handed them over to Lin Mo personally. The bows and arrows made of you wood are much better than the birch longbows used by soldiers in terms of feel, accuracy, and strength. The bow used by ordinary soldiers weighed 1 stone, but this bow weighed an estimated 3 stones. The fact that Magistrate Lu gave his own bow to Lin Mo shows how much he values him. Lin Mo didn't know what to say anymore, so he could only express it in 2 words: thank you. Lin Mo, be careful. Just as Lin Mo turned around, Wang Yuqing's voice came from behind him again. It could be heard that Wang Yuqing is very worried about his safety. It was Lin Mo who saved her life today. At that critical moment, Lin Mo did not forget her, which proved Lin Mo's character. Therefore, although Lu Yun still wanted to know more about Lin Mo, Wang Yuqing still made a choice in her heart. I will. Lin Mo turned around and smiled at her. After saying goodbye to everyone, he arrived at the city gate. The one guarding the gate was still the city gate captain Li Ling. He learned that Lin Mo wanted to leave the city and had obtained permission from the county magistrate. After making sure it was safe outside the city, he ordered his soldiers to open the door a crack. Brother Lin, be safe. I am still waiting to fight alongside you. From the county guards who accompanied Lin Mo, he already knew that Lin Mo was going to join the county army, and he was looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it too. Lin Mo thanked Li Ling for saving him from the panic of his first murder. He reminded Lin Mo of his instructor during military training in college. After bidding farewell to the soldiers guarding the city, Lin Mo chose to run home. We didn't encounter any rebels on the road and didn't even see a single corpse. We passed by many villages and saw no signs of being looted. Lin Mo couldn't help but think, these villages are so close to the city and they haven't been attacked. Wouldn't this group of rebels make things difficult for the common people? Since the uprising broke out, Dakian has been in chaos. There were not only the imperial army and local warlords, but also the militias spontaneously formed by the common people. The rebel army was even more mixed, with some being disciplined and some being lawless. When the battle broke out at the city gate, the rebels killed many civilians, so Lin Mo instinctively thought that they were a group of thugs who took human lives lightly. But now it seems that is not the case. Although he saw that the nearby villages were fine, Lin Mo still did not dare to delay and ran quickly towards home. The journey that would have taken 2 hours only took him a little over an hour. Because Wang Yuqing's farm was not on the way, Lin Mo did not take a detour to check. Anyway, County Magistrate Lu had already sent someone there, so he had no obligation to check again. Back at Shangyi Village, Lin Mo was already sweating profusely. He happened to run into Zhaoying. Lin Montak, didn't you go to the county town? Why did you come back so early? I thought you wouldn't be home until dark. What's wrong with you? There's a wolf chasing you. Zhaoying joked. The county town was attacked by rebels. Is anyone coming to rob our village? Lin Mo asked. There are rebels in our county? Zhaoying was shocked. This is bad news. The refugees he met before were all forced to leave their homes because of the rebels, and he didn't want to end up like this. He was so scared that he ran home quickly. From his words, we can know that Shangyi Village is safe for the time being. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. When I got home, I saw the 2 sisters cutting branches at the door. There were 3 trimmed tree trunks facing the wall, each as thick as a bowl. Brother-in-law? Qi Miao was the first to see Lin Mo. She dropped the branch in her arms and ran over in surprise. You're back? Sister said you wouldn't be back until dark. I didn't expect you to be back so soon. But brother-in-law, didn't you buy anything? Why did you come back empty-handed? Seeing that Lin Mo had nothing in his hands, Qin Miao tilted his head and asked. Qini put down the hatchet and saw Lin Mo sweating profusely and couldn't help feeling distressed. My husband has worked hard. Meow Meow, go and get him a glass of water. Qini picked up the towel and wiped Lin Mo's sweat. Qin Miao also hurried into the house and poured a glass of water and brought it out. Brother-in-law, drink some water. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Mo drank it in one breath and felt much better. Husband, has something happened? Qin, he was very smart. When he saw Lin Mo returning empty-handed but sweating profusely, he immediately guessed that something had happened. Lin Mo nodded. The rebels attacked the city. Although the city was defended, the rebels were nowhere to be found. I was worried that the rebels would attack the village, so I ran back quickly. Fortunately, you are all okay. When they heard about the rebels, the 2 sisters immediately showed angry expressions on their faces. Qini could still hide it, but Qin Miao's anger was completely written on his face. Husband, you didn't encounter any rebels, did you? Qini asked worriedly. I also fought with them and killed a few people. Lin Mo simply described the battle at the city gate. After hearing this, Qin Miao shouted excitedly, "Well done! The rebels all deserve to die. Brother-in-law, kill them all." Thinking of the tragic death of more than 10 members of his family at the hands of the rebels, Qin Miao's emotions instantly broke down and he burst into tears. Qin quickly hugged her and kept comforting her. "Miao Miao, don't cry. It's all over." Seeing Qin Miao crying loudly, Lin Mo also became sad. He knew that if he wanted Qin Miao to let go, he had to let her face the past. "Miao Miao, be good and tell your brother-in-law what happened." Lin Mo stroked her back gently, and his gentle voice gradually calmed Qin Miao down. "Our father is the governor of Shanyong County." Qin Miao shed tears as she recounted what had happened to her family. Shanyong belongs to Jingzhou and borders Izhou. It has important strategic significance and was the hardest-hit area in the uprising. I heard that it fell just after the uprising broke out. As the governor of Shanyong County, he was naturally the first target of the rebels. After the city was captured, they killed Qin He's family in order to establish their authority. Because the two sisters were shopping when the city was captured, they hid in an ordinary family's home, so they escaped. How sad the two women must have felt seeing their family members being executed and being unable to do anything about it. Before they finished speaking, the two sisters had already burst into tears. Lin Mo didn't expect that they would bear such a deep blood feud, so he hugged them both in his arms and said in an extremely firm tone, "I can't change the past, but I will do my best to take care of your future." Chapter 34. Female Zhuge. Chapter 34. Female Zhuge. Thank you, my husband. It is the greatest blessing in our lives that Miao Miao and I can meet you in this desperate situation. Lin Mo's words made Qin feel unprecedented warmth. On the way to escape, they suffered cold stares and exclusion, and even escaped death several times. Coming to Shani village to ask for marriage was their desperate choice. They thought their life would be dark from then on, but they didn't expect to find their own light in this muddy land. The three of them hugged each other tightly for a long time. Qin gradually let go of the hatred in his heart and no longer thought about revenge. Her biggest wish now is to live peacefully with Lin Mo every day from now on. "My dear, I didn't expect that even in a remote place like Guangzhou, there would be rebels. Do you know how many people they have?" After comforting Qin Miao, Qin talked about this matter with Lin Mo. "Because this matter is of great importance, we must face it with caution. Otherwise, if we make a wrong decision, we may be doomed. I'm not sure exactly how many people there are, but I heard from Magistrate Liu that there are 3,000 to 4,000 people besieging the city." Lin Mo asked Magistrate Liu about the situation. Although the bandits had retreated, Magistrate Liu still felt that they would not give up. "So much?" Qin was shocked by the number of rebel troops. "From my husband's description, this should be a tentative attack on the city by the rebels. It is not difficult to see from the failure to capture the city gate that they immediately withdrew their troops. This is a well-disciplined rebel army, and there must be a capable leader behind them. So, the people you saw should not be all of them. Either some of them are hidden, or they're just their vanguard." Listening to Qin well-reasoned analysis, Lin Mo was a little surprised, because it was exactly the same as County Magistrate Liu's guess. "You actually know how to march and fight?" Lin Mo looked at the delicate woman in front of him in surprise, and the feeling of unreality came over him again. Such an outstanding woman. Was it really true that I picked her up without spending a penny? Qin felt a little guilty. "My dear husband, please forgive me for not doing my job properly. From now on, I will learn how to manage the household and support my husband and children." According to the secular world, everything she had learned before was not doing her job properly. A woman should learn needlework, cooking, and taking care of her husband and children. Lin Mo smiled disapprovingly. "I don't think you are not doing your job properly. On the contrary, what you learned is very useful. Everyone can do needlework and housework, and they are only useful in governing the country. Now is a chaotic world. Any ability that can allow them to survive is a good ability. Does my husband really think so?" Qin was secretly happy. "It seems that my husband's ideas and concepts are higher than those of the country folk. No, they should be much higher than most men. It feels good to be recognized by others. According to your analysis, what will happen next in Guangzhou County?" Lin Mo nodded and continued to discuss with her. Although Qin Miao didn't understand much, he sat aside with his hands on his chin, watching the two of them. "Based on my understanding of the rebels, they usually occupy cities as strongholds to replenish personnel and supplies. Guangzhou City is the supply transit station for the two military fortresses of Zonka and Tumu. It usually has a certain amount of food reserves, but not many defenders. Therefore, the rebel army must have tried every means to capture this city and obtain the supplies inside. Cheney analyzed carefully. In other words, the situation is much more serious than what County Magistrate Liu and Lin Mo said. According to Cheney's analysis, the number of the rebel army was over 4,000, while the defenders in the city were only a pitiful 600 people. Even if the walls of Guangzhou are strong, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out for long. So, my husband, it is safer outside the city than inside the city now. This is the conclusion Cheney finally came to. Lin Mo felt troubled after hearing this, because he had promised County Magistrate Liu. I don't quite understand. If the enemy army has the ability to attack the city, why would they come here to test it first? Isn't this also alerting the enemy? Originally, he was determined to take the two women into the city for refuge. But if Cheney's analysis was correct, the city would become a cage to trap them. Who knows, after the rebels capture the city, they won't massacre the people to establish their authority. Since Liu Shantong blew the first horn of the uprising, in less than 8 months, no less than 10 cities were massacred. Some rebels were really inhumane, using any means to achieve their goals and treating the lives of the people like pigs and dogs. Because there are too many precedents, Lin Mo doesn't dare to gamble with his life. Maybe they just want to alert the enemy. The idiom, stirring up trouble by stirring up trouble, gave Cheney a bold illusion in his mind. Lin Mo looked confused. The result of their alarming the enemy is a tighter defense. County Magistrate Liu has added personnel to the city gates, and the patrols on the city wall have increased from 2 teams to 5. Doesn't this make it more difficult for them to attack the city? Cheney shook his head and explained patiently. This is exactly the purpose of alerting the enemy. Just think about it. Guangzhou County has focused all its attention and defense on the city walls, so the defense inside the city must be empty. Lin Mo was startled. You mean the rebels have already sent people into the city to alert the enemy so that they can prepare for the rebels? Damn, these rebels are so cunning. Who could have imagined that they would use such a suicidal method to alert the enemy and attract the attention of the defenders? No, I have to tell Magistrate Liu as soon as possible and have them prepare. Lin Mo's first reaction was to tell Magistrate Liu the news. I'm afraid it's too late. Cheney suddenly grabbed Lin Mo's hand and said, I think the rebels will take action tonight. Why? Feeling Cheney's concern, Lin Mo immediately calmed down. He discovered that the cheap wife he picked up was actually a female Zhuge Liang. It is a very risky move for the rebels to alert their enemies because County Magistrate Liu will definitely ask for help from the 2 military fortresses of Zanka and Tumu immediately. The rebel army must fight quickly and decisively before the reinforcements arrive. Tumu is only 200 miles from Guangzhou. If County Magistrate Liu sends a fast horse to report the news, it will only take 1 day for Tumu to send cavalry to support. That means the reinforcements will arrive before dark tomorrow night. Therefore, the best time for the rebels to attack is tonight. Just now I was not sure about the number of rebels, but now I can guess that their number will not be less than 6,000. So whether County Magistrate Liu noticed the inside story in the city or not, it would not have prevented the city from being breached tonight. The reason they went to such great lengths was probably just to reduce the losses. Cheney's analysis made Lin Mo break out in a cold sweat. If everything was as she said, then my act of rushing back, because I missed them, saved my life. Thinking that Guangzhou City was about to be breached, Lin Mo's mind was a little confused. He grabbed the bow and arrow given to him by County Magistrate Liu, not knowing what to choose. Chapter 35 Overnight. Chapter 35 Overnight. Talking about the rebel siege, Cheney seemed like a completely different person. She is no longer shy and timid, but instead exudes natural confidence. All the analysis was completely logical, forcing Lin Mo to believe it. He couldn't bear to watch Magistrate Liu and his family being killed, but he had no ability to stop the rebels. You can't sacrifice yourself just to save others. What's more, he can't change anything if he goes there. At most, he will lose his life. Xiaohe, you are so smart. You must have a way to save them, right? Lin Mo was not a military fan. In his previous life, he had only watched a few anti-Japanese war TV dramas and historical novels, and he knew nothing about war. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Cheney, the female Zhuge Liang. But this put Cheney in a difficult position. Although she was well-versed in military tactics, most of them were theoretical. She had never actually led troops in a battle, nor did she have any experience in dealing with such emergencies. Besides, it's too late. Cheney apologized and held Lin Mo's hand. Husband, these are just my wild guesses. Maybe they won't happen. If you're worried, how about we go to the county town together tomorrow to check the situation? If the city is still there tomorrow, it means her deduction was wrong. But if she guessed right, Guangzhou City would be extremely dangerous tonight. She sympathized with the people in Guangzhou City, but she didn't want Lin Mo to get into trouble because of this. Although this idea is selfish, in troubled times, any extra compassion may kill yourself and your loved ones. Looking at Qin, his concerned eyes, Lin Mo nodded, I'll listen to you. To save others regardless of one's own safety when one clearly has no ability to do so is what a saint does. The only thing Lin Mo could do now was to pray silently for County Magistrate Liu and the others. Xiaohe, I'll give you the bow and arrow at home. Practice with it first. I'll make some more arrows just in case something unexpected happens. No one knows whether the rebels will come to loot the village, so we must prepare for the worst. Lin Mo took a hatchet and headed for the bamboo forest in the mountains. As soon as he went out, he met Zhao Yang. Xiao Mo, what did you do to make you sweat so much? Zhao Yang asked curiously. She was seen carrying a bamboo basket full of clothes and holding two children, about 4 or 5 years old, on her left and right. The boy was 5 years old, and his name was Zhao Cheng. The girl was 4 years old, and her nickname was Amon. Lin Mo was only 13 years old when his parents passed away. When he was in financial difficulty, he was helped by the Zhao Yang family. Perhaps he inherited the emotions of his original body. Lin Mo was also full of gratitude toward Zhao Yangshi. Zhao Yang's husband was captured and forced to build a road 2 years ago, where he was attacked and killed by the Chang tribe. Since then, life has become increasingly difficult for her family. And Yang, go do the laundry. Lin Mo greeted her. I heard that you went to the county town. Why did you come back so early? Did you run back? Zhao Yang asked casually. Lin Mo hesitated whether to tell her that the rebels were attacking the county town. But after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. If the rebels really came, what would the villagers do if they knew about it? They were all old, weak, women and children. Could they really resist? If the rebels hadn't come, people would have blamed him for creating panic. Oh, and Yang, I got a piece of cloth. Can you make me some clothes? And you can also make a set for Xiaoqing and Amon. The two children had never worn new clothes since they were born. After the man died, she altered her husband's clothes to make them smaller for the children. To be precise, what they wore were not clothes, but patches. Don't you have a wife now? Zhao Yang said in a puzzled voice as she looked at the Qin, he and her sister who were sitting at the door. In her opinion, this should be the basic operation of every woman. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly. She won't. Zhao Yang rolled her eyes immediately. Xiao Mo, I'm not saying anything bad to you. You marry a wife to live with. You can't just look at her pretty face. This woman. Seeing that Zhao Yang was about to start talking, Lin Mo quickly interrupted her. Haha, then I'll leave this matter to you. He knew that Zhao Yangshi was doing this for his own good, but he didn't need this kind of nagging that didn't make him understand. Xiao he meow meow, take measurements for Aunt Yang. I'm going to cut bamboo. Lin Mo knew that Zhao Yang was kind-hearted and would definitely not make things difficult for Qin He and her sister, so he fled the scene with a machete. Mom, can we go to the mountains with brother Lin Mo to cut bamboo? The Zhaoqing siblings liked Lin Mo very much. When they saw him going into the mountains, they immediately wanted to follow him and play. Your brother Xiao Mo is in trouble. Zhao Yang was afraid of affecting Lin Mo, but Lin Mo said it was okay. It's okay, Aunt Yang. I will take good care of them. Zhao Yang put down her clothes and measured the bodies of Qin He and her sister. Since they were not familiar with each other, they did not communicate much. When Lin Mo came back from cutting bamboo, Zhao Yang had already washed several pieces of clothes by the stream. Zhao Cheng and a man were playing in front of Lin Mo's house. After Zhao Yang finished washing the clothes, Lin Mo took the cloth and sent them home, and gave them 3 pounds of rice and a piece of deer liver as a thank you. Zhao Yang naturally refused to accept it, as no one was rich in those days. But no matter how she refused, she couldn't overcome Lin Mo's insistence. Although he did not have the ability to save County Magistrate Liu and others, he was still happy to help to the best of his ability. These things will not affect his quality of life, but they will help Zhao Yang and her 2 daughters to improve their lives. Moreover, he believed that with the help of these things, Zhao Yang would definitely be more attentive when making clothes for them. Time flies, and it gets dark. After having a quick dinner, the 3 of them went to bed early. Lin Mo woke up several times, but when he saw it was dark, he went back to sleep until the sky started to turn pale. Lin Mo cut some minced meat and used last night's leftovers and the deer oil boiled the day before to make a minced meat fried rice in the cooking pot. The sound of cooking woke the two sisters, and the rich aroma made them sober instantly. After eating the fried rice, the three of them went to the county town. It was still dark, and there was no one on the road. However, when they reached the fork in the road leading to the rich man Wang's manor, a group of rebels suddenly appeared in front of them. Lin Mo quickly pulled them to hide in the bushes on the side of the road. Because the distance was so far, the Chinese sisters could only vaguely see the silhouettes, but Lin Mo could clearly see their every move. At this time, they were heading towards the main road. Each rebel was carrying a bulging bag, and behind them were several carts full of food and money. Lin Mo could even see that the rebels were covered in blood. This made him realize immediately that Wang Zhuang might have been looted by the rebels. Why are the rebels here? Didn't they attack the city last night? With this question in mind, Lin Mo quickly went to Wang Zhuang from another road, wanting to find out what was going on. When he rushed over, the rebels had all evacuated. Smoke was rising from the village, and flames were still burning at the warehouse. The door was open, and there were several bodies lying there. After what happened yesterday, Lin Mo was no longer panicked when he saw these corpses. He observed for a long time and made sure that all the rebels had left before he brought the two sisters out. Soon, he saw an acquaintance lying on the ground, Yang Xiong. The fatal wound was in the chest, where he was stabbed with a knife. The other guards also died tragically. When we arrived at the village, the scene inside was even more horrifying. There were corpses everywhere on the ground. Blood had dyed the land of the village red, and it emitted a strong and disgusting smell of blood. The scene in front of him frightened Qin Miao so much that his face turned pale. He dared not even breathe. He covered his mouth with one hand and tightly grasped Lin Mo's clothes with the other hand. Facing the hell on earth, Qin He's situation was not much better. Chapter 36. The Wang family is in trouble. Ambush to save people. Chapter 36. The Wang family suffered a disaster, and the ambush rescued people. The bloodstains in the village had turned black, and even a little sticky. Lin Mo deduced that the time of their death should be in the first half of the night. It is hard to imagine what happened here last night. There were more than 100 people in the village, and not a single person was found alive. Lin Mo checked the wounds of the dead and found that many of the wounds were added after death. Whipping corpse? These rebels are so perverted. They stab others even after they have already killed them. Lin Mo couldn't help but complain. Qin touched his chest, which slightly reduced the nausea, but his face was still pale. He's not a pervert. He probably killed someone to prevent them from dying. On the way she and her sister were fleeing, they encountered a battle between the rebels and the Dacian army. The rebels won a great victory that time. She saw with her own eyes that when the rebels were cleaning up the battlefield, they finished off those who were not dead or pretending to be dead to ensure that the enemy was completely dead. Lin Mo nodded, probably guessing that this was the reason. The rebels handled it so cleanly, there is a high probability that no one is left alive. Lin Mo now just wants to collect some useful things. However, all valuables were looted by the rebels, and even the warehouse where Mr. Wang stored his supplies was burned down. Looking at the warehouse engulfed in flames, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a little distressed. If I had known this would happen, I should have taken more when I came to the warehouse yesterday. Why would I let the rebels get away with it? After searching around the village, Lin Mo only found some clothes and pots and pans, and put them all into his personal space. Apart from that, there was nothing useful. The rebels were like locusts, leaving behind not even a grain of rice or a piece of iron. However, the ability of him to make things disappear out of thin air with just a touch surprised the He Miao sisters. Brother-in-law, is this the trick you used to take away my and my sister's clothes? Seeing the new and novel ability, Qin Miao was immediately attracted, and his fear was greatly distracted. Lin Mo nodded and thought of a reason. One day I dreamed of an old immortal with white hair and beard. He taught me this ability and told me that it was the art of hiding the universe. I thought it was just a dream, but I didn't expect that after waking up, I really gained this ability. Dream of gods. The two sisters were amazed. Brother-in-law is really amazing. I knew you were not an ordinary person. In feudal times, everyone believed in gods and ghosts, especially in times of chaos, when people needed a spiritual sustenance. Therefore, they firmly believed in Lin Mo's claim that he was taught magic by a god. Don't tell anyone else that I have this ability, so as to avoid being targeted by villains and causing trouble. Lin Mo warned. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Even if someone holds a knife to Miao Miao's neck, Miao Miao will never reveal a single word. Qin Miao immediately raised his right hand and assured Lin Mo. After searching Wang Manor, Lin Mo discovered something strange. He did not see the body of the wealthy Wang, nor his wives and concubines. Moreover, the number of guards was much less than he knew. Did Mr. Wang manage to escape? This is good news, at least for Wang Yuqing. Lin Mo had no intention of looking for the rich man Wang, so they continued to head towards the county town. Because there was no cover on the road, it was easy to be discovered. Lin Mo was worried about encountering rebels, so he chose to take the path in the forest. He has lived in this area since he was a child and is familiar with the terrain and trails. On the way, he saw many burned villages and the bodies of civilians lying on the roadside. Apparently, the rebels were not as merciful as he had thought yesterday. These people are under the banner of the righteous army, but they're actually killing people and robbing people. After seeing the entire village being massacred, Qin could no longer suppress his inner anger and denounced the rebels for their brutality. Lin Mo could only express sympathy for this. As they got closer to the county town, they encountered more and more corpses. Those villagers who did not have time to escape would become the victims of the rebels. Quick, catch up with them. Don't let them get away. Ha ha ha, you can't run away. Suddenly, a noisy sound reached Lin Mo's ears. He quickly pulled the two girls down and hid in the bushes nearby. Listen, someone is coming. The two women looked confused. Qin Miao pricked up his ears and even used his hands to enlarge his earlobes, but he didn't hear any sound of anyone talking. No sound? Brother-in-law? Did you hear it wrong? Don't scare Miao Miao. Didn't hear? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that his hearing was several times better than that of an ordinary person. The sound came from far away, so it was normal that they couldn't hear it. Sister Yin, what should I do? I can't run anymore. Soon, Lin Mo heard a familiar voice. Wang Yuqing, why is she here? Has the city really been breached? The thing he was most worried about happened, and Lin Mo suddenly felt helpless. At the same time, I also gained a new understanding of Qin He's abilities. It's confirmed I really married a female Zhuge Liang. Yuqing, hold on. Don't let them catch you. Lu Yun gritted her teeth and pulled Wang Yuqing away. Miss, you go first, I will stop them. Ding ding dong dong. Ah, Sister Yin. Huff huff, I really can't run anymore. Huff huff. The sounds from afar continued to come, becoming clearer and clearer. This means they're moving towards this direction. Xiaohe, the enemy is coming towards us. Lin Mo looked at Qin seriously. He needed Qin He's help now. The rebels are hunting my friends. I want to see if I can save them. Saving lives is important, but it must be done on the premise of preserving one's own life. Lin Mo observed the surroundings and soon found two hidden hillsides on the roadside. Because the slopes were steep, they had to take a detour to go up, which was convenient for ambush and retreat. Since you are my husband's friend, I should save you. My husband, please tell me what you want me to do. Qin mustered up the courage to speak. She unconditionally supports Lin Mo's decision. We will ambush over there. If the rebels are few in number, we will help them. If there are many rebels, we will give up. Lin Mo began to deploy the battle plan. Qin nodded. I'll listen to you. As the enemy got closer, the two sisters' hearts were in their throats. Lin Mo was also a little nervous. However, after yesterday's experience, he quickly adjusted his mood and held Qin He's hand. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. Qin He immediately became less nervous. No, I really can't run anymore. Sister Yun, please leave me alone and just run. As the sound approached, several familiar figures first appeared in Lin Mo's sight. Wang Yuqing was seen holding onto a big tree, gasping for breath and even retching. Obviously, she had never exercised much and her body had reached its limit. Forget it, I can't run anymore. Lu Yun also stopped, her face miserable. Today, we two sisters will go to hell together. Chapter 37. Archery Skills That Shocked the Rebels. Chapter 37. Archery Skills That Terrified the Rebels. Miss, hurry up, the rebels are coming. As soon as the sisters Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing stopped and had no time to catch their breath, several guards rushed over. Leading the group was a female guard in armor. She wanted to pull Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing up, but no matter what they said, they refused to get up. Guard Ling, you run for your life. We can't run any further. Lu Yun didn't want to burden his men, so he pushed the female guard away. However, the guards were very loyal. The master gave Ling Wei the task of protecting the young lady. How could Ling Wei abandon the young lady and run away alone? After she finished speaking, she ordered the other guards to form a circle and block Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing. The rebels soon caught up. Fortunately, the number of rebels was not large, only about 40 people. Girls, why don't you run away? The rebel leader walked forward triumphantly, carrying a big knife. He was extremely excited when he saw Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing slumped on the ground like two lambs to be slaughtered. If you can't run anymore, just follow me back obediently. You two are so beautiful. I will definitely love and care for you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The rebels around him also laughed. Try to touch the lady. Ling Wei pointed her sword at the rebel leader and took the lead in launching an attack. She used a set of sword skills as sharp as a hurricane, forcing the rebel leader to retreat again and again. The tall rebel leader was no match for a delicate woman like her. Damn it, where did this bitch come from to spoil my fun? Come on, kill them all, but don't hurt my beauty. The rebel leader was forced back, and seeing that he was no match for Ling Wei, he abandoned martial ethics and ordered a group fight. Even though Ling Wei and several other guards fought for their lives, there were only 5 of them. A good tiger could not stand up to a large number of wolves, and 2 of them fell soon. Before the 2 guards died, they each took someone with them. Forget it, Daddy and Mommy are gone anyway. What's the point of me living alone in this world? Seeing that the guards were unable to hold out, Lu Yun silently took out a dagger for self-defense. This dagger was stuffed into her hand by her father before they parted. Unexpectedly, that separation would be our last. Sister Yun, I'll accompany you. Wang Yuqing also took out her own dagger, her eyes determined. I would rather die than accept these vile insults. She held the dagger in both hands and pointed it at her chest. Lu Yun also did not hesitate, because she knew that only if she died, Ling Wei would be able to escape without any worries. Enough people had died that night. There was no need to implicate this loyal guard. However, just as the 2 were about to end their lives, an arrow suddenly flew in from a distance. Call out! A rebel fell down in response, right in front of the 2 women. The 2 women stared at the dead body stupidly, not yet able to react. The arrow was so accurate that it hit the rebel directly between his eyebrows and also frightened the surrounding rebels. They immediately lowered their bodies and looked around vigilantly. Ling Wei reacted very quickly and shouted, "Great! Our reinforcements have arrived. Where will the reinforcements come from?" Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing were a little confused. The rebel leader was also frightened by her words, and for a moment, the rebels were in chaos. The pressure on Ling Wei and the other 2 was immediately reduced a lot. However, one of the injured guards, after dealing with one rebel, was kicked to the ground from behind by another rebel. The long sword in his hand also fell to the side. A ferocious look suddenly appeared on the rebel's face. He raised his iron knife and chopped at the guard's head. However, before the iron knife fell, an arrow pierced through the back of his neck and went straight through his neck. He looked down at the protruding arrow, and until his death, he could not understand why this result happened. As another rebel fell, the other rebels began to panic and became timid in fighting against Ling Wei and the other 2. Yuqing, look at that arrow. Seeing someone coming to save them, Lu Yun and the others temporarily gave up the idea of suicide. Lu Yun, who had regained his composure, quickly recognized the arrow that shot and killed the rebels. What's wrong with that arrow? Wang Yuqing was puzzled. It was my father's arrow. Lu Yun reminded in a low voice. Uncle Lu's arrow? Are you saying Uncle Lu is not dead? Wang Yuqing widened her eyes in disbelief. When they were escaping from Guangzhou City, they saw with their own eyes that County Magistrate Lu was stabbed from behind by the enemy with a spear while he was retreating to protect the people. You forgot that Dad gave his arrows to Dr. Lin yesterday. Thinking of her father's tragic death, Lu Yun couldn't stop feeling grief in her heart. Are you saying that Lin Mo is here to save us? Wang Yuqing also reacted at this time. As arrows were shot from afar, each arrow would take away a rebel. This also boosted the morale of Ling Wei and the other 2 who had been fighting hard. They saw hope again in the desperate situation. The 3 who had already been exhausted suddenly gained strength again. Over there! Damn it, there's only one person. Kill him for me. The rebels discovered Lin Mo's location, and the leader led 10 people to rush towards this side. However, Lin Mo still calmly shot the enemies in the distance. His arrows never missed their targets, which made the rebels shudder and also greatly reduced the pressure on Ling Wei and the other 2. Many times, it was Lin Mo's arrows that pulled them back from the brink of death. The 10 rebels came to the foot of the hillside, but because the hillside was vertical, even sloping, they could not climb up for a while. But the hillside was not high, so they divided into 5 groups and went to the bottom of the hillside, putting their hands on their knees. The other 5 people stepped back, ready to charge forward with the help of their companions. Sip. Just as they were preparing to charge, there was a rustling sound, and a bamboo arrow flew towards them and hit a rebel directly in the face. Even though the bamboo arrows were limited in power and the shooter had very little strength, such a close distance and such an accurate shot was enough to take a life. The person shooting the arrows was naturally Qin He, who had been accumulating strength for a long time. Lin Mo also turned the arrow around and shot another person. But 3 people managed to sprint. They jumped up and grabbed the tree roots above their heads. The people below held up their feet with both hands so that they could climb up faster. You all go to hell? Just when a rebel was about to climb up, Qin Miao picked up a big rock and walked up to him, shouting with bloodshot eyes. The hatred buried deep in her heart gave her great courage. She took the big stone in her hand and smashed it hard on the rebel's head. Bah! The rebel's head exploded and he fell to the ground, where he received a box lunch on the spot. The other 2 were shot dead by Lin Mo and Qin He respectively. The first round of attack failed, and the remaining 5 rebels were so scared that they stuck to the slope and dared not show their heads. They are now at an absolute disadvantage and will be shot if they show their heads. However, the nearest gentle slope is several hundred steps away. If we go around it, we will be able to escape from the battlefield. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Seeing that they couldn't get up, Lin Mo became more confident and bolder in shooting the enemies in the distance. The bag of arrows that County Magistrate Liu gave him contained 30 arrows, enough to send the people in front of him to death. Chapter 38. All the people rescued are beauties? Chapter 38. Are all the people rescued beautiful women? The rebel leader saw that the team's assault failed. More than half of them were killed or injured, and that they were unable to capture Ling Wei and the other 2, and he could not help but panic. Lin Mo's archery skills were too terrible. Seeing his men getting fewer and fewer, he gradually lost the courage to fight. If this continues, I'm afraid the entire army will be wiped out. Withdraw! The rebel leader gritted his teeth and roared angrily and helplessly. Then, without caring about the lives of the 5 people at the bottom of the slope, he turned around and ran away. The rebels who were fighting with Ling Wei and the other 2 also withdrew from the battle and disappeared into the woods. Oh shit! These bastards! The rebels at the bottom of the slope were so angry that they cursed loudly when they saw that they were abandoned. They could only run along the bottom of the slope in another direction. After using his super hearing to confirm that all the rebels had evacuated, Lin Mo walked out from behind the bushes. Lin Montak. When Wang Yuqing saw this, she quickly stood up and waved at him. She was extremely excited after surviving the disaster. Lu Yan also stood up, full of gratitude to Lin Mo for helping her. Ling Wei and the other 2 took the opportunity to sit down and rest, while keeping alert of their surroundings. Lin Mo found a vine and went down the slope, coming up to the group. For safety reasons, Qin He and Qin Miao stayed upstairs. Qin Miao had just killed someone and was very scared afterwards. Qin He was comforting her at this moment. Miss Wang, Miss Liu, why are you here? Lin Mo asked. I am taking my family and preparing to go to the county town. Hearing this, Lu Yun looked gloomy. In the early hours of the morning, thousands of rebels launched a surprise attack on Guangzhou City. Daddy immediately led people to defend it, but he didn't expect that the rebels had already arranged an insider in the city. Daddy and the generals defending the city were caught off guard, and the city gate was breached not long after. Daddy! At this point, Lu Yun had already burst into tears. Wang Yuqing also sighed and helped her add, Uncle Lu fought bravely with the soldiers defending the city, but he was outnumbered and killed by the rebels. We were able to escape here thanks to Commander Ling and others who risked their lives to protect us. If I hadn't happened to meet you, Sister Yun and I would have died. Their description confirmed Qin He's speculation. The city fell, the soldiers defending the city suffered heavy casualties, and the civilians in the city were slaughtered. The originally peaceful Guangzhou County instantly turned into a living hell. Miss Liu, I'm sorry I'm late, Lin Mo said with some guilt. Lu Yan laughed bitterly and shook her head. Dr. Lin, don't blame yourself. If you hadn't cured my sister and I, we wouldn't have been able to run so far. We would have been killed by the rebels in the city. Now you have saved our lives again. Lu Yun is extremely grateful. These days happened to be the days when their good friends came to visit them. If Lin Mo hadn't cured their dysmenorrhea, they would have had difficulty even walking, let alone escaping. So in total, Lin Mo saved them twice. Shame on you. Lin Mo had no intention of taking credit. At this time, he heard a noisy sound coming from afar again. The rebel leader who had just escaped led his men back. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's find a safe place first. Ling Wei, who had rested for a while, also stood up and said, Miss, what this righteous man said is right. Only then did Lin Mo see the faces of the three guards clearly. They were all women, especially the one in the lead, whose appearance is no less than Lu Yun. At this moment, blood was on her fair face, revealing a strange beauty. Although the other two guards looked ordinary, they had hot bodies. Having just killed someone, they exuded a unique aura. Can you still hold on? Lin Mo was worried that their bodies had not recovered yet. Can. Lu Yun gritted her teeth and became strong again. Although she was devastated by her father's death, she was able to survive because of her father's life. Therefore, she must stay strong and live on. You can't take the main road. First, climb up the hillside and hide in the woods. Although the two women rested for a while, they still couldn't run too far. If they escape along the mountain road, they would definitely be caught up. So Lin Mo suggested hiding in the forest first. Because he saved everyone's lives, everyone listened to him. Following the vines, Lin Mo lifted them up one by one, and with his strong arm strength, he quickly climbed up the hillside by pulling the vines and pulled them up. Go in the opposite direction. Lin Mo didn't have time to introduce them to each other. He asked everyone to lower their bodies and hide in the bushes, and quietly retreat in the direction they were coming from. Through super hearing, he can effectively avoid the pursuit of the rebels and keep a safe distance from them. The rebels naturally could not have imagined that they would turn back and chase straight ahead. In this way, Lin Mo led them to hide in the forest for most of the day, made several circles, and avoided 7 or 8 groups of rebels before getting rid of them all. And it was discovered that the rebels did not dare to leave the county too far. By noon, the rebels were no longer visible. Lin Mo guessed that they were evacuating Guangzhou County and fleeing to other counties. After all, Qini said that if Guangzhou was attacked, the 2 military fortresses of Zanka and Tumu would not sit idly by, and reinforcements would arrive soon. Despite this, Lin Mo would not take them back to the county town to take risks, but would go straight to Shangyi village. Lin Mo, do you know how my family is doing now? On the way, Wang Yuqing asked about the situation at home. Lin Mo knew that such things could not be concealed, so he told her the truth. In the morning I saw rebels coming out of your house, so I went to take a look and found that Wangzhuang was also attacked and many people died. But I didn't see your father and mother, so I guess they managed to escape. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Wang Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if you lose your home, as long as the people are still there. The county town is definitely not safe right now. You guys can stay at my house for a few days. After getting rid of the rebels, Lin Mo had no choice but to return home. Although his family's conditions were a bit poor, they were better than the hell on earth that was Wangzhuang. Moreover, Wangzhuang's location is too conspicuous and may easily attract the attention of thieves. Shangyi village is remote, with mountains behind it. Once they encounter danger and hide in the mountains, no one will be able to find them. Our lives were saved by Dr. Lin. We are completely at the mercy of Dr. Lin. Lu Yun said she had no objection. However, when she thought of her family, she couldn't stop feeling sad. The clothes you are wearing are too eye-catching. Change them. Lin Mo opened his backpack and took out 5 sets of women's clothes from his personal space while no one was paying attention. Wang Yuqing recognized that it was the clothes worn by her maids, but she didn't say anything. They found a forest and went in, quickly changing their clothes. Their original clothes and the armor of the 3 guards were rewrapped. He changed into simple clothes and smeared some mud on his face, looking no different from other refugees. Lin Mo took them and rushed home. Chapter 39, I have never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 39, I have never seen such a shameless person. Because it is far away from the county town and the location is remote, there are no rebels in the area of Shangyi village. Even the villagers here are still unaware of the earth-shaking changes in the county. Lin Mo, can you still make ends meet after picking up so many refugees and taking them home? Look at these skinny bodies. They can neither do housework nor give birth to children. I really don't know what's going on in your mind. You are still too young. You are easily deceived by a woman's appearance and don't know how to be frugal and manage your household. As soon as we entered the village, we met a group of women who were going to pick wild vegetables far away. They talked at once, without any regard for the feelings of Lin Mo and the group of women behind him. The proud and arrogant Ling Wei had never suffered such humiliation before, and she almost pulled out the sword hidden on the inside of her thigh. At this time, a few more men came over and couldn't help teasing Lin Mo. You are so lucky. Where did you find these beauties? By the way, can you bear it at night? Even if he can bear it, his bed made of 3 pieces of wood can't bear it, ha ha ha. You are penniless. How can you have the courage to find so many women? Can your shabby house accommodate so many people? Being looked down upon by women was bad enough, but now she was teased by a man. Ling Wei couldn't suppress her anger on the spot. One hand grabbed the sword under his clothes, ready to teach these people a lesson. Lin Mo, who was afraid of being exposed, quickly held her hand and said, "Hold it in, just think of it as smelling a stinky fart." Ling Wei just chuckled, amused by his words. The anger in her heart also dissipated. However, everyone is also curious about Lin Mo's home. Shangyi village is not big, and we soon arrived at Lin Mo's house. Seeing Lin Mo's residence, Wang Yuqing was the first to lose her temper. "Lin Mo, you live here. I don't know how you found such a beautiful wife with your conditions." Qinyi lowered her head shyly. "Haha, well, the conditions are a bit crude, but at least it can shelter us from the wind and rain, so please don't despise it." Lin Mo explained awkwardly. "What are you talking about, Dr. Lin? It's a huge favor for you to take us in. There's no reason for you to despise us." Lu Yun was filled with sadness and didn't care about the living environment at all. "Everyone must be hungry. I'll go see if the iron pot is ready." Lin Mo asked Qinyi to greet the guests. Xiao He meow meow pour a glass of water for the guests. "I will cook later." After opening the door and letting everyone in, Lin Mo went straight to Zhao Xingui's house. As a result, on the way, he met Zhao Xingui, who was walking towards him holding a big pot and the iron arrowhead that he had asked him to make before. "Uncle Zhao, I was looking for you. Is the pot ready?" Lin Mo knocked on the pot. Although it was a bit rough, it did not affect its use. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." He was about to go back, but was pulled aside by Zhao Xingui. "Lin Mo, I heard that you brought back a few female refugees to be your wives?" Zhao Xingui asked in a low voice. Uncle Zhao is really well informed. Lin Mo did not deny it, but teased. He couldn't reveal the identities of Lu Yun and others, for fear that someone with a big mouth would tell others and cause unnecessary trouble. "Lin Mo, I'm not saying anything to you, but you've just gotten a little too proud of yourself because your life has gotten better. Can you afford to support 5 women at once? Even ordinary landlords wouldn't dare to do this." Just like before, Zhao Xingui tried his best to persuade Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo could tell there was something else behind his words. "I know what I'm doing, so Uncle Zhao doesn't need to worry about me. Look at you. Why are you so anxious before you even say a few words? I'm here to help you." Zhao Xingui lowered his voice. "Help me?" Lin Mo sneered. "Uncle Zhao is planning to give me some food?" Zhao Xingui quickly straightened his face and said, "My family is not rich, so how can we have extra food to give you?" "Oh, by then." Lin Mo turned and left. Zhao Xingui quickly caught up with him and held him back. "Don't be anxious, just listen to what I have to say. What I mean is that I can share the pressure with you. Look, you have to support 6 women and a girl by yourself, which must be very stressful. But as long as you secretly give me 1 or 2 women, I will be responsible for their food rations. In this way, your pressure will be much less. Besides, why do you need so many women? Can you handle them? Give me 2, or even 3. Let them live in your house first, and I'll take care of their food. This is a mutually beneficial thing. What reason do you have to refuse?" Zhao Xingui's words became more and more obscene, and drool flowed from the corners of his mouth. Lin Mo always thought that he had a good temper, but facing such a shameless person like Zhao Xingui, he couldn't help but get angry. This old guy actually dared to set his sights on his woman. "Zhao Xingui, do you know what you were talking about?" Lin Mo looked at him coldly. "I really didn't expect that the village chief, who has always been highly respected, would be such a shameless and despicable villain." Seeing that Lin Mo was unwilling to cooperate and even dared to insult him, Zhao Xingui also became angry. "Lin Mo, you are nothing but a bastard. I help you raise a wife because I respect you. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but why are you making such a fuss? Believe it or not, I will kick you out of Shangyi village." Bang! As soon as Zhao Xingui finished speaking, Lin Mo slapped him. 4 red marks suddenly appeared on the old face. Then Lin Mo kicked him over, and Zhao Xingui rolled on the ground in pain. "I usually call you uncle to give you face, but you are shameless. I'm telling you, if you dare to mess with the people in my house, I'll throw you into the back hills to feed the wolves." After Lin Mo finished speaking, he kicked again and left with a sense of relief. "You little bastard, just wait for me." Zhao Xingui covered his chest and cried out in pain. Because it was not far from his home, this scene happened to be seen by Ling Wei, who came out for some fresh air. What's going on? When Lin Mo came back, Ling Wei looked at Zhao Xiangyue, who was still struggling on the ground, and asked, "That old man wanted to take you over as his wife, but I refused and taught you a lesson." Lin Mo explained calmly. Ling Wei was speechless when she heard this, then shook her head. "You shouldn't do this." "Shouldn't I teach him a lesson?" Lin Mo looked at Ling Wei in surprise. Although he had only known the guard leader for a short while, he knew that she had a hot temper and was someone who could not tolerate bullying. How could she tolerate the old toad Zhao Xingye wanting to eat swan meat? There was no one around just now. "You should have killed him directly and dumped the body somewhere deserted." Damn, so cruel. Lin Mo had never thought of killing Zhao Xingye. After all, they were from the same village, and he was his elder. But after hearing what Ling Wei said, it seemed to be quite true. "If it's inconvenient for you, I can help you, since you saved us." Ling Wei suddenly turned around. Her beautiful eyes were like a clear spring appearing in the snow, cold and clear. Chapter 40. The Fierce Ling Wei. Chapter 40. The Fierce Ling Wei. Lin Mo was not sure whether Ling Wei was serious or joking. It seemed that killing a person was as easy as stepping on an ant for her. "What are you talking about?" At this time, Wang Yuqing walked out of the house. Having been spoiled since childhood, she found it difficult to adapt to such a simple living environment for a while, so she came out to get some fresh air. "Nothing." Lin Mo smiled slightly, and when he saw that Wang Yuqing had something to do with Ling Wei, he left. "Meow meow, help me make some mud. Xiao, go pick up some stones." Lin Mo shouted towards the house. "Yes, husband." The two sisters took immediate action. Luyan felt a little bored staying in the room alone, so she wanted to distract herself and followed Qin He out. "I'll help you." Lin Mo came to the right side of the house and cleaned up a place with a hatchet and a broom. "Commander Ling, can I ask you for a favor?" Although she was safe, Wang Yuqing was still worried about her family. Especially when she learned from Lin Mo that her family might still be alive, she became even more anxious. "Miss Wang, you want me to help you find your family, right?" Ling Wei revealed her thoughts in one sentence. Wang Yuqing nodded. "Got it." Ling Wei nodded and did not refuse. Wang Yuqing immediately smiled happily. Seeing that everyone was busy, he came to Lin Mo and volunteered. "Lin Mo, what do you need me to do? Can you cut vegetables?" Lin Mo asked. "Won't." Wang Yuqing is a rich lady. How could she have done such rough work? "I'll do it," said Yanzi, a female guard. "The ladies are all working, so it's natural for them to just sit there doing nothing." "I can cook." Another female guard, Lynx, raised her hand. They all had no names of their own, and after joining the county guard, they were given code names. Ilga help me. Seeing that there was nothing she could do here, Wang Yuqing went to the stream to find Qin Miao. Although they were several years apart in age, they had similar personalities and could get along well. Qin Miao had also taken good care of her on the way to escape, so Wang Yuqing had a good impression of Qin Miao. Seeing the rich girl taking the initiative to find a job, Lin Mo sighed. It turns out that only when people are in trouble will they think about changing. If it were yesterday, she would never have dug the mud with her hands. Now no one should say that they are a bunch of useless encumbrances. Unfortunately, the mission is not completed once you enter the house. Otherwise, how much reward would you get? There is strength in numbers. With the help of several women, Lin Mo quickly set up a stove under the eaves and placed a newly made lotus leaf pot on it. Make a fire and cook. Lin Mo stewed a pot of meat. When the meat was half done, he poured the rice that had been washed in advance into the pot. The remaining soup just covered the rice. In a short while, a pot of gravy rice was ready. The moment the lid of the pot was opened, everyone was attracted by this delicacy. The rich aroma hit everyone's face, stimulating everyone's taste buds. "It smells so good." "Lin Mo, I didn't expect you'd be good at cooking." They had been running for their lives since early morning and were already starving. When they smelled the fragrant gravy-stewed rice, Wang Yuqing was the first one who couldn't control herself. If she wasn't afraid of the heat, she would have reached into the pot and grabbed something. Although she was a little bothered by the fact that Lin Mo already had a wife, she couldn't help but feel happy when she saw how outstanding Lin Mo was. "You are a young lady after all. Can you be more reserved?" Lin Mo scolded her unhappily. Wang Yuqing pursed her lips and said aggrievedly, "I'm just hungry." She is innocent and lively and easily forgets her troubles. "Meow meow. 7 bowls." Lin Mo shouted. "Okay." Seeing Lin Mo scolding Wang Yuqing, Qin Miao giggled beside her. Hearing the order, she obediently ran to the bowl rack to get a bowl. "Swallow, mountain cat. Where is Commander Ling?" When Qin Miao was handing out bowls, Lu Yin suddenly noticed that one person was missing. I don't know. Yin Zi shook her head. It seems to be going that way. Sha Mao pointed in the direction of Zhao Xingui's house. Lin Mo felt something was wrong. This guy. That girl wouldn't really want to kill Zhao Xingui, right? You guys eat first. Lin Mo quickly dropped the bowl and ran to Zhao Xingui's house. Then he concentrated his attention and used his keen sense of smell to distinguish the smell in the air. Sure enough, not far from Zhao Xingui's house, a lingering fragrance was smelled. That was Ling Wei's smell. There was also a slight smell of sweat, obviously left by Zhao Xingui. Lin Mo followed the fragrance all the way to the back mountain, and soon heard the sound of digging and the sound of feet rubbing against leaves on the ground. Following the sound, I walked a few hundred meters into the forest and finally found Ling Wei. She was seen digging a hole at the moment. Zhao Xingui was tied up with several vines and a ball of rag was stuffed in his mouth, so he couldn't make any sound. This is burying people alive. Lin Mo was sweating profusely. This woman was too fierce. What are you doing? Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, Lin Mo had to step forward to stop her. Oh, you actually found your way here? Ling Wei was a little surprised at Lin Mo's appearance. She was obviously very careful and didn't leave any trace. I planned to bury him. Don't worry, no one saw it. She deliberately spoke very loudly, which frightened Zhao Xingui next to her so much that he kicked his legs and kept begging Lin Mo for mercy. Then she blinked at Lin Mo, telling him that she just wanted to scare the old man. As the leader of the guards, she would naturally not kill innocent people. Lin Mo understood what she meant instantly and was no longer as anxious as before. He smiled and asked, "Where did you get this hoe?" "I just passed by a house and borrowed it." Ling Wei shrugged. The word borrow was used well. You are not allowed to borrow anymore in the future. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go back to eat first. When you're done burying the dead, hurry back too. I'll leave some food for you, Lin Mo said with a smile. Zhao Xingui is a peasant who loves to take advantage of small opportunities. He will be absolutely obedient if he is threatened. He is the only blacksmith in the nearby villages. This time he has been completely subdued by him. From now on, Lin Mo will be the one who has the final say in Shangyi village. Since you are here, why don't you help me? Ling Wei glanced at him unhappily. Okay, let's move faster. Lin Mo picked up the hoe next to him and started digging. The conversation between the two scared Zhao Xingui so much that he wet his pants. He kept struggling, rubbing his mouth on the ground, trying to scrape the rag out of his mouth, but Ling Wei tied it very tightly, and he couldn't get it off. Seeing that Lin Mo was digging quickly, Ling Wei thought, "This boy is quite smart. I'll leave this to you. I'm going back to eat." Zhao Xingui was so scared that she pissed herself. Having achieved her goal, she clapped her hands, turned around, and walked down the mountain. Chapter 41, I Want You to Be My Wife. Chapter 41, I Want You to Be My Wife. Seeing that fierce woman Ling Wei leave, Zhao Xingui breathed a sigh of relief, and then started shouting desperately. He wanted Lin Mo to help him untie the ropes and take the rag out of his mouth. Zhao Xingui, tell me whether you deserve it or not. Lin Mo squatted down and took the rag out of his mouth. He knew very well that Zhao Xingui was a timid and weak coward. When Ling Wei was digging a hole just now, he was so scared that he wet his pants. An unpleasant smell wafted from him. Lin Mo, I was wrong, let me go. Zhao Xingui begged for mercy. Will you dare to attack them again in the future? I dare not, never again. Zhao Xingui wanted to cry, but had no tears. If he knew that the woman Lin Mo picked up was so fierce, he would not have dared to say such words. I can let you go, but you have to forget what happened today. As Lin Mo spoke, a silver needle suddenly appeared in his hand. I promise. Before Zhao Xingui could finish his words, he felt a chill on his neck and a silver needle pierced into the Futu acupoint, and his voice stopped abruptly. Then, Lin Mo ripped open his clothes and gave him a few injections in the chest. Then used special techniques to push the tendons and veins in his body. Zhao Xingui felt as if something was blocking his chest, making it feel uncomfortable. What did you do to me? Zhao Xingui shouted in horror. Don't worry, I just used a little trick to block your heart blood artery. Lin Mo explained with a smile. However, his smile at this moment seemed particularly terrifying in Zhao Xingui's eyes. What do you mean? That is to say, you need to come to me every 7 days to clear your blood vessels, otherwise you will bleed to death. Lin Mo learned this method from an ancient book. By controlling the force, one can put a person into a state of suspended animation, slow down blood circulation to the greatest extent, and help patients undergo complex surgeries. However, this method of curing illnesses and saving lives can also be used to kill people without anyone noticing. In his previous life, Lin Mo's mentor was framed by Western medicine because of an operation, which led to his own downfall and humiliation of traditional Chinese medicine. The mentor finally chose an extreme method, but still failed to prove his innocence. After all, personal ability cannot defeat the operation of capital. Lin Mo used this method to avenge his mentor. Moreover, Western medicine could not find the real cause of death and thought it was a heart attack. Zhao Xiangui is a coward who loves life and is afraid of death, so it is most appropriate to use this method to deal with him. Not only can it save you a lot of trouble, but it can also make him obey you. Lin Mo. No, Master Lin, I already know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Zhao Xiangui cried and begged for mercy. I didn't kill you. Why are you crying? Lin Mo kicked him away with a look of disgust. As long as you are obedient and don't gossip, I will spare your life. Zhao Xiangui kowtowed quickly and said, Be obedient, I will definitely listen to you. Seeing that the purpose of deterrence had been achieved, Lin Mo used a hoe to hook the vines off his body. Zhao Xiangui, who regained his freedom, breathed a long sigh of relief. Lin Mo. No, Master Lin, will I really not die? Zhao Xiangui said with a sad face. If I don't let you die, you can't die. Lin Mo said with disdain. Yes, thank you, Master Lin. Master Lin, can I go now? He had to go back and change his clothes and take some time to rest. Go ahead. Lin Mo nodded. Why? Zhao Xiangui had just taken 2 steps when he heard Lin Mo's voice coming from behind him. By the way, Uncle Zhao, don't forget the 100 arrowheads you promised to make for me. I'll come to you to get them in 10 days. Zhao Xiangui stopped and thought to himself, when did I ever agree to this? But he quickly realized what Lin Mo meant and said with a wry smile, Oh yes, I remember. Don't worry, I will definitely prepare everything for you within 10 days. There isn't much iron in 100 arrows, it just takes some effort. Now that his life was in Lin Mo's hands, he could only agree to this not too excessive request. After Zhao Xiangui went down the mountain, Lin Mo went down the mountain from the other side and returned home. My husband is back. Qini hurried forward to greet him. Didn't you go to look for Commander Ling? Why did you come back only after Commander Ling had finished half a bowl of rice? Wang Yuqing asked curiously. At this time, Qi Miao brought a bowl of rice over. Brother-in-law, you eat too. There were 3 stools in the house, and Qin He, who was originally sitting here, took the initiative to stand up and give up her seat. After all, the other 2 young ladies were considered guests of their house. Everyone was really hungry. Lin Mo cooked a big pot of rice, which was eaten up by them. Even Lu Yun, who usually only ate 1 bowl of rice, ate 2 bowls of rice today. The 3 guards, Ling Wei, Yin Zi, and Shan Mao, had even more amazing appetites. Each of them drank 3 bowls. I really don't know how they stay in such good shape. Before cooking, Lin Mo thought that this pot could be used for 2 meals, but it ended up being eaten in 1 meal. After finishing her 3rd bowl, Shan Mao was still not satisfied and scraped off the rice crust. However, she did not eat it, but put it in a clean cloth. Ling Wei explained, they have a mission. Lin Mo nodded and said nothing. After dinner, Bobcat and Swallow were sent to inquire about the situation in the county town and look for the rich man Wang's family. After seeing off the 2 mountain cats, Lin Mo began to think about how to settle the women in this house. The house of less than 30 square meters was definitely not enough for everyone to live in, so Lin Mo had the idea of expanding the house. He definitely couldn't go back to the county town now, and after what happened, Lin Mo felt that the county town was not as safe as this remote mountain village. Therefore, he wanted to build a small courtyard, which would definitely be useful in the future even if Lu Yun, Wang Yuqing, and others left. However, building a house cannot be completed in 1 day and requires long-term planning. What we need to prepare for now is food. These women eat too much. He was originally quite wealthy, but now he feels that the food he brought from the rich man Wang's house will not last long. After thinking for a few minutes, Lin Mo came up with a plan in his mind. He and Ling Wei went into the mountains to hunt, and at the same time chose a large enough flat area on the right side of the house and asked Wang Yuqing and Qin Miao to clear the weeds. Qin He and Lu Yun went to cut bamboo. Before officially building the house, Lin Mo planned to build a simple shed first. Lu Yun and others had no good place to go for the time being, so they could only participate in Lin Mo's house renovation plan. After entering the mountain, Lin Mo and Ling Wei did not stay in the front mountain, but went straight into the deep mountains. Ling Wei's physical fitness is much better than Qin He's, and she can move through the mountains and forests as easily as walking on flat ground. Seeing that Lin Mo was so agile and not inferior to her, the competitive Ling Wei proposed to compete with Lin Mo. Lin Mo, let's see who reaches the white stone on the opposite side first. The loser needs to agree to a condition from the winner. Ling Wei selected a target several hundred meters away. There's a broken valley in the middle, so you need to take a detour. The white stone is located deep in the mountains. Villagers often see wolves stepping on the white stone, so they call the white stone the wolf monument. It symbolizes the wolf's boundary marker, warning villagers not to get close. However, it was now noon, and the chance of encountering a pack of wolves was low. In addition, with the presence of a master like Ling Wei, Lin Mo was not panicked. He was somewhat tempted by Ling Wei's proposal. Any conditions are okay? Lin Mo looked this heroic woman up and down. Ling Wei was about 22 or 23 years old. Her father was the former county lieutenant of Guangzhou County and was a military man. She joined the army at the age of 16 and followed her father to fight against bandits. She participated in more than 100 battles, big and small. Later, a women's guard team was formed and she served as the leader. Although she was beautiful, she was very competitive and had a hot temper. Everyone in the army was afraid of her, so much so that no one dared to marry her until she was 23 years old. At the age of 16, when she can breastfeed, she is definitely an older leftover woman. However, Lin Mo didn't know this. "Oh, what are you going to ask of me?" Ling Wei turned around and looked at Lin Mo with interest. There was a hint of playfulness in her beautiful eyes, as if asking, "Where do you get the confidence to beat me?" Although she was a woman, she had practiced martial arts since childhood and had been in the army for 7 or 8 years, so she had already developed a body as strong as steel. Among the hundreds of soldiers in Guangzhou County, no one can surpass her in physical fitness. Even many generals were defeated. She didn't think that Lin Mo, a country boy, had any chance of winning. "I want you to be my wife." Lin Mo had a faint smile on his face, not hiding his inner thoughts at all. This kind of woman who is beautiful, good at fighting, and fierce is simply the perfect wife. Of course, Lin Mo wants to become a family with her as soon as possible. After hearing Lin Mo's conditions, Ling Wei was not angry. Instead, she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Why are you laughing?" Lin Mo was a little embarrassed. "I've lost count of how many people have said the same thing to me, but I'm still single. Do you know why?" The corners of Ling Wei's mouth curved slightly, which made her look charming. "Because you were waiting for me?" Chapter 42, Best of 3? Chapter 42, Best of 3? You are so narcissistic. Lin Mo's answer instantly left Ling Wei speechless. She was too lazy to explain what happened to her former suitors. "I agree to your terms. If you lose, you will be my slave." Ling Wei snorted. She originally just wanted to have some fun with Lin Mo, but the request Lin Mo made her a little angry, so she raised the stakes. Lin Mo didn't expect her to agree so readily. It seemed that she was very confident in her physical fitness. A gentleman's word is his bond. Lin Mo stretched out his hand. "Horse a whip." Ling Wei high-fived. "You call the start." Lin Mo was also full of confidence in himself. In terms of skills, he is certainly not as good as Ling Wei, who could probably kill him with just one hand. But now what we are competing for is speed and physical fitness. You know, this is Shangyi Village. Lin Mo grew up here and knows the terrain of this area very well. He came here with Qin He a few days ago. Coupled with the physical strengthening reward given to him by the system, he has already been reborn. Physical fitness is 10 times that of ordinary people. With these two advantages, how can you still be defeated by a woman? The two of them used a big tree as their starting point and got ready, one on the left and one on the right. "Rise!" Following Ling Wei's order, the two of them rushed out quickly like arrows from a bow. This competition was related to personal freedom and the prosperity of the population. Lin Mo no longer held back and fully burst out with physical strength that was 10 times that of an ordinary person. At the very beginning, he was already half a body length ahead of Ling Wei. This was the first time he burst out with all his strength, as if he had been equipped with feathers and became exceptionally light and agile. And he mobilized all his 5 senses. His keen vision and sense of smell can help him quickly judge the obstacles ahead, and his flexible brain can plan the best route. With keen hearing, you can try to capture Ling Wei's information. With the help of many abilities, Lin Mo moved as light as a swallow, shuttling through the jungle. When he encountered low bushes, he jumped over them easily. When he encountered steep slopes that could not be climbed, he took a detour in time. Soon, he left Ling Wei completely behind. When Lin Mo arrived at the White Stone Wolf Monument, Ling Wei was still more than 50 meters away from him. Although she was shocked by Lin Mo's speed, she did not give up the race just because Lin Mo reached the finish line. She still maintained the fastest speed and reached the finish line. You lose. Lin Mo looked at the late Ling Wei with a smile. Her chest heaving violently made him dizzy. Got a beautiful wife? Let me put a question mark first. After all, if this girl goes back on her word, Lin Mo won't be able to beat her at all. What kind of freak are you? Ling Wei adjusted her breathing and looked at him with incredible eyes. Because this is the first time someone has surpassed him physically. She had seen the speed and powerful explosive power that Lin Mo had just displayed. Although there was some trickery involved, it was definitely better than hers. Ling Wei was not angry about this, but instead it ignited a fire in her heart. Don't tell me that you, a doctor, come to the mountains to exercise every day. Ling Wei really wanted to know how Lin Mo practiced. Love often starts with curiosity about a person. Can I understand that you have fallen in love with me? Lin Mo joked. Fall in love with you, tell me. How did you practice? These little tricks used against innocent girls obviously don't work on Ling Wei, the shrew. You guessed it right. I'll just go to the mountains to exercise every day. Lin Mo explained truthfully. I don't believe you. Ling Wei rolled her eyes, looking unconvinced. As an officer who has trained no less than 1,000 men, Ling Wei is well aware that only targeted training can effectively improve overall quality. If climbing mountains alone can make Lin Mo as abnormal, then all the soldiers under her command must be super soldiers. Okay, let's split up and hunt our prey. We'll meet back here in an hour. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't want to talk, Ling Wei let it go, and she was too lazy to ask. So he changed the subject and prepared to leave. Does Commander Ling have a bad memory? Or does he not keep his word? My goodness, this girl really doesn't intend to admit it. I mean what I say. Let's play the second game next. Ling Wei raised the corner of her mouth slightly, with a hint of cunning. Fuck, there's a second round? Why didn't you tell me just now? How would I know if you would admit it after the second round? Lin Mo gritted his teeth as he looked at the shameless woman in front of him. If he could beat this girl, Lin Mo would really want to pounce on her and kill her on the spot. Ling Wei's smile deepened as she jokingly said, You didn't say we would only have one match. Nima. Lin Mo clenched his fists, but after thinking about it, he loosened them. Forget it. Let her go for now, and wait until I can beat her before I deal with her. Lin Mo turned around and walked towards the east. Hey, you haven't heard the second court rules yet. Ling Wei shouted at him. No more comparison. Lin Mo waved his hand without even turning his head. Are you giving up so soon? You don't want to marry me anymore? Ling Wei continued teasingly. Lin Mo still waved his hand. Being fooled once is enough. I don't want to be fooled a second time. Ling Wei was busy talking about the rules of the second round. The deadline is 1 hour, and we'll see who catches the heaviest prey. If it's a tie, you lose. Her words did not stop Lin Mo. Best of 3. If you still win this game, I will keep my promise. I don't believe you. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you look fierce. No need to compare, just don't compare. Little brother, if you lose, you will be my slave. Behind him, Ling Wei's teasing voice could still be heard. Wipe. Lin Mo was climbing the hill and almost fell down when he heard her words. Little brother? That's a rolling pin? Okay. Lin Mo turned around, ready to have a good argument with her, but found that the girl had disappeared. Depend on. Lin Mo looked helpless. For now, he could only grit his teeth and continue the game. He didn't know if he would be able to get a wife if he won, but if he lost, he would definitely become a slave. Ling Wei made him realize a truth. The rules are always made by the strong. Damn it, I need to become stronger. Lin Mo no longer hesitated. He calmed down and began to search for the remaining smell of wild animals in the air. The direction he chose was the place where he had hunted musk deer before. Maybe this is the living area of the musk deer. Lin Mo wants to see if there is still fate. However, he did not find the scent of musk deer, but instead discovered a group of wild boars. 2 adult wild boars, with a group of little wild boars, were gnawing on tree roots and looking for fruits that had fallen on the ground. Without saying a word, Lin Mo took out his bow and arrow immediately. After 3 rustling sounds, 3 arrows were lined up in a row in the abdomen of the huge adult boar. Although wild boars have thick skin and flesh, their abdomens are relatively soft, and Lin Mo is very strong, so the damage caused by these 3 arrows is not small. Exclamation point. The wild boars let out shrill screams, but their vitality was extremely strong, and even after suffering such serious injuries, they still did not fall down. The little wild boars immediately surrounded their father and mother, and the two wild boars tried their best to get deeper into the woods. Lin Mo followed closely behind and shot a few more arrows. One of the arrows killed the little wild boar, and the others all hit the boar's body. However, it has not fallen yet. Seeing that it was about to go deep into the dense forest, Lin Mo continued to pull the bowstring and shot 3 more arrows into its body. At this moment, the wild boar has turned into a porcupine. It also fell in front of the thorn bush in despair. Chapter 43. Did you really keep your promise? Or should we consummate the marriage in the mountains? Chapter 43. Did you really keep your promise? Or consummate your marriage in the mountains? Ling Wei was quite confident about hunting. Because her grandfather and father were both excellent hunters, she grew up in the mountains with her grandfather until she was 15. Later, her father was awarded the title of county lieutenant for his military merits, and they moved to the county town to live. However, after joining the army, she would often go hunting in the mountains with her father. Catching rabbits and sheep is a common occurrence for her. What was important was that she knew how to find prey, and she didn't think that Lin Mo, a doctor, could be better than herself. There were abundant supplies in the deep mountains, and she soon found a snake that was more than 3 meters long. The snake had obviously just eaten and was lying on a rock, basking in the sun while digesting its food. It did not notice the approaching danger, and Ling Wei cut off the snake's head with a sword. Ling Wei took out a little rabbit from its belly. The little rabbit was still fresh, obviously having been eaten not long ago. However, its body was filled with venom, so it was obviously inedible. However, the snake weighed more than 10 kilograms, which was a good harvest. This also greatly boosted Ling Wei's confidence. She hung the snake's body on a branch and continued to look for new prey. An hour later, she returned to the white stone wolf monument with 4 gray rabbits, a wolf, and a snake. I saw her body full of prey and her face full of smiles. From a distance, she saw Lin Mo sitting on the wolf monument. Little brother, there are so many prey in your mountain. Ling Wei walked forward with a smile, and seeing a little wild boar next to Lin Mo, the curve of her mouth became more and more proud. Finally tied the game. Fuck! Lin Mo was also shocked by her prey, especially the wolf on the left shoulder. Too fierce, right? Is the adult wolf ultimately no match for the tigress? How about it? Now you know how powerful my sister is, Ling Wei said proudly. Now, we are tied at 1-1. What shall we compete in next? Who said you won this game? Lin Mo sneered, interrupting her thoughts. Ling Wei raised her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "You are just a little wild boar, not even as heavy as a wolf like me. Didn't you lose? Little brother, you should accept the defeat." That's what you said. That's right, I'm willing to admit defeat. I hope you won't cheat again this time. Lin Mo pointed at his feet and said, "Come and see for yourself what this is." Ling Wei curiously walked around the wolf monument and saw a huge wild boar lying at Lin Mo's feet. She was stunned. This wild boar weighed at least 300 or 400 pounds, while all her prey combined weighed less than 100 pounds. Even if Lin Mo gave her the little wild boar, she would still be defeated miserably. Ling Wei was deeply shocked as yet another of her strong points was ruthlessly pressed to the ground and rubbed by Lin Mo. She really couldn't figure out where such abilities came from for a 16-year-old boy. Also, there were no signs of dragging on the ground, which means that this wild boar weighing 300 or 400 kilograms was carried by Lin Mo. Thinking of this, Ling Wei was extremely shocked. This guy's power is too terrifying. She could carry something weighing 400 kilograms, but she could only walk 100 to 200 steps on flat ground. But this was a deep mountain with no roads, and she didn't hear the wild boar screaming, which meant it was far away. Being able to carry a wild boar weighing more than 400 kilograms from a long distance, Lin Mo's strength is much greater than hers. This little brother is extraordinary. Ling Wei withdrew her gaze from the wild boar and looked at Lin Mo with interest. The playful look in his eyes made Lin Mo's body tremble with fear, and he stepped back subconsciously. What do you want to do? This girl buried people when she had a disagreement with them. It was so deep in the mountains and forests. Lin Montag was panicked. Puff! Ling Wei suddenly laughed and asked with interest, "Do you really want to marry me? I was serious at first, but now, you're not planning on keeping your promise and then turning yourself into a widow, are you?" Lin Mo asked cautiously. Ling Wei rolled her eyes. Ling Wei, always keep my word. I will accept defeat if I lose. Except for being a little young. You barely meet all other requirements, so it's not impossible for me to marry you. Hey, please explain clearly. What do you mean by a little smaller? You haven't even seen it. How do you know it's smaller? Lin Mo was speechless and really wanted to introduce his second brother to her immediately. However, her words made Lin Mo very excited. So, you agree to marry me? Ling Wei nodded, and a rare hint of shyness appeared on her face. Are you really willing? Seeing her reaction, Lin Mo felt a little unbelievable. He was just joking, but he didn't expect Ling Wei to really agree. Call your husband and let him listen. Lin Mo was a little nervous at the moment and was ready to retreat, so that when Ling Wei suddenly slashes with a sword, he can dodge in time. However, what he didn't expect again was that Ling Wei actually bowed generously. I am Ling Wei, greeting my husband. Not true. It's so unreal. How come the tigress suddenly became so obedient? Could it be that you were conquered by my domineering aura? When she bent down, Lin Mo noticed her towering breasts and couldn't help but smooth his dry throat. Are you serious? I already call you husband, so of course I agree to marry you. Do you think I would joke about my reputation? Ling Wei said seriously. I don't believe it unless... Unless what? You will consummate your marriage with me now. Lin Mo didn't know how he had the courage to say this. Maybe I was just impulsive. When he finished speaking, the air suddenly froze. Lin Mo clearly felt that the pair of eyes staring at him gradually turned into two sharp swords. Just when Lin Mo thought that he was about to be covered in blood, the fierce gaze suddenly became gentle. Ling Wei dropped the pendant on her body and untied her belt. Lin Montag was stunt. God knows what went through her mind during those few seconds. However, as the clothes were taken off one by one, Ling Wei was fully revealed in front of Lin Mo, and Lin Mo finally realized that this girl was not joking. Although he didn't know why she became so submissive, facing such a wonderful person, Lin Mo had no reason to refuse. She had agreed to be his wife, so they were now husband and wife in name only. As long as you complete the husband and wife task, you will get rewards. Besides, she is truly impeccably beautiful. Do you believe me now? About 3/4 of an hour later, Ling Wei looked at Lin Mo, who had a satisfied look on his face. At this moment, her pretty face was rosy and looked particularly beautiful under the setting sun. Letter. Lin Montag nodded seriously. In this era, when a woman gives her body to you, it is equivalent to giving everything to you, especially a strong woman like her. Once you compromise, you will be together for life and death. My parents have always been worried about my marriage, because it is very difficult for a girl to get married once she is over 20 years old. But I don't like those scholars who are so literary that they seem to break with a slight bend. And those generals who propose to me are not as capable as me. I can't accept a man who is weaker than me. After putting on her clothes, Ling Wei sat on the Wolf Monument, which was the battlefield just now, and admired the sunset in the sky while recounting her past. Chapter 44 Mistake, my hand slipped. Chapter 44 Mistake, hand slipped. In Dakian, girls can get married at the age of 12, and the golden age for marriage is 14. If a woman is over the age of 16 and has not yet married, she will be labeled a leftover woman, and an additional adult tax will be levied on her, commonly known as the leftover woman tax. Basically, no young man would like a woman who is over 20 and still unmarried, because in ancient thinking, a woman of 20 has exceeded the best childbearing age. In addition, there is more meat than wolves in the dry meat. There are plenty of young women to choose from. Who would pay attention to old women over 20 years old? If I marry her, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at by my relatives and friends. Ling Wei had been serving in the army, so she didn't have to pay the high tax. But as she got older, fewer people pursued her. Until the past 2 years, there had been no suitors for a long time. Gradually, Ling Wei also felt lonely, especially after my father's old injury relapsed last year, and he passed away. As her last relative passed away, loneliness came more and more frequently. She often felt that she was shrouded in loneliness. The idea of finding a partner also came into my mind. But she had a strong personality and was unwilling to compromise herself, so she simply lowered the rules that had been set. A former suitor must surpass her in all aspects to be qualified to marry her. But a year ago, she changed the rules so that she only needed to win 2 out of 3 games before she could compromise. However, no one challenged her again, until Lin Mo said that joke. I want you to be my wife. She took it seriously. Different from other shy girls, she has a free and easy personality and dares to take responsibility because she has lived in the army for many years. Since she has agreed to be Lin Mo's wife, she will not be shy and coy in fulfilling her duties as a wife. I have finished my story. What about you? Ling Wei gently bumped Lin Mo with her shoulder. First of all, congratulations on finding such an outstanding man. Lin Mo put his arm around her waist and said with a smile, I find you really shameless. Ling Wei rolled her eyes in response. I have lived in this small mountain village since I was a child. My parents died early, so I became the head of the family very early. Lin Mo's words summarized the original owner's ordinary life. Lin Mo, we are husband and wife now. You can keep secrets from me, but you cannot lie to me. I will try to fall in love with you, but if I find that you have let me down, I don't mind becoming a widow. Ling Wei stared at Lin Mo with her beautiful eyes and threatened him lightly. Since I have married you, I will naturally take good care of you. I can't give you anything except the stars in the sky. Everything in this world, as long as you want it. I will do my best to get it for you. Ahem. I forgot which novel I learned this from, but women should all buy into this. Sweet words are the best weapon to break a woman's defense. Those who pursued Ling Wei in the past were all a bunch of blockheads. The word romance did not exist in their dictionaries, so they certainly would not say such sweet words. Therefore, it was the first time that Ling Wei had heard such sweet words since she was a child. That heart of steel gradually melted. Then can you tell me how you acquired all these abilities? Ling Wei took the initiative to snuggle in his arms. This was the first time she let go of her strong shell and showed her gentle side. During the fight just now, he wasn't so gentle. I heard from the young lady that your medical skills are extremely advanced. Even Kuang Liang, the best doctor in Guangzhou, is willing to be your disciple. And your archery skills, powerful strength, speed, and endurance are all in conflict with your identity as a poor boy. Well, these do require a reasonable explanation. Old grandfather with white hair and beard, it's up to you. Because I have a very great master. Lin Mo didn't want to lie, but if he told her that he had a system, would she understand? Therefore, it is more reasonable to use the theory of gods and ghosts. Who is it? Ling Wei immediately thought about the talented people she knew hidden in Guangzhou, but none of them matched the name. I don't know his name either. I only know that he is an old man with a white beard who calls himself the Great Immortal Duofu. He often appears in my dreams, teaches me art and hunting techniques, and uses elixirs to strengthen my body. In fact, it seems reasonable to understand the system as a god. The only difference between them is that the system gives rewards only after completing the task, while the gods should give rewards unconditionally. But on the other hand, the system is bound and more reliable than the illusory gods. Immortal. Ling Wei got up from Lin Mo's arms with her beautiful eyes staring at him. You didn't lie to me? Every word is true. Lin Montak ansviet zeliosli. Ling Wei was stunned for a while, and only when she saw that Lin Mo's eyes were sincere and there was no intention of deceiving him did she believe it. I didn't expect you to be so blessed. This explains it. Yes, the abilities Lin Mo acquired were too incredible and could only be explained by the magic passed down by gods. After resolving the doubts in her heart, Ling Wei felt much better. She stood up, picked up the scattered prey, and prepared to go down the mountain. It's going to be dark soon. Let's go home. After hanging all the things on her body, she took a step and suddenly turned around and called out with a smile, Husband. Just now it was very comfortable. This sentence is the best affirmation a woman can give to a man. Lin Mo was in a good mood. How about I make you feel comfortable again? Feelings of comfort are often shared. Moreover, only by outputting more and sowing more can the chance of flowering and bearing fruit be higher. It's going to be dark soon. Do you want us to be dinner for the wolves? Ling Wei rolled her eyes. It was purely coincidental that she killed the wolf just now, which indicated that there was a wolf pack around. She didn't want to have a beautiful encounter with a pack of wolves in the pitch dark night. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Mo smiled slightly and patted the big wild boar and the little wild boar gently, and they disappeared immediately. This scene stunned Ling Wei. Where's the wild boar? She blinked hard several times to make sure she was not dazzled. Such a big wild boar disappeared. How did you do it? She hurried to the place where the wild boar disappeared and felt it was extremely magical. Lin Mo smiled without saying anything, just touched the prey on her body with his hands, and saw the gray rabbits, wolves, and snakes disappeared one by one. Ling Wei's clothes also disappeared. Mistake, my hand slipped. Lin Mo quickly took out Ling Wei's clothes, and of course he couldn't help but appreciate the beautiful scenery that he never got tired of. However, Ling Wei didn't care about this at all. since there was no one else around anyway. Lin Mo is her husband, and he had just gone in so deeply, so what's the harm in taking a look? How did you do that? Ling Wei held the clothes in one hand and grabbed Lin Mo's arm with the other. Lin Mo explained with a smile, "This is another skill that the immortal master taught me. The art of the universe in your sleeves." Chapter 45, Fruit and Vegetable Seed Gift Pack and Skill Sticky Card. Chapter 45, Fruit and Vegetable Seed Gift Pack and Skill Sticky Card. I have to say that people of this era are still quite naive in some aspects. If there is something that cannot be explained, just blame it on gods or ghosts. In Ling Wei's opinion, the ability to make objects disappear and reappear out of thin air, if not magic, then what is it? Lin Mo, can I also learn this skill? Ling Wei was well aware of this ability and its value in marching and fighting. It can greatly reduce the burden of transporting food and supplies, as well as the danger it brings. It is simply an essential magic skill for light marches and sneak attacks thousands of miles away. I'm afraid not. This is granted by the system, and it has not yet been discovered that the ability awarded by the system can be used by others. Let's talk about it later. Now I can only refuse. Oh! Ling Wei believed in the gods and naturally did not dare to force it. The anger of gods was not something that mortals could force. Let's go down the mountain and go home. The prey was all packed in the portable space, and it was very easy for the two to go down the mountain. Ling Wei seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden from her shoulders. She looked less cold and more lively than usual. Lin Mo followed behind and silently woke up the system. System, don't sleep, submit the task. He and Ling Wei are now husband and wife in name only, and there is one more person in the family. It is detected that you and Ling Wei have become an official couple and family member, and you will be rewarded with a large gift package of fruit and vegetable seeds and a skill sticky card. The two rewards were directly distributed into the personal space. Lin Mo was first attracted by the skill sticky card. What is a skill sticky card? As soon as he thought about it, the item introduction appeared in front of him. Skill sticky card. This card needs to be locked on a target before use. After use, you can view all the skills the target has, and you can choose one of them to copy to yourself. Tip: this item is a one-time item and can only be used by the user. System: did you overhear our conversation? There was no restriction of personal use only before. Why is it suddenly there now? Lin Mo's mind moved, and a nearly transparent card with only a faint blue light emitting from the edges appeared in his hand. In fact, even if the system does not impose this restriction, others will not be able to use it, because the props rewarded by the system cannot be seen by other people at all. Use it on Ling Wei. Lin Mo conveyed instructions to the card through his thoughts. In troubled times, of course, improving one's own strength is the primary task. He saw Ling Wei's strength with his own eyes. A dozen burly men couldn't get close to her. She was the first master Lin Mo had met since he came to this world. Although I don't know what level she is in this world, she must be much better than me. Therefore, it would definitely be a good idea to copy some abilities from her first. Secondly, Lin Mo was curious about what abilities she had. Target Ling Wei, skills learned. Piefing sword technique, Grandmaster. Hunting, great mastery. Boxing, proficient. Riding, proficient. Command, proficient. Military strategy, proficient. Ling family spear technique, minor mastery. Archery, minor mastery. Cooking, beginner. Skill proficiency, from low to high entry level, minor proficient, major, master, grandmaster, extraordinary. Ling Wei doesn't have many skills, and most of them are military and martial arts. As for daily life, she is probably just a newbie. Among these many skills, her cloak swordsmanship has reached the level of grandmaster. I guess she has put most of her energy into studying swordsmanship. Copy the wind-splitting sword technique. You must choose a high-level skill to paste. Successfully use the sticky card and gain the skill, wind-splitting sword technique, Grandmaster. As the information in front of him disappeared, a huge amount of information drilled into Lin Mo's mind. There was a little man practicing the wind-splitting sword technique for him, and every move after the practice was engraved in Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo couldn't help but follow along with his hands, allowing those moves to blend into his body's memory. A moment later, he reached a level that Ling Wei had spent nearly 10 years to reach. The Grandmaster level wind-splitting sword technique, coupled with his body that has been strengthened tenfold during his seclusion, will surely unleash even greater power. At least there is a certain guarantee for close combat. Open the second reward. Lin Mo continued. Fruit and vegetable seed gift pack. 1 bag of high-quality potato seeds, 1 bag of high-quality cucumber seeds, 1 bag of high-quality pepper seeds, 1 mature high-quality orange tree, 1 mature high-quality grapevine, 1 mature high-quality apple tree, and 1 Gonquan vertical well. 3 kinds of vegetables, 3 kinds of fruits, and a vertical well. The rewards are rich. Lin Mo checked them one by one. High-quality potatoes are a bag of potato cubes with sprouts that can grow when buried in the soil. They have good drought tolerance and soil adaptability, high yield, and rich nutrition. Fortunately, they are potato pieces, not potato seeds. When he saw the potato seeds, Lin Mo thought it was all over. The germination rate of potato seeds was extremely low. In the world he lived in, almost no one used seeds to grow potatoes. They all relied on tubers. This bag of tubers should be enough to plant 2 acres of land. The performance of high-quality cucumber seeds and high-quality pepper seeds is similar. In short, they are easy to grow, have high yields, and taste good. Another advantage is that the seeds rewarded by the system can ignore the influence of seasons, bear fruit as soon as they are planted, and have a short maturity period. Only the seeds they produce need to be planted according to the season. Lin Mo has already thought about where to plant them. Although the 3 fruit trees do not bear fruit, it is the season for grapes and apples to ripen. After eating these 2 fruits, the oranges will be ripe soon. The system has already been arranged clearly. What excited Lin Mo the most was the vertical well of sweet spring water. According to the system introduction, the water in the Gonquan shaft contains only trace elements needed by the human body and is pure natural drinkable mineral water. Moreover, the temperature at the bottom of the well will remain at 4 degrees all year round. In other words, it is a pure natural fresh-keeping refrigerator. The important thing is that there is a constant supply of water inside. You have to know that Dakian has been in drought for 3 years and water is a very scarce commodity. Although the stream outside Shangi village is still flowing, the water in it is not enough to irrigate the farmland. In some areas in the north, the situation is even worse, and many people have died of thirst. With such a well, not only is the drinking water problem for his family solved, but it can also be used to irrigate the vegetable fields. Therefore, the rewards provided by Ling Wei solved many of Lin Mo's urgent problems. Why are you laughing so foolishly in the back? If you don't hurry up, it will be dark soon. Seeing that Lin Mo was walking slowly, with his head down and grinning foolishly, Ling Wei stopped and waited for him. Lin Mo smiled and said, "I married such a beautiful and powerful treasure wife, and I am not allowed to be happy. Look how beautiful you are." Ling Wei felt very happy when she heard Lin Mo's praise. She suddenly thought of other people showing affection, and for the first time ever, she took Lin Mo's arm and said, "Let's go. It will get dark soon, and we won't be able to go back." Chapter 46, How to Sleep Tonight? Chapter 46, How to Sleep Tonight? After going down the mountain, the sky gradually darkened. Many villagers can be seen on the road. They're the army looking for wild vegetables. Unlike the past when they returned empty-handed, today they all have something in their baskets, motherwort. Ever since people learned that motherwort is edible, they have been searching for it like crazy. All the motherwort on the back mountain had been picked, so they could only go to the mountain in the neighboring village to pick it. Of course, motherwort is not everywhere, so everyone's harvest is limited. Lin Mo took out the adult wild boar from his personal space and carried it on his shoulders. He didn't intend to hide his prey. After all, the village was so small that the aroma of the meat could be smelled from the beginning to the end of the village. He couldn't eat meat every time in the future, sneaking around like a thief. Moreover, it is unclear when the next house renovation plan can be completed relying solely on the women in his house, so he needs the help of the villagers. After Lin Mo and the other person went down the hillside, they were soon discovered by the army of wild vegetables. When the village women saw Lin Mo carrying a wild boar weighing several hundred kilograms, they all had exaggerated expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Mo, you. Oh my goodness, Lin Mo, where did you get such a big wild one? It must weigh about 300 or 400 kilograms. The butcher's wife saw the weight of the wild boar. It's so heavy. Lin Mo, did you carry it down the mountain? Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Lin Mo as if he were a monster. They basically watched Lin Mo grow up, but they never knew that Lin Mo had such divine power. However, after the shock, everyone was extremely envious. Such a big head is enough for a family to eat for 2 or 3 months. Lin Mo, you are so lucky. You haven't even finished eating the musk deer meat yet, and you caught another wild one this big. How can you eat it all? Everyone in the village is hungry, but your family eats meat every day. Lin Mo, we never knew you were so good at hunting. Take us with you tomorrow. Yes. I don't ask for such a big game. I'll be satisfied if I can catch some deer and rabbits. Everyone surrounded Lin Mo and chattered nonstop. Lin Mo has long been accustomed to this. My dear aunts and sisters-in-law, hunting is very dangerous. I dare not take you on an adventure. If anything happens to you, the uncles and brothers in the courtyard will eat me alive. Also, don't eat too much motherwort. It's a medicinal herb after all. Eating too much can be harmful to your body. Especially for you, Sister Go-Wa. You're pregnant now, and motherwort can cause you to have a miscarriage, so don't eat it anymore. Lin Mo was carrying a wild boar weighing more than 400 kilograms, but his steps were very light, and it didn't even affect his chatting with the village women. Ling Wei, who was ignored by everyone, was secretly surprised by Lin Mo's strength. Lin Mo, what did you say? Impregnant? Go-Wa's wife looked shocked. Give me your hand. Lin Mo suddenly stopped and freed up one hand. Mrs. Go-Wa was very excited at this moment and immediately stretched out a hand to him. Lin Mo carried the wild boar in the middle of the road and felt her pulse. It was fine in a moment. You have been pregnant for 27 days. Don't you realize it at all? Don't eat motherwort. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it. After getting Lin Mo's affirmative answer, Go-Wa's wife was very excited and quickly shook her head and said, Yeah, I won't eat anymore. Impregnan. She really wanted to tell her man the good news immediately. Lin Mo, can you really treat illnesses? The village chief's wife, Lu Qing, asked curiously. Of course, Lin Mo said with a smile. But you have never learned it. How did you know it? Lu Qing asked in surprise. The gods taught me. Naturally, no one believed Lin Mo's statement. As they walked, they arrived at Lin Mo's home. A room full of women saw Lin Mo coming back carrying a big wild boar, and they excitedly came forward to greet him. The village women didn't want to give up and kept pestering Lin Mo. Aunts and sisters-in-law, please go back first. Let all the villagers come to my house early tomorrow morning to divide the pig. Lin Mo said, Dividing the pigs? The village women were shocked, thinking they had heard wrongly. Are you telling the truth? You really want to share the pig among us? Food is in short supply right now, and meat is even more scarce. If this wild boar is taken to the county town to be sold, it can be exchanged for at least 20 taels of silver. Would Lin Mo really be so kind as to share it with them? Of course, what I said is true, but it won't be shared unconditionally. I'll tell you the details tomorrow morning. Anyone who wants to share the meat can come. The news that Lin Mo had killed a wild boar weighing more than 400 kilograms and divided the meat quickly spread throughout Shangi village. Many people came over to ask for confirmation, and Lin Mo would patiently tell them to come back tomorrow morning. Brother-in-law, shall we eat wild boar tonight? Qin Miao licked her lips. She missed her brother-in-law's cooking skills very much. I want to eat kebabs. Lin Mo smiled and said, It's too late today. It's not convenient to kill the pig. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Tonight, we're having snake meat soup. Where did the snake come from? Wang Yuqing walked around Lin Mo, but didn't find any snake. Just as she returned to her original position, Lin Mo suddenly had a headless snake in his hand, which frightened Wang Yuqing so much that her hair stood on end. Ah, Lin Mo, you want to die? Wang Yuqing hid behind Lu Yun, cursing Lin Mo in shock. Miao Miao, cook the rice. I'll go chop the snake. Okay. Qin Miao hurried into the house. In the past few days, she has practiced the skill of washing rice and cooking rice very well. According to the system's skill level classification, it should be considered a mastery level. It is a very simple skill, and it is not difficult to improve your proficiency. Husband, I will help you. Qini took the initiative to carry the basin and knife and went to the stream with Lin Mo. I'll make the fire. Although Lu Yun took the initiative to find things to do for herself. After digging grass for the whole afternoon, Wang Yuqing, who wanted to be lazy, had no choice but to help her make a fire. Only Ling Wei did not help. Instead, she picked up a bamboo branch as a sword and practiced the wind-splitting sword technique. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the aroma of dinner soon spread out. The snake meat soup made by Lin Mo was so fragrant that the neighbors' children were crying because of its greed. The women, who had been busy all afternoon, were drooling with greed. It was the first time for Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing to participate in labor in their lives. They were already very hungry, so each of them finished 2 large bowls. Fortunately, there were 2 less foodies at night, so a lot of food was saved. After dinner, it was completely dark, but problems also followed. For all the women in this room, how to take a bath is one problem, and where to sleep after taking a bath is another problem. Lin Mo only has 1 room and 1 bed. Chapter 47 Qin He's Comfort. Pig Dividing Meeting. Chapter 47 Qin He's Comfort. Pig Sharing Meeting. With these conditions, I can marry 3 wives. Itamirake. Lin Mo admired himself silently. But the problem must be solved. We can't let everyone stay awake tonight. Wang Yuqing's upper and lower eyelids have already started to fight. They were awakened in the middle of the night yesterday and have not slept a wink since then. Lin Mo, it's fine if you don't have a bathroom, but how come you don't even have a bathtub? How can I take a bath? Today I first ran for my life, then worked. I stunk of sweat, and it was so uncomfortable. After all, they're used to living a life of luxury, so it is understandable that they find it difficult to adapt to the harsh environment for a while. Although she was spoiled, she never slacked off at work, so no one disliked her. Sister Yuqing, let me pour you some water. Please wipe it first. My brother-in-law said he would make a big bathtub, and then we can take a comfortable bath. Qin Miao, who also escaped the disaster, could understand Wang Yuqing's current feelings. Plus, she and Wang Yuqing got along well, so she was very proactive in helping her. Okay, where are we going to sleep tonight? Wang Yuqing also knew that now was not the time to be picky. It was okay to endure the discomfort, but there was no place to sleep. She couldn't just let her sleep on the floor. You guys sleep on the bed tonight, squeeze together, and I'll build a tent tomorrow. Lin Mo said. The bed is more than 2 meters long, and the 5 girls are all slim, so it is completely enough for them to sleep upright. Oh! Wang Yuqing took a deep breath and compromised again helplessly. Husband, how about you? Qini asked with concern. I'll just stay in a chair for one night, it's okay. The conditions are difficult. Qini moved the corners of his mouth, feeling very distressed, but there was no better way. We can't let Lin Mo stay at someone else's house. Most of the people in the village are widows or left-behind women, so it is inconvenient to visit anyone's home. I'll accompany you. Ling Wei pulled over a chair and sat on it in a casual manner. I have encountered more difficult situations than this when I was marching and fighting before. She explained calmly. The bed is really too small. With one less person squeezing on it, the others will be much more comfortable. As a subordinate of Lu Yun's father, Ling Wei naturally couldn't share a bed with the young lady. Besides, she wanted to accompany Lin Mo. You guys wash first, I'll go outside. Lin Mo picked up the hatchet and went to the door to deal with the wood and bamboo. Ling Wei took a chair and went outside to admire the starry sky. Can you see it? Seeing that Lin Mo seemed unaffected while working, Ling Wei was very curious. I have night vision. Lin Mo smiled at her, and the latter immediately understood. Then continued to look up and admire the night sky. It's late at night when everyone is quiet, and I miss my family. Lu Yun came to the stream alone. The gurgling stream reflected the moon, creating sparkling waves. Like a silver ribbon, it blocks the darkness ahead. Lu Yun recalled the time when her parents played with her by the stream when she was a child. Although it had been almost 10 years, the memory was still fresh. Father. She looked at the stream and called softly, unable to hide her grief. Mom, are you okay? Where are you? Don't leave me alone. When the enemy army broke into the city, she and her mother were separated. Now her mother's life or death was uncertain. How could she not worry and miss her? She appeared very strong during the day, but after putting on the veil of darkness, all her inner fragility was released. Tears washed down her cheeks. The pain of losing her father and the longing for her mother flowed like a stream before her eyes. The more I think about it, the more painful it becomes. I understand how you feel right now. Suddenly, a soft voice appeared behind her. Lu Yun turned around and saw that it was Qin He. She only knew that Qin He was Lin Mo's wife, and she didn't know that Qin He and she had the same experience. Mrs. Lin, can you understand how I feel? Lu Yun wiped the tears from her face. Don't call me Madam Lin. My name is Qin He. You can just call me Xiao He like your husband does. Qin He came to her side and sat on the grass by the stream. Lu Yun also sat down. I can completely understand your feelings because I have experienced the same thing as you. To be precise, you are luckier than me. Because you met Lin Mo at the beginning, but Meow Meow and I had to flee famine for a full 6 months before we were blessed by God. Besides, my parents were killed by thieves, but you at least still have hope. Qin He told his story slowly. Upon learning that she was the daughter of a prefect and that her former status was much higher than hers, Lu Yun was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She and Qin He suffered the same pain, but she experienced much less pain than Qin He. It's hard to imagine how you managed to hold on. After hearing about Qin He's experiences along the way, Lu Yun admired him even more. My sister and I were saved by my father and mother, so I must work hard to keep myself alive to be worthy of their sacrifice. Qin He choked up. This sentence touched Lu Yun again. Wasn't her life bought at the cost of County Magistrate Lu's own sacrifice? The two of them got more and more interested in each other and kept chatting until midnight. Chini also resolved the knots in Lu Yun's heart one by one. Early the next morning, when Lin Mo woke up, he found that his house had been surrounded. However, no one approached his window. When did the villagers become so polite? Lin Mo opened the door curiously and found that it was Ling Wei who was repairing branches at the door. Zhao Xingyue worked hard to maintain order at the scene. He had a shadow in his heart towards the woman who almost buried him alive yesterday. Not to mention provoking her, he didn't even have the courage to look at her directly. Awake! Ling Wei put down the hatchet and walked up to Lin Mo. The morning sunshine is not as bright as the smile on her face. This scene made the men in Shangyi village envious, especially Chen Lizi, who was indignant. Why did Lin Mo do this? Why would such a beautiful woman follow Lin Mo? He couldn't figure it out. You're up. Why don't you wake me up? Lin Mo asked. I want you to sleep more. Ling Wei replied with a smile. Lin Mo felt warm in his heart. Go wake them all up. With all the villagers here, there is no way to sleep. Besides, there are no curtains in his house, and he doesn't want others to see his wife sleeping, even though they were all wearing clothes. Of course, he did this for the safety of the villagers. Given Wang Yuqing's temper, if they really saw it, the villagers would probably lose their eyes. Shangyi village has become a blind village. Are you happy? My dear uncles and aunts, I'm sure you all know that I killed a wild boar yesterday. I called you all here today because I want to share the pork with you. At the same time, I hope everyone can do me a favor. Lin Mo stepped forward to prevent the group of impatient villagers from approaching his house. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly excited. What are you busy with? If you have any problem, just ask us. We are from the same village, so why wouldn't we help you? Just tell me. I'll help you with anything. Does it mean that the more you help, the more meat you get? The excited voices instantly flooded Lin Mo's room. This wild boar weighs more than 400 kilograms. There are more than 60 households in Shangyi village, and if it is distributed evenly, each person can get several kilograms. However, everyone wants to get more. After all, they haven't had meat for a long time. Of course, the more you work, the more you get. Lin Mo waved his hand, and everyone's voices stopped abruptly. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction, and then said, I plan to build a small courtyard in the east. Chapter 48 Chen Lizi wants to tell on the secret. Chapter 48 Chen Lizi wanted to inform the villagers that it was Lin Mo who wanted to build a new house, and they all expressed their understanding. How can a house full of women like this get by without a bigger place to live? Lin Mo, don't worry. Leave this matter to us. I have built city walls for the county before. A few houses are nothing. Let's all work together and make sure you can move into your new house as soon as possible. Hurry up and divide the meat. After that we can start working. Food is in short supply right now, and every household's food reserves are stretched to the point of being stretched to the limit. Since they can't find wild vegetables or hunt for prey, they are naturally willing to contribute if they have a chance to share the meat. Seeing that they were all full of energy, Lin Mo was also very satisfied. But the rules must be stated first. Everyone, don't be impatient. Let me first tell you the rules for dividing the meat. Everyone's reward for a day's work is half a caddy of meat, or 12 ounces of bones with meat on them. The weight unit used by Dakian is hexadecimal, with one caddy being equal to 16 taels. There are more than 100 people in Shangyi village, but there are many elderly people and children under the age of 14, so Lin Mo will not use them. There are only about 70 or 80 people who can really work. Lin Mo can still afford half a pound per person per day, and no rebuttal will be accepted. If there were those who were unwilling to accept, Lin Mo would simply ask them to leave. The county town has already suffered, and there is no place to get food right now, so they can only compromise with Lin Mo. After all, it is meat. The value of half a pound of meat is equivalent to 5 pounds of grain. Next, Lin Mo asked the village butcher to kill the pig. Lin Mo divided the work among everyone. He felt that Lu Yun was more mature and stable, so he let Lu Yun be responsible for supervision and material allocation. And this is indeed her strong point. In the past, if someone in the village built a new house, people from the same village would help. Almost everyone present had participated in building a house once or several times, so they were familiar with the process. After receiving the task, everyone took action. There's a pig being slaughtered right next to me, so I'm full of motivation. Dig the foundation, get wood, and burn bricks and tiles. Dakian's level of construction was quite good, and those with better conditions could live in brick and tile houses. Even wooden structures were very stable and could be used for 20 to 30 years. Soon, the morning passed, and the butcher had completely dissected the wild boar. Those who had done the work received the meat as they wished and went home happily to enjoy it. But Lin Mo remembers all those lazy people. When it was Chun Lizi's turn to collect the meat, Lu Yun, who was in charge of supervising the work, said to the butcher, "Cut him 2 tails." Chun Lizi was immediately unhappy and started to make a scene. "Why? I work for a whole morning. Why do others get half a caddy while I only get 2 ounces? You are such an unreasonable woman. If you don't give me half a pound of meat today, I will stand here and not leave." After saying this, he blocked the meat distribution stall so that the people behind him could not get the meat. Lu Yun explained, "You worked for less than half an hour in the morning, and you did the easiest work. If I give you half a caddy, wouldn't it be unfair to others?" Although she is smart and capable, her tone of voice is gentle and her appearance is very soft. Therefore, her words had no deterrent effect on a scoundrel like Chun Lizi. Lin Mo said this morning that as long as we do the work, it's fine, and there's no stipulation on the severity of the work. I've done the work now, and you don't acknowledge it. How can this be justified? If that's the case, let's all go and stop working for them. Chun Lizi came here intentionally to cause trouble. Faced with this kind of scoundrel, Lu Yun was somewhat helpless. The villagers behind him did not stop Chun Lizi because if Chun Lizi could get half a pound of meat, it meant they could also get more benefits in the same way. Fortunately, Lin Mo and Ling Wei rushed back at this time. Seeing Chun Lizi making trouble, Lin Mo, who had long been fed up with him, threw him out and landed heavily several meters away. "You don't need to come this afternoon. I want people who can work, not people who can cause trouble. If you don't want to work, you don't have to come in the afternoon. There are plenty of people willing to do this job in Chintangwan, Shaoxuan, and Yemailing next door." Lin Mo's strength instantly shocked everyone. They finally realized that Lin Mo was no longer the wimp who could be bullied by any girl. But he is a strong man who can carry a wild boar weighing more than 400 kilograms and walk several miles along the mountain road. For a while, no one dared to cause trouble. "Lin Mo, just wait for me. Don't think you're great just because you're strong. There are plenty of people who can take care of you." Chun Lizi, who didn't get the meat, got up from the ground and walked away cursing. Seeing that he did not go home, but went straight out of the village, Ling Wei followed him quietly. This scene happened to be seen by Zhao Xiangge, who suddenly felt his heart tighten and became frightened. After learning the lesson from Chun Lizi, the other people who wanted to cause trouble all lowered their heads and took their half pound of meat home obediently. Jia Zhang, who had been standing in the crowd hoping to take advantage of the situation, also quietly retreated. She had been here the whole morning but had done no work at all. After Chun Lizi left the village, he kept cursing and saying all kinds of ugly and dirty words. He didn't notice that someone was following him. "Lin Mo, you dare to hit me, your good days are over. When I call the rebels, you'll be dead. When the time comes, your meat will belong to me, and all the women in your house will also belong to me. Fuck you." The people of Shani village already knew that the rebels had attacked Wangzhuang. I just don't know how Chun Lizi got in touch with the rebels. Ling Wei, who followed closely behind, heard the word rebel and refrained from taking any action. She wanted to see if there were any rebels nearby. After walking for about an hour, a village appeared in front of us. From a distance, rebels could be seen patrolling the village. Ling Wei frowned slightly. The rebels actually build a base here? This place is more than 10 miles away from the county seat. What is the rebels' intention in deploying spies in such a far place? After discovering the rebel stronghold, Chun Lizi had lost his value. Seeing that no one was around, Ling Wei showed up and called out, "Chun Lizi." Chun Lizi stopped and looked at Ling Wei curiously. "Are you Lin Mo's new wife?" The lustful Chun Lizi was instantly attracted by Ling Wei's beautiful appearance. "What do you want from me?" Seeing that there was no one around, Chun Lizi immediately revealed a malicious smile. "I want to ask you a favor." Seeing Chun Lizi approaching her actively, Ling Wei raised the corner of her mouth slightly. This smile instantly captivated Chun Lizi. "Just tell me what you want me to do for you. I will definitely help you." He ran up to Ling Wei excitedly, thinking, "You've walked into a trap yourself, so I won't be polite." Chun Lizi stared at Ling Wei's hot body and drooled, wanting to drag her to the woods nearby. However, before his hand touched Ling Wei, he felt a chill on his neck and froze in place. He stared with wide eyes at the long sword in Ling Wei's hand in disbelief. Above, there was still a trace of blood. A thought suddenly flashed through Chun Lizi's mind. "That is my blood." Chapter 49, Chaotic Situation. Rebels colluding with aliens? Chapter 49 Chaotic Situation. The rebels colluding with aliens? Seeing Chun Lizi fall unwillingly, Ling Wei used his body to wipe the blood off the sword, said thank you for your cooperation, and left gracefully. She originally just wanted to teach Chun Lizi a lesson and vent the eldest lady's anger. By the way, tell Chun Lizi how to respect her husband. But Chun Lizi actually wanted to inform the rebels, which threatened the safety of everyone and also touched Ling Wei's bottom line. Therefore, she killed Chun Lizi without hesitation. As for his body, no one even bothered to deal with it. These days, corpses on the roadside are more common than wild vegetables. Who would notice him? After killing Chun Lizi, Ling Wei scouted the rebel stronghold before returning. When she got home, the villagers had already finished their meal and started working. Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing were also actively communicating with the villagers and assigning tasks to them. Thanks to Lu Yun's ability, the entire construction site was proceeding in an orderly manner. Sisters Qin He and Qin Miao were also helping. After all, this was their family business. Lin Mo was building a simple shed. Seeing Ling Wei coming back, he stopped and asked, "Where did you go?" Chun Lizi wanted to inform the rebels, so I killed him. Ling Wei was still as calm as usual. For her, killing a person was as easy as killing an ant. Oh, people like Chun Lizi are dead, and that's it. Lin Mo will not blame Ling Wei for it. What's more, he brought this upon himself. If Ling Wei didn't kill him, the whole village might be killed, even his relatives. There are rebels nearby. Didn't they withdraw? Lin Mo was secretly shocked. According to Qin He's previous analysis, after the rebels captured the county town, they should have taken the food and left. Aren't they afraid of the reinforcements from the two military fortresses? I don't know whether their main force has withdrawn, but they regard that village as a stronghold, which should mean they will be stationed there for a long time. I guess they want to rule an area. Ling Wei became worried, because the stronghold was too close to them. Once someone tells on the secret, the rebels will be here to kill us in an hour. Through Ling Wei's description, Lin Mo also determined that the rebel stronghold was in Motangpu, 9 miles away, which was an important road connecting the county seat, Tingbu, and various villages. The rebels occupy such an important position, and their purpose is obviously, as Ling Wei said. Xiaohe, come here for a moment. Lin Mo called Qin He over and told Ling Wei about his discovery. Didn't the rebels withdraw? Qin He's first reaction was also surprise. After all, according to her inference, it would be meaningless for the rebels to occupy Guangzhou, a place that was surrounded by rivers. Even if they could withstand attacks from military fortresses, it would be difficult for them to defend this place. After all, Guangzhou City is only 300 miles away from the county town of Mianwei. Once the county city sends troops, the rebels will be surrounded and will not be able to escape. The rebels occupy this place, which is easy to attack, but difficult to defend. They must have other intentions. After careful consideration, Qin He came up with a bold hypothesis. What is your intention? After listening to Qin He's analysis, Ling Wei admired her strategy very much. The previous thought that Qin He was not worthy of her husband also disappeared. Colluding with foreigners. Qin He clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, colluding with foreign nations has always been the thing that the people of Dakian hate the most. What? Ling Wei, who was always calm, also stood up angrily after hearing this. Traitor, how dare you do this? As a soldier born and raised in Guangzhou, she was very familiar with the surrounding barbarians. To the north of Guangzhou was the Chong, to the west of Guangzhou was the Liao, and to the south of Guangzhou, in the Mengshan area, was inhabited by a brutal ethnic group called the Bai. The Bai people often robbed the people of Dakian. The people of the 3 counties of Wenshan, Hanjia, and Shu suffered greatly from them, and all hated them deeply. During the heyday of Dakian, the emperor sent troops to attack the Bai people twice. The first time, there were 160,000 troops, and the second time, there were 140,000 troops, both led by famous generals, but they failed to wipe out the Bai people and only drove them to the Mengshan area. If the rebels collude with the Bai people, it would be tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house, and the people of the 3 counties would probably suffer again. We still don't know what the situation is in the county. Maybe things are not as I guessed. Commander Ling doesn't need to be too anxious. Qin He comforted. Xiaohe. Ling Wei and I are already married. You can call each other sisters from now on. Lin Mo did not intend to hide this matter from Qin He. Qin He was stunned for a moment, without any disappointment in his eyes, but stood up and congratulated. Congratulations, husband, on marrying a good wife. Haha, okay. You two can live in peace from now on, and I will never favor one over the other. Lin Mo held the two girls' hands and said sincerely. However, Ling Wei's mind was full of rebels and aliens at this moment. Although this is just Xiaohe's guess, I think the possibility is very high. We must take precautions before it happens. Facing the rebels, the villagers may have a chance of survival. But if the Liao and Bai people come to attack, they will not let go of any living Qian people. She had fought against both tribes and knew how brutal they were. The Bai people, in particular, were once recruited by Dakian. However, the prefect who was in charge of the recruitment listened to the advice of his subordinates and killed all 280 Bai leaders who came to recruit them. This made the Bai people furious and formed an irreconcilable feud with Dakian. Their hatred for Dakian has long been engraved in their bones. Ling Wei is right. We need to form a team. These days, the government and the court are unreliable. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. Swallow and Bobcat should be back before dark. I'll ask them if they can gather some of their old subordinates. Although the county town was breached, more than half of the people managed to break through successfully. Therefore, it should not be difficult to gather some old subordinates. At night, all the villagers went home. Yanzi and Shan Mao caught up with Lin Mo and others when they were having dinner. Wang Yuqing hurried forward and grabbed the two of them. Swallow Mountain Cat. Is there any news about my father? Miss Wang, could you please let me have a drink of water first? Since they left yesterday afternoon, they have only eaten some rice crusts and drank the water they brought with them. Now they are thirsty and tired. Lin Mo asked them to have dinner first and then report the situation. Miss Ling Tong, the county has been put under martial law, so we can't go in to check the situation. But last night, the rebels ambushed the Takumi cavalry. Although the Takumi cavalry didn't cause much damage, they were repelled. It seems that the rebels have sent more troops. Not only are they stationed in the county town, but they have also set up many strongholds around the county town, imitating the imperial court to levy taxes on the people. For the people who cannot pay the taxes, every household must send one person to perform 3 months of corvée labor. Yanzi told the information she had obtained in detail. Everyone was very angry after hearing this. Lu Yun clenched her fists and gnashed her teeth in anger. This is forcing the people to death. I really don't understand. They also come from poor families, so why do they want to make things difficult for the poor people? They rebelled under the banner of standing up for the people, but why are the people still the ones who are oppressed in the end? Qin had been a refugee and knew well the sufferings of the common people. The world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. The world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. All they care about is power and profit. Who would really care about the lives of ordinary people? Lin Mo shook his head. He never believed in the so-called rebel army. No matter in times of chaos, peace, or prosperity, the common people are always the victims. Chapter 50 Terrible. Chapter 50 Terrible. Have you found out which rebel group this is? Ling Wei groaned. Reporting to Ling Tong, I heard that it was a man who called himself King Ding. Our subordinates have not yet found out his exact origins. Shan Mao replied. The time was too short and they were unable to enter the county town, so the information they obtained was very limited. Ding. Ling Wei thought seriously, but she couldn't remember such a person in Wenshan County or its surrounding areas. But he was able to gather a team of more than 10,000 people without anyone noticing, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. Tomorrow you will go and find out about this man's background and intentions. In addition, I will give you another task. Find other guards or county soldiers and have them come here to find me. Even Takumi's cavalry was defeated, but there was no movement from Yinwei's side. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. I understand. The two men obeyed the order. Guards, do you have any news about my mother? Lu Yin asked. And have you heard any news about my father? Wang Yuqing asked impatiently. However, Yanzi's answer made them a little disappointed. Miss, we have asked around, but there is no news about the lady. After answering Lu Yun, Yanzi looked at Wang Yuqing and said, We also haven't heard any news about Mr. Wang, but we heard from a refugee that the rebels captured a landlord on the way to Kamling. We don't know the identity of this landlord yet. Think about it. If Mr. Wang escapes, will he go to Kamling? Kamling? Wang Yuqing frowned. My father does have a few shops in Kamling, but they are all small shops. If he wants to escape, he should go to Mianwei, where there is a house. Oh, the person who was arrested should not be Master Wang. You can rest assured. Yin Zi comforted. Having said that, Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing can't stop worrying as long as they don't see their loved ones. The situation is chaotic right now, and accidents can happen at any time. Ling Wei, you said before that the rebels had set up a base in Motangpu. And Yanzi also said that the rebels were conscripting men everywhere and collecting taxes. Doesn't that mean that the rebels in Motangpu might come to Shangyi village? Lin Mo said in a deep voice. All previous signs have shown that these rebels are no good. Once they arrive at Shangyi village, his entire family will definitely be exposed, and if things go wrong, the entire Shangyi village will suffer. It's very likely. Ling Wei had been worried about this for a long time, but she didn't say anything for fear of causing panic. Go to Motangpu again tomorrow and find out how many people they have and how many they send out every time to collect taxes. Once we figure this out, we can make preparations early. Lin Mo didn't want to give up Shangyi village and become a wandering refugee. Besides, Wang Yuqing and Lu Yun's families have not been found yet, so they will definitely not leave. We can't just leave these two girls here. Although the world is big, it is full of rebels and bandits. If we leave Shangyi village, life will probably become more difficult. No problem. There is no one else around at the moment, so Ling Wei has to do it herself. That night, everyone discussed for a long time, considering various emergencies and response measures. Shangyi village has an advantage, which is that it is backed by deep mountains and dense forests. If the situation really becomes irresistible, they only need to hide in the mountains. Even if 100,000 rebels come, it will not be easy to find them. Therefore, staying here, safety is guaranteed. Late at night, the He Miao sisters, Wang Yuqing and Lu Yun, were still sleeping in the bed. 2 sheds were built during the day to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Lin Mo, Ling Wei, and 2 guards laid out grass in the 2 sheds and spent the night there. Early the next morning, Ling Wei set out for Motangpu. Chini prepared some dry food and water for Yanzi and Shan Mao. Lin Mo also gave them 10 taels of silver in case of emergency and asked them to find out the enemy's situation. They were promoted by Ling Wei, and their skills were taught by Ling Wei herself. They were both Ling Wei's subordinates and Ling Wei's apprentices, so there was no need to worry about their loyalty. The only thing to worry about was their safety. During the day, the villagers still worked for Lin Mo. With dozens of people building the house together, the speed was naturally quite fast. By evening, the foundation of the house had been laid, and the skeleton was being constructed. Lin Mo also followed the agreement and gave half a pound of pork to each person who worked diligently. Lin Mo had wanted to take out the fruit and vegetable seeds yesterday, but now he was in danger. He was afraid that if the rebels really came to kill him, he would lose those things, so he kept them in his personal space. The portable space has the effect of time and space being still. Any item put into it will remain the same as when it is put in. There is no need to worry about seeds going bad or food going bad. Before dinner, Ling Wei rushed back. The rebels in Motangpu have a total of 120 people and 3 horses. They are a reorganized team of 100 people, led by a captain. During the day, they sent 6 groups of people to collect taxes from various villages. They said they were collecting taxes, but their real purpose was to capture able-bodied men to go to Laoku to build fortifications. After spending a day, Ling Wei had a very clear understanding of the enemy's situation. A group consists of 10 to 12 people. Lin Mo and his men can easily deal with this small number of people, but the problem is that behind them is a reorganized team of 100 men, and behind the team of 100 men is the entire rebel army. Where is the Lyko Pass? Why are they building fortifications? Qin was not very familiar with this area, so he didn't understand the rebels' intentions. Laoku is 60 miles west of Guangzhou City. It is the throat of the road connecting Guangzhou and the 2 fortresses of Zanka and Tumu. I think they built fortifications here to trap the soldiers of the 2 military fortresses outside the Great Wall. Ling Wei said in a deep voice. If the rebels really blocked the Lauka Pass, the Zankatumu Second Fortress would be isolated and helpless. Even without foreign attacks, they would starve to death due to lack of food. As garrisons of a border fortress, they were not allowed to leave their posts without orders from the court. Therefore, this move by the rebels is intended to put them to death. We must quickly notify the governor and the commanders of the 2 fortresses. Qin was worried that if the 2 fortresses were lost, the alien races would be able to attack Wenshan County unimpeded. The county magistrate has already sent someone to inform the governor, but there has been no response so far. In my opinion, he has either given up Guangzhou or has joined the rebels. The prefect of Wenshan County was not a good person. He was the root cause of corruption in Wenshan County, and County Magistrate Liu had always been at odds with him. Ling Wei even suspected that the rebel surprise attack on Guangzhou was a trick by the governor of Wenshan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Otherwise, how could he, a prefect in charge of the military and political power of a county, not know that a large number of rebel troops had arrived in Wenshan County. Ling Wei is right. We need to be on guard against this governor as well. Lin Mo was helpless. The current situation was extremely bad. Chapter 51. Rebels enter the village. Chapter 51. The rebels enter the village. Lin Mo, let the villagers stop working for a day tomorrow. It's best to let everyone hide in the mountains. According to my observation, the rebels from Motangpu will come to our area tomorrow. Although Ling Wei is a decisive person, she is an officer of the imperial court after all, and cannot ignore the lives of ordinary people. I don't want to bring trouble to my new family members because of this. Therefore, the best option at the moment is to let all the villagers hide and avoid conflict with the rebels. There are deserted villages everywhere now. Maybe the rebels came here once and found that there was no one here, so they will never come again. I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Lin Mo understood the villagers. They had never seen the brutality of the rebels and would not easily give up their homes. Early the next morning, the villagers came to Lin Mo's house to work as usual. Lin Mo told everyone that the rebels were coming to collect taxes today. Fellow villagers, the rebels are brutal and bloodthirsty. If we don't hand over our food, they will capture us and do hard labor. So I suggest that you hide in the mountains for a day and wait until the rebels leave before coming out. The tragic situation in Wangzhuang had already spread to Qintang, and everyone in Shangyi village had heard about the rebels. But that's just hearsay. It shouldn't be as serious as you say. We are all women. Can we be captured and forced to do hard labor? Yes, there has never been a precedent in Dakian of forcing women to perform hard labor. Unless those who committed capital crimes were exiled to the frontier, there was no distinction between men and women. I heard that the rebels killed the landlords and corrupt officials, and they would not embarrass us poor people. Lin Mo, you have a big family now, so you have to hide. We just need to hide the food. Just as Lin Mo guessed, no one was willing to listen to him. Lin Mo had no choice but to let Ling Wei take everyone to hide in the mountains. He himself watched from the dark. As long as he didn't show up and sent the rebels away, he would be safe. The morning passed quickly, and there was no sign of the rebels. The villagers did not take Lin Mo's words seriously. Only Chun Lizi's wife, Nio, was worried because she hadn't seen Chun Lizi for a day. So she took her mother-in-law and children and followed Lin Mo's family to hide in the mountains. Seeing that the rebels were not coming, every household set up pots and started making fires to cook. However, just as they were about to enjoy lunch, the rebel squad finally appeared. As soon as they entered the village, they smelled the aroma of meat coming from Widow Zhao's house, which made the rebels very happy. Oh, I really can't believe it. I've been to so many villages but got nothing. But in such a poor mountain corner, I can actually smell the aroma of meat. Go and have a look. The leading sergeant pointed at one of his men and asked him to come over. Yes. The rebel rushed directly to the door of Widow Zhao's house and kicked open the shaky door, scaring Widow Zhao and her two daughters out of their wits. Who are you? Because the rebels did not have uniform military uniforms, she was unable to recognize their identities for a moment. We are from the Dingwang army, and we have killed corrupt officials in the county for you. We came to your village today in the hope that you can contribute some military expenses. With your support, we can kill more corrupt officials and tyrants. The captain walked in from outside and immediately found the wild boar meat stewing in the pot. It turned out to be Jun Yi. Widow Zhao was shocked. Lin Mo was right, the rebels have really come. She reacted quickly covered the pot, stood up and poured a bowl of water. We have heard that you have done a great thing in the county, and the people in the village are all praising you. But with the drought for many years, the annual harvest is not enough to eat, and we really have no food left at home. I hope you can forgive me. Oh, no more food? The rebel sergeant looked at Widow Zhao with a fake smile, which made her feel creepy. He just used a knife to open the lid of the pot, and the aroma of meat immediately rushed out. The rebel sergeant said coldly, "You seem to be living a good life. You have even stewed meat. You don't look like someone without food." Widow Zhao was in tears at this moment, regretting that she had not listened to Lin Mo. "General, you know this is game we hunted in the mountains." Widow Zhao had no choice but to lie. She didn't dare to tell the truth to the rebels because Lin Mo had warned her that anyone who betrayed him would be stopped from working and would not get a share of the meat. "You must have been exhausted from the journey, so I guess you haven't had lunch yet. If you don't mind, I'll serve you some meat." In order to protect herself, she had no choice but to give up this pot of meat. The rebel squad leader was very pleased with her self-awareness and directly ordered someone to take the pot away from Widow Zhao's house and said, "Go to the next one." They went to several houses in succession and found that every household was stewing meat. They immediately realized that these people were lying. It's impossible for every family to hunt wild game. Who was the village chief? The rebel sergeant realized that this village was a little unusual and might be a great achievement. He was a little excited and said, "Call all the people in the village here. Bring the meat in your pots as well. If I find out who dares to hide it, I will kill everyone in the family, young or old, women or children." He chopped the stone mill in the threshing ground with his knife. Sparks flew, and the harsh sound echoed throughout Shawnee village. Seeing this, Zhao Xiangue, who was afraid of death, quickly rang the gong to summon all the villagers. Everyone also knows that the rebels have entered the village. It was too late to regret now, and I could only take out all the meat in the house. Where did all this meat come from? Don't tell me it's game from the mountains. I'm not blind. It's clearly a pig. The rebel sergeant waved the steel knife in his hand, scaring the villagers so much that they dared not look up or even breathe. You won't tell me? Well, since you are living such a good life, I will collect 5 dough of grain from each person in each household. Those who cannot pay will be arrested and forced to do hard labor. In other villages, they only charge 1 bushel. But in order to force the truth about the source of the meat, the amount was increased to 5 dough. 5 dough of rice weighs more than 60 kilograms. Each person weighs more than 60 kilograms, and a family of 4 weighs 2 stones. No one can afford so much food. General, calm down. General, calm down. Zhao Xiangue walked out tremblingly. Sir, we killed this wild boar in the mountains 2 days ago. Since everyone participated, every household got a share. Oh. The rebel sergeant obviously did not believe this statement. At this time, he noticed that every household had meat, except for one household. Where's your meat? Do you want me to cut some from you? He put the steel knife in his hand on Jia Zhang's neck. The latter was so frightened that his body trembled and his lower body became wet. General, please spare my life. General, please spare my life. Jia Zhang kowtowed and begged for mercy. Please, sir, we didn't get any meat. Lin Mo, who was hiding in the dark and observing, saw this scene and thought to himself, this is terrible. Chapter 52, Jia Zhang informed on the secret and deserved to be put to death. Chapter 52, Jia Zhang informed on others and deserved death. Oh, why did everyone get the meat, but your family didn't? The rebel sergeant looked at Jia Zhang with disdain, covered his nose, and took 2 steps back. Tell me the truth. If you feel wronged, I will listen to you. Jia Zhang thought she had suffered a great injustice, and when she heard the words of the rebel sergeant, she was almost moved to tears. He broke his leg at Lin Mo's house that day. Although it was not broken, he still walks with a limp and cannot do any heavy work. The day before yesterday, Lin Mo asked everyone for help. Even a scoundrel like Chun Lizi was willing to help him, but her family was the only one who was rejected, which made Jia Zhang feel resentful. Now that someone is willing to make the decision for her, her grievances are infinitely magnified. My lord, you will see clearly. My lord, you will see clearly. Everyone was unwilling to betray Lin Mo because they all wanted to continue to get meat from Lin Mo. But Jia Zhang never got it from the beginning, so naturally she would not have any concerns in this regard. Now, she wished that the rebels would take Lin Mo's entire family away. Ms. Jia Zhang, how dare you talk nonsense in front of the general? Zhao Xiangue reminded in a low voice. However, just as he finished speaking, he was kicked out by the rebel sergeant. Fortunately, he was a blacksmith and had a strong body. He only felt a little pain in his chest, but it was not serious. Did I let you speak? If anyone dares to interrupt me again, I will cut off his tongue. After the rebel sergeant coldly scolded everyone, he turned around and said to Jia Zhang with a smile, if you have any grievances, just tell me. The general, like to stand up for the injustice the most. Jia Zhang had no idea that the rebels were trying to trick her, and she was deeply moved. Sir, this meat was distributed to everyone by a man named Lin Mo in our village. He still has at least 200 or 300 kilograms of meat. Jia Zhang sold Lin Mo outright. Oh, who is Lin Mo? Come out and let the military officer take a look. The rebel sergeant looked around with a satisfied smile on his face. My lord, Lin Mo knew you were coming and hid in the mountains. He not only has several hundred pounds of meat, but also 5 beautiful wives. Jia Zhang said viciously. Yeah, the smile on the rebel sergeant's face became even more intense. The monk may escape, but the temple cannot. Where is his house? If he doesn't come out, just set it on fire. At the end of the village, he is planning to build a new house. Jia Zhang quickly pointed it out to the rebel sergeant. When the rebel sergeant saw that it was a dilapidated house, he instantly lost interest. He wouldn't even want that kind of house if you gave it to him, and no one would feel bad if it was burned down. As for the new house, it has just been built and is not worth destroying. The rebels thought of a more ruthless method. Go to the mountains and shout to Lin Mo to come out quickly. Tell him that if he doesn't come out, I will kill one family for every dozens of people I count. When the villagers heard this, they were immediately scared to death. Everyone cursed the rebels' ancestors in their hearts. They keep saying they are the rebels, but they actually act like bandits and foreigners. Everyone can only pray that Lin Mo comes out soon and saves everyone. The only one who is not worried is the Jiazhong family. They thought that they had done a good job by informing on the enemy, and the rebels should not target their family, and might even reward them. 9-10. Soon, the rebel squad leader finished the first round of counting. Ling Wei wanted to rush out to save them, but was stopped by Lin Mo. Go quietly to the back. I'll attract them later, and you'll be responsible for the sneak attack. Husband, I'll help you too. Hearing the rebel shouts, Chini also came over. Although she acted a little on her own initiative, she was also worried about herself. Lin Mo did not blame her, but handed the bow and arrow to her. Very good. I'll see how long you can hide. The rebel sergeant didn't see Lin Mo coming out for a long time, so he put the knife on Jia Zhang's neck and chopped it down without hesitation. Jia Zhang, who was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of what the rebels would reward her with, stared at the rebel sergeant in disbelief with her eyes wide open. I have clearly made a contribution. Why? Was I the first one to be killed? Mother! Seeing Jia Zhang fall, he screamed in fear, and her one son and 2 daughters also cried in fear. Noisy. The rebel sergeant scratched his ear impatiently and slashed at his body with his knife again. Then came 3 more slashes, ending 3 young lives. After killing 1 household, he casually began the second round of counting. Seeing the tragic death of Jia Zhang's family, the villagers were terrified. These rebels are not human beings. They even spared no effort to kill a 4-year-old child. They are simply beasts. As for Jia Zhang, no one sympathized with her, and some even felt that she deserved to die. Lin Mo, please come out quickly. As the second round was about to be counted, the villagers began to cry out. They don't want to die. Of course, there are also sober people. Lin Mo, we regret not listening to you and hiding with you. You must not come out. Even if you come out, these beasts will not let us go. The person who shouted was Zhao Yang. She hugged her child tightly, and although she was extremely scared, she still shouted bravely. Everyone else was blaming Lin Mo for not coming out, but she was the only one who knew that the rebels would not let them go. Therefore, there was no need to drag Lin Mo into the water. However, her shout attracted the attention of the rebel squad leader, who walked up to her. 8, 9, 10. After saying that, he raised the steel knife and wanted to chop Zhao Yang. Stop! Lin Mo shouted and walked out from behind Zhao Xinggui's house. Seeing Lin Mo, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, except for Zhao Yangshi, who scolded. What are you doing out here? Run away. You just want meat, right? I'll give you all my meat, and I'll give you a pig every 2 weeks. I only have one condition. Release all of us. Lin Mo didn't listen to Zhao Yangshi, but walked over here. He didn't really want to negotiate with the rebels, but was just using this method to attract their attention and make them let down their guard. There were 11 rebels in total, scattered around the threshing floor. Lin Mo wanted to get close to the rebel sergeant and kill him first. 1 pig every 10 days, I promise. Lin Mo's words moved the rebel sergeant. Can. Lin Mo nodded. At this time, he was only 5 steps away from the rebel leader. An evil smile appeared on his face. I'll take you there now. I saw that there was an axe in his hand, and a cold light flashed. It's the Pifeng sword technique. Although he was not using a sword, and its power was greatly reduced, he had already mastered the swordsmanship at the Grandmaster level, and everything could be used as a sword. At such a close distance, the mediocre rebel sergeant had not even reacted when his chest was torn open with a deep cut that could be seen through the bone. Then another blow directly chopped off his head. Ling Wei, who was hiding on the opposite side, saw this scene and was extremely surprised. Splitting Wind's sword technique? She didn't understand why Lin Mo also knew her own unique skills. In fact, she uses it no worse than she does. Chapter 53. Serving as Village Chief. Chapter 53. Lin Mo, the village chief, raided the rebel squad leader and attracted the attention of all the rebels. They visited many villages in the past 2 days, but no matter where they went, the people were full of fear of them and did not dare to disobey them in the slightest. Therefore, they think that the common people are just a group of sheep and they can bully them and kill them however they want. It was precisely because of this arrogance that the rebel sergeant was completely unprepared when faced with Lin Mo's sneak attack. Seeing this, the other rebels roared in anger. Damn it, kill him for me! Let's go together! The remaining 10 rebels all surrounded them. They didn't notice at all that a ghostly figure was quietly appearing behind them. Just as the rebels were about to attack Lin Mo, Ling Wei's sword was as fast as lightning and as cunning as a poisonous snake, and she killed both of them in an instant. At the same time, an arrow flew from the side slope and killed a rebel who was about to attack Lin Mo. The sudden change scared the remaining rebels out of their wits. There's an ambush! Damn it, they're not just any ordinary peasants. Retreat, retreat quickly. In just a few seconds, they lost 4 people. The remaining rebels made a prompt decision and left Lin Mo behind and ran out of the village. The villagers squatting on the ground were dumbfounded. Is this the Lin Mo we know? And those delicate young ladies could kill people without blinking an eye. It was even easier for them than killing chickens. The funny thing is that they had always laughed at the wives that Lin Mo married home, saying that they were a bunch of useless burdens. Don't let them get away. Lin Mo rushed out with a hatchet in hand. His powerful explosive power enabled him to catch up with a rebel in the blink of an eye. The hatchet chopped hard into the man's shoulder blade, almost chopping off half of his body. Ling Wei knew better than him the importance of cutting the grass at its roots, without his reminder. If we let them go now, a large army might come to attack us in the afternoon. Killing them all now would at least delay some time. She quickly caught up with the rebels and used her wind-splitting sword technique to kill them, without them even being seen. She killed 4 of the remaining 6. One was caught up and hacked to death by Lin Mo, and the other was shot dead by Qin He. In less than a minute, the rebel squad that had been showing off their might just now stopped breathing. The villagers were so frightened that they dared not even breathe and just stared blankly at what was happening before them. The fear of death hangs over everyone's head. Everyone, get up. Lin Mo glanced at everyone calmly and was quite satisfied with their performance. Those who are dissatisfied have received the punishment they deserve. Wow! Woo-woo! The children in the village finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin Mo, when did you become so powerful? The villagers were a little afraid of Lin Mo at this moment. Lin Mo, what should we do with these bodies? We have killed so many people. The rebels won't come to cause trouble, right? Zhao Xiangui stepped forward tremblingly. The crisis was resolved for the time being, but it also laid the seeds for disaster. Once the other rebels know that they killed these people, they will definitely not let them go. With one team missing, the rebels will find this place sooner or later. If you want to survive, you have to listen to me from now on. If a situation like today happens again, I will never come out again. Although the rebels killed all the villagers and might not come again, Lin Mo couldn't bear it after all. After all, there are so many lives involved, including many people who once helped him. And if a person dies, he will not feel comfortable living here. So let them go through this so that they can learn from it and unite better in the future. We all listen to you. I just regretted not listening to you this morning. Fortunately, you killed them all. I really didn't expect you to be so amazing, Lin Mo, and your wife. Thank you for saving everyone. If anyone doesn't listen to Lin Mo in the future, we won't care about his life or death. That's right. The Jiazhang family deserved to die. They almost killed them. Everyone expressed their opinions to Lin Mo and condemned Jiazhang's behavior. Zhao Xiangui also said, Lin Mo, now everyone's lives are in your hands. You should be the village chief. When he said this, his family members expressed their incomprehension. But out of fear of Lin Mo, he did not dare to object. Zhao Xiangui finally did something I approve of. I agreed to let Lin Mo be the village chief. Now only Lin Mo has this qualification. Everyone expressed their agreement. Okay, Lin Mo did not refuse. With the identity of the village chief, he could lead everyone legitimately. Since you nominated me to be the village chief, I hope everyone will listen to me in the future. As you can see, the rebels are just a bunch of bandits who kill without blinking an eye. And I heard that they might collude with foreign races. Once they let foreign races in, the danger we face will greatly increase. When the old people heard about the alien race, they turned pale with fear because they had experienced massacres by the alien race before. These damn rebels are worse than pigs and dogs. Colluding with alien races is against the will of heaven and earth. Lin Mo is right. The alien races are all a bunch of beasts. Mr. County Magistrate, you won't allow them to do this, right? Although the county town was destroyed, many people still place their hopes on the prefecture town. After all, once a foreign race invades, The prefect will be held accountable by the court. However, they did not know that the imperial court was now in a difficult situation and most places were acting independently. Who would hold a governor of a remote area accountable? So, if you want to survive, you still have to rely on yourself. It would be great if the county governor could drive away the rebels and foreigners. But if he can't do it or doesn't do it, we can only rely on ourselves. If you want to survive, you can either pack up and leave your hometown now. If you have relatives to rely on, go and seek them out. If you don't have relatives to rely on, go begging. Or we can unite and use our own strength to protect our hometown. Fleeing from famine is a desperate option, and no one wants to take this step unless it is absolutely necessary. We must protect our hometown. My ancestors have lived here for generations and have survived 3 foreign invasions. I'm almost 70 years old now, and I want to die here. I won't go anywhere else. Lin Mo, you decide what to do. We'll all listen to you. Several elders of higher seniority stood up. With their support, Lin Mo, the village chief, became more convincing. At this moment, the villagers united for the first time. We are all facing a common crisis now, and no one will give up hope of survival for the sake of their own little calculations. Everyone, please dispose of these bodies quickly and don't let people from other villages find them. Also, Gowa, Zhaodi, call 3 or 4 people to follow me. Lin Mo called the older children in the village and walked towards the opposite mountain. Chapter 54 Countermeasures. Chapter 54 Countermeasures. Sister Xiao, where is Dr. Lin? After learning about the battle that had just taken place from the villagers who were dealing with the corpses, Lu Yun and the other 2 hurried out. However, only Qin He was there, and Lin Mo and Ling Wei were not seen. My husband took the children to the opposite mountain. Qin He didn't know where Lin Mo was going. Someone needed to look after them here, so she didn't follow him. Are they not injured? Lu Yun asked with concern. No. Qin He shook his head. Lu Yun and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. But then they started to worry again. After killing the rebel tax collection team, the rebel base will definitely notice it. Maybe they will send troops to investigate tomorrow. Qin He said, my husband and sister Ling Wei have already considered it and are making arrangements now. At this time, Lin Mo had already brought the older children to the opposite mountain. The reason why Shangyi village is hidden is that it is surrounded by mountains on all sides and is located in a concave valley with only one exit in the northeast direction. This concave valley is called Nianzi Valley. In addition to Shangyi village, there are 2 other villages, Shao village and Yemeling village, with a total of more than 120 households. Although the hillside Lin Mo chose was not high, he could see the road leading into the valley several miles away. By arranging 2 people to guard here, they could spot the rebels from a distance and buy time for the villagers. Who of you runs the fastest? Lin Mo asked as he looked at the 4 children in front of him. In fact, they can't be called children anymore, as they are all 13 or 14 years old, only 3 or 2 years younger than Lin Mo. Brother Mo, you forgot that I am the fastest runner in our village. A thin, dark-skinned girl raised her hand and smiled. Her name was Zhaodi, and she was the youngest daughter of Carpenter Li. She had 2 older sisters who were already married. They named her Zhaodi because they wanted a younger brother. However, when she was 2 years old, Carpenter Li was called by a landlord to do carpentry work. For some unknown reason, he angered the landlord and was beaten to death. She, her mother Liang, and an elderly grandfather were the only ones left at home. Lin Mo then remembered that Li Zhaodi was indeed the fastest runner in the village, running like a gust of wind. Okay, I will now appoint you as the leader of the observation team, and you will all be members of the observation team. You will come to this place at dawn tomorrow. I will give you a flag. Once you find rebels coming towards Nianzi Valley, wave the flag immediately. If you don't find any rebels, you must not wave the flag. This is not a joke. You must remember it. Can you complete this important task? Every child has a dream of being a hero. When they saw that Lin Mo had entrusted them with such an important task, they immediately felt a sense of mission and straightened their backs to respond. Don't worry, Brother Mo. We promise to complete the task. By the way, Brother Mo, can we get some meat if we complete the mission? Goa started to crave Lin Mo's meat again. As long as you do a good job, you will not only have meat, but also white rice. Lin Mo said with a smile. A sense of mission can excite them temporarily, but it is ultimately not as real as the reward of food. After all, they have not received military training and do not have the discipline and courage of soldiers. Okay, let's go home and eat. After introducing the mission, Lin Mo asked them to go home first. While he and Ling Wei stood on the hillside, overlooking the surroundings. This is a good defensive position. If we set up a few defensive works at the pass, we only need a few dozen people to resist thousands of troops. Unfortunately, it's a little small. Because she married Lin Mo, Ling Wei regarded this place as her home. What I'm thinking about in my head is how to keep this place. The valley can accommodate more than 2,000 people. If the back hill is further developed, it will be able to accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 people. It's not small. What is lacking right now is not space, but people. If we could gather more than a dozen nearby villages, we might be able to form a good force. Unfortunately, no one would give up their house and land unless they were forced into a desperate situation. Moreover, the situation in the neighboring villages is similar to that in Shangyi village, with mostly left behind elderly people, women, and children. If everyone gathered in Nianzi Valley, food would become a big problem. Wei, do you think those young women in the village can be trained to be warriors? Without a son, Lin Mo can only target women. Ling Wei and her guards are all women. Although there are only about 40 of them, their fighting power is quite good. Ling Wei has experience in training female soldiers, which is very valuable. To train a soldier, 3 conditions must be met. First, they must be able to endure hardships, have enough endurance, and have good physical fitness, no diseases, and they cannot be too stupid. Second, it takes time. If you want to train a woman who can only do needlework and farm work into a qualified soldier, it will take at least half a year. Of course, they can kill the enemy in a month, but it is very dangerous. Third, they need food. The training process consumes a lot of physical energy, and their appetite can reach 2 to 5 times the usual amount. Without sufficient food support, the intensity of training cannot be raised, and it is difficult to achieve training results. Ling Wei was not optimistic about the women in the village, and thought it would not be easy to train them to become warriors. If she were asked to choose soldiers, she would never choose from this group of people. But this was Lin Mo's suggestion, and she was willing to try it. Perhaps we can pick a few to try first. The fewer people we train, the more confident I will be. This is all we can do for now. I hope Bobcat and Swallow can bring us some surprises. Lin Mo nodded, agreeing with Ling Wei's proposal. But this is just a discussion among them. Whether the village women are willing to participate in training depends on themselves and cannot be forced by others. Let's go back to the news of the rebels being killed would not be discovered by the people in the stronghold until night, so it would definitely be safe today. Husband, I have a question for you. On the way down the mountain, Ling Wei took Lin Mo's arm again. She used to be a very independent person who never relied on others, but now she has a man she can rely on, and she enjoys this feeling. You want to ask me why I also know the wind-splitting sword technique? Lin Mo saw through her thoughts. That's right. The wind-splitting sword technique was found by my father in a cave. It is a unique martial arts skill left by a master from the previous dynasty. No one else should know it except me and my father. How did you learn it? And your swordsmanship is very profound, not inferior to mine at all. The wind-splitting sword technique is the skill she is most proud of. She started practicing it at the age of 12 and studied it painstakingly for more than 10 years before achieving her current success. Lin Mo is so much younger than her. Could it be that he has been practicing this sword technique since he was 5 or 6 years old? Haha, because what I use is the result of your training. Lin Mo replied with a smile. This is another skill that the immortal master gave me. I can steal the training results of others. Last time you and I were in the mountains, I stole your wind-splitting sword technique. I didn't ask for your opinion beforehand, so you shouldn't be angry, right? Ling Wei's pretty face blushed slightly. I never thought there was such a magical skill. It took me 10 years to hone my swordsmanship, but you only took half an hour. Ling Wei shook her head, feeling speechless. However, she naturally wouldn't get angry about such things. The more capable her husband is, the more she likes him. Chapter 55 Ling Wei selects soldiers. Chapter 55. Ling Wei returned to the village after selecting soldiers, and the bodies of the rebels had been dealt with. The bodies of Jia Zhang and others were thrown near the wolf monument. There was no need to bury them, because nature would decompose them overnight. At this time, some villagers were still in the threshing ground and had not dispersed. Lin Mo is back. The villagers greeted him one after another, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Dr. Lin, Lu Yun, Qin He and others came over. The bodies of the rebels have been dealt with. These are the supplies that were searched from them. Take a look. 10 steel swords, a long bow, and 30 arrows. In addition, there are some small pieces of silver, totaling 8 taels and 9 cents, 315 copper coins, and 214 caddies of various grains. These things must have been looted from the neighboring villages. And their clothes and boots are all here. Lu Yun has recorded all these things in a book. He looks like a butler. She showed the recorded list to Lin Mo, which was clearly organized and easy to understand. Well done. Lin Mo took a look and handed the booklet back to her. From now on, you will be responsible for the allocation and expenditure of materials. Lu Yun nodded and did not refuse. After lunch, Lin Mo gathered all the villagers together again. I called everyone here this time because I have something to say. If we want to protect our hometown and everyone's lives, we can only rely on our own strength. I plan to train a militia team. Both men and women can sign up. I hope everyone will actively participate. As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers were in an uproar. We are all women. Do you want us to fight the rebels? In their opinion, women are inherently inferior to men. Besides, they only know how to do needlework and farm. How could they know how to kill people? Most of the men in our village died in military service, leaving us orphans and widows. Lin Mo, you have to leave some offspring for us. Those rebels are so brutal. We women are no match for them. Can you think of another way? Asking us to go to war is like forcing a duck to climb a tree. The vast majority of people do not have this courage. Even if they were given a knife and an enemy was tied up in front of them, they might not have the courage to kill the enemy. But no one is born to kill. Who said women can't kill enemies? You have all seen the strength of the man next to me. I don't force everyone to sign up. I only want the bravest 10 people. Those who participate in the training will receive 1 pound of meat and 1 pound of rice every day. If there is effort, there must be reward. Are you telling the truth? Is there really a pound of meat and a pound of rice? I'll sign up. Count me in too. Under the temptation of food, 20 or 30 people stood up immediately, including Taiju, Zhao Ying, and other young and strong men. Don't worry, just listen to what I have to say. Lin Mo waved his hand to calm the excited crowd. I will definitely give you food, but let me be frank with you. Once you join the training, you cannot quit. We will strictly enforce it according to military standards. If anyone says they can't stand the hardship and don't want to train anymore after a few days of training, they will be treated as deserters. Commander Ling, tell them how the army handles deserters? All the men present had served in the military. They knew what happened to deserters. Kill. Ling Wei said one word calmly, with murderous intent, which instantly dampened the enthusiasm of many people. I've been in the military, I've been in combat, count me in. Taiju thought for a moment and stood up despite his family's opposition. Count me in too. Zhao Ying was the second one. And me. Go-Wa's father Chen Yin was the third one. After 3 men came out, several women came out. My man died on the battlefield. At worst, I will go to accompany him. If I die, Lin Mo, please take good care of my child. Count me in too. Widow Zhao also stood up. She lives with only her 2 children, who are severely malnourished. She urgently needs the food. I have never thought that women are inferior to men. Finally, I have waited for a chance to prove myself. Sisters, beat the 3 men. There are 3 boys and 9 girls in total. There are 2 more people than Lin Mo's plan, but whether they can obtain the training qualifications depends on their own efforts. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ling Wei, the commander of the Guangzhou County Guard. I will be in charge of your training from now on, but just because you sign up doesn't mean you're eligible to participate in the training. Ling Wei has always been very strict with her subordinates, and it is precisely because of this that she has been able to train excellent soldiers. If you want to receive my training, you must first prove to me that you are qualified. When the villagers heard Ling Wei reveal her identity, they all looked at her in surprise. Because the county's guard commander had always been a high-ranking figure in their eyes. Meeting him on weekdays was something worth showing off. But now, such a big shot had married into Shangyi village. They were very curious about how Lin Mo, whom they had watched grow up, was able to marry this adult. At the same time, they became more curious about the identities of the other 2 girls in Lin Mo's family, because they had heard Ling Wei call Lu Yun Miss. Excuse me, Commander. How can we prove ourselves? Run around the valley 10 times. If you can make it through, you will be qualified for training. When marching and fighting, physical fitness is the foundation. Therefore, the first thing Ling Wei wanted to test them was their physical fitness. 10 laps. This circle is more than 2 miles, so 10 circles would be more than 20 miles. How can it be done? After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Although rural people have good physical fitness, they have never run such a long distance. If you think it's impossible, you still have time to quit. I won't force you. If you want to qualify for training, just keep up. Just finish 10 laps before dark. Ling Wei didn't waste any words and took the lead in running. The 12 villagers who signed up looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then all gritted their teeth and followed. Don't fight for bread, fight for reputation. I have already said all those big words. I have to hold on even if I have to grit my teeth. On the other side, Lu Yun quietly pulled Lin Mo aside and said, Dr. Lin, are you really going to give each villager who participates in the training a pound of meat and a pound of rice every day? Training requires plenty of physical strength, as well as encouragement to boost their enthusiasm, Lin Mo replied. But your family only has less than 10 kilograms of food left. Including what was seized from the rebels, the total is less than 225 kilograms. Including our own consumption, these foods will not last for half a month. Lu Yun silently did the math for Lin Mo in her heart. She felt that this method was effective but not long-term. If the food was gone, would the villagers still be willing to accept training or even participate in the battle? What you said is indeed a problem. I can go hunting in the mountains for meat, but there is nowhere to buy food now. The county town is controlled by the rebels and has not been opened yet, so there is no way to buy food. Going to the county town to buy food is not only too expensive, but also too far away, and distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Now that you have thought of this, there must be a solution, right? Lin Mo looked at Lu Yun. During the past few days of repairing the house, he discovered Lu Yun's ability. If he could marry her, the family's accounts would definitely be settled clearly. There is a way, but it may be difficult to implement. Chapter 56, Training Qualifications. Chapter 56, Training Qualifications, tell me about it. Lin Mo asked. What you are doing now is to protect the lives and safety of the entire village. Therefore, everyone in the village should contribute. My idea is to ask each household to donate 10 kilograms of food as reserve food, specifically for the soldiers. We put the accounts on the table and ask someone with authority in the village to supervise them, which should reduce their resistance. Listening to Lu Yun's advice, Lin Mo secretly admired her. It's really amazing that she was able to come up with a solution in such a short time and also considered how to avoid conflicts. Ms. Lu, I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. Tell them that once we get through this difficult time, I will return double the food they donated today. Lin Mo knew that everyone didn't have much food at home and could not survive the winter. Donating another 10 kilograms would undoubtedly make the situation worse. He certainly wouldn't let the villagers starve to death, so donating food was only a temporary solution. You are too polite, Dr. Lin. You have saved my life twice. It is my duty to help you. Although this task was not easy, Lu Yun did not refuse. Xiao He, take 2 people to clean up Jia Zheng's room, confiscate their food, and clean up the room to use as a training lounge. Oh, cool. Lin Mo can rest assured that the affairs of the village will be handled by these 3 women. After giving the instructions, he went to the mountains to hunt. Although Lu Yun encountered some obstacles, after her patient explanation and weighing the pros and cons to the villagers gradually accepted her proposal. Each household donated 10 kilograms of food. Excluding the 12 families that received training, a total of 428 kilograms of food were obtained. Some families were in real difficulty, so Lu Yun did not force them. These grains were mixed with the 214 kilograms seized from the rebels as war food. Ling Wei is still running with the 12 villagers. They have already run 3 laps, and everyone is still persisting. After collecting the grain, someone asked Lin Mo whether he wanted to repair his house. At this time, Lin Mo had gone to the mountains to hunt. After some discussion, Qin He and Lu Yun decided to continue repairing. The foundation has been laid, and a lot of materials have been prepared. If we give up now, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Besides, this big family really needs a house to live in. So, in addition to training, the main activity in Shangyi village became building new houses. Before they knew it, an hour had passed, and Ling Wei had already finished running 10 laps and was waiting for other challengers in the threshing ground. After an hour and a half, Zhao Taiju was the first to complete the challenge. 2 other village women couldn't hold on any longer and gave up. After about 2 hours, the challenge ended. A total of 5 people completed the challenge, namely Zhao Taiju, Chun Yin, Widow Zhao, Widow Lin, and the butcher's daughter Niu. Although more than half of the candidates were eliminated, Ling Wei was still a little surprised that 5 people were qualified for training. She felt that she had underestimated the villagers' endurance and determination. Congratulations on getting the training qualification. I'm sure you've experienced how hard the training is. I can assure you that future training will be 10 times harder than this. If you want to give up now, it's not too late. Ling Wei is not exaggerating. These people were from the same village as Lin Mo and were somewhat related to her, so she didn't want to see anyone sacrificed. But as long as there is war, sacrifice is inevitable. What she can do is to increase the intensity of training and maximize their combat capabilities. Only in this way can the chance of survival in battle be increased. Therefore, her requirements for these people will be higher than those for the former soldiers. Commander Ling, we have finally managed to hold on, so we will never give up easily. I have also experienced life and death on the battlefield, so I can endure this little bit of hardship. Chun Yin supported his hands on his knees, bent over, gasped, and spoke firmly. That's right, please teach us some skills. At least when the rebels come, we won't be powerless to resist. Zhao Taiju said seriously. 5 people, not one quit. Ling Wei stopped trying to persuade her. Rest for a quarter of an hour, then gather at the village entrance. As soon as the crowd dispersed, a group of people came to Shangyi village. They were the village chiefs and villagers from the neighboring Shao village and Yemaling. They knew that the rebels had come to Nianzi Valley, but they didn't know that the rebels were killed by people from Shangyi village. I was very curious when I saw the people in Shangyi village running around Nianzi Valley after having nothing better to do. So after the village chief came back, people from the 2 villages came to Shangyi village to visit Zhao Xingyue. Old Zhao, what's going on in your village? Those people are full and have nothing better to do than run around the valley for fun? Xiao Changhe, the village chief of Shao village, and Yu Lu, the village chief of Yemaling, walked straight into Zhao Xingyue's home. Because the 3 villages are in the same valley, the relationship between the villages is quite good. Old Xiao and Old Yu, you are here. To be honest, I am no longer the head of Shangyi village. Zhao Xingyue was still forging arrows for Lin Mo, hammering and greeting the 2 of them. What's going on? The 2 asked in surprise. Who is the village chief now? Does anyone in the pavilion know? Zhao Xingyue smiled bitterly and said, Huan Tingli has long been taken over by the rebels. The new village Zhang was jointly nominated by everyone Lin Mo from our village. Lin Montak. Xiao Changhe and Yu Lu were even more surprised. Are you talking about Lin Jing's son, the one who was bullied by girls since childhood? Nianzi Valley is very small, and as the elders in the valley, they know something about the people in each village. Besides, Lin Mo has reached the age of marriage, so naturally he attracts more attention. Hey! Zhao Xingyue sneered. I advise you not to say such things in front of Lin Mo and his wives. Lin Mo is looking for a wife? Or several. How could any girl like him? The 2 village chiefs were surprised 3 times. They knew Lin Mo's family situation very well. They only had a shabby house where the children would cry and leave when mice came. There was no elderly person to help take care of the children. With such conditions, whose girl was blind? Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I know why you are here. To tell you the truth, our Nianzi Valley is about to be in great trouble. Zhao Xingyue put a red-hot arrowhead into cold water to quench it, and a hissing green smoke rose up. What kind of disaster is this? Old Zhao, you are just scary. Yu Lu didn't take his words to heart. Zhao Xingyue had a serious face, not joking at all, and lowered his voice and said, At noon today, the rebels who came to collect taxes killed people from our village. They were killed by Lin Mo and his women. What? Xiao Changhe and Yu Lu were shocked. You were so bold that you dare to kill those military masters. Zhao Xingyue quickly covered Xiao Changhe's mouth. Keep your voice down. It has already happened. There is no point in being anxious. Isn't one of Lin Mo's wives a leader in the county and is training our villagers? Yu Lu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. You expect a few women to deal with the rebels? Chapter 57, Will your brother-in-law agree? Chapter 57, Will your brother-in-law agree? Yu Lu thought Shangyi village was crazy and dared to kill the rebel leader. What's even more ridiculous is that after killing them, they actually expected a few village women to deal with the rebels. I really don't know where they get the courage from. Lao Zhao, our Nianzi Valley, has always been a united group of 3 villages. Now that Shangyi is in trouble, I'm afraid you will also be implicated. So the best way is for us to unite and fight against the rebels together. Only in this way can we survive. Zhao Xingyue knew that this matter could not be kept secret, so he took the initiative to tell them, hoping to win their support. If all 3 villages could contribute, there would be a greater hope of repelling the rebels. However, Xiao Changhe and Yu Lu rejected Zhao Xingyue's proposal without even thinking about it. Old Zhao, it was Shangyi who killed the man. It has nothing to do with our 2 families. Xiao Changhe refused very straightforwardly. As the chief of Shao village, He dared not gamble with the lives of the hundreds of people in the village. I advise you to hand over Lin Mo's family as soon as possible. Otherwise, Shangyi will be finished. Yu Lu agreed. Do you think there are only a few dozen rebels? But I heard that the entire county has been occupied by the rebels, with tens of thousands of people. And you should know that Chun Ting's Wang Manor has been massacred by the rebels. Mr. Wang is such a powerful man. He has more than 60 guards in his manor, but even he can only wait to be slaughtered by the rebels. What right do you Shangyi have? Old Zhao, don't blame us for not remembering our friendship. We really don't dare to bring the 98 people from Wildcat Ridge to die with you. After saying that, they left Shangyi village as if they were avoiding the plague. After returning to the village, he warned the villagers that from now on they were not allowed to have any contact with Shangyi village. Seeing the two of them trying to avoid him, Zhao Xingui felt helpless. He didn't want things to develop to this point, but what could he do? Whether the rebels massacred the villagers or Lin Mo killed the rebels, it was not something he could stop. I think what Xiao Changhe and Yu Lu said makes sense. Just as Zhao Xingui was sighing, his wife Lu Qing came out from the inner room and said, "We should arrest Lin Mo's family and hand them over to the rebels. Only in this way can we save the lives of all the villagers." She felt that the disaster was caused by Lin Mo, and only by handing Lin Mo over to the rebels could the anger of the rebels be quelled. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Xingui shouted, "Women's opinions." Lu Qing was stunned. How dare this henpecked man yell at her? Catch Lin Mo's family, you go, and catch them? Didn't you see a dozen fierce rebels who couldn't even hold out for half a cup of tea in front of them? Do you dare to catch him? A dozen rebels frightened them so much that they lay on the ground and trembled. How dare they mess with Lin Mo's family, who were even more powerful than them? Lu Qing was speechless after being scolded. Even if we take a step back, it was the Lin Mo family who saved our lives. Although I, Zhao Xingui, love to take advantage, I will never do such a thing of repaying kindness with enmity. I advise you to quickly give up this idea. Otherwise, Jia Zhangshi will be your role model. Thinking of the tragic death of Jia Zhang's family, Lu Qing's face turned pale. I started to feel scared. Even so, you can't give him the position of village chief for nothing. Lu Qing muttered to change the subject. Zhao Xingui's tone softened as well. What do you know? The position of village chief is like a huge rock hanging over our heads. It could fall and crush our family to death at any time. Giving it to Lin Mo is the best choice. And now he is the only one who has the ability to save the entire village. Thinking of Lin Mo killing the rebels, Lu Qing panicked. Why did he kill those military masters? If Lin Mo hadn't killed them, who knows how many more people would have died in our village? Zhao Xingui muttered something, shook his head, and continued to forge the arrowhead. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Taizhu and 4 others gathered at the threshing ground. At this time, there were 5 pillars standing on the field. Ling Wei taught them the most basic fighting techniques, which could be regarded as sharpening their weapons before the battle. At sunset, Lin Mo came back. My luck was bad today. I only caught 2 gray rabbits, which weighed less than 10 kilograms in total. However, he found the traces of the wild boars and dug a trap where they often appeared. As long as they came back, they would most likely fall into the trap. As the sun set, Shangyi village gradually became quiet. Lin Mo lit a fire outside the shed and roasted rabbit meat for dinner tonight. Lin Mo, your cooking skills are really great. I have never eaten such a delicious roasted rabbit. Wang Yuqing leaned in front of the fire and stared at the roasted rabbit in Lin Mo's hand. There was a long trail of drool at the corner of his mouth, without any regard for the owner's image. She did a lot of physical work this afternoon, moving bricks and carrying wood, and was already exhausted. You are a young lady after all. Don't act like a starving ghost. Lin Mo rolled the rabbit in his hand and joked with a smile. You say it's easy, but how can I not be tired after working for an entire afternoon? I have several blisters on my hands. Wang Yuqing curled her lips. She had never done such tiring work in her life. However, despite her complaints, she never slacked off when working. Someone's working. Why are you trying to join in the fun? Lin Mo was surprised to see that there were indeed quite a few blisters on her palms. When I first met her, she was still a young lady who had never done housework. How long has it been since then? And she has become so hardworking and willing to work. Sister Yun and Sister here are good at management, and Commander Ling needs to train soldiers. They can all play a role. I can't just sit there and do nothing. What if one day you get tired of me and drive me away? Wang Yuqing sniffed, her face full of grievance. Wipe? Lin Montauk was speechless. I'm not your father. I'm not that stingy. Sister Yuqing, I have a good idea. Qi Miao suddenly came over and said with a smile. What a good idea, Miao Miao. Tell me quickly. Wang Yuqing hurriedly asked her for advice. Qi Miao leaned close to her ear and whispered something quietly. No one else heard what she said, but Lin Mo, who had good hearing, heard it clearly. As long as you marry your brother-in-law and become his wife, you won't be driven away. Wang Yuqing began to think seriously. In fact, she had already let go of her class concept towards Lin Mo and was attracted by his unique personality charm. However, she herself did not realize it. After this disaster, Lin Mo saved her life 3 times, and she had already formed a dependence on Lin Mo in her heart. Now that her father is missing, Lin Mo has become her only support. This subtle change makes her fall in love with Lin Mo. In these past few days, although she was very tired every day, she truly felt very happy being with Lin Mo. Therefore, when she heard Qin Miao's suggestion, she did not get furious like before. Instead, she felt that marrying Lin Mo was also a good choice. Of course, being able to make a girl change her mind so quickly must have something to do with the increased charm. The charm emanating from Lin Mo is a fatal temptation to girls, especially unmarried girls. Your idea is not bad, but will your brother-in-law agree to it? At some point, Wang Yuqing became unconfident when facing Lin Mo. Chapter 58, Fear of Death. Chapter 58, Afraid of Death, I Promise You. Wang Yuqing had just finished speaking to Qin Miao in a whisper that only the two of them could hear when Lin Mo responded. Ah! Wang Yuqing blushed instantly. You heard it. How did he hear it from such a distance? Hey! Wang Yuqing thought everyone had heard it and suddenly felt ashamed to face anyone, so she covered her face and ran out. Yuqing. Lu Yin chased after him. It was so dark, she was worried that Wang Yuqing would fall. Oops! As soon as Lu Yin stood up, Wang Yuqing really fell down. Wildcat Ridge. Yu Lu's 2 sons returned from hunting, but they were not as lucky as Lin Mo. The two spent a day in the mountains and only caught 2 birds weighing less than half a pound. Despite this, they were still very excited because they could have an extra meal tonight. However, as soon as the two entered the door, Yu Lu called them to the side room. Dad, what's going on? Why are you so serious? The eldest son, Yu Jiang, handed the bird to his wife and followed. Yu Lu repeated today's conversation with Zhao Xiangui verbatim. After listening to it, the two were also shocked by Shangyi Village's actions. Shangyi Village has gone crazy. What they are doing will bring trouble to us. They all live in the same valley, so the rebels may not let them go when they come to massacre Shangyi Village. Yu Jiang and Yu Hai were so angry that they started cursing. They're still trying to get us to join them. They're just dreaming. They're going to kill me. Idiot. Those military masters are the kind of people who kill without blinking an eye. How can they provoke them? Dad, I think there is only one way to save our village now. Yu Hai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. What is the solution? Yu Lu knew that his second son always had a lot of ideas, which was why he called the two of them to discuss. Tell the secret in advance. Yu Hai said seriously. Let's go to Motangpu to report to Master Jun early tomorrow morning. Only in this way can we sever our ties with Shangyi Village and ensure the safety of Yemailing. That's not a good idea. Yu Lu's wife, Zhao, walked in from outside the house. She was a married woman from Shangyi Village. What if the rebels don't know about this? Wouldn't you have harmed more than 100 people in Shangyi Village by doing this? Zhao grew up in Shangyi Village. Although her parents are no longer around, she doesn't want to see the massacre in Shangyi Village. Mom, why are you eavesdropping on other people's conversations? Yu Hai glanced at Zhao with dissatisfaction, and then explained his reasons. Shangyi Village did such a harmful thing, which was unjust first. Now we are doing this only to protect ourselves. Think about it. If we do nothing and the military commander comes to kill us tomorrow, will he let us go? Why should we, Wildcat Ridge, bear the consequences for what happened in Shangyi Village? Mom, the second brother is right. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Yu Jiang also agreed to inform on the matter. After thinking for a moment, Yu Lu also nodded. There is no time to lose. Tomorrow morning, you go to Motangpu to find Junyi. At the same time, when the foreman of Motangpu was counting the number of people, he found that one group was missing. However, their discipline was lax, and looting groups would often not return to camp at night, so the captain did not take it seriously. It was not until the next morning that Yu Hai came to Motangpu and told the rebel leader what had happened. The latter was furious. You are such a bad citizen. It's bad enough that you harbor corrupt officials, but you actually dared to kill my soldiers. Come here, quickly count the troops. There are a total of 108 people in Motangpu. Because the entire Guangzhou County is now under their control, they only left 4 people to guard the home, and the rest of the people gathered together. You lead the way. The rebel leader asked you Hai to lead the way, and you Hai dared not disobey. In the morning, Zhao Xingui found Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, I have already made 50 arrowheads for you. I will give you the remaining 50 in 2 days. He knew that weapons were needed right now, so he put all other work aside and focused on making arrows for Lin Mo. Uncle Zhao is thoughtful. Lin Mo talked. He had already prepared the arrows. As long as these arrowheads were installed, the lethality of the bamboo bow would be greatly enhanced. By the way, Uncle Zhao, can you help me make a sword? Using a hatchet to perform the piefing sword technique would greatly reduce its power and would also be inconvenient to use. So, Lin Mo wanted a real sword for self-defense. No problem, I'll help you make it as soon as possible. Zhao Xingui would also forge some kitchen knives, hatchets, and other sharp weapons for others on weekdays. Although he couldn't forge a famous sword, it was still no problem to use it to kill people. Thanks. Come to my house and get as much iron as you need. Lin Mo still had more than half of the 100 kilograms of iron he brought from the rich man Wang. Lin Mo, there is something I want to let you know. Zhao Xingui pulled Lin Mo aside, as he didn't want other villagers to hear. Seeing that he was acting mysterious, Lin Mo asked him to come into the house and talk. Lu Yun and Qin he were in the room, so there was no need to hide anything from them. If you have anything to say to me, you can say it now. Zhao Xingui looked at the 2 women, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Yesterday Xiao Changhe and Yu Lu came. I told them that you killed the rebels, thinking that one more person would mean more help. But they were unwilling to help, and I was worried that they would go to the rebels to inform on you. So I came to tell you. What was their reaction after you finished speaking? Lin Mo asked in a deep voice. He actually thought about asking the other 2 villages for help, but since the problem didn't fall on them, they would definitely not follow him to take risks. So, I gave up this idea. I didn't expect Zhao Xingui to tell it. Lin Mo did not blame Zhao Xingui. After all, such things could not be concealed. He just wanted to know how likely it was that the 2 people had informed on him. They were all very scared, resisted cooperating with us, and left in a hurry. Zhao Xingui said truthfully. Lin Mo frowned and looked at Lu Yun and Qin He. Dr. Lin, I think whether they will tell on us or not, we should prepare for the worst. Lu Yun suggested, let the villagers stop working today, go home and pack up their things and be ready to hide in the mountains at any time. Also inform Commander Ling to stop training and conserve her strength. Lin Mo had the same idea. He gave all the arrows to Qin He to assemble, asked Lu Yun to inform Ling Wei, and informed all the villagers to go home and pack up. When everyone heard that the rebels were coming so soon, they were very scared. After learning from the last lesson, everyone became obedient this time. Lin Mo came to the hillside and found Gowa and Zhao Di. They came to the mountain to observe as soon as the sun rose. Brother Mo, why are you here? All the children were very serious and none of them were lazy. Did you see anyone leaving the valley this morning? Lin Mo asked. From their position, they can not only see the road outside the valley, but also the panoramic view inside the valley and the road out of the valley. Gowa said quickly, I saw it. When I was peeing over there this morning, I saw you Hai from Wildcat Ridge hurrying out of the valley. You Hai. Lin Mo immediately clenched his fists. What time in the morning? Can you be more specific? I can't remember the exact time, but it should have been about an hour and a half. It was just getting light then, and we had just come up not long ago, recalled Gowa. Broken. Lin Mo said to himself. You guys continue to watch here. Once you find the rebels, immediately wave the flagpole. Then run along the ridge towards the wolf monument. Don't go down the mountain. Remember? I remember. Several children also realized the seriousness of the problem and became nervous. Chapter 59. In order to survive, Shangyi Village and Shao Village were sold. Chapter 59. In order to survive, he sold Shangyi Village and Shao Village. Less than a quarter of an hour after Lin Mo left, a group of people appeared at the end of the road. After seeing them, a few nervous children waved the flagpole immediately, regardless of who they were. After waving it 7 or 8 times, they dropped the flagpole and quickly ran away along the route Lin Mo had designated for them. At this time, most of the people in the village had moved to the back mountain. Lin Mo, who was in charge of observing the signals, immediately ordered everyone to retreat to the mountains after seeing the signals sent by the children. Because there were few mountains behind, there were few places to hide. The only way to be safe was to retreat deep into the mountains. But we can't go too deep. After all, we know too little about deep mountains. Once we go too deep, it's easy to get lost, and we may encounter poisonous insects and beasts, or even wolves. Miss Liu, I'll leave this to you. You must take good care of everyone, and don't make a mess. Ling Wei, Qin He and I will go to the back mountain to guard it. With so many people in the mountains, there will definitely be chaos, so Lu Yun's supervision is needed. Be careful, Lu Yun said worriedly. Commander Ling, you must protect Dr. Lin. She didn't know the relationship between Lin Mo and Ling Wei yet. I will. Ling Wei returned to her usual cold self. We'll go too. As soon as Lin Mo and the other two stood up, Zhao Taizhu and the others came over. You are not warriors yet. Lin Mo rejected them directly. After only 1 day of training, he had no ability to kill the enemy. But Chun Yin insisted. Village chief, Brother Taizhu, and I have served in the army and fought in wars. That was more than 10 years ago. Lin Mo still disagreed. Although they had served in the military, they had long since become no different from ordinary people. Moreover, they had gone through the famine of the past 2 years on an empty stomach, and their health was not as good as before. Lin Mo would not let them take risks before they became official warriors. We are just going to watch, not to fight the rebels. So you should stay. The villagers also need to be taken care of. All right. Zhao Taizhu and the other 4 had no choice but to agree. The rebel army marched into the valley in a mighty force, and the people of Wildcat Ridge and Shao Village were very frightened when they saw it. Yu Lu from Wildcat Ridge told everyone not to be afraid because they were the ones who called the rebels here. But Shao Siyuan was completely unaware of this. Seeing that the rebels were coming in full force, Shao Changhe was afraid of being implicated, so he quickly ordered people to flee to the mountains, without even having time to pack up food and other items at home. General, Shangyi Village is ahead. Your people were killed there by the unruly people. Standing at the fork in the road, Yu Hai pointed in the direction of Shangyi Village. But at this time, Shangyi Village was already deserted. The rebel leader was riding on horseback. Seeing that there was no one in Shangyi Village, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Go in and take a look." He cracked his whip and ordered them to keep going. "Sir, I have brought it to you. I will go back first." Yu Hai had been trembling with fear all the way following the rebels, and now he just wanted to leave this group of people as soon as possible. However, the rebel leader, seeing that something was wrong, was unwilling to let him go. "Keep leading the way." He drew out a long sword and placed it on Yu Hai's neck. The latter was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees, his legs weak. Yes, and will continue to lead the way. Now he regretted reporting it. He thought that even if the rebels didn't give him a reward, at least they wouldn't make things difficult for him. But along the way, he was whipped twice, and now there was a sword at his neck, and he felt like crying. Yu Hai led more than 100 rebels into Shangyi Village, and the leader immediately ordered a search. However, the rebels searched everywhere, but couldn't find a single hair. Report to the master. The house is empty. No troublemakers are seen. Report to the master. This side is also empty. All the troublemakers have fled, and they have taken away all the valuables. The rebel leader looked at Yu Hai with a gloomy expression. Are you kidding me? Yu Hai was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. General, please understand. General, please understand. I didn't know that everyone in Shangyi Village had gone into hiding. General, I understand. They must have hidden in the back mountain. If you take people to the back mountain to search, you will definitely be able to find them. Nianzi Valley is so small that the only place to hide is the big mountain behind it. The rebel leader looked up and saw the vast mountains, which were so deep and dense that it was impossible to tell how deep they were. It would be futile to search for people in such a mountain, let alone his 100 or so men, even if there were 100 times more of them. Are you kidding me? The rebel leader raised his hand and swung his sword, cutting off Yu Hai's right ear. Ouch! General, please spare my life. General, please spare my life. Yu Hai screamed in pain, covered his ears, and kowtowed repeatedly. He had dug a hole in the ground of the threshing ground in Shangyi Village. I'll give you one more chance. Find a way to force the troublemaker out. Otherwise, the next thing your sword will shoot out won't be an ear, but a head. The rebel leader held up the sword in his hand, admiring the blood still flowing on it. The next second, he opened his mouth wide and licked the sword blade with his white tongue. Yu Hai was so frightened by such a perverted act that he trembled with fear, because what was licked was his blood. Set the house on fire. Faced with the threat to his life, Yu Hai's mind worked quickly, and he immediately came up with a bad idea. As long as the military officer burns down their houses, they will definitely come out. Houses are the roots of the villagers and their most important property. Lin Mo, who was hiding on the hillside, heard their conversation and became furious. If the distance wasn't too far, he would have been shot dead with one arrow. After all, the two villages have lived here for generations, and they are more or less related. But Yu Hai was so ruthless in order to protect himself. Anything else? The rebel leader did not immediately accept Yu Hai's opinion and continued to play with the sword in his hand. Yu Hai was stunned. Huh? Burning down the house was the most unethical thing he could think of. If not, then you can die. The rebel leader slashed with his sword. He had used the trick of setting fire to the house several times before, but it never worked. The villagers were already afraid of them and had hidden themselves in the mountains. Burning the houses would only increase the villagers' panic and make them hide deeper. Wait a moment. Seeing the head about to fall to the ground, Yu Hai shouted hurriedly. There is another way. Explain. The rebel leader's sword stopped at Yu Hai's neck. Feeling the chill, Yu Hai got goosebumps on his neck and he urinated uncontrollably in his lower body. At this moment, he was soaked in cold sweat and trembled as he spoke. The three villages in this valley have a good relationship, especially Shao Village and Shangyi Village. The daughter of the village chief of Shangyi Village married the son of the village chief of Shao Village. If you use the lives of the people of Shao Village as a threat, you will definitely be able to force the people of Shangyi Village to come out. In order to protect himself, Yu Hai once again sold out the people of Shao Village. Lin Mo gnashed his teeth in anger. Burning a house is fine. Although it is immoral, it will not hurt anyone. But this bastard actually sold out all 119 people in Shao Village in order to save his own life. This is not only immoral, but also against the law of nature. Fortunately, all the people in Shao Village hid in the mountains. Very good, if your method works, I will let you go. The rebel leader put away his sword and said, Lead the way to Shao Village. Chapter 60. The Wildcat Ridge Massacre. Chapter 60. The rebels reaped the fruits of their own actions and suffered a massacre at Wildcat Ridge. They came to Shao Village and found that Shao Village was just like Shangyi Village, with no one in it. The rebel leader felt like he was being made a fool of, and his face was darker than the bottom of the pot in Lin Mo's house. General, Yu Hai realized something was wrong and wanted to escape. However, as soon as he turned around, he was knocked to the ground by the rebel leader's sword. Damn it, you dare to tease me. You're looking for death. Hold him up for me and tell everyone this is what happens when you tease me. The rebel leader rode forward, trampling on Yu Hai's body with his iron hooves, leaving several large holes on Yu Hai's body, even though he was not dead yet. After he had vented his anger, several rebels rushed forward, stabbed Yu Hai's broken body with a wooden stake from the lower body into the abdomen, and then stood him at the entrance of the village as a specimen. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo felt two words, relieved. This is probably what the ancients said. Those who do evil will eventually destroy themselves. To another village. Although the rebel leader killed Yu Hai, he decided to adopt his second suggestion, because he saw people moving around in Wildcat Ridge. He decided to use the villagers of Wildcat Ridge to threaten the people from the other two villages to show up. At this time, the people of Wildcat Ridge didn't know what was happening. They still believed in Yu Lu's words that the rebels would not make things difficult for them. Therefore, when the rebels entered the village, several villagers came forward to greet them enthusiastically. Get lost! How dare you? A bunch of damned, unruly people deceive Master Jun. The rebels had been running back and forth through three villages and were filled with rage. They rushed forward with two slashes, knocking all the villagers to the ground. Before the villagers could react, they were doomed to die in the northwest. The people in Wildcat Ridge were simply terrified. Father, baby's father. The relatives of the murdered people ran over and cried heartbreakingly. One of the children, about 7 or 8 years old, watched his father being killed. He jumped on a rebel and scratched him, saying, You killed my father. I will fight you to the death. Where did this little bastard come from? The rebel pushed the child away and then chopped him to the ground with a knife. You dare to bite me? I'm tired of living. When others saw that they didn't even spare the children, they were so scared that they collapsed on the ground. However, the rebels did not intend to let them go. After being deceived twice in a row, the rebels decided to kill a few people to establish their authority. So the villagers lying on the corpse suffered immediately. Seeing more and more people being killed, Yu Lu was terrified and shouted, Run! The frightened villagers finally woke up from their dream and fled into the mountains crying. Don't let them get away. The rebel leader shouted with a gloomy face. After encountering 2 empty villages in a row, his patience has been exhausted. He took off the bow, an arrow hanging on the saddle, looked at a villager's back, and shot it out. Swish. The villager was safe and sound, but another village woman 3 meters away was unlucky enough to be hit by an arrow. Seeing people falling one after another, the villagers of Wildcat Ridge ran faster. Especially Yulu's family, who were running in the front. They'll draw the rebels over here. Looking at the villagers running towards her, Ling Wei tightly gripped the sword in her hand. There were too many rebels, and she was not sure she could deal with so many people. You and Xiaoyi stay here. I'm going to lead the rebels away. Lin Mo handed the bow that County Magistrate Liu gave him to Qin He and reminded him, take this and hide yourself well. If your position is exposed, retreat immediately. Qin He understood what he was going to do and pushed the bow to Lin Mo. You need it more than I do. Husband, please come back safely. Qin He threw herself into Lin Mo's arms and hugged him tightly. At the beginning, she only felt grateful to Lin Mo. As their contact deepened and she gave her body to Lin Mo, she gradually fell in love with this man. She regarded Lin Mo as one of the 2 closest people in the world. At the same time, he's also the one I love the most. Rest assured. Lin Mo patted her on the back and immediately said to Ling Wei, take care of yourself. Ling Wei nodded. At this time, she put on a suit of armor, looking cold and heroic. Lin Mo quickly moved through the mountains and forests with a bow and arrow and went around behind the rebels from another direction. He has lived in Nianzi Valley since he was a child and is very familiar with every tree and blade of grass here. Therefore, we arrived at the entrance of Yemaling village easily. The powerless villagers were like a group of newly born chicks, fleeing in panic to avoid being hunted by eagles. In just a few minutes, more than 30 people were killed by the rebels' swords and arrows. In order to save more people, Lin Mo, who was hiding behind a big tree, quickly locked onto the rebel leader on horseback and decisively pulled the bow and arrow. Lin Mo was very confident in his archery skills. Because the rebel leader was wearing a helmet, the arrow went straight to his back. As long as you pierce his heart, you can kill him with one blow. However, with a crisp clang sound, Lin Mo's arrow was bounced back. Fuck! Lin Mo's eyes widened. He didn't expect that this bastard actually wore a heart protector. I was expecting to shine as soon as I appeared on stage, but ended up running into a stupid guy. You're a fucking centurion with a hairy breastplate. However, this arrow also frightened the rebel leader so much that he quickly jumped off his horse and used the horse's body as cover. There are soldiers. Over there, kill him. Upon hearing that there were soldiers and officers, most of the rebels gave up chasing the villagers and turned around to rush towards Lin Mo. Only a small number of people who were in the front did not hear the voice of the rebel leader and continued to chase the villagers. Lin Mo retreated decisively. If he was surrounded by dozens of rebels, he would have no chance of escaping. However, as he fled, he used his keen hearing to track the rebels' positions, and when he found a suitable place, he would stop and fire a shot. His extraordinary perception and control allow him to easily kill enemies even while moving. Then, use your own speed to create distance between you and the enemy. Although the rebels also had a team of archers, they could not shoot as far as Lin Mo, nor as accurately as Lin Mo. So several waves of arrows were fired in vain. Relying on his own advantages, Lin Mo quickly shot and killed more than 10 people. Seeing that Lin Mo ran faster than a rabbit, the rebel leader was worried about an ambush, so he ordered his soldiers to retreat back to Wildcat Ridge. He is just one person, he can't cause any big waves. Wang Dun, Qian Tong, you lead the team to stop him, and the rest of you follow me and continue to hunt down the troublemakers. The rebel leader changed his strategy and used the houses and earth walls of the village to block Lin Mo. They refused to show up, and Lin Mo had no good solution for the moment. All they could do was watch them hunt down the villagers of Wildcat Ridge. Breaking out from the front would definitely not work. Lin Mo was not confident enough to get through the blockade of more than a dozen archers and the interception of more than a dozen infantrymen. If he wanted to save more people, he could only retreat back to his previous position, but this meant that he had to go around in a big circle again. Just as Lin Mo was crouching and evacuating, a group of people suddenly appeared on the road leading into the valley. Chapter 61. Sudden reinforcements appeared. Lin Mo opened fire. Chapter 61. Sudden reinforcements appeared. Lin Mo opened fire. Bobcat Swallow. Although the distance was far, Lin Mo could see everyone's appearance clearly. The team was led by Ling Wei's 2 subordinates, Mountain Cat, and Swallow. Behind them, there were 50 or 60 people, all dressed in rags, like a group of refugees. Among them, there were about 10 wearing county soldier armor, but they were all in tatters. Some were even wrapped in bandages. Obviously, this was a group of county soldiers in distress. Among them, Lin Mo also saw a familiar face, the city gate chief, Li Ling. Because the rebels were in hiding, they apparently didn't notice the danger. If they enter the village like this, if the rebels make a counterattack, this group of people will be in danger. On one side are the people from Wildcat Ridge, and on the other side are the people brought back by Swallow. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment and decided to save Yan Zi's people first. It's not about directing the hatred towards the Liu family towards the villagers of Wildcat Ridge, but it's a rational judgment. Because Yan Zi and his group are capable of fighting, they can help him counterattack the rebels. He ran quickly towards the village entrance. At the same time, the rebels also discovered this group of people and quickly reported the situation to the rebel leader. The rebel leader did not dare to be careless and ordered his troops to stop chasing the villagers and line up to meet the enemy. Dr. Lin? When Yan Zi saw Lin Mo, she waved and quickly walked up to say hello. This time they brought back 12 soldiers and found Liu Yun's mother, so they were eager to take credit from Lin Mo. Hurry up and get everyone to stop. There are more than 100 rebels in the village. Lin Mo quickly stopped everyone, and they could not go any further. If the rebels come to attack them, they will not be able to stop them at all. What? Are Ling Tong and the young lady okay? Shan Mao asked worriedly. They avoided many rebels along the way, but unexpectedly they were blocked when they returned home. They are fine. Let the people go up the mountain quickly. Behind them was the lookout slope at the entrance of the valley. Before Lin Mo could finish his words, the rebels had already attacked. The rebels were a little panicked at this time. If there was an ambush on the mountain, they would be caught in a passive position and attacked from both sides. Therefore, the rebel leader decisively launched an attack, wanting to eliminate the group of people in Taniguchi first. Zhao Liang, take the people to the mountains to hide. Li Ling roared, drew his sword, and prepared for battle. The other 11 warriors in Swallow and Mountain Cat also stepped forward. Although they were all very scared, their military responsibilities made them stand in front without hesitation. The cowardly soldiers were either killed or surrendered. Those who survived are all tough guys with iron willpower. Only then did Lin Mo see Zhao Liang, Wang Yuqing's bodyguard. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Zhao Liang also looked at Lin Mo, his eyes full of gratitude. Then, Zhao Liang led more than 40 people to run up the mountain. Lin Mo had already drawn the bowstring to its full extent, aiming at a squad leader who was rushing in the front. Call out. The captain fell down immediately. He pulled the bowstring quickly, and the next arrow was already on the bowstring as the previous arrow had just flown out. Every time an arrow is shot, a rebel falls. When the soldiers saw that Lin Mo's arrows never missed their targets, they gradually let go of their fears, and their fighting spirit began to gather in their bodies. I never thought that you would become so brave in just a few days. At some point, Li Ling came to Lin Mo. He admired Lin Mo's calmness in killing the enemy. There was no longer any tension or panic as he had felt in the past few days when he was killing enemies at the city gate. Brotherly has contributed to this, Lin Mo said with a smile after shooting a rebel. Before the rebels even got close, he had already shot and killed 9 of them. However, the number of rebels was too large for him to stop them alone. At this moment, the rebel archers also started shooting. Raise your shield, with a shout from Bobcat. For soldiers with shields rushed forward and used their shields to block the flying arrows. After Lin Mo shot and killed 2 more people, the rebels had already arrived. Dozens of rebels quickly surrounded Lin Mo and his group. Lin Mo put away his bow and arrow and replaced it with a steel knife. Before Zhao Xiangye started making the iron sword, the rebels came to attack, so he could only use the steel knife seized from the rebels instead of the sword. Bobcat and Swallow stood in the front, also using the wind-splitting sword technique, instantly killing 2 rebels. Kill! Li Ling's eyes were bloodshot. He thought of the scene when the rebels massacred civilians and comrades when they broke through the city. He turned his grief and anger into strength, rushed forward, and chopped down 2 people on the spot. However, he was stabbed in the arm. Kill all these bastards. The other soldiers also roared and rushed forward fearlessly, fighting with the rebels. Although the rebels were numerous in terms of momentum, they were not as strong as these dozen wounded soldiers. However, these rebels were also desperate criminals who hated the officers and soldiers to their core. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous of each other. Every move must be a killing move, and every strike will go straight to the vital points. The soldiers were too few in number and most of them were injured, so they were quickly at a disadvantage. If it weren't for Lin Mo, Yanzi and Shan Mao, who shared most of the pressure, they might have been defeated. This is not a solution. We will all be wiped out. Li Ling watched the two soldiers fall down, feeling very anxious but helpless. Follow me. Lin Mo suddenly thought of a place, and he picked up the steel knife and broke through. The two rebels immediately stepped forward and tried to stop him. The mountain cat intercepted one person, and Lin Mo pounced on the other. The steel knife in his hand pressed down like a mountain. The rebel reacted quickly and immediately raised his steel knife to block. There was a loud bang. The steel knife in his hand was cut into two pieces, and the whole person was blown away by a huge force. With the sound of bones breaking, the rebels fell to the ground wailing. Apparently, that arm was broken. Before he could even wail, a soldier rushed over and stabbed him in the chest. After repelling one person, Lin Mo did not stop for a moment and pounced on the other person like a wild beast. At this moment, he was struggling to resist the mountain cat's quick sword, so how could he have the time to deal with Lin Mo? Lin Mo used a move called Wind into the Valley and stabbed his knife into his kidney. In order to buy a chance to save the wounded, Lin Mo opened fire at full power and used the Pai Feng sword technique to the extreme. After killing the two men, he followed up with a move called Cutting Waves with a strong wind and rushed into the group of more than a dozen rebels. The Pai Feng sword technique performed with a steel knife, although lacking in agility, is more powerful. In addition, Lin Mo's power was already very strong, and the rebels could not stop him at all. Streams of blood flew out from their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, the four rebels fell to the ground. The two soldiers who were besieged by them were also rescued. Wind-splitting sword technique. The mountain cat and the swallow were surprised. The Pai Feng sword technique is not some secret that cannot be passed on. Everyone in Ling Wei's army knows how to use it. But this set of sword techniques is not easy to learn. They have been practicing for 5 years and have only reached the proficient level. Practicing the Pai Feng sword technique requires not only diligence, but also understanding. In other words, the commander's comprehension is extremely high, so he can enter the realm of Grand Master. I'm afraid they will never have the chance to reach that level in their lifetime. But Lin Mo, how long have you known the commander? The wind-splitting sword technique he used was not inferior to the commander's. Don't be in a daze. Break out quickly. The rebels were frightened by Lin Mo's ferocious fighting style. In the brief moment of stunned silence, no one dared to step forward to stop him. Therefore, it gave them a good opportunity to break through. Chapter 62. The rebel leader wants to escape? Chapter 62. The rebel leader wanted to escape? Seeing Lin Mo tear open a hole, Li Ling quickly carried a wounded soldier and ran out. Lin Mo wielded his sword, and none of the dozens of rebels dared to approach. Retreat upstream along the stream. We have people over there. After everyone broke through the siege, Lin Mo shouted loudly while blocking the rebels. Just now, when he was alone, he retreated in that direction. The rebels didn't dare to chase him after a while because there was a dense forest across the stream. Lin Mo thought that the rebels were worried about an ambush there, so he took advantage of the situation. The soldiers also believed it and fled with all their might in the direction Lin Mo pointed. The people in front disperse. Seeing that the soldiers did not dare to approach, the rebel leader quickly changed his tactics and ordered the infantry to disperse. This way, his archers won't have to worry about accidentally hurting their teammates. Fuck, this Lao Lu has no moral principles. Lin Mo's scalp suddenly went numb when he was instantly targeted by a dozen archers. This is a field and there's no cover around. I instantly became a sitting duck. Brother Lin, go ahead. At this moment, Li Ling suddenly appeared and threw a shield to Lin Mo. He also had a shield in his hand. Thank you. The shield arrived just in time, and Lin Mo quickly grabbed the shield and squatted on the ground. Rustle, rustle. A volley of arrows came over. Several of them missed the target, and the rest were blocked by the two men's shields. Shoot again. I don't believe he can always block it. The rebel leader hated Lin Mo so much that he personally picked up a bow and arrow and targeted Lin Mo. Call out. The force of this arrow was stronger than that of an ordinary rebel, and Lin Mo quickly put his shield over the sound channel. Clang! The arrow shot by the rebel leader was blocked by Lin Mo again. Lin Mo could identify the location by sound and react quickly, so it was difficult to hit him with such sparse arrows. Unless they're all archers. Dr. Lin, we are here to help you too. Two crisp shouts came from behind, and Swallow and Mountain Cat, each holding a shield, appeared behind Lin Mo and Li Ling. It turned out that the retreating soldiers were afraid that the two of them would suffer, so they gave all their shields to them. With the addition of these two people, the four shields protected their bodies tightly. However, Lin Mo did not retreat, because he saw a ghostly figure rushing down from the mountain behind Wildcat Ridge. It's Ling Wei. She didn't make any sound, and the rebels' attention was all on Lin Mo, so they didn't notice anything. Push forward, Lin Mo roared, trying to attract the rebels' attention as much as possible to give Ling Wei a chance. The four of them formed two rows and moved forward slowly. After taking 2 steps and stopping, Lin Mo would take out his bow and arrow to fight back, accurately shooting the rebels in front through the gaps between the shields. Asshole, can't you even handle these few people? The rebel leader was furious on his horse and ordered the infantry to charge again. Come on, kill them all. Find your own opportunities. This time, he also kept the archers busy, preferring to injure the target by mistake rather than let the target go. Whoever can kill them will be rewarded with 2 taels of silver per head and will be credited with double military merit. In order to dispel the fear in the hearts of the rebels and boost their morale, the rebel leaders spared no expense. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. The rebels instantly became extremely excited. More than 60 infantrymen rushed forward, and the archers locked onto Lin Mo and his 4 companions. As long as they took away their shields, they would shoot without hesitation. As for whether they would shoot their teammates, they no longer cared. How much are the lives of my teammates worth? For a moment, Lin Mo and the other 3 became extremely passive. However, Lin Mo was not panicked at all. Seeing Li Ling preparing to stand up and kill someone, he quickly shouted, "Hold on, the rebels are coming soon." Li Ling shoutan xiushli. They can hide here to block the archers' arrows, but they can't block the rebels' knives and guns. Hold on, Lin Mo still shouted. Li Ling was very anxious, but Yan Zi and Shan Mao trusted him very much. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. 4 rebels rushed up first. Just as they raised their steel knives and prepared to kill Lin Mo and the other 3, they heard Lin Mo roar, "Go!" He raised the shield above his head, and with 2 clang sounds, he blocked the 2 attacks. Then he slashed with his sword, directly cutting off the legs of a rebel. Ouch! The rebels screamed like pigs being slaughtered, and even the villagers hiding near the wolf monument could hear it clearly. However, his pain did not last long. As soon as he fell to the ground, Yan Zi stabbed him in the chest. Lin Mo then used his shield to knock another person away. The powerful impact broke 3 of his ribs. The other 2 rebels were stopped by Li Ling and Shan Mao. Li Ling is responsible for attracting firepower, while Bobcat uses the quick sword to output. With just 1 strike of the sword, he stabbed the rebel's throat. The archers in the distance, seeing that they had lost the protection of their shields, all smiled coldly. It was as if 2 taels of silver and double military merit had already been obtained. With a flash of sword light, the head of a rebel archer flew off immediately. Then there was a dazzling flash of sword light, and more than a dozen archers fell down one after another. Who is it? Ling Wei's sudden appearance startled the rebel leader. It happened so quickly that before he could see clearly what was happening, all the archers were lying down. The one who wants you dead. Ling Wei raised her sword and went straight for the rebel leader. The latter knew he was no match for her and kicked his horses back in fear, trying to escape. Stop her! Stop her quickly! However, the infantry had already gone to encircle Lin Mo and his 4 companions, and he had no one else except the 11 archers who had just laid down. It was too late for the rebels to rescue. However, the rebel leader was riding on horseback very fast, and Ling Wei was unable to catch up with him. Retreat, retreat quickly! The rebel leader who escaped death was afraid to stay any longer after seeing how terrifyingly powerful these people were and that more than half of the people he brought with him had been killed or injured. Therefore, after avoiding Ling Wei's pursuit, he ran straight out of the valley. Lin Mo, don't let him run away! Ling Wei shouted loudly. Clear! Cover me! Lin Mo stuck the steel knife into the ground and took out the yew bow. Seeing this, the 3 of them immediately moved closer to him to protect his safety. Lin Mo quickly drew his bow and arrow, aiming at the fast-moving rebel leader. This guy has a breastplate, so you can't shoot him in the back. The helmet and neck armor protected his head and neck very tightly. For a moment, Lin Mo couldn't find a good shooting angle. Seeing that the rebel leader was about to escape from the valley, Lin Mo aimed at the warhorse in desperation. When a warhorse is running at full speed, its tail is raised up so its most vulnerable part is exposed. There is only one chance. Whether you can hit the target depends on this arrow. Lin Mo pulled the bowstring to its full extent and shot immediately. Call out. Chapter 63, Don't Let Anyone Go. Chapter 63, Don't Let Anyone Go. Lin Mo is still as accurate as ever. The long arrow pierced the sky and hit the horses, but accurately. Oosh, oosh. The warhorse felt pain and stopped suddenly, raised its buttocks, and lifted its hind legs off the ground. The rebel leader was caught off guard and could not withstand the powerful inertia. He was directly thrown out by his horse and fell dizzy. Before he could get up from the ground, Ling Wei, who was following closely behind him, had already arrived and chopped off his head with a sword. When the rebels saw that their leader had been killed, they instantly lost their fighting spirit. Run! Someone shouted, and they ran desperately towards the valley entrance. Don't let them get away! Lin Mo no longer needed the knife and continued shooting arrows. Although he was very fierce in close combat, the feeling of hovering on the edge of life and death made him very uncomfortable. He felt that long-range shooting was more suitable for him. Although he didn't have many arrows left, the rebel archers had contributed quite a few just now, and they were all stuck on the ground, so he could take them whenever he needed them. The rebels who were fleeing in panic were Lin Mo's living targets in this empty field. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Lin Mo harvested heads easily and happily. Li Ling, Yin Zi, and Shan Mao rushed forward to fight. Ling Wei blocked the only way out of the valley. On the left was a rugged stream, and on the right was a steep cliff. Li Ling and his 2 companions were chasing them from behind, and what was even more terrifying was the guy with the bow and arrow. Every arrow he shot would take away one of their companions. Get out of the way, bitch! The rebels now only wanted to escape. They rushed towards Ling Wei, waving their steel knives and roaring, trying to scare Ling Wei away. However, their threats had no effect at all, and what greeted them was a terrifying sword. Ling Wei's sword is flexible and tricky. She used the wind-splitting sword technique to its full potential. Sword flowers appeared in front of her, and blood mist rose from the rebels' bodies. In just one encounter, 5 people were killed by her. The remaining rebels, realizing they couldn't capture her in a short time, did not dare to bother her any further. Because for every 2 seconds of delay, Lin Mo's arrow would kill 1 person. In just a distance of 20 or 30 steps, 7 or 8 of them had already died from Lin Mo's arrows. The sharp drop in personnel caused their inner fear to increase sharply. You guys stop her. A squad leader attempted to use his authority to command his men to restrain Ling Wei. As a result, his subordinates ignored him. Why the hell don't you go? Whoever goes against such a terrifying sword technique will die. Everyone charge together. Otherwise, we will all die here. Under the leader, the general flag is the biggest. Under the command of the general flag, the rebels broke out from the left and right sides. Because the road was wide, Ling Wei could only block one side, and the people on the other side took the opportunity to break through. However, with the arrival of the 3 bobcats, they blocked the gap. Only 11 rebels escaped, leaving about 20 rebels trapped in the valley. Seeing that there was no hope of breaking out, they dropped their weapons and knelt down in surrender. Don't kill us, we surrender. Shan Mao and the others seized their weapons and asked, Ling Tong, how do we deal with these people? Ask him. At this time, Lin Mo came over. Kill them all? If we let these people live, I'm afraid countless wronged souls will not agree. Although they are also capable of fighting, Lin Mo will not trust a group of people with no moral bottom line. Keeping them will only add burden to himself and waste precious food. When other rebels attack, they will even bite back. Therefore, Lin Mo did not intend to keep these troubles. Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life, sir. We are willing to serve you at our utmost. Please, sir, Lin Mo picked up the rebel leader's sword and slashed his neck with it. Seeing no hope of survival, the remaining rebels once again transformed into ferocious wolves and pounced on Lin Mo and others. However, a group of wolves without claws are just lambs to be slaughtered no matter how ferocious they are. In less than half a minute, more than 20 rebels were killed. I'll leave this to you. I'll go hunt down the ones who escaped. The 11 people who escaped would definitely expose their position. They suffered a great loss this time, and they would definitely not bring only such a small number of people next time. In order to ensure the safety of Shangyi Village, Lin Mo must kill them all, leaving no one alive. I'll go with you. Just leave this to the mountain cat. Ling Wei just glanced at Shan Mao, and the latter immediately understood. Don't worry, Ling Tong. I'm here for you. The battle here is over. The danger is lifted, and all that's left is to deal with the aftermath, which they can easily handle. After Lin Mo and Ling Wei chased out of the valley, they did not see any rebels on the road. They didn't take the high road. Ling Wei frowned. There were woods on both sides of the road, and there were paths leading to several nearby villages. If I stood on the lookout slope, I might be able to find their traces. But it would be too late to go back to the lookout slope now. Lin Mo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and carefully distinguished the smell left by the rebels. The rebels had killed people in the village, and several of them had the smell of blood on their bodies, making them easy to identify. Left. Lin Mo immediately determined that the rebels were heading towards Chintangwan. Chintangwan is in the opposite direction of Motangpu, and it cannot be seen that these rebels have a certain anti-reconnaissance awareness. If Lin Mo didn't have extraordinary senses, it would be difficult to judge. Ling Wei naturally had no doubt about his choice. The two of them quickly chased along the path on the left, and after a while, Lin Mo heard the rebels talking. They shouldn't be chasing us, right? Damn, I'm so tired, let me take a rest. What the hell kind of monster is that? We had more than 100 people, but they were killed by just a few of them. I know that woman. She is the leader of the female soldiers guarding Guangzhou County. Prince Ding has offered a reward of 500 taels for her capture alive. The general flag taker leaned against a big tree by the roadside, panting. 500 taels. The other rebels' eyes suddenly glowed green, and they said greedily, "Don't rest for a while. Go to Chintang and call for help." "Where are you guys planning to go?" The rebels were about to continue on their journey when a faint voice floated over. "Nima." When the rebels saw Lin Mo and Ling Wei, they were so frightened that their hair stood on end, and they ran away. Lin Mo raised his hand and shot an arrow, knocking down one person. Then 2 more bullets were fired, killing 2 people. At the same time, Ling Wei had also rushed behind the rebels. The rebels' physical strength had long been exhausted, but Lin Mo and Ling Wei were still full of energy. They used swords and bows, one close and one far, and cooperated well. They quickly killed 10 rebels. "Leave him alive." Lin Mo still had some questions to ask the rebels, so he stopped Ling Wei. The remaining man was the general flag bearer, whose tendons were cut by Ling Wei, and he was brought to Lin Mo. The latter fell to his knees in front of Lin Mo with a thud. "Please spare us, sir. We were forced to do this. I'll give you a chance to live." Lin Mo put away his longbow and put his sword against his throat. "Thank you, sir. I will cooperate with whatever you want me to do." The general rolled his dry throat and dared not even breathe. First question, how many people are left in your base, Motangpu? Chapter 64, Emptying Motangpu. Chapter 64, Emptying Motangpu. My lord, all the troops in Motangpu have been brought out, and only 4 people are left to guard it. Lin Mo's sword was only 0.01 centimeter away from the general's throat, and he didn't dare to lie. Second question, how many people does Chun Ting have? He just heard the rebels say they were going to Chintang to recruit people, which meant that there were quite a few rebels in Chintang, at least more than in Motangpu. Chintang was not far from Shangyi village, so Lin Mo's heart, which had just relaxed a little, became tense again. "Your Excellency, Chintang has a captain in charge, with more than 800 men under his command." The general flag still answered truthfully. "The captain is called Baizong, also called Beifazang. The battalion commander is also called Xianzong, and in the previous dynasty, it was also called Qianfazang. This is a very important position, usually held by someone with outstanding martial arts skills. Moreover, more than 800 rebels posed a great threat to Shangyi village. Lin Mo could barely deal with a 100-household garrison by relying on the terrain advantage and his ruthlessness. But if he faced a 1,000-household garrison, unless Lin Mo could create 10 of himself, he would have to abandon his home and flee with the villagers. The third question is, who is Prince Ding? How many troops does he have in total? And has he colluded with foreign tribes and the governor? The general looked at him with confusion. Is this a question? However, he didn't dare to ask more questions. No matter what Lin Mo asked, he just answered honestly. His life was more important. "Your Excellency, Prince Ding claims to be a descendant of the royal family of Dali. His name is Lu Ji, and he is from Shu County. However, he has been developing his power in the areas of Baxi and Badong. We are all from Baxi County." Prince Ding had only 600 people at the beginning, but he spent a lot of money to bribe the governor of Baxi County and recruited more than 4,000 people under the pretext of recruiting soldiers. On the way to Guangzhou, he also recruited a lot of gangsters and bandits, and the team expanded to more than 9,000 people. As for whether he has colluded with aliens, this is a top-level secret. I really don't know. It was indeed a bit difficult for him to ask a General Flag about the leader's decision. That means you are of no value to me now, Lin Mo said coldly. This one sentence scared the general to death. Sir, you promised to give me a way out. I have told you everything I know. You can't just keep silent. Before he could finish his complaint, Lin Mo stabbed his throat with a sword. When the General Flag was dying, he heard Lin Mo say, I won't lie to you. Will you tell the truth? He died with his eyes wide open. When we were slaughtering villagers in Wildcat Ridge just now, this fellow was the most active. If we don't kill him, we will be sorry for the souls who died in Wildcat Ridge. Ling Wei shrugged, indicating that as long as you are happy. Next, are you planning to go to Motangpu? Through the questioning just now, Ling Wei saw through Lin Mo's thoughts. She admired Lin Mo's courage. The first thing he thought of after the battle was not to quit while he was ahead, but to go to the rebels' hometown and expand the victory. Let's go, hurry up. We can still get home before lunch. A relaxed smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Although he is at war now, he is still used to thinking like a doctor. As a doctor, you cannot just look at the symptoms when treating someone. For example, if a person has a fever, if you only give him antipyretics, he will have a fever again soon. Only by finding the root cause of the disease and solving it can you completely cure the person. The two groups of rebels who attacked Shangi village can be understood as symptoms of a fever, but the real source of the disease was Motangpu. If we want to cure this serious disease, we must eradicate Motangpu, the source of the disease. After collecting the rebels' weapons scattered on the ground and the silver on their bodies, the two men quickly rushed to Motangpu. Lin Mo did not rush to launch an attack, but instead scouted around the village. He heard the voices of more than 4 people, and at first he thought that the General Flag had deceived him, but after further observation, he found that there were indeed only 4 rebels. The others were forced laborers captured from various villages. The hard laborers were locked up in one room, both men and women, so as not to affect their movements. There are 2 more in the room on the left. You go over there and guard the door first. I'll shoot the 2 patrolling ones. Lin Mo arranged. When he turned around, he found that Ling Wei had quietly approached him. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. He is really a man of swift and decisive character. There were only 4 people guarding the entire village, and 2 of them were forcing women to have sex against their will in the house. Ling Wei easily got through. She leaned against the wall and heard the indescribable sounds coming from inside, as well as the woman sobbing. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Ling Wei's eyes. However, she did not disrupt her plan because of her anger, but waited calmly for Lin Mo to take action. Because if she took action now, the 2 people patrolling far away would most likely escape, leaving hidden dangers. Soon, the patrolling rebels came back, and Lin Mo seized the opportunity and killed them with 2 arrows. The screams before death alarmed the rebels who were committing violence in the house. They quickly pulled up their pants, grabbed the steel knives, and rushed out. However, as soon as he went out, he was sent away by Ling Wei with 2 swords. The women in the house saw the rebels being killed and blood splattered all over the floor. They were so nervous that they screamed in fear. Don't scream, you are safe now. Ling Wei wiped the blood off the sword on the rebel's body and threw the clothes back to the 2 girls. Then, he turned and left to meet Lin Mo. Lin Mo arrived in the village and immediately started looting, throwing all the rebels' weapons, valuables, and his own 2 arrows into his personal space. As for clothes, there was no need for that. He had fabric now and had no shortage of clothes. Then they determined the location where the food was stored by the smell. The rebels had looted supplies for several days and had not yet had time to hand them over. The room was filled with food, cloth, seasonings, mountain products, and dry goods. Lin Mo made a rough estimate and found that there were probably more than 2,000 kilograms of food here. Right now is a time of food shortage, so take it away. 6 pieces of cloth? When you build a new house, you naturally need to buy new quilts. Take away. There are also 2 musk deer and 4 rabbits. Take them all away. There was also a basket full of dried bamboo shoots and dried mushrooms. Take them all away. In a short while, all the items in the room were cleared out by Lin Mo. He searched other rooms and found 2 nice beds, so he packed up the beds and bedding. He originally thought that the carry-on space was quite spacious, but now he found that it was not enough at all. It filled up quickly. After searching all the rooms, Lin Mo decided to burn down the village. The detained villagers had been released. Most of them thanked Ling Wei and went home, except for 3 girls aged 16 or 17 who were unwilling to leave. What's going on? Seeing them following Ling Wei closely, Lin Mo asked in confusion. Sir, our relatives have been killed by the rebels. We are now homeless. We beg you to take us in. I want to be like this gentleman, practice my skills, kill all the rebels, and avenge my relatives. Please, sir, take us in. The three of them knelt on the ground, tears pouring down their cheeks. Their loved ones were killed, and their bodies were destroyed. Now there is only one belief that can keep them alive: revenge. Thank you to all the people who gave good reviews and gifts. With your support, Lao Zhang is more motivated. I write 8,000 words a day, which is quite hard work. If there are many people urging me to update, or if someone sends gifts to urge me to update, Lao Zhang will also work hard and update more. All in all, please give us your support. Chapter 65: The Yu family should atone for their sins with death. Chapter 65: The Yu family should die to atone for their sins. The raging flames were like a giant monster, engulfing the village. In order to avoid leaving any traces, Lin Mo chose to take a detour through a small path. This way, even if some villagers saw them, they would not know where they came from. When leaving, Ling Wei found 2 horses in the fence at the entrance of the village, one Hua and one Xiao. Dakian has detailed distinctions among horses, and horses of different colors and bloodlines have different names. Hua is a chestnut horse, while she is a horse with a black mouth and a yellow body. Lin Mo rode a Hua, and Ling Wei rode a Qi. This was Lin Mo's first time riding a horse. Fortunately, he had a saddle and stirrups. In addition, the horse had a gentle temperament, and Ling Wei was by his side, so he was able to control it. Behind the 2 men, there were 3 thin girls. I'm curious, why did you keep them here? They don't look like people who can run around Nianzi Valley 10 times. On horseback, Lin Mo asked Ling Wei curiously. From his doctor's point of view, these 3 girls are not suitable for training at the moment because their physical condition is too poor. Because their eyes are filled with hatred, and that is a powerful force. Hatred can make people brave and fearless. Many people are willing to endure any hardship for revenge and will not give up until they achieve their goal. And this persistent belief can often enable people to break their limits and become extremely powerful. Maybe they are not as good as the new recruits in Shangyi Village now, but Ling Wei believes that as long as they are given some time, their performance will definitely be amazing. Husband, what's wrong? Can you prescribe some medicine to improve their health and help them train? Ling Wei suddenly remembered that her husband was a doctor. He could even cure Miss Lu's long-standing illness. This little thing shouldn't be difficult for him. Leave it to me. Several prescriptions immediately flashed through Lin Mo's mind. There are decoctions that can be taken internally to promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, and strengthen the body. There are also decoctions that can be used for bathing to dispel fatigue, strengthen muscles and bones. But some of the medicinal herbs are not easy to find. You 3 come up with a code name for yourselves. Ling Wei jumped off the horse and came to the 3 people. You can use the name of your favorite animal or plant, or something with special meaning. From the conversation just now, I learned that none of the 3 of them had names. Even if there was, Ling Wei wouldn't let them use it. Because of their different identities, if they want revenge, they have to let go of everything in the past. The power of hatred can make them stronger, but it can also become a demon that hinders them. I'll go first. 29. The girl in yellow with an oval face spoke first. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. All 29 members of our family were killed by the rebels. Mandrill. My mother used to scare me with it when I was little. Another girl in linen clothes said with a miserable smile. The nightmare of her childhood has now become an obsession in her heart. White. Finally, the girl said one word coldly. 29 Mandrill White. Ling Wei repeated their code names and continued. From now on, you must forget the past. Since you choose to trust me, you must obey my orders absolutely. If anyone disobeys my orders during future training and mission execution, I will personally punish them by military law. Understood. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and silently kept Ling Wei's words in mind. Although they wanted revenge, they did not let hatred destroy their humanity. They were grateful to Ling Wei and Lin Mo. It was already late in the afternoon when they returned to Shangyi Village. Because Lin Mo hadn't come back, everyone was still hiding in the mountains. Only Qin He and Shan Mao were observing the situation at the lookout slope. Husband, Sister Wei, you are back. Ling Tong. Why did it take so long to hunt down a few people? Qin He and Shan Mao came to the valley entrance to greet them. The place has been cleaned up, the bodies have been moved away long ago, and even the bloodstains have been buried with soil. Hey, who are they? Ling Tong asked. The mountain cat was lively and looked at the three girls following behind the two with curiosity. Everyone okay? Lin Mo jumped off the horse and led the horse forward. Ling Wei introduced three people to Shan Mao. They're the new recruits I brought back. Now, you are their team leader. New recruits? Okay. Bobcat gladly accepted and walked up to them to say hello. My name is Bobcat. Welcome to become my team member. Husband, before you came back, no one dared to go down the mountain. They're still hiding in the mountains. Chini introduced the situation in the valley to Lin Mo. Now the people from the three villages are all staying together, hiding in the area around the wolf monument. The danger has been lifted for now. Let's call them all out. The rebels in the Motangpu stronghold had been completely cleared out, and when they returned, they were not discovered. Therefore, even if Chen Ting's rebels found that the stronghold had been taken down, they would not be able to be traced back in a short time. I'll go right away. Qin He responded. Go on horseback and call everyone to our village. I have something to say. Lin Mo handed his Hua Ma to Qin He. The latter has learned horse riding and archery since childhood, and his riding skills are much better than Lin Mo's. Qin He took the reins and whip, jumped on the horse, and ran quickly towards the back mountain. By the way, Dr. Lin, when you left, Madam Qin and I counted the number of injured villagers. There are 28 injured villagers, 4 of whom are seriously injured and in urgent need of treatment. In addition, the soldiers we brought back were also injured, and 2 of them were seriously injured. After Qin He left, Shan Mao came to Lin Mo. There were no other doctors in the valley, and everyone was waiting for Lin Mo to come back. I see. Although Lin Mo is not a surgeon, it is not difficult for him to treat injuries, provided that he is medicine. There is not a single doctor in the 3 villages of Nianzigu, and the villagers have no medicinal materials in their homes. He could only go up the mountain to collect herbs later. But before that, he had one more thing to do. Not long after entering Shangyi village, Qin He and the villagers walked out of the mountains one after another. This time, Shangyi village and Shao village suffered no losses. But in Wildcat Ridge, nearly half of the people died. Their faces were filled with fear of surviving the disaster and grief over the death of their loved ones. Lin Mo quickly found Yu Lu's family among the crowd. Because Yu Hai was killed, his body was still lying at the entrance of Shao village, and his death was miserable. Yu Lu's family was also immersed in grief. But few people sympathized with their family's sadness. My fellow villagers, our Nianzi Valley didn't have to suffer such a disaster. It was someone who lured the rebels here, which led to the killing of so many villagers. I don't need to tell you who this person is. He knows it in his heart. I hope you can stand up and give everyone an explanation. Lin Mo glanced towards Yu Lu indifferently. However, most villagers still believe that it was the rebels who came looking for them. Hearing Lin Mo's words, he immediately became furious. Which bastard brought the rebels to Nianzi Valley? I was wondering, our Nianzi Valley is in a remote location. How could the rebels find this place? It turns out there is a traitor. It's a pity that my daughter was killed in such a confused manner. Bastard, stand up to me. Who is he? You must give us an explanation today. Although all the dead were from Yemailing, some of them were daughters from Xiaocuan and Shanghaikan who had married there. Therefore, the villagers of the 3 villages were all angry. It's Yu Hai from Wildcat Ridge. Seeing that Yu Lu didn't stand up for a long time, the outspoken Zhao immediately stood up to criticize him. Because one of her good sisters was also killed by the rebels. You Dado, was it you who told this secret? Why did you do this? Do you know how many people you killed? You'll pay for my daughter's life. Yu Lu, why do you want to do such a sinister thing? What good will it do you? A group of women rushed forward, grabbed Yu Lu's clothes, pulled and scratched him, crying and shouting at him to pay with his life. Yu Lu tried desperately to explain, I did this to protect Wildcat Ridge. Lin Mo killed the rebel team that came to collect taxes. If I hadn't informed them, the rebels would definitely take Wildcat Ridge and Shao Village with them when they came for revenge. I thought that doing so would allow the rebels to let Wildcat Ridge go. But who knew that the rebels were so brutal and unreasonable that they couldn't find anyone from Shangyi Village and attacked us at Wildcat Ridge? Do you think you were the only ones who lost a relative? My son was nailed to a stake alive. Yu Lu knelt on the ground, crying inconsolably as he pointed in the direction where his son had died tragically. His original intention was to save Wildcat Ridge, but in the end he ended up harming Wildcat Ridge. You are truly righteous. In order to save Wildcat Ridge, you are willing to sacrifice Shangyi and Xiaocuan. Seeing that this guy not only did not repent, but also put all the responsibility on him, Lin Mo's murderous intent became stronger. At this time, Zhao Xingue also jumped out and accused. "You Lu, even if you don't want to help us, there's no need to invite the wolf into the house. Your second son was killed by your own stupidity. This is a bastard that is so evil and hurtful. What he did is not human. Half of Wildcat Ridge was killed by you." Everyone saw Lin Mo fighting bravely against the rebels and protecting everyone's safety. Therefore, no one bought into Yu Lu's attempt to shift the blame to Lin Mo. Everyone rushed to attack Yu Lu. "Yes, it's my fault. I shouldn't have informed the rebels. But my son is dead too. You are still not satisfied. What else do you want?" Yu Lu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared angrily. He felt that he was also a victim because his son had died. As the village chief of Wildcat Ridge, he had a certain authority in the village. This roar instantly suppressed the accusations of many people. "We are all ordinary villagers. Even if we are furious, what can we do to him? You only lost one son, but more than 40 people died in Wildcat Ridge. Why are you still feeling wrong? In my opinion, the best way for your Yu family to pay homage to Wildcat Ridge is to die." Lin Mo threw a few steel knives in front of the Yu family. "Since you have betrayed someone, you must pay the corresponding price. The dozens of villagers and those 2 soldiers from Wildcat Ridge cannot die in vain." Chapter 66. 3 villages merged to form the Valley Guard. Chapter 66. The 3 villages merged to form the Valley Guard. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, the whole village suddenly became quiet. No one expected that Lin Mo would actually say such a thing and directly sentence Yu Lu's family to death. After a moment of stunned silence, the villagers whose relatives had died felt that Lin Mo's words made sense. So many people died. Yu Lu's family cannot escape responsibility. Of course, there are also those who cannot bear it. "Lin Mo, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." "That's right. We are not the government and have no right to decide the life and death of others." Some kind-hearted people pleaded for Yu Lu. "Yu Lu has already paid the price for his actions. In my opinion, let it go. He will definitely not do such stupid things again in the future. The situation is so chaotic right now, and this is the time when we need to unite. Why not give them a chance?" However, most people just looked at Yu Lu coldly. Although he didn't say it, he supported Lin Mo's proposal in his heart. As long as Yu Lu's family is alive, the public anger will never be appeased. "Lin Mo, I was wrong in this matter, but it doesn't deserve death. Besides, I am the village chief of Wildcat Ridge. What qualifications do you have to make me die to atone for my crime?" Yu Lu was naturally unwilling to accept Lin Mo's proposal. He stood up and kicked the knife in front of him away. "How dare you say you are the village chief of Wildcat Ridge? Aren't you afraid that your relatives who died today will come looking for you in the middle of the night to claim their lives?" Lin Mo picked up the steel knife and said slowly, "Letting you die to pay for your sins is giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Since you don't cherish it, then I'll give you a ride." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a flash of a knife, and a red mark suddenly appeared on Yu Lu's neck. Then, bright red blood spurted out as if a water pipe had been broken. Yu Lu pointed at Lin Mo with his eyes wide open, and before he could finish his words, he knelt on the ground. After struggling for a few seconds, he fell straight down. This move was beyond everyone's expectations, and even Ling Wei's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. She was shocked that Lin Mo had always been friendly to the villagers, so why did he kill them so decisively today? As for the other villagers, they were all so frightened that they dared not speak. Adults covered the children's eyes, while the timid ones turned away. "Yu Jiang, do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you?" After killing Yu Lu, Lin Mo did not stop there. In troubled times, what is more annoying than the Virgin Mary is the traitor. Yu Lu's family's actions have touched Lin Mo's bottom line. "Must kill. Lin Mo, you dare to kill someone? I'm going to report it to the police. You will definitely pay for my father's life." Yu Jiang was already frightened and pointed at Lin Mo, trembling. In his head, he was still hoping that the government would come to do justice. Lin Mo shook his head and sent it away with a knife. If he committed suicide, Lin Mo would respect him as a man and give him a good burial. Unfortunately, he is as cowardly as his father. After killing 2 people from the Yu family, the villagers were frightened by Lin Mo's crazy behavior. Those who had just pleaded for the Yu family also shut their mouths. Lu Yun's mother thought that what Lin Mo did was inappropriate. She believed that Lin Mo had no right to kill, so she wanted to stop him, but was quietly stopped by her daughter. Lu Yun is a smart girl, although she is kind-hearted and thinks killing is not the best solution. But on second thought, he felt that Lin Mo had no choice but to do this. Having figured this out, she naturally would not let her mother stop Lin Mo. At this time, the Yu family still had Yu Lu's wife Zhao, 2 daughters-in-law, and 2 granddaughters. The younger granddaughter is still an infant, and the older one is just over 3 years old. Looking at her dead husband and son, Zhao was completely stunned. The 2 daughters-in-law were so frightened that they dared not even breathe, like sheep surrounded by wolves. They hugged their daughters tightly, their bodies trembling slightly. Ah! Zhao suddenly screamed and knelt in front of Yu Lu's body, crying loudly. Her husband died, and so did her 2 sons. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Zhao couldn't bear the blow, so he picked up a steel knife on the ground and slit his throat. Ninth sister, don't. After all, she was a married woman from Shangyi village. Several elders in Shangyi village wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Zhao had already fallen on Yu Lu. Whoa! When the 2 daughters-in-law saw their mother-in-law commit suicide, a strong fear swept over their hearts, and they finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. My 2 sisters-in-law, please get up. I don't intend to embarrass you. But something as serious as this has happened, and someone has to take responsibility and give an explanation to the dead. Lin Mo knew that to cut the grass at its roots, he had to kill the orphan and the widow in public, which would definitely damage his reputation, and the disadvantages would far outweigh the advantages. So, he decided to change his approach. Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Qin He, Lu Yun, and others. Their fists were clenched until they turned white, fearing that Lin Mo would go crazy and kill even women and children. I will help take care of your 2 nieces from now on. Your 2 sisters-in-law can join the army and kill more rebels to comfort the relatives who died in Wildcat Ridge. Eradication does not necessarily require killing. The 2 children are still young, like a blank sheet of paper. As long as Lin Mo keeps them by his side, he can draw them in any way he wants. In the near future, they will repay their kindness in raising them. As for the 2 daughters-in-law of the Yu family, the battlefield is their best destination. That's a good idea. The Yu family must make amends. Lin Mo is really thoughtful. Lin Mo has a really kind heart. He is willing to help raise those 2 little bastards in this situation. The villagers whispered to each other and approved of Lin Mo's approach. Everyone, we have killed all the rebels in Motangpu, and this can be regarded as revenge for the folks in Yemaling. The rebels from Tingbu and the county should not be able to find us in a short time. I hope everyone can keep their mouths shut and stop doing stupid things. The effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey has been achieved, but they still need to be warned so that they will remember it. As long as the rebels are still in Guangzhou County, the danger will not be resolved. And I heard that the rebels are colluding with foreigners and want to let them in. If we want to survive, we must unite. So I suggest that from today, the 3 villages merge to form a self-defense army to protect our Nianzi Valley. Does everyone have any opinions? There is no way to recruit people from outside right now, and others are unlikely to listen to you. All Lin Mo can do now is to gather the strength of the 3 villages. We at Wildcat Ridge listen to you. Now that Wildcat Ridge has lost its village chief and so many people have died, they need someone to lead them through the difficult times. Lin Mo has food and ability and is undoubtedly the best candidate. We in Xiao Village have no objection and agree to the merger. Xiao Chang'e hesitated for a moment and agreed to Lin Mo's proposal. He now understood why Zhao Xingue gave up the position of village chief. Lin Mo, this is so scary. Since everyone has no objection from now on, our 3 villages will be merged into one. The next step is to form a valley guard. Men age 15 and above, under 35, and women under 30 can sign up. This is the best way to protect your family, and I hope everyone will participate. It's the same as the rules of Shangyi. Anyone who participates in the training can get 1 pound of food and 1 pound of meat every day. For those who don't participate in the training, each household will donate 10 pounds of food. Since the 3 villages have been merged, they should naturally be treated equally. Everyone is short of food right now, and a pound of grain and a pound of meat every day is extremely tempting for the villagers. After some ideological struggle, in the end 9 people from Xiaozuan and Yemaling each participated. However, no one can say for sure how many people can pass the test and obtain the qualification for training. Chapter 67 Wang Yuqing is jealous. Chapter 67 Wang Yuqing was jealous. People from Xiao Village and Shangyi Village came to Yemaling together to help clean up the bodies of the dead. The bodies of the rebels can be thrown into the mountains, where wild wolves and mountain cats will drag them away, but the bodies of our loved ones must be buried. On this day, the entire Nianzi Valley was immersed in grief. However, the dead are gone, and those who survive must try their best to live. Carry all the wounded to the training lounge, and prepare some boiled water and clean cotton cloth. Because there were many wounded people waiting for treatment, Lin Mo did not go to Wildcat Ridge to help. He worked for 2 hours to properly treat all the seriously injured. Fortunately, no one was in danger of death. Unfortunately, there was a lack of medicinal herbs, so their injuries would recover more slowly, and there was even a possibility of infection. Lin Mo was busy until dark before he could take a break. When I got home, the meal was already ready. One of the people who escaped with Lu Yun's mother was a cook from the county magistrate's mansion. She didn't know what had happened to her family, and she couldn't go back to the county town, so she could only flee with her mistress. They encountered wave after wave of rebels, and their guards became fewer and fewer. Once they almost died, it was Li Ling who appeared in time and saved them. Later, Li Ling met Shan Mao and Yin Zi again. When he learned that Miss Lu was in Shangyi village, they came over together. The cook's cooking skills are quite good. Despite the simple conditions, the dishes she makes are still delicious. However, Lin Mo's house was already very crowded, and with so many more people suddenly coming, he really didn't know how to accommodate them. The women in this room are either ladies or ladies. You can't sleep in a straw hut with them. After dinner, Lin Mo asked Zhao Yang for help. There was an empty room in her house where Mrs. Chun and Lu Yun could sleep. Zhao Yang would naturally not refuse. But before going to bed, he still had one thing to do. It was time to give Wang Yuqing and Lu Yun acupuncture. If they didn't persist in the treatment, all the previous efforts would be in vain, and they would still feel pain next month. Lin Mo called them into the house as he was free, and the others waited outside. Ladies, it's time for treatment. Lin Mo took out the silver needle and disinfected it with boiling water. This was not the first treatment, and as two sisters together, they were not that shy. Lu Yun took the initiative to cooperate. Dr. Lin, I'm not a lady anymore. You can just call me Lu Yun. Then stop calling me Dr. Lin and just call me Lin Mo. Lin Mo said with a smile. Okay, Li know that. With just one sentence, the relationship between the two people was brought closer. Linda, Mo, can I ask you something? When Lin Mo was giving acupuncture to Lu Yun looked at him curiously with her beautiful eyes. Her cheeks were slightly red and she looked a little shy. She wanted to divert her attention by chatting. You say. Lin Mo carefully twisted a silver needle and inserted it into her water point. It was already dark, with only a faint firelight in the room. Even though Lin Mo had super night vision, it was still different from daytime, so he had to be careful with every stitch he made. What is your relationship with Commander Ling now? Don't get me wrong, I just noticed that Commander Ling has been acting a little abnormal recently. She used to be cold to everyone, but now she smiles, especially when facing you. Lu Yun asked. Hearing her words, Wang Yuqing next to her suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lin Mo. I don't know why, but I feel a little nervous. Commander Ling and I have already performed the ceremony of husband and wife. According to Dakian customs, she is already my wife. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Since she asked, Lin Mo answered truthfully. Ling Wei was the leader of the guards, and her father was only a subordinate. Therefore, Ling Wei's personal freedom and marriage did not require their consent. This answer shocked Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing. I always thought Commander Ling would never get married in this life, but I didn't expect that she would become your wife so soon. Lu Yun didn't know what to say at this moment. On the one hand, she was happy that Ling Wei had found her own happiness, but on the other hand, she felt a little lost. Humph! What good is a cold piece of ice? Wang Yuqing snorted in dissatisfaction and turned her head away angrily. She is cold to others but passionate to me. Why do some people react so strongly? Is she jealous? Lin Mo took another shot and joked with a smile. She knew that the people Lin Mo was referring to were herself, so she quickly stiffened her neck and argued, I can be more enthusiastic than her. She couldn't accept that she was not as good as an ice cube. Moreover, she was the one who knew Lin Mo first, so why did the ice cube know him before her? I don't believe it. Seeing that she was sulking like a child, Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and continued to provoke her with words. Wang Yuqing's nerves were a little fragile after this disaster, and she could not bear such stimulation. He showed Lin Mo what true passion was on the spot. Chapter 68, the third treatment plan, was successfully implemented. Chapter 68, the third treatment plan, was implemented successfully. Lin Mo didn't expect Wang Yuqing to suddenly become so bold that she almost pierced the wrong place when giving Lu Yao an acupuncture. Wang Yuqing couldn't help but giggle when she saw Lin Mo's embarrassed look. "Umph. Let's see if you dare to say I'm cold again. Look now, am I still cold?" Wang Yuqing looked at Lin Mo and suddenly became extremely serious. In fact, when Lin Mo gave her acupuncture for the first time, she had already decided on this man. In addition, her father also intended to marry her to Lin Mo, so she had already had Lin Mo in her heart. It was just that they had known each other for too short a time, and she wanted to test Lin Mo's character, but she didn't expect so many unexpected changes to happen in the meantime. As a result, the candidates she favored for husbands were taken by others again and again. With her temper, she couldn't stand this. Therefore, some extraordinary actions were taken. "Very warm," Lin Mo said with a smile. "Since you are not shy, there is no need for me to be polite. It's a shame not to watch it. Lin Mo, you still remember what my father said. He has betrothed me to you, so you have to be responsible for me from now on. I am not an unreasonable person. As long as you treat us well, we will naturally not make trouble unreasonably." Wang Yuqing's tone suddenly became gentle, and she confronted Lin Mo directly. Lin Mo was a little overwhelmed by this sudden tender confession. He remembered that the rich man Wang did say that he would marry his daughter to him, but everyone thought it was just a joke at the time, and no one took it seriously. "This makes me feel like I'm taking advantage of someone else's situation." Seeing that Lin Mo didn't say anything, Wang Yuqing suddenly grabbed Lu Yun's hand and said anxiously, "Lin Mo, you don't want to be responsible for us, do you? Sister Lu and I have both chosen you. Can't the two of us be better than Commander Ling?" "There's no comparison." Lin Mo smiled bitterly and waved his hand, then looked at Wang Yuqing. "Are you serious? Think about it. I don't want to take advantage of someone in distress." At this time, Lu Yun was a little flustered, but she also knew what her sisters were thinking. At this time, it was the best choice for Wang Yuqing to marry Lin Mo. "I promised my good sister that we would be together for life, so I naturally have to abide by this agreement." The reason why she was flustered was not because she was afraid of Lin Mo. In fact, she also recognized Lin Mo in her heart. After all, there were not many men as outstanding as Lin Mo. Besides, they are already in such a miserable state now. What choice do they have? She was nervous because she guessed what her best sister was going to do next. Wang Yuqing nodded affirmatively. "Well, we are ready." Sure enough, Lu Yun's mind went blank. "Husband," Wang Yuqing suddenly changed her tone extremely gentle. "Give us 3 sets of treatment plans, okay? The atmosphere has become so heated. If Lin Mo says no, is he still a man? Everything will come naturally." After a long time, the two girls fell asleep. Lin Mo walked out and quietly closed the door. Mrs. Chen hurried over with a worried look on her face. They didn't know that Lin Mo had changed his treatment plan. "Don't worry, madam. The treatment went smoothly. Miss Lu and Miss Wang performed very well." Lin Mo said. That's good. That's good." Mrs. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As a mother, who doesn't want her daughter to be healthy? As for the rest, she really didn't think much about it. "Why hasn't Yuner come out yet?" Mrs. Chen continued to ask. "Maybe she's a little tired. Let her rest here tonight." "That's fine. Then I'll trouble Dr. Lin to take care of Yuner and Yuqing." Mrs. Chen didn't think much about it. After all, she knew that her daughter had been sleeping with Lin Mo's wife these days. Lin Mo and Ling Wei both slept in the straw shed outside. After sending Mrs. Chen away, only Ling Wei and He Miao sisters were left at the door. Ling Wei suddenly came up and asked jokingly, "Did it work?" "Ah, what are you talking about?" Lin Mo just pretended to be confused. "Don't think I didn't hear you just now. You are really amazing." Ling Wei rolled her eyes at him, then went to the other side of the straw hut and lay down with her back to him to sleep. "Is this jealous?" Lin Montag was zomavat helpless. Having too many women was also a problem. One couldn't expect every woman to be as considerate as Qin He. "Husband, go and comfort him." Qin He smiled lightly and pushed Lin Mo over. "Meow meow, and I will go in." After the two of them went in, Lin Mo came to the straw hut, picked up Ling Wei, and walked towards the back mountain. This is not the place for communication. Ling Wei was not angry, but she didn't know how to face Lu Yun. But the moment Lin Mo picked her up, she was very happy, and the worries in her heart instantly dissipated. Because she could feel that in Lin Mo's heart, they were equal. Ling Wei put her arm around Lin Mo's neck, and on her cold face, she showed the most gentle smile in the world. Chapter 69 Warriors of this World. Chapter 69. The advantage of warriors in this world having portable space is that they can make a bed anytime and anywhere. Therefore, Ling Wei's experience was many times better than the first time. After finishing, the two hugged each other and admired the starry sky. Fireflies are like little elves at night, dancing around them. The night is incredibly beautiful. My husband, war is a cruel thing. Do you really want to form a valley guard? Ling Wei snuggled in Lin Mo's arms. If possible, she didn't want Lin Mo to be involved in the war. She was already tired of the years of military career. How nice it would be to live quietly in this valley as an ordinary couple. Besides that, do you have any other good ways to protect everyone's safety? Lin Mo sighed softly. In fact, he didn't want to fight, but he was unwilling to live an ordinary life. Especially in troubled times, being ordinary means being weak, and the weak will eventually be eliminated. If you want to survive, you must have absolute power. The system Lin Mo obtained was about having many children and a prosperous family, so he had to develop in this direction. But he didn't want to be a lamb to be slaughtered by others after he built a huge family. So, the idea of forming an army came into being. Wei, have you ever heard that if the world is divided for a long time, it will unite? If it is united for a long time, it will be divided? Since the reign of Emperor Anil of Dacian, the world has been in constant conflict and foreign races have frequently invaded. Over the past 100 years, the common people have lived in dire straits. The imperial court is not ambitious and relies heavily on eunuchs. The current Dacian is in a state of irreversible decline, and its demise is inevitable. It's a pity that the various rebel kings are mediocre and have made no achievements except for causing great suffering to the people. If we want to end the war as soon as possible and let the people live and work in peace, someone must stand up. I hope I am that person. Although no one knew which novel this line came from, Lin Mo, who lived in this world, took it quite seriously. Which young man doesn't have a heroic heart? Besides, isn't the biggest family in the world the royal family? With 3,000 beauties in the harem, can they have many children and be blessed with a large population? Therefore, this man's ultimate dream also became Lin Mo's goal. Husband, I didn't expect you to have such great ambitions. Ling Wei hugged Lin Mo tightly, moved by these words. As a general, she also wanted to fight on the battlefield and go down in history. It was just that this chaotic world made her feel powerless, and coupled with her falling in love with the gentle countryside, she had the idea of retiring to the countryside. Lin Mo's passionate words reawakened the ideals in her heart. My husband wants to conquer the world. Ling Wei will do her best to help him realize this dream. You and I, husband and wife, are of one mind, and our strength can cut through metal. Lin Mo felt that he was quite lucky, with Ling Wei's courage, Qin He's strategy, Lu Yun's steadiness, and Yu Qing's, etc. This girl Wang Yuqing doesn't seem to have any special abilities. But it was a joy to attack her, and she was also very good at adjusting the atmosphere. Her pain could always bring happiness to others. Even so, it is Yu Qing's joy. By the way, Wei, what is your level of strength in Dacian? Because he was an honest farmer in his previous life, Lin Mo had little knowledge of the combat power in this world. He could only judge based on Ling Wei's performance and the historical novels he had read. Ling Wei can deal with 20 or 30 rebels at the same time, but it would be a bit difficult if there are more. According to the description in historical novels, there is a big gap between him and those brave generals who can take the enemy's heads in an army of millions as if taking something out of a bag. Maybe it's just the level of a third-rate general. But her swordsmanship has reached the level of a grandmaster. A third-rate general in history should not be so powerful. Ling Wei firmly believed that Lin Mo's strength came from the skills taught by the gods, so it was understandable that he didn't understand this world. Therefore, she introduced Lin Mo carefully. Dacian divides warriors into 7 levels, from low to high. They are entry-level, inferior, superior, super, master, grandmaster, and extraordinary. Although warriors are divided into different levels, their combat abilities vary due to the different weapons they use and the martial arts they learn. For example, a top-level warrior who is good at using a bow may be killed instantly if a lower-level warrior gets close to him. As for warriors who use heavy weapons such as heavy spears, crescent-shaped swords, and sledgehammers, they are only suitable for fighting on horseback. War horses can fully exert their abilities. This is why famous generals love famous horses. As for me, I am best at using swords, which gives me an advantage in close combat, but I am at a disadvantage on a large-scale battlefield. Lin Montauk nodded. This was not much different from the ancient history he lived in, and it is certain that although this world has different levels, it is not a fantasy world. Everyone is mortal and their age will not increase much just because of their martial arts prowess. Throughout thousands of years of history, there are countless extraordinary warriors who died of illness in their 40s or 50s. In terms of combat capability, the level of a warrior is just a concept, and there is no clear dividing line. Therefore, people will divide you into different levels according to the martial arts you master. As long as you have mastered one martial art to the entry level, then you are an entry-level martial artist. Similarly, if one of your martial arts reaches the grandmaster level, then you are a grandmaster martial artist. Ling Wei explained it in great detail, making it easy to understand. So, you are now a grandmaster, Lin Mo said with a smile. Ling Wei was indeed a little embarrassed and nodded. You can say that, but I am only proficient in one set of swordsmanship, and I may not be a match for a stronger master. That's pretty impressive too. Lin Mo rewarded her with a kiss, and then asked, are there many people above grandmaster level in this world? Not much. To enter the grandmaster realm, one needs a very high level of understanding. Shan Mao and Yinzi have good aptitude, but they have practiced for 4 years and have only mastered the wind-splitting sword technique. That means they're both just top-grade warriors? Lin Mo had seen them fight, and they were much stronger than ordinary rebels. The strength of the rebel leader should be lower than theirs. Ling Wei nodded and said proudly, so you are really lucky, my husband. If it weren't for the skill sticky card, Lin Mo would probably never be able to reach the grandmaster level in his lifetime. There's no other way. I'm not cut out for martial arts, so I can only rely on cheating. What was the level of the rebel leader you fought against when I first met you? Lin Mo continued to ask. It should be a super grade product, and it has just been in the super grade product not long ago. How could someone who had just entered the super class not long ago survive more than a dozen moves under the sword of a grandmaster? It seems that the level division in this world is indeed different from that in fantasy novels. Each level in fantasy novels is a gap, but the distinction in this world does not seem to be that big. That night, Lin Mo learned a lot of information about warriors in this world from Ling Wei. I also learned about the 10 famous generals of Dakian and those who were the wisest. As expected of a dynasty that has lasted for more than 400 years, it has a profound heritage. Even though the world has long been torn apart, Dakian still stands firm. If we want to overthrow this mountain, we will have a long way to go. Chapter 70 Family Member 2, Generous Rewards. Chapter 70 Family Members, Generous Rewards. The next morning, Lin Mo was awakened by the birds in the woods. Ling Wei curled up in his arms, showing no intention of waking up. Seeing that it was still early and the villagers had not yet gotten up, Lin Mo did not disturb her. System, submit the task. I chatted too late yesterday and forgot to claim my reward. Now I have time. It is detected that you and Lu Yun have become an official couple and family members. You will be rewarded with 10 acres of medicinal fields and 10 acres of fertile land, and your portable space will be doubled. It is detected that you and Wang Yuqing have become an official couple and family members. You will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver and a Grandmaster Merchant ID card. Tip: the identity card can be given to anyone. If the person is willing to use the card, he or she will be forced to be 100% loyal to the host. This is good. Lin Mo quickly took out his Grandmaster Merchant ID card. Finally, there is a prop that I can give to others. This card allows anyone to gain master-level business capabilities and 100% loyalty. 100% loyalty is very important. Only with this limitation can you feel at ease to hand over the use of the product to others and be at ease as a hands-off manager. Lin Mo immediately found its owner in his mind. This ID card is perfect for Wang Yuqing. She is smart and has been influenced by the rich man Wang since she was a child, so she has a certain understanding of business. What's important is her identity as the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Mr. Wang has many connections in Wenshan County. If he really succeeds in doing business in the future, Wang Yuqing can take advantage of this. Putting away the ID card, Lin Mo curiously put his consciousness into the portable space. The storage space of the portable space is twice as large. In addition to the storage space, there were 2 more fields which had not existed before. The brown land on the left is a medicinal field, and the yellow land on the right is farmland. How do you use this thing? Lin Mo was a little confused. His body couldn't enter this space, so there was no way for him to farm at all. But the reward must not be used as a decoration. Lin Mo tried to cover the medicinal field with his consciousness. A virtual panel immediately appeared. Medicinal field planting catalog. Dandelion. 3 taels of silver per moo. Maturity period. 300 days, consumes 90 taels to mature immediately. Kadidi, 3 taels of silver per mu. Maturation period, 180 days. Consumes 54 taels to mature immediately. Isatis root, 3 taels of silver per mu. Maturity period, 240 days. Consumes 72 taels to mature immediately. The catalog is full of thousands of medicinal materials. The cheapest ones include Houghtonia cordata, February blue, and croton, which cost 1 or 2 taels of silver per acre of land. The more expensive ones include Cordyceps sinensis, Fritillaria serosa, and iceball seeds. As long as you have enough silver, you can grow anything from 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum to 10,000-year-old ginseng. The price of the medicinal materials is not expensive, but the maturity cycle is too long. If it matures immediately, Lin Mo doesn't have that much money now, but he can't let Dekong stay here either. After all, this was a magical medicinal field where you could get a good harvest without having to consider weather factors or water or fertilize as long as you planted the seeds. And for every day less the ripening period, less silver was needed to ripen them immediately. Considering that there would definitely be a war later, Lin Mo took some medicinal herbs that could promote tissue growth, stop bleeding, and reduce inflammation and detoxify. 1 acre of Blatilla striata, 1 acre of Agrimoniae, 1 acre of Scutellaria bicolensis. The total cost was less than 50 taels of silver. With the experience of medicinal herbs, Lin Mo came to the farmland again. Farmland planting catalog. Suanyu rice, 10 taels of silver per mu. Maturity period, 154 days. Consumes 154 taels to mature immediately. High-quality silk seedlings, 8 taels of silver per mu. Maturity period, 163 days. Consumes 130 taels to mature immediately. Golden Morning, 950 copper coins per mu. Maturity period, 110 days. Consume 5 taels to mature immediately. Wow, there are more than 10,000 pages of catalogs, and there are more than 40 kinds of rice alone, with more than 2,000 categories, which directly dazzled Lin Mo. Considering the current food shortage, Lin Mo first planted the cheapest Jinzhou 09 rice, 8 acres, and spent only 4 taels of silver in total. This type of rice is the most common short-grain rice, with average taste and nutritional value. The yield per mu is around 300 jin, and the specific amount depends on the mood of the system. The rice yield rate is 70%, which means that at worst there are 210 kilograms of rice per mu. In other words, 6 taels of silver can be directly exchanged for at least 210 kilograms of rice. Damn, this is too expensive. You don't know until you calculate it. Once you calculate it, you'll be shocked. In a good year, 1 tael of silver could buy 60 kilograms of rice, and 6 taels of silver could buy 360 kilograms. By purchasing in this way, you can buy 150 kilograms less. System, you are too heartless. He originally wanted to argue with the system, but his punch hit the air and the system ignored him at all. Lin Mo could only comfort himself helplessly. It is a famine year now. A pound of grain is sold for 30 cents, and there is still no demand. Compared to those unscrupulous merchants who hoard food, this price is considered a fair price. Moreover, the farmland you bring with you is not affected by climate and region, and you can plant and harvest anytime and anywhere. You don't need to work hard to cultivate, sow seeds, or weed and kill insects in the wind and sun. You just need to sow the seeds and wait for the harvest after 110 days. If you think about it this way, being able to master the game instantly with just 5 taels of silver is already considered quite benevolent of the system. Lin Mo still has some food on hand, so he is not in a hurry to ripen it. Let it grow naturally first, and wait until the day when there is a food shortage. On the other 2 acres of land, Lin Mo planted lufo on 1 acre and tomatoes on the other. Both were relatively cheap vegetables that could mature with just a few taels of silver. When the tomatoes were ripe, Lin Mo picked one to taste. The products are produced in the portable space, without any pesticides or black technology, nor with dust or impurities, and can be eaten right after being picked. The tomatoes grown by Lin Mo have thin skin, thick flesh, and are sweet, sour, and juicy. When you take a bite, the sour taste of the juice and the sweetness of the tomato flesh mix together, just like a spring breeze blowing, refreshing your whole body. My dear, what are you eating? Ling Wei slowly opened her eyes and saw Lin Mo holding a red fruit that she had never seen before. She couldn't help but feel curious. Come, have a taste. Lin Mo handed her the tomato. Ling Wei took a bite and was instantly attracted by the sour and sweet taste. Not bad. Then he took another big bite and started eating in big mouthfuls. What is this fruit called? Where did you get it from? And why have I never seen it before? Ling Wei quickly finished the fist-sized tomato. She licked the tomato juice at the corner of her mouth with satisfaction, looking very charming. This is a tomato. It can be eaten raw as a fruit or used in cooking and making sauces. Does it taste good? Do you want to eat more? Lin Mo introduced. Yeah, I want to eat more. Ling Wei's appetite is bigger than that of ordinary girls. She consumed a lot of energy last night, and her stomach has been growling with hunger for a long time. It was rare for Ling Wei to act like a spoiled child, so Lin Mo produced 2 big tomatoes for her, one on the left and one on the right. Now in my dream, I can enter the paradise where the immortal master lives. Tomatoes are the fruit of the master. His place is very magical. As long as you have money, you can grow anything. Lin Mo once again found a reasonable explanation for tomato. Ling Wei believed it without a doubt. Chapter 71, The Gift from the Immortal Master. Chapter 71. The Gift from the Immortal Master. With the system farmland, Lin Mo no longer has to worry about his own world being destroyed after the rebels come. So after returning home, he took out the potato seeds, pepper seedlings, and cucumber seedlings that he had been rewarded with, planning to clear a piece of land next to the house to plant peppers and cucumbers and plant potatoes in his own vegetable garden. As for the 3 kinds of fruit trees, he was not in a hurry. It won't be too late to take them out with the well once the yard is built. When I got home, Qin He and the others hadn't woken up yet. Ling Wei went directly to the threshing ground because she had a training mission. Lin Mo picked some tomatoes and put them on the table. His movements were very gentle, but he didn't expect Lu Yun to wake up early. When the latter saw Lin Mo and thought about what happened last night, he suddenly became extremely embarrassed. Wake up, come and eat something, I picked some fruit. Lin Mo greeted them with a smile and admired the girls' graceful figures. Don't look at it. Seeing that Lin Mo was staring at her, Lu Yun's face turned redder than the tomatoes on the table. Yunner is so beautiful. I can't stop looking at her. How can I not look at her? Lin Mo not only wanted to take a look, but also wanted to walk over to take a look. Yunner, do you feel like I'm dreaming, just like me? Speaking of which, I should thank Yuqing. If it weren't for her mischief, how could I marry a fairy-like wife like you? Lu Yun felt very comfortable after hearing these 2 sentences. When she woke up in the morning, she was confused and not mentally prepared for this. She didn't know how to face Lin Mo and her mother. Lin Mo's words seemed like a reassurance, which gradually made her feel at ease. I will only say nice things. Lu Yun said lightly, no longer as reserved and shy as before. She got up, put on her clothes, came to the dining table, and looked at the tomatoes curiously. What kind of fruit is this? Tomato. Tomato? I've never heard of this fruit. Where does it come from? Lu Yun's reaction was exactly the same as Ling Wei's. At this time, Qin He and Wang Yuqing also woke up. Qin He put on her coat and came to greet Lin Mo. Good morning, husband. But Wang Yuqing didn't dare to face Lin Mo and continued pretending to sleep. Yuqing, stop pretending to be asleep and get up. I have something important to tell you. Lin Mo learned from Wang Yuqing's breathing that she had woken up. So he walked over and slapped her on the butt. Oops, the latter exclaimed, quickly turned over, grabbed the sheet next to him, and covered his body. You were much braver last night than you are now. Lin Mo laughed and teased. Wang Yuqing couldn't stand Lin Mo looking down on her, so she made up her mind, lifted the quilt, and revealed her proud figure. Snort! Then, in front of Lin Mo, he put on his clothes calmly. At this time, Qin Miao also woke up, and everyone sat at the table together. Lin Mo told everyone that he had a divine master. Qin He and Qin Miao knew about this a long time ago, so they didn't react much. However, Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing were stunned and couldn't believe it for a long time. It was not until Lin Mo demonstrated his sleeve secret technique to them several times that they believed it. Lin Mo, I was wondering how a country boy like you could have so many amazing abilities. It turns out you have a divine master. We are husband and wife now. Please ask the immortal master to come out and let us pay our respects to him. Wang Yuqing danced with excitement at the thought of meeting a god. Call me husband. Lin Mo knocked her on the head. Wang Yuqing stuck out her tongue and suddenly became shy. I can't shout it out. Yunner, teach her how to call her husband. Lin Mo grabbed Lu Yun's hand. Lu Yun was a woman who dared to act. Since she was already married to Lin Mo and knew that Lin Mo would take care of her, she openly acknowledged her identity. Husband. I had the courage, but I was still a little shy when I shouted these 2 words for the first time. Wang Yuqing was not to be outdone and called out husband. So good. Lin Mo touched her head. You can't see the immortal master because I only dream about him at night, but the immortal master gave you a gift. Lin Mo took out the Grandmaster Merchant ID card, and the golden light instantly illuminated the entire room. Wow, what is this, brother-in-law? Is this a gift for me? Wang Yuqing looked incredulous and touched her ID card with her hand. This is an identity card made with magic, which records the way of doing business. The Immortal Master said that Yuqing has a talent for business, so he gave her the ability to do business. When Wang Yuqing heard that she was actually praised by the gods, she was extremely happy. Did the Immortal Master really give it to me? Give it to me now. Give it to me now. She couldn't wait to feel the magic. Lin Mo asked solemnly, "Are you willing to accept this skill?" Of course, this was given to me by the Immortal Master. How many people in the world want such a blessing? I'm not a fool. How could I refuse it? Wang Yuqing agreed without thinking. Okay then. Lin Mo gave her the ID card and taught her how to use it. Put it in the palm of your hand, put your hands together, and recite it silently in your mind. Wang Yuqing did as she was told and started operating immediately. A golden light immediately emanated from her palm, and a huge amount of information drilled into her mind. Apart from a little swelling in the head, there was no other discomfort, and the whole process took less than half a minute. When she opened her palm, the ID card had disappeared. It's amazing. Before, when my father asked me to look at the account books, I felt overwhelmed. Now, when I think about those accounts, I can handle them easily. Wang Yuqing opened her eyes and told everyone in surprise how she felt. Certainly, the 4 words she said most often were, "It's amazing. There is no need to study or understand. One card can be equivalent to Dad's decades of experience. It's really magical. Congratulations, Yuqing, for being favored by the Immortal Master and being taught divine skills." Lu Yun was sincerely happy for her good sister, and was also happy for herself to marry such a capable husband. Congratulations. I'm so envious of you, Sister Yuqing. Qin He and Qin Miao also congratulated them. Thank you everyone. We are all good sisters, and the Immortal Master will definitely not forget you. Wang Yuqing was delighted. Yuqing, the reason why the Immortal Master taught you his magic is that he hopes you can help your husband. You must remember that the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. You must not let the Immortal Master down. Seeing that her best friend was getting a little carried away, Lu Yun hurriedly reminded her. She is thoughtful, mature, and steady, and really has the demeanor of a matron of a household. I know, Sister Yun. Wang Yuqing immediately calmed down a little. Okay, everyone, have something to eat. We'll have things for you to do later. Lin Mo picked up the tomatoes on the table and distributed them to everyone. Qin Miao was already hungry, so she couldn't wait to start eating. The sweet and sour taste instantly conquered her taste buds. Brother-in-law, the tomatoes grown by the Immortal Master are so delicious. It tastes really good. It's sweet and sour, I like it. Girls all like this taste. Eat slowly. There's more to eat after you finish. Don't cook. Chapter 72, Carrying a Black Bear Home. The whole village is shocked. Chapter 72, Carrying the Black Bear Home. The whole village was shocked. Husband, what do you want us to do? Chini stopped eating after eating a tomato. It is a turbulent time right now, and all the burdens fall on Lin Mo's shoulders alone. She hopes to help Lin Mo share some of the burden. Hearing this, Lu Yun also stopped. My teacher gave me 3 kinds of crop seeds, all of which are relatively drought-resistant and easy to grow. Go and ask 2 capable women to help plant them. Lin Mo took out the sprouted potato pieces, pepper seedlings, and cucumber seedlings and introduced them to them one by one. And tell them how to plant it. Leave this to us. After listening to this, Chini felt that he could do it too. Hiring others requires paying a certain amount of remuneration. Now we need to form a valley guard which consumes a lot of food every day so we can save a little bit. Yuner, how are the villagers who came with your mother yesterday settled? Now Lin Mo is the village chief of Sansuan. Everything in Nianzegu is under his jurisdiction. Those people are now homeless and have come here, so naturally they need to be well settled. Zhao Xingue helped them settle down in different houses for the night. They are all residents of the county town, and they probably won't stay here for a long time. After the situation calms down, they will definitely return to the county town. So I don't think it's necessary to build houses specifically for them. Those people all have their own houses in the county town. They are waiting for the rebels to leave or returning to the county town to live after accepting the people. I see. Lin Mo thought they would settle down in Nianzi Valley. Tell them that they can leave, but they need my permission. And no one can leave the valley within a month. After a month, we welcome those who want to stay in Nianzi Valley, and I won't stop those who want to leave. Since they were unwilling to stay here, Lin Mo was even less willing to believe them. If they go out and tell others about what happened in Nianzi Valley, it will definitely be a disaster for Nianzi Valley. Also, they can't live here for free. They either have to work for food or pay silver. You can count their skills, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, cooks, etc. Anyone who can live in the city must have a skill. They can give full play to their abilities and make some contributions to Nianzigu. Got it? Everyone should be up now. I'll go find them. Luyan finished the tomato in her hand and walked out. Brother-in-law, I'm going too. Qin Miao was quite interested in what Luyan did and wanted to learn from her. Go ahead. Lin Mo touched her head. She smiled playfully, grabbed another tomato from the table, and chased after him. Sister Yun, wait for me. Husband, I'll go weed. Qini decided to do the job himself, but Lin Mo couldn't bear it. Let the villagers do this kind of rough work. It's just a matter of a few kilograms of food for a few people. Just think of it as a good deed and give them a chance to earn food. Because each household had to hand over 10 kilograms of grain, every household in Nianzigu was short of food. Therefore, there must be a lot of people willing to take advantage of such an opportunity. After Qin he went out, he headed straight for Wildcat Ridge. Wildcat Ridge suffered a disaster and many people died. Qin sympathized with them, so he was willing to give them this opportunity. They were even willing to give them 2 more taels of food. After Qin he left, only Wang Yuqing and Lin Mo were left in the room. Seeing that they all had things to do, Wang Yuqing, who had just gained the ability, became a little restless. Lin Mo, what did you call me? Husband. Wang Yuqing quickly changed her words. Sister Yun and Sister He both have things to do. What can I do? You can help me have a baby. Lin Mo teased. This was of course just a joke. Wang Yuqing's good friend had just left, and the time had not yet come. No matter how many seeds were sown at this time, they would not be able to take root and sprout. Oh, that's not what I meant. Wang Yuqing rolled her eyes. She grabbed Lin Mo's arm and looked at him pleadingly, as if to say, give me something to do soon. I will definitely do it better than others. All right. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lin Mo couldn't bear it and agreed. Go find Sister Wei later and go with her to the valley entrance to build fortifications. By the way, ask Sister Yun if there are any experts in this field among the people from the county. Okay, just leave it to me. Wang Yuqing rushed out happily. They were all busy, and Lin Mo was not idle either. He remembered that he had dug a trap in the bamboo forest deep in the mountains 3 days ago. He quickly went into the forest to check the trap. The original intention was to catch a wild boar, but a black bear fell into the trap. Judging from its size, it weighs at least 200 kilograms. Lin Mo was immediately happy because black bears are much more valuable than wild boars. The whole body of a black bear is a treasure, and bear paws are extremely precious. Eating them can protect you from colds, increase your energy, and are the best tonic in the world. Bear skin can be made into soft blankets, and bear bile and bear fat are precious medicinal materials with many benefits. Bear bones are a good medicine for treating rheumatism and arthritis. As for whether bear meat tastes good, Lin Mo doesn't know. After all, he didn't have the chance to try it before traveling through time. After getting rid of the black bear, Lin Mo put the corpse into his personal space. Then he set the trap again and waited for the next lucky guy to come in. With his black bear, there is no need to go hunting today. After Lin Mo came out of the forest, he took the black bear out and carried it into the village. Being able to hunt a black bear is definitely the highest honor for a hunter. Lin Mo is now the chief of the 3rd village and needs to establish his prestige. And this black bear is the best assist. When everyone saw Lin Mo carrying a black bear out of the forest, they were all shocked by his strength and courage. The villagers feel that it is a blessing to have such a brave, resourceful, young, and promising village chief leading them. Village chief, you are awesome. I have lived in Nianzi Valley for 60 years, and I have only ever heard of black bears injuring and eating people. You are the first person to kill a black bear. With such a strong village chief, why should we be afraid of the rebels? Brother Mo, when are you going to teach us how to hunt? Faced with everyone's flattery, Lin Mo felt a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't defeat the bear by his own strength. However, explanation is definitely unnecessary at this time. Accepting everyone's respect and admiration is not only respecting yourself, but also respecting others. My benefactor, Zhao Liang, was so short-sighted that I didn't realize that you are such a hidden master. Zhao Liang walked out of the crowd and greeted Lin Mo. Thank you for the compliment. How is your injury? Zhao Liang did not expect to survive. After all, He was seriously injured when the rebels attacked the city. Thank you for your concern. My injury has healed a lot. After the enemy army entered the city, he fled with the county magistrate's family. Because the situation was too chaotic, Lu Yun and Madame Chun got separated, and he followed 2 guards and joined Madame Chen's team. His wounds split open once while he was escaping, but fortunately he had medicine with him, and the guards who were traveling with him treated it in time, so the injury did not become more serious. No need to be so kind, just call me Lin Mo. How can that be? You saved my life. I heard from the young lady that you saved them as well. Zhao Yang has no way to repay such a great favor. From now on, my life belongs to you, the benefactor. I will never refuse, no matter how hard it takes. A guard who is willing to risk his life to protect his master regardless of his own safety must be a person who values friendship and gratitude. Chapter 73. The Master Craftsman. Chapter 73. The news that Lin Mo, the Master Craftsman, had hunted a bear quickly spread throughout the Nianzi Valley. Everyone came to watch, including those from the county. A middle-aged man in ragged clothes, who looked like he was wearing brocade, stepped forward and asked, "Village Chief Lin, can I buy the black bear in your hand for 100 taels of silver?" He spent 100 taels of silver right away. Such generosity made the villagers stare at him with awe, and at the same time, they were very envious of Lin Mo. In just one morning, he earned enough money to support a family of 5 for 4 or 5 years. You want to buy this bear? Lin Mo was a little surprised that there was such a rich man hiding among the refugees. It's like this, my mother is old and weak. I want to buy bear paws to nourish her body. Everyone saw that there was indeed an old woman in her twilight years standing next to him. He's a filial person. Lin Mo originally wanted to give bear paws to his wives to nourish their bodies, but since someone was willing to buy it, he could give him one. After all, he was in urgent need of money. Then you could just buy bear paws. Lin Mo was curious why he bought the whole bear. We have fled here, and we are grateful to the village chief for taking us in. We will have to trouble you for a while in the future, so we can't live and eat here for free. So we want to buy this bear and let everyone eat it. He wanted to share the bear meat with the people who were fleeing with him. This made Lin Mo feel more admiration. How about this, Xiong? I'll give you half, 50 taels of silver. Bear paws are very nutritious. Your mother is old and has lost her energy and blood. You should slowly take care of your body instead of rushing to replenish it. Even if it is just one bear paw, you need to eat it several times. Lin Mo couldn't give all the bears to the people from the county. If he did that, the villagers would definitely feel uncomfortable. After all, the poor and the rich have always been in opposition to each other. Thank you for the reminder, village chief. The middle-aged man clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. Lin Mo called Nyo the butcher and asked him to kill the bear. He kept the 2 bear paws for himself and took out the bear fat and bones, which could be made into medicine. As for the bear meat, it was distributed to the villagers who helped his family and the soldiers in training. The man just now is called Wu Yu. He owns 3 restaurants and 6 shops in the county. His family's wealth ranks among the top 5 in Guangzhou County. After everyone left, Mrs. Chun and Lu Yun came over. Mrs. Chun introduced to Lin Mo the middle-aged man who had just bought the bear. So rich. Lin Mo instantly felt that he had made a loss. Mrs. Chun saw through his thoughts and sighed softly. This time his family's restaurant and shop were all destroyed, and the wealth accumulated for a lifetime turned into nothing. In such a difficult situation, he was still able to take out 100 taels of silver to support his mother and help those in need. It was really not easy. You don't think about selling at a loss. Madam is right. After hearing this, Lin Mo admired Wu Yu even more. And still call me madam? Mrs. Chun frowned and snorted. Lin Mo was stunned and quickly looked at Lu Yun, only to see the latter lowering her head shyly. She actually didn't know how to tell her mother about this, but as someone who had experienced it, Mrs. Chun could tell something was wrong from the way she walked. Lu Yun was not good at lying to her mother, so when asked, she told her mother everything that happened last night. Mrs. Chun didn't know Lin Mo well enough, so she was unwilling to entrust her daughter to a strange man with many wives. But the matter was done, so she had no choice but to accept it. Lin Mo greets mother-in-law. Lin Mo clasped his hands together and bowed to Madame Chun as an elder. You should marry Yunner in a formal way and hire a sedan chair to take her home. Now that we are in such a great disaster, I don't care about these things. But there is one thing you must promise me. That is, you will not let Yunner suffer any injustice. Otherwise, I will never agree to hand her over to you. Mrs. Chun held Lu Yun's hand, her face full of reluctance. Please rest assured, mother-in-law. You can leave Yunner to me. I promise that she will not suffer any injustice. You only need to worry about one thing. What's the matter? Mrs. Chun and Lu Yun looked at Lin Mo curiously. You've guaranteed it all. So what else is there to worry about? What you should be worried about is whether I will raise Yunner into a fat, white girl. Lin Mo said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Yun blushed with shame, hateful. Mrs. Chen also felt much more relieved. Okay, you guys go ahead and chat. I heard that Yang is helping you make clothes. I'll go see if I can help out. Although she really needed company now, she knew very well that Nianzi Valley needed Lin Mo and her daughter more. Mother-in-law. As soon as Mrs. Chun turned around, Lin Mo called her. Anything else? She turned and looked at Lin Mo. My father-in-law died heroically to protect the people of the entire county. His death is more important than Mount Tai. You should be proud of him. The dead are gone. We should remember them, but we should not be overly sad and take good care of ourselves. After all, you still have a daughter, and in the future you will have a grandchild, and your grandchild needs your care. Through the technique of observation, Lin Mo saw the inner sadness of this seemingly strong woman. During this period, she was overly depressed, which caused physical damage. Lin Mo was worried that she would become depressed. After hearing his words, Mrs. Chun was stunned. Although Lin Mo's words were a bit naughty, they gave Mrs. Chun hope in life. Grandson? Granddaughter? Mrs. Chun seemed to have found a new place to rest her heart, and instantly felt a little more comforted. I understand. After Madame Chun left, Lu Yun said softly, Thank you. I was always worried about my mother's health, but just one word from you made her feel much better. Why are you being so polite to me? She is still my mother now, Lin Mo said with a smile. Yeah, Lu Yun felt warm in her heart. By the way, I have asked the people who came from the county. There is a carpenter, a brewer, a dyer, a craftsman, and a blacksmith. Back to business. Lu Yun explained the situation of the county residents in detail. I know that blacksmith. Daddy said he is the descendant of the famous craftsman Gan Yen. The Gan family is a forging family with a history of thousands of years and is famous for its forging. Although his generation has fallen into decline, his ancestors once forged countless famous swords and precious blades. I heard from Sister Chin that you need to forge some important parts, and maybe he can help you. A forging family with a 1,000-year heritage? Where is he? Take me to see him. Lin Mo did have something very important to forge, which was an important part of the Zhuge crossbow. He has already prepared a set of other components. He only needs to make the 3 important parts to assemble a Zhuge crossbow. If he could mass-produce Zhuge crossbows, he would be more confident when dealing with the rebel attacks. However, Zhuge crossbow is a weapon with extremely high lethality, and its production method cannot be easily disclosed to others. The original plan was to find a few more craftsmen to build them separately, with each person building one type, so there would be no need to worry about the technology being leaked. Now that there is only one famous craftsman, we must be more cautious. Chapter 74 Gift of Sword. Chapter 74. Gifting a sword because of his status. Gan Yu, a descendant of Gan Yen, lives in Zhao Xingui's home. When Lin Mo and Lu Yun came over, a strong man with bulging muscles was teaching Zhao Xingui how to forge an iron sword. Village Chief, Miss Lu, you are here. Zhao Xingui quickly put down his iron sword and came forward to greet him. Village Chief, the iron sword you want is being made, and there is a master who can guide me. He pointed at Gan Yu next to him. When the latter saw Lin Mo, he also hurriedly saluted. My name is Gan Yu. Nice to meet the village chief. He admired Lin Mo's abilities very much and was also grateful to Lin Mo for taking him in. Master Gan, you're welcome. I came to you to ask for something. Lin Mo didn't beat around the bush with him and got straight to the point. Gan Yu said, That's right. I also have something to ask the village chief. Need help from me? Lin Mo was slightly stunned. Uncle Zhao, can I borrow your side room for a while? Of course, no problem. Please do as you please. Zhao Xingui's family has already gone out, and this side room is where Gan Yu is staying, so no one will come to disturb them. After entering, Lin Mo was the first to speak. I wonder what Master Gan wants to see me about? Gan Yu said nothing, but took out a long bag from under the bed. When he opened it, he found a sword hidden inside. The scabbard is very exquisite, and every line on it shows the craftsman's superb craftsmanship. The sword is 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3 centimeters long. The blade has not yet been unsheathed. It just lies there quietly, but it exudes a captivating aura. Gan Yu picked up the sword and came to Lin Mo, holding the sword with both hands and introducing it. This sword was made by our ancestor Gan Yin. It was named Tiger Soul because it made a tiger roaring sound when it was struck, and it was extraordinary. The sword weighs 9 pounds and 9 ounces, so it is a heavy sword. An ordinary iron sword weighs only about 2 pounds, and the fine steel sword used by Lin Mo weighs only 3 pounds and 7 ounces. If it weighs more than 4 kilograms, it can be called a heavy sword, and it usually does not exceed 5 kilograms. A heavy sword weighing 9 pounds and 9 ounces is extremely rare. Tiger Soul? How come I have never heard of this sword? Lu Yin asked curiously. Logically speaking, the swords made by the ancestors of the Gan family should be famous in the world. Lu Yun's father was also good at using swords. He compiled a book of famous swords, which recorded all the famous swords from ancient times to the present. She flipped through it in her spare time and had an impression of all the swords recorded in it. Ganyu explained, "This sword is a family heirloom and has never been seen by the world, so it is unknown. However, it is the result of 3 generations of the Gan family's careful practice and is not inferior to any of the heirloom swords forged by the Gan family's ancestor. Although their ancestor Gan Yin was a genius swordsmith, his descendants also produced many amazing people. Gan Yin, Gan Yi, and Gan Ji, who forged this sword, were all great swordsmiths at the time. The Tiger Soul sword created by the 3 people together surpasses its ancestor in terms of both material selection and craftsmanship. Therefore, this sword was regarded as a family heirloom. However, by the time of Gan Yu's generation, the Gan family had completely fallen into decline. They were already sparsely populated, and now only Gan Yu was left. I heard that village chief Lin asked blacksmith Zhao to forge a sword, so I planned to give this sword to the village chief." Gan Yu held the sword in both hands and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, picked up the sword and felt it, and found that it was indeed very heavy. He is much stronger than ordinary people, so this sword is just right for him. It's hard to imagine that this sword is about the same size as Ling Wei's, but its weight is nearly 3 times that of Ling Wei. Lin Mo pulled out a part of the sword, and the sound of it coming out of the sheath was like the low snort of a tiger in the mountains. The tiger's body has not yet appeared, but the power of the king has already swept over. "It's really a good sword." Lin Mo sheathed the sword, but was not in a hurry to accept it. "You gave me such a valuable thing. I guess you have something difficult to ask for." Plop! As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Gan Yu suddenly knelt on his knees. "Master Gan, what are you doing? Giving such a valuable sword as a gift, and such a great gift. The matter entrusted to you must be something very important." Lin Mo wanted to take the sword, but he would never risk his own life. "I do have something that I would like to ask the village chief for help. You get up first and talk slowly." Lin Mo raised his hand, but Gan Yu was unwilling to get up. 3 months ago, my wife Qian and I went to visit relatives in Mianwei, but we were arrested by soldiers on the street and thrown into jail. Since then, my wife and I have been separated. I was imprisoned in the jail for 7 days, tortured all day long, and beaten until my skin was torn and flesh was exposed, but I didn't know what I had done wrong. Until 7 days later, the government released me without any reason. Gan Yu kept punching the ground, almost making a hole in the Zhao family's land. It can be seen how much he cares about this matter. At this point, he choked up and could not speak. "Let me speculate. Maybe a dog official fell in love with your wife, so he arrested both of you. But your wife refused to obey, so the dog official threatened your life. Finally, your wife had no choice but to compromise, and you were released. Is that right?" Such a familiar scene. It appears in almost every historical film or TV drama. Gan Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Mo, shocked. How did the village chief know? Isn't this their usual method? Lin Mo smiled coldly and continued. "Do you want me to rescue my wife? I beg the village chief to help me. If you are not willing to lend a hand, then no one in this world can help me." Gan Yu kowtowed violently, his head hitting the ground heavily. "As a man, I need to rely on a woman to plead for me to survive. I am shameless. As a husband, I can only watch my wife being humiliated and do nothing. I am incompetent." "Village chief," Gan Yu raised his head and pleaded, "I know it's unrealistic to ask you to go to Qinsho to ask for her now. I only ask that you can help me when you have the ability in the future. If my wife has died, I beg you to help me get her body back and bury me in the same grave with her. In this case, I will be grateful and shed tears." Seeing Gan Yu's forehead touching the ground again, filled with grief, Lin Mo admired this man a little. In this world, women have a very low status. The vast majority of men only regard their wives as their property. But in order to save his wife, he gave up his dignity and took out the family heirloom. Such a loyal and righteous person is rare in the world and is admirable. Just because of his sincerity, Lin Mo was willing to help him. Master Gon, please stand up. Your true love for your wife is admirable. I'm also married and can understand your feelings, so I agree to help you. Lin Mo looked at Lu Yun beside him and thought that if Lu Yun was caught one day, he would definitely do everything he could to save her. This is a man's responsibility. Thank you, village chief. No, thank you, patriarch. From today on, my life belongs to the patriarch. I will serve you with all my heart and soul, and I will never have second thoughts. If I break this oath, I will be punished by heaven and earth. Ganyu pointed to the sky with one hand and pressed the ground with the other, using heaven and earth as evidence to show his loyalty. Lin Mo had not expected that he would swear allegiance. However, in this way, there is no need to worry about the manufacturing process of Zhuge crossbow being leaked. Chapter 75, Building Fortifications and Going Out for Procurement. Chapter 75, Build Fortifications and Go Out to Purchase Goods. The oath spoken by such a faithless person is naturally unreliable. But Ganyu was willing to give up everything to save his wife. A man who values love and loyalty like this would never break his oath. Master Gon, please get up. Once we have resolved the matter here, I will send someone to the county town to inquire about the situation. Ganyu is loyal, and Lin Mo will definitely keep his promise. He promised to save his wife, and he would never break his promise. Thank you, Patriarch. By the way, Master, you said before that there was something you needed me to do. Please give me your instructions. With hope of saving his wife, Ganyu looked much more relaxed than before. Lin Mo took out 3 blueprints and originally planned to give them to 3 blacksmiths. Now that the descendants of the famous craftsmen are loyal to him, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Look at these 3 parts. Can they be made? Lin Mo didn't know what level Ganyu's forging skills had reached, so he was a little worried. After all, the drawing provided by the system is quite precise. One of the most critical parts has a self-protection program. If the enemy obtains the Zhuge crossbow and wants to disassemble it for research, this part will automatically be destroyed. In this way, the weapon can be protected to the greatest extent from being used by the enemy. That's why the best casters are needed. Ganyu looked at it carefully for a long time, his expression a little solemn. The first 2 are fine. I need to try the 3rd one to know. No problem. I'll build you another foundry. Just ask me for anything you need. You have to make these 3 parts as soon as possible. This is related to the safety of the entire village and the time to save your wife. Currently, most of the soldiers recruited in Nianzi Valley are female, but women's physical fitness is naturally inferior to that of men. They will be at a disadvantage in close combat, and it is difficult for them to pull ordinary bows and arrows. Therefore, Lin Mo was eager to develop the Zhuge crossbow. If everyone had a Zhuge crossbow, they could just shoot at the rebels when they saw them, and they wouldn't have to worry about even if there were 1,000 or 800 rebels. Don't worry, Master. Offensive. When he heard that it was related to saving his wife, Ganyu immediately became energized and full of energy. Master, can I borrow the furnace here before the new foundry furnace is built? Ganyu wanted to rush out immediately and ask Zhao Xingye to move away. Okay, I'll go and tell it for you. Lin Mo walked out and said to Zhao Xingye, Uncle Zhao, don't worry about forging my sword. Let Master Gon use your furnace these days. I will give you 1 pound of food every day as compensation. Of course, Zhao Xingye was happy since he didn't have to work and could get a pound of food. Of course, no problem, Master Gon, you can use it. Ganyu immediately took the tongs and hammer and started forging iron. After leaving Zhao Xingye's house, Lin Mo saw Ling Wei and Wang Yuqing bringing people to the valley entrance, where they had already started building defensive fortifications. Let's go and take a look. On the way, Lu Yun asked, My husband, do you know who Qin Shou is who has seized Ganyu's energy? Lin Mo shook his head. Could it be the governor of Wenshan County? You know? I don't know. I'm just guessing. Yes, this Qin Shou is indeed the governor of Wenshan County. In the past 2 years, there have been great disasters, and the people are living in poverty. He took the opportunity to embezzle a lot of relief money and forcefully married many women in distress. He has at least 80 wives and concubines at home, but I didn't expect that he was still not satisfied and dared to do something like snatching people in the street, which is so infuriating that it angers God and people. Lu Yun hated the prefect because he did many evil things and often made things difficult for her father. If Guangzhou County did not have two military fortresses directly under the jurisdiction of the provincial government, her father would have been killed by Qin Shou long ago. Lin Mo's mouth twitched fiercely. With so many wives and concubines, he is really a beast. Are you trying to say that the governor is very powerful and I shouldn't easily agree to Gan Yu's request? Lin Mo saw worry in Lu Yun's eyes. Li know that, as far as I know, the county city has more than 7,000 garrison troops. Since the beginning of winter last year, bandits have been rampant and rebels have been rampant. The county city has begun to recruit soldiers on a large scale, and the number of troops has reached more than 20,000. You want to save people from him, which is like hitting a rock with an egg. Lin Mo did not expect that a county town would have 20,000 troops. However, once you have promised something to someone, you will not regret it. Don't worry, I won't take risks easily before I have enough strength. Besides, you don't have to fight to save people. Qin Shou had so many wives and concubines. Could he treat them all equally? If one or two were missing, he probably wouldn't even notice. Husband, do you have an idea? Not yet. Let's solve the current dilemma first. When they arrived at the valley entrance, Ling Wei and Wang Yuqing saw them and immediately ran over. Husband, Sister Yin, you are here? I am discussing the construction of the valley gate with Sister Wei. Wang Yuqing is very enthusiastic and full of energy. So, do you have a plan? Lin Mo saw that some villagers were already digging the slope and asked Ling Wei. Yes, the terrain here is very good, and it is not difficult to build a valley gate. The required wood can be cut from the mountains, but other materials need to be purchased outside. How much will it cost? Lin Mo asked. Probably more than 50 taels. Ling Wei calculated in her mind. Okay, make a list and I'll go out and look for it later to see if I can buy it. He thought that he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he might as well go out for a walk and learn about the rebels' movements. But just as he finished speaking, Li Ling, who was digging the soil, came over. Village Chief Lin, just leave the errands to me. You should stay in the village now so that the villagers can feel at ease. Captain Li has a point. Ling Wei supported Li Ling's statement. Yes, husband, your safety is the most important thing. You must not take risks. Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing also advised. Seeing that everyone cared about him so much, Lin Mo didn't want to insist on leaving the valley. He took out all the silver he had and gave it to Li Ling. Captain Li, I'll leave it to you. Why are you so polite? If it weren't for Commander Ling's men who saved us, I would have died long ago. And you are the savior of my savior's savior, so you are naturally my savior as well. In total, you have saved me twice. What's the point of doing this for you? Li Ling smiled heartily, put the silver in his arms, and then went straight out of the valley. At this time, he had changed into casual clothes and looked like an ordinary farmer. Wei, if Captain Li successfully buys the things back, how long will it take for the valley gate to be repaired, and what role can it play? Lin Mo had never fought in a siege battle, so he didn't know much about the function of fortifications. Ling Wei explained, if everything goes well, it could be used in 3 days, perfected in 10 days, and stabilized in 15 days. After 15 days, the training of the new soldiers should have achieved some results, and by then it should be no problem to stop 1,800 people. By the way, how are the new recruits doing? How many people have been recruited in total? I was busy all morning and forgot to ask about this matter, but I just remembered it. Chapter 76. The new house is completed and the whole family gathers to celebrate. Chapter 76. The new house was built and the whole family gathered to celebrate. Because Ling Wei was in charge of building fortifications, the new recruits were in charge of Bobcat and Swallow, plus 3 soldiers, for a total of 5 instructors. Considering that we have plenty of time now, I have relaxed the conditions a bit. There are 28 people from the 3 villages participating in the training, plus 9 from the county town and 3 from Motangpu, a total of 40 people. Among them, there are 23 male soldiers and 17 female soldiers. Male soldiers have all served in the military before, so there is no problem with training. But female soldiers are less physically fit and have no foundation, so it may be more difficult for them. The physical differences between women and men are inevitable. However, as long as they can persevere, they may not be worse than male soldiers in the future. After all, the guard team led by Ling Wei has very strong combat effectiveness. Are there 9 people from the city joining the army as well? This surprised Lin Mo a little. After all, their roots were not here, so there was no need to risk their lives to protect Nianzi Valley. Ling Wei explained, some people carry a blood feud, while others fight for a pound of food and a pound of meat every day. They fled the county in such a hurry that they had no chance to pack their luggage and belongings. They wanted to survive in Nianzigu, but couldn't get free food and shelter, so joining the army became their only option. Understood. Lin Mo nodded, looked at the farmers who were working, and said to Ling Wei in a low voice, "Training their skills is important, but loyalty is the most important thing. I would rather have a group of loyal cannon fodder than a group of rebellious strongmen. Do you understand? Since we have decided to do something big in this troubled time, the person we choose must be loyal and have faith. You can't spend a lot of effort to train a group of soldiers, but in the end they can't serve you. I understand. Leave it to me." Ling Wei is very confident about this. "Thanks for your hard work." Ling Wei nodded. She looked a little cold on the surface, but she was actually very touched by Lin Mo's concern. After leaving the valley entrance and returning to the village, Lin Mo and Lu Yun went to see the carpenter again. To make the Zhuge crossbow, not only special mechanisms and iron parts need to be created, but the crossbow body, capstan, and crossbow string also need to be mass-produced. Lin Mo plans to make 50 swords first so that everyone will have one, and combined with defensive fortifications, it should be easy to deal with the rebels. The carpenters from the city are indeed better than those from the village. After looking at Lin Mo's drawings, he expressed full confidence. In the next 2 days, the people in Wildcat Ridge dealt with the funeral affairs of their relatives and joined in the defense and construction of Nianzi Valley. The soldiers trained very hard every day, turning the hatred in their hearts into endless power. Many of them even took the initiative to request to increase the intensity of training. Because they were still laying the foundation, Ling Wei only let them practice swordsmanship for half an hour every day. However, many people used their rest time to practice swordplay, and their hard work also inspired other soldiers. There are not so many swords at the moment, so everyone can only use wooden sticks instead. There are plenty of knives. Previously, a rebel centurion was destroyed, and more than 80 steel swords and more than 20 bows were confiscated. So while the soldiers were resting, they asked Li Ling to teach them basic sword techniques. Li Ling was also very busy these 2 days, and he had to go out to purchase things every day. Because the county town was still closed, he couldn't buy everything he needed at once. And after leaving the valley, he had to avoid the rebels, so the progress of the task was slow. Fortunately, every time he came back, he would have a certain harvest so that the fortifications at the entrance of the valley would not be stopped. As for Lin Mo, he went up the mountain to hunt every day, and in his spare time, he practiced swordsmanship with Ling Wei and learned gunmanship and horsemanship. At the same time, he would lead his wives to practice martial arts for self-defense and physical fitness. A week passed in a flash. Every day in the valley was bustling with activity, while people outside the valley were living in dire straits. Since the rebels in Motangpu had all disappeared and their stronghold had been burned down, the rebels did not seem to take this very seriously. Their attention was all focused on Laoku. According to the news sent back by Li Ling, the rebels captured more than 6,000 civilians to build fortifications at the pass and divided the troops into 2 groups, one to garrison the county town and the other to garrison the pass. The intention was obvious, which was to trap the garrisons of the 2 military fortresses, Zonka and Tumu, outside the pass. Now the 2 fortresses have reached a critical moment of survival. The foreign army was approaching the fortress. If they sent troops to drive them away, the rebels would build a high wall behind them without any hindrance. If they attacked the pass of Lao, the fortress would certainly be breached by the foreigners. They have sent dozens of letters asking for help to the county and state capital, but so far, they have not received a single reply. The generals of the 2 fortresses are now discussing countermeasures. It was precisely because the rebels' attention was on Laoku that Lin Mo had plenty of time. With the help of dozens of villagers, his new house was soon built. Although it cannot be compared with Wang Yuqing's manor, the small courtyard with 2 entrances and exits, a yard in front and a garden in the back, and an independent living room between the 2 rows of houses is also quite grand. With the new house, Lin Mo no longer has to sleep in the straw hut at night or sleep in the woods with Ling Wei. The ladies each chose a room in the backyard, and there were several vacant rooms. Lin Mo took Shin back and chose a spacious room for her in the front yard, along with a cook, mountain cat, and swallow. With the small courtyard, Lin Mo placed the Gongquan vertical well in the front yard. As the population in Nianzigu increased, water consumption also increased dramatically, and the water supply in the creek became insufficient, resulting in several interruptions. With this endless supply of well water, the water pressure can be greatly alleviated. Moreover, it is sweet, can relieve fatigue, reduce heat and dryness, and can also be used as a welfare for soldiers. The backyard is quite spacious, with grapevines and orange trees planted, and apple trees planted in the back garden. These three kinds of fruits are mature plants, and in a few days there will be grapes to eat. Today is the first day we move into our new house. It's a day worth celebrating. This also indicates that difficulties will eventually pass, and everything will slowly get better. Today I will cook a few dishes for you personally. Living in a new house is indeed a happy thing, but Mrs. Chen still does not agree with Lin Mo cooking. Lin Mo, you are the head of the family now. It is not your turn to cook. Haven't you heard that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen? Today is indeed worth celebrating. Aunt Zhou, please work harder and cook a few more dishes. Aunt Zhou is the cook with good cooking skills. Aunt is a name used in that era. Her actual age is only 26 or 27, 7 years younger than Madam Chen. Mom. Sir, please leave this rough work to me. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head and said to Madam Chen, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen, which means that a benevolent king should stay away from killing. Not that men cannot cook. Yes, you have a point. But as the head of the family, you should act like the head of the family and not do everything yourself. Your mind and energy should be used to do great things. Recently, Chen's mentality has improved a lot. Although she often daydreams alone, she can forget the sadness when she is with Lin Mo and others. Listen to my mother-in-law. Lin Mo smiled and said, but there are a few dishes that I'm afraid Aunt Zhou won't be able to cook. I can give her some pointers, right? Chapter 77. I vomit when I eat sour food and can only eat spicy food. Chapter 77. Vomiting after eating sour food. Can only eat spicy food? Lin Mo was helping in the kitchen, so naturally the ladies in the family couldn't sit still and came to the kitchen one after another. The whole family worked together, and in less than half an hour, they prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes. Lin Mo has hunted a lot of prey in the mountains these days, including guinea fowl with tender meat, gray rabbits with excellent taste, smoked wild boar meat, and some precious medicinal herbs. Stew chicken in a casserole with some precious medicinal materials, and just add a little salt. The moment the lid was opened, the whole yard was filled with a strong fragrance. In addition, Lin Mo also planted a crop of peppers, a crop of shallots, a crop of garlic, and a crop of ginger in the system space, all of which are relatively cheap. All the expenses were paid by exchanging prey and food with people from the county town. I originally wanted to grow Sichuan pepper, but this thing is quite expensive, so I have to give up for the time being. With these ingredients, the dishes are more fragrant and basically have no meaty smell. A classic dish of stir-fried pork with peppers, a bowl of diced rabbit with peppers, a bowl of boneless meat with peppers. There were 8 bowls in total, 7 of which were meat dishes, and 1 was a plate of raw tomatoes. Meow meow, go and call Sister Wei back for dinner. Hee hee. I want to see if Sister Wei Wei smelled the fragrance and rushed back by herself. Qin Miao swallowed and ran out quickly. The fact was just as she expected. As soon as she went out, she saw Ling Wei and Shan Mao walking home. Yanzi followed Li Ling out of the valley. Because Nianzi Valley is now under closed management, they have to purchase many daily necessities outside and can also obtain some information by the way. Sister Wei Wei is back. Qin Miao, who had just gone out, suddenly ran back. Ling Wei and Shan Mao were right behind her. What delicious food are you making today? It smells so good. The mountain cat sniffed his nose hard and greedily sniffed the fragrance in the yard. One day you feel that the food at home is not delicious anymore. Ling Wei looked at the foodie with displeasure. She eats the most every day and exercises every day, but she still gains some weight. Haha, that's because Zhouma's cooking is good. Yes, and the credit goes to the head of the family. The bobcat stuck out its tongue like a child who had not grown up. Like Ling Wei, she had always loved wielding swords and guns since she was a child because her father was a sergeant in the county. In addition, she was carefree and not like a girl, so no one dared to marry her when she reached the age of marriage. She was still unmarried at the age of 19, and her family could not afford the high tax for older leftover women, so her father had no choice but to let her join the army. She was not as pretty or outstanding as Ling Wei. After joining the army, she came into contact with even fewer men, and naturally, it was even harder for her to get married. Okay, I'll be waiting for you guys. Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. Lin Mo shouted. The dishes were rich and delicious, but it was a pity that there was no wine. This vegetable is called chili pepper, and it has a spicy taste. I don't know if you can handle spicy food, so I didn't dare ask Aunt Zhou to put more. You can try it later. If you think it's too spicy, adjust it next time, and you can get used to it slowly. Before eating chili peppers, you can eat some tomato slices to stimulate your appetite and neutralize the spiciness. Lin Mo picked up a piece of tomato for Qin He on the right and put it in her bowl. and then picked up another piece for Lu Yin on the left. As for himself, there was no need for neutralization. I've been in this world for less than a month, and I have always eaten very light food. I've been missing this dish for a long time. I immediately picked up a piece of fried pork with pepper and put it in my mouth. Ha! What a nostalgic taste. Vomit. However, just as he was savoring this delicacy, Qin He on his right took a bite of the tomato, but suddenly felt nauseous and quickly ran away, covering his mouth. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Is Sister He sick? Wang Yuqing asked worriedly. Sister, are you okay? Qin Miao was worried about her sister, so she quickly put down her chopsticks and chased after her. I'm fine. Qin He just dry heaved for a bit and recovered quickly. I'm so sorry for interrupting everyone's meal. We are all family. Why say such things? Sister He, are you feeling unwell? Let Lin Mo take a look at you. Yes, my brother-in-law is a skilled doctor. If you are sick, he will definitely be able to cure you. I'm fine. Qin He didn't want to disturb everyone's meal. After all, we only eat 2 meals a day, and after a busy day, everyone is already hungry. Eat first, and I'll help you after you finish eating. Seeing that Qin He's breathing was even and he didn't look sick, Lin Mo didn't take it seriously. I don't know why, but I feel a little nauseous when I smell sour things today. Qin He looked at the tomatoes in the bowl, feeling a little embarrassed. Give it to me. Lin Mo nodded silently and exchanged a bowl of rice with Qin He. Qin He smiled and said, let me try the spicy pork you've been talking about for a long time. It's a little spicy, be careful not to choke. Lin Mo quickly reminded. Although the amount of chili used is small, it is quite spicy and maybe a bit irritating for people who are experiencing spicy food for the first time. However, Qin He took a bite and felt nothing. Instead, he thought it was delicious. Is this what spiciness tastes like? It is indeed a bit spicy, but it tastes so good. Really? Really? Let me try it too. Seeing that Qin He liked it, Wang Yuqing quickly tasted it as well. As a result, my face turned red from the spiciness. Wow. Sister He, this is not just a little spicy, it's super spicy. Others tried it and also found it a bit spicy. They only dared to eat the meat inside and were afraid to eat the chili peppers directly. There is no chili pepper in Dakian. All the spiciness comes from ginger, dogwood, mustard, Sichuan pepper, and other ingredients. The spiciness of these things is naturally incomparable to that of chili peppers. I think it's fine. Seeing that everyone was hurt by the spiciness, even Ling Wei didn't dare to eat the chili directly. Qin He felt a little self-doubting. Could it be that there is something wrong with my sense of taste? It's a good thing to like spicy food. Many delicious foods are inseparable from spicy food. Come, eat more. Lin Mo didn't think this was a bad thing and picked up some spicy dishes for Qin He. Qin He can indeed eat spicy food, but she feels uncomfortable and even nauseous when eating dishes that are not spicy. This made everyone worried whether she was really sick, except Lin Mo and Mrs. Chun. After dinner, Mrs. Chun called Lin Mo aside and whispered, check Qin He to see if she is pregnant. Dry heaving is the most obvious symptom of early pregnancy, and everyone who has experienced it knows it. 9 out of 10 times, yes, Lin Mo said with a smile. However, he still had to go and confirm it himself. Shall he come here? Lin Mo called Qin He over and took her pulse. Everyone gathered around, making Qin He quite nervous. Don't worry, I'm not sick, don't worry. Maybe I'm just tired these days, and I'll be fine after a night's rest. Don't talk. Lin Mo carefully checked Qin He's pulse. After a moment, his face was filled with joy. Because the pulse is round like a bead, the beats are smooth, it seems to be swirling and rolling back and forth, and the beats are powerful. This is a typical pregnancy pulse, also called fetal pulse. Chapter 78, First Pregnancy, Generous Rewards. Chapter 78, First Pregnancy, Generous Reward. Lin Mo, what are you laughing at? Ling Wei was the first to notice the change in Lin Mo's expression. Others looked at him curiously. Sister, he is sick. Why are you still smiling? Wang Yuqing looked puzzled. Ha. Lin Mo withdrew his hand and laughed out loud. After more than 20 days of hard work, countless seeds were sown and finally sprouted. How could Lin Mo not be happy when thinking about the upcoming addition of a new member to the family? This smile made everyone stare in amazement. What's going on? Qin He was also confused. You must be pregnant, Lin Mo, be happy. Mrs. Chun said to everyone. What? I'm pregnant. Sister He, you are pregnant? Everyone looked at Qin He in surprise. It was too sudden and they were not mentally prepared for this at all. Qin He was stunned and asked Lin Mo for confirmation. Husband, Is what Anshin said true? Lin Mo nodded very confidently. Yes, you are indeed pregnant. You don't like sour things but spicy things, so sour things bring boys and spicy things bring girls, so you might be pregnant with a girl. I'm going to be a father. Lin Mo thought it was quite magical and was looking forward to it. A girl. Chini felt a little disappointed. The idea of favoring boys over girls in this world is much more serious than in the ancient times of Lin Mo's previous life. After all, Dakian has been at war for many years, and many men have shed blood on the battlefield, so the ratio of men to women is seriously unbalanced. In addition, girls are taxed much higher than boys. So many poor families will even do heartbreaking things if they find out that they are giving birth to a daughter. In major families, the idea that having a boy is a merit and having a girl is a burden is deeply rooted. Chini has only 2 sisters in her family, so her mother was criticized when she was alive. If it weren't for her father's protection, her mother's situation would be very difficult. So she was very excited when she found out she was pregnant, but she didn't want to have a daughter. Girls are good. Daughters are daddy's little cotton padded jackets. Lin Mo didn't think there was anything wrong with his daughter at all. He was very considerate. Besides, the system rewards only look at the number of people, not gender. So whether it's a boy or a girl, Lin Mo likes them all and will never favor one over the other. Does my husband really think so? Chini asked softly. Of course. Whether it's a boy or a girl, you'll be the hero of our family. Lin Mo grabbed her hand and said to the other ladies, Xiaohe has already set an example for you. You should also strive to make contributions to our family as soon as possible. Do you understand? Ahem. Chen coughed forcefully a few times to remind him that there were other people in the room. The ladies' faces were all red. It's fine to say this kind of thing in private, but how can you say it in public? Xiaohe, from now on, you should take good care of your baby. I will prescribe some medicine for you to protect your baby. Don't do those physical work anymore. Don't overwork yourself. Got it? This is his first child in 2 lifetimes, and he would cherish him even without the system. Lin Mo said this not only to Qin He, but also to others. What this means is that everyone should take good care of her. Oh, Yunner, go find some maids tomorrow to take care of your daily life. Life and status are different now, and the rich have to act like rich people. Moreover, his family's project was completed, and many people had nothing to do, and they were worried about this. Therefore, if he wanted to recruit maids, the girls in the village would definitely rush to come. We can take care of ourselves now. Why spend this money? Wang Yuqing said, sighing softly. I don't know how Xiaoyu is doing, whether she is dead or alive. It's worrying. Xiaoyu accompanied her for 4 years. Although she was a maid, they were like sisters. After the city was broken, they were attacked by the rebels, and Xiaoyu and Lu Yun's maid were separated. It's rare that Miss Wang has become sensible. Lin Mo laughed and teased. I told you to look down on me. Wang Yuqing snorted. Since you were so sensible, Yunner, you can hire 1 less maid. That's impossible. All the sisters have it, but I don't. What's the point of saying that? Wang Yuqing quickly argued, causing everyone to laugh. I don't need it. I'm not used to it. Ling Wei waved her hand. Although she was the daughter of a county lieutenant, she had never had a maid serve her since she was a child. Ling Tong can just have me to serve him, Shan Mao said with a smile. At night, looking at Qin He who was sleeping beside him, Lin Mo began to summon the system. System, does pregnancy count? According to the system itself, as long as you add new members to your family, you can get rewards. Although this member is still in the cellular stage, it has been produced after all, and we can't ignore his existence. You can get a reward once if you are pregnant, and you can get a reward again if you give birth successfully. This was the most comfortable sentence Lin Mo had ever heard from the system. 1 baby can bring 2 rewards, not bad. Can I get a reward if I make someone other than my wife pregnant and have a baby? Lin Mo suddenly thought of this possibility. As long as the child is your own, you can get a reward. Nonsense. Would I ask others for help with something like this? This system is worth praising. Submit the task. It is detected that the host's wife Qin He is pregnant. It has been confirmed that the child is the host's biological child. Reward, body tempering soup recipe, skill upgrade card, and 10,000 taels of silver. Oh shit! Just for being pregnant, the reward is so generous? Lin Mo's heart was moved when he thought of the other 3 ladies. This is the host's first pregnancy, so the reward is generous. The host can also receive generous rewards for giving birth for the first time. I see. No, wait a minute. What do you mean by my first pregnancy, my first birth? Forget it. Why bother with the system? Lin Mo put aside the idea of going to other ladies' rooms and checked the 3-point reward. Recipe for body-quenching soup. Taking it continuously for 7 days can improve your physical fitness by 4 times. Required medicinal materials: wolfberry, cotinopsis, atractylodes, yam. Refining method: a lot of medicinal herbs are needed, a total of 9. Lin Mo immediately went to check out their planting prices. The 9 medicinal herbs were not expensive to grow, costing just over 100 taels of silver. But if you wanted to harvest them immediately, you would have to spend more than 2,300 taels of silver. However, these herbs can be used to refine 7,000 doses of body-tempering soup, which is enough to strengthen the physical fitness of 1,000 people. Lin Mo suddenly didn't think it was expensive anymore. After all, if one's physical fitness is increased 5 times, a woman can also defeat a strong man. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and directly spent money to grow medicine. Fortunately, the system was humane enough this time and rewarded 12,000 taels of silver. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Mo's personal space had stored 9 kinds of medicinal herbs, each of which was the yield of 1 acre of land. Now, let's look at the second reward. Skill upgrade card. Can upgrade any skill by 1 level. Note: for host use only. Is it really any skill? The higher the skill level, the more difficult it is to upgrade, so this card is most cost-effective to use on high-level skills. When Lin Mo held this prop in his hand, all his skills appeared before his eyes. Chapter 79. Extraordinary Realm, Body Tempering Soup. Chapter 79. Extraordinary Realm, Body Tempering Soup, Wind-Splitting Sword Skills Grandmaster, Hunting Grandmaster, Archery Grandmaster, Medicine Superior. This is a comprehensive evaluation. Carpentry Superior, Cooking, Top Grade, Farming, Inferior Grade, Writing, Entry Level. Having lived 2 lives, he has mastered quite a few skills. But Lin Mo didn't expect that he, who was known as a master of Chinese medicine and gynecology, was only a superclass in the eyes of the system, not even a master. Looking at the top-ranked skills, Lin Mo hesitated. Should he improve his wind-splitting sword skill to an extraordinary level, or improve his archery skills, or stick to his old ways? At present, improving these 3 skills has the highest cost-effectiveness. Archery can kill enemies from a distance, and medical skills can cure diseases and save lives. The sword technique, on the other hand, can be used to protect oneself at close range. Lin Mo valued his life more, so he finally chose to improve his Pai Feng sword technique. The skill upgrade card immediately turned into a strange force and was applied to the wind-splitting sword technique that Lin Mo had learned. Countless complex sword techniques flashed through his mind. It was as if, with a single sword finger, the shackles were broken, as if by understanding one sword, one could gain the power of 10,000 swords. The Pai Feng sword technique itself has entered the extraordinary realm. The so-called extraordinary means transcending the mundane world and stepping into another level. Lin Mo then realized that the martial arts theories Ling Wei had told her before were only applicable to those below the extraordinary level. After reaching the extraordinary level, one will be able to master it and bring a type of skill to its fullest potential. Naturally, one's strength will be much stronger than that of a grandmaster. Take the swordsmanship that Lin Mo has learned, for example. No matter what swordsmanship he encounters in the future, he can easily learn and master it and improve to the level of a grandmaster. Therefore, if a grandmaster wants to challenge an extraordinary person, it is difficult for him to win in a fair fight. In the past, when Lin Mo and Ling Wei were sparring, he was always at a disadvantage. Although both of them were grandmasters, Ling Wei's comprehensive martial arts were much stronger than Lin Mo's. She was more proficient in the use of the wind-splitting sword technique than Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo relied entirely on his physical fitness. The first 30 moves were enough to suppress the opponent, but by the 50th move, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. But now, Lin Mo is confident that he can defeat Ling Wei within 10 moves. This skill upgrade card is worth using. Lin Mo was secretly pleased with himself. If used in archery, there will be absolutely no such effect. What a pity, there is only one. Early the next morning, Lin Mo came to the kitchen with medicinal herbs. These days, when he was hunting in the mountains, he explored many new areas and collected a lot of medicinal herbs. Therefore, when he took out some medicinal herbs, people who didn't know the difference couldn't tell. This servant greets the master of the house. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the cook, Zhou Ma, busy in the kitchen. In Dakian, ordinary families have 2 meals a day. The first meal is at sea time, which is around 10 o'clock in the morning. The second meal is at U time, which is around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I was poor before and had no choice but to follow the customs of this world. But Lin Mo was more accustomed to 3 meals a day, so after having enough grain and food, he changed back to the rule of 3 meals a day. Most of the rich and powerful people eat 3 meals a day. Therefore, Mother Zhou got up early in the morning to prepare breakfast for everyone. Master, you came to the kitchen so early. Are you hungry? I'm steaming buns according to the method you taught me. It will be ready soon. These days, Lin Mo taught Zhou Ma a lot of cooking methods. In addition to the main dishes, there are also snacks such as steamed buns, fried dough sticks, vegetable boxes, and pies. Eat one every day, and you won't have to repeat the same thing for a month. Lin Mo waved his hand. I'm not hungry. I'm here to boil medicine. Decoction? How can I let you do such rough work? If my wife sees it, she will nag you again. How about you teach me how to fry it, and I will do it. Mother Zhou, who was rolling noodles, took the initiative to take the job on herself. Having worked in the county magistrate's house for so many years, I'm used to working hard and never complaining. He is a loyal, down-to-earth, and hardworking person. Lin Mo smiled and joked. Could it be that Aunt Zhou knows how to split herself into two? Can she create two Aunt Zhous? Aunt Zhou said, the master of the house is really a joke. I am not a god in heaven. How can I create two of myself? Then you have to make breakfast, boil medicine, and light the fire. How can you handle it? She is the only one in the kitchen, and no matter how capable she is, she will be overwhelmed. Mother Zhou was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Imadukto. Decoction is my job. I'll do it myself. Lin Mo smiled, fetched a bucket of water, and started to make the body-quenching soup. Half an hour later, a strong smell of Chinese medicine wafted out of Lin Mo's yard. The body-quenching soup can strengthen the body, and the smell it emits is also beneficial to the human body. Moreover, Lin Mo has already done research and found that these herbs are harmless to pregnant women, which means that he can also use the body-tempering soup to strengthen his physique. Therefore, Lin Mo first gave one portion to each member of his family. The body-tempering soup is effective for everyone, including himself, so Lin Mo also got a portion for himself. After drinking it, everyone felt full of energy, as if they had endless strength. But this effect is only short-lived. If you want to keep it for a long time, you need to drink it once a day for 7 consecutive days. Mother-in-law, you should drink one bowl too. And Aunt Zhou. Everyone finished drinking, leaving only Chun and Zhou Ma. I want to drink too? Chun was a little surprised. She thought that this medicine was used to nourish girls. Mother Zhou was even more flattered. Master, this medicine is precious. How can I be worthy of it? Oh, my dear, what kind of medicine is this? Why do I feel much stronger after drinking it? Lu Yin asked curiously. This is the latest body-hardening soup I developed. If you continue to take it for a course, it will strengthen your body. It will increase your strength, endurance, and even resistance by 4 to 5 times. After drinking it, your body will become stronger, less likely to get sick, and you may even become younger. So, mother-in-law, Aunt Zhou, you must drink it. After hearing Lin Mo mention so many benefits, Chun and Zhou were naturally very excited. After they finished drinking, Lin Mo brought a large bucket to the training ground and distributed the medicine to every soldier and recruit. Although the training for the recruits was hard, they seemed to be brainwashed under Ling Wei's training and teaching, and looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of admiration and awe. Lin Mo saw 2 words in their eyes: loyalty. I have to say that Ling Wei is quite good at leading troops. With Ling Wei's instruction and Lin Mo's medicine, both the soldiers and the recruits were full of gratitude towards Lin Mo. Especially when everyone felt their bodies getting stronger. They admired Lin Mo from the bottom of their hearts. It was Lin Mo who filled their stomachs and their families' stomachs so that they could eat meat every day. It was Lin Mo who repelled the damn rebels and saved the village. It was Lin Mo who made them stronger and stronger, giving them hope for revenge. Therefore, they originally thought that Lin Mo had sweated, bled, and even sacrificed himself. Chapter 80. How can you treat little pig like this? Chapter 80. How can you treat the little pig like this? Over the next 7 days, everyone's physical fitness improved. Lin Mo's strength increased 5-fold. At this time, his physical fitness had reached 15 times that of an ordinary person. He could lift 1,000 pounds with one hand. His speed and endurance had also reached a terrifying level. Most of the others increased by about 4 times, and only a few, like Lin Mo, increased by 5 times. Although there is a big gap between 4 times and 5 times, it is a great improvement for them. Especially for the soldiers in training, 7 days of medicine is equivalent to a year or even several years of physical training. With this foundation, Ling Wei can concentrate on teaching them how to kill the enemy and combat techniques. The effect of the blacksmith Ganyu is also very obvious. He is more powerful in forging iron, and the quality of his products is naturally higher. He did not disappoint Lin Mo. After more than 10 days of research, he finally found the forging method and made the most difficult part. The other parts were already available, and Lin Mo quickly assembled a Zhuge crossbow. There are also quite a few crossbow arrows and quivers specifically for repeating crossbows. Because it was his first one, Lin Mo wanted to try the crossbow himself, so he brought a repeating crossbow into the mountains. When good things happen to people, they feel refreshed and their luck also booms. After searching for more than 20 days, Lin Mo found the same herd of wild boars again. This time he did not choose to ambush, but rushed out directly with Zhuge crossbow in hand. Although the wild boars ran very fast, Lin Mo was even faster. His powerful explosive force allowed him to catch up with the female wild boar in an instant. He pulled the trigger decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuge crossbow cannot fire like a machine gun, but its bursts of fire, about one shot every half a second, are also quite powerful. After some attempts, Lin Mo found that the best shooting range was about 40 meters, which is about 26 or 27 steps. Beyond this range, the damage is still there, but the power will be weakened. This value is consistent with the description on the blueprint. In fact, this is not the real Zhuge crossbow, but one that has undergone systematic improvements. The real Zhuge Liannu is quite large, more than 2 meters long. It can hold 10 iron arrows at a time. When fully loaded with arrows, it weighs up to 100 kilograms. It can be understood as a bed crossbow used to defend the city, rather than a light crossbow for close combat as people imagine. Because a single soldier simply cannot operate the Zhuge crossbow, let alone carry it to chase the enemy. The system reward weighs less than 10 kilograms with a body and arrows, and can hold 20 arrows at a time, with a firing interval of only half a second. Moreover, the quiver can be removed, which is a very clever design. The force it requires is smaller than that of an archer, so any archer can use the Zhuge crossbow. Now all of Lin Mo's soldiers have been strengthened, so lifting a crossbow weighing 10 or 20 kilograms is a piece of cake for them. 10 seconds later, Lin Mo finished firing a round. He had been chasing the wild boar. At such a close distance, with his master-level archery skills, he naturally hit every arrow accurately. All 20 arrows hit the female wild boar. Although the wild boar had thick skin and flesh, Zhuge crossbow was extremely powerful, and the last 2 arrows hit its vital points. Therefore, the wild boar could only fall to the ground with tears in its eyes and gave up struggling. However, the look in its eyes when it looked at Lin Mo before dying was full of pleading, as if it was begging Lin Mo to let its child go. After the sow fell down, the 4 little piglets didn't know what was happening. They kept nudging the sow's body with their noses and making grunting sounds, as if asking, "Mom, why don't you walk? Get up and run." All things of spirits, and Lin Mo was finally moved by this great mother. He chose not to kill the little wild boar because there was too little meat, so he took it home and raised it until it grew bigger before killing it. Moreover, because they have not been castrated, the wild boar meat has a strong smell, so Lin Mo plans to take them back and perform a minor operation on them. After putting the mother wild boar into his personal space, Lin Mo caught 4 little wild boars without much effort. We were lucky enough to have 3 males and 1 female, and we could keep 1 pair to give birth and the other 2 to fatten them up. He quickly twisted a vine to tie up the 4 little pigs, then hung them on his shoulders and took them home. "Village chief, you are awesome. You always gain something every time you go to the mountains. 1 wild one and 4 little ones. Village chief, you are making them a complete family. Village chief, you didn't keep your promise. You promised to take us hunting. We have meat to eat following the village chief, and our lives are getting better and better." Lin Mo's appearance attracted the attention of the villagers again. Without his instructions, the butcher had already prepared the butcher knife. Every time he slaughtered prey for Lin Mo, he would get 2 pounds of meat, and since he was the best in the village, he naturally took the lead. The big wild boars were handed over to the cattle butcher, while the small wild boars were made into pig pens in the shed that was originally used to build the house. "By the way, Laonyo, lend me your sharpest knife for a while." Looking at the 4 frightened little wild boars, Lin Mo hesitated. He had never performed this kind of surgery before, so it seemed like he was being forced to do something he was not prepared for. But he was the only doctor in the village, and the others had no experience in this area. "Okay, this is for you." The butcher picked out the smallest knife and threw it to Lin Mo. Go Wa Lu Jian, help me grab the limbs of this little wild boar and turn it over. Without anesthetic, he definitely couldn't handle this kind of thing by himself, so he called 2 people from the crowd to help. Lu Jian was a county soldier, and after drinking the body-hardening soup, he had plenty of strength. Go Wa was young and had gained a lot of weight in the past few days, so he was also quite strong. Although the 2 men didn't know what to do, they still controlled the wild boar. The little wild boar seemed to sense the danger and struggled and screamed desperately. However, its small body was pressed down on the board by 2 strong men, and it could not get any help from heaven or earth. Others who were watching thought that Go Wa and Lu Jian, 2 grown men, were going too far to actually do such a thing. Brother Lin Mo, village chief, hurry up and do whatever you want to do. We are almost out of control. Faced with the crowd's heated gazes, Go Wa and Lu Jian were almost embarrassed. Don't worry, let me brew it for a while. Lin Mo also felt a lot of pressure to perform that kind of surgery on Zai Zuzu in front of so many people. At this moment, the man guarding the valley gate suddenly ran over. Village chief. Village chief, what are you doing? 3 grown men bullying a little pig? Lin Mo quickly put away the knife and decided to postpone the operation. What's the matter? Captain Li and Captain Yin are back, and they brought a few refugees with them. One of the refugees said he wanted to see you. Looking for me? Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to get off the donkey, he came to a slope. Then it must be something important. Let them come and see me. Go Wa Lu Jian, let it go first. Chapter 81, Call the Master. Chapter 81. Hurry up and call the master, brother-in-law. What were you doing just now? When everyone left, Qi Miao looked at Lin Mo with strange eyes. Being smart, she probably guessed what Lin Mo wanted to do. She just didn't understand why Lin Mo did that. The little girl proved Lin Mo's innocence in her heart. Don't think too much. My brother-in-law is definitely not a pervert. I was planning to do a minor surgery on the piglet, but I had no experience, so I hesitated to do it. Facing the villagers' onlookers, Lin Mo felt pressured. But when facing his closest people, he is very calm. What minor surgery? The little girl's curiosity was aroused, and she decided to get to the bottom of the matter. Yes, husband, you can also perform surgery on piglets? Wang Yuqing also came to finish off the enemy. Lin Mo was speechless for a while and said, I just can't do it. My husband, are you planning to castrate a pig? The knowledgeable Lu Yun was the first to react. But after she finished speaking, her face turned red. What is a castrated pig? As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, Qin He, Wang Yuqing, and Qin Miao asked in unison. Lu Yun's face turned even redder. As expected of Yuner, come on, explain it to them. Lin Mo said with a smile. Castration is castration of pigs. Lu Yun's pretty face turned red, and she didn't dare to imagine that scene in her mind. Ah, why do you do that? Wang Yuqing did not feel shy, but instead thought it was a very interesting thing. After all, in her eyes, pigs are just food. There is no distinction between male and female, so naturally there is no shame in it. Lu Yun went on to explain. After castration, the smell of pigs can be removed, the meat will become more tender, and their personalities will become more docile. All pigs raised by people have to go through this step. Oh, I was wondering why the wild boar meat I ate wasn't as delicious as the pork I had before. After listening to Lu Yun's explanation, the 3 girls instantly felt that they had learned something new. Master, Captain Li is here. At this time, Zhou Ma came in with a few people. The one walking in front was the team leader Li Ling. However, before he could open his mouth, an old man jumped out from behind him and said, Master, it really is you, Master. I have finally found you. What's going on? Hearing this old and loud voice, Lin Mo's hair stood on end. Before he could react, an old man came forward and kowtowed to him respectfully. Disciple Kuang Liang, I pay my respects to the master. Those old eyes were filled with tears of excitement. It was not difficult to tell from his ragged clothes that he had suffered a lot these days. However, he is free and easygoing by nature and does not stick to any rules, so this little hardship is nothing to him. However, an old man in his 60s bowed to a 16-year-old boy, shocking everyone present. Master, have you forgotten your disciple? Seeing that Lin Mo didn't respond, Kuang Liang quickly grabbed his sleeve and wiped his face. I don't know how long it has been since he washed his clothes. He exudes a sour smell, and his face becomes dirtier the more he wipes it. Okay, stop wiping it. If someone doesn't know, they'd think you're here to show off your face-changing skills. Lin Mo quickly stopped him. He really learned the unique skill of changing the face by just wiping it. Seeing Lin Mo speak, Kuang Liang immediately stood up with a smile and waved behind him. Xiaozi, come over here and call master. Then a young girl was seen walking out from the crowd. She came in front of Lin Mo and bowed. Xiaozi greets the grandmaster. She secretly glanced at Lin Mo and was immediately attracted by his extraordinary appearance. Master is so young and handsome. Originally, she was quite repulsive to Lin Mo, but due to the pressure from her grandfather, she had to call Lin Mo grandmaster. But after seeing Lin Mo, her heart was moved. It seems like it would be nice to have such a handsome master with excellent medical skills. Lin Mo's scalp tingled. I'm still so young, and I'm already someone else's master? But this disciple is quite handsome. Gentle, quiet, with a pretty oval face. Especially those little lips. A lot of images flashed through Lin Mo's mind, but he quickly cleared them with one click. Old Kuang, it's not impossible for me to take you as my apprentice, but you have to complete a test first. I was just worrying about how to castrate a pig, and you brought it to me yourself. Castrating pigs is a veterinarian's job. If old man Kuang can't do it, he can justifiably refuse to accept him as his apprentice. If he can do it, it means he can help with many things in the future, so it would not be a loss to accept him as his apprentice. What kind of test is this? Please tell me the question, master. Kuang Liang held his head high and chest puffed out. After all, he is the best doctor in Guangzhou County and has participated in the National Medical Skills Exchange Conference. He is quite confident in his medical skills. Come with me. Lin Mo took Kuang Liang to the pig shed. Lu Yun and the others immediately understood what Lin Mo's test was, so they did not follow. But Li Ling didn't know and ran over to watch out of curiosity. See those two little gray pigs? Castrate them. If you can complete this task, I will accept you as my apprentice. Lin Mo pointed at the little pig that was isolated and told Kuang Liang seriously. Ah! Her granddaughter quickly covered her face and ran away. Kuang Liang was dumbfounded. I'm the #1 doctor in Guangzhou County, whose mission is to cure illnesses and save lives. But you actually asked me to castrate pigs? If you can't do it, don't force yourself, but I won't accept someone who can't even do this little thing as my apprentice. Lin Mo waved his hand, looking like he would never make things difficult for you. Kuang Liang gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart, dedicate myself to medicine, fight for it. Xiaozi, bring me my medicine box. Kuang Liang shouted loudly. Don't want. Xiaozi knew what he was going to do, but she refused to help him. Kuang Liang was helpless and had to run over to get the medicine box himself. Captain Li, can you do me a favor? He definitely can't do it alone. He needs a strong man to hold the little pig down. Li Ling wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to offend this famous doctor. After all, as a soldier, poisoning and injury are inevitable. A good doctor can save their lives at the critical moment. Although he was very reluctant, he still helped Kuang Liang hold down the piglet. Kuang Liang is not very good at internal medicine, but he is first-rate in surgery. I saw him raise his knife and strike with speed, accuracy, and ferocity. Before the little pig even felt any pain, Kuang Liang had deprived him of his life's happiness. Kuang Liang quickly applied some medicine powder and then wrapped it with a bandage. Then apply the second one. The entire operation was completed in less than 5 minutes, and Lin Mo gained a new understanding of Kuang Liang's medical skills. Ox! Looking at Kuang Liang walking out of the pig pen like a shrew, Lin Mo gave him a thumbs up. From now on, you are my apprentice. When Kuang Liang heard this, the resentment on his face disappeared, and he immediately rushed over. Master. Stop! Lin Mo stepped back quickly. Why don't you go wash it first? It's already rotten. Kuang Liang's old face turned red. Master, please help me find a place. There is a parlor that provides baths for soldiers. Captain Li, please take him there. No problem. Dr. Kuang, please follow me. Li Ling's body was smelly and red, so he also planned to take a shower. Come here. Lin Mo saw Kuang Liang's granddaughter standing there at a loss, as if she was a little panicked about being separated from her grandfather. It can be seen that she is very dependent on her grandfather. Hearing Lin Mo calling her, she walked over nervously. Master, you called me? May I have your name? Xiaozi. Surname Kuang. Yes. Chapter 82. Defeat Ling Wei with one sword. Chapter 82. Defeated Ling Wei with one sword. Old man Kuang was crazy, and the name he gave to his granddaughter was also unique. Kuangzi? Does she have another best friend, whose last name is Lan? Meow meow. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, a petite figure ran out from the yard. Brother-in-law, are you calling me? Take her to wash up and find her some clean clothes to change into. Lin Mo said as he looked at the dirty Guangzi. Okay, sister, come with me, Qi Miao said with a smile. Seeing that she was lively, cute, and very likable, Guangzi did not refuse. Besides, the ancestor shouldn't harm himself. Lin Mo came to the training ground, where Ling Wei was teaching everyone swordsmanship in person. The teaching content was actual combat training, 2-on-2 duels. Ling Wei and Bobcat were demonstrating to everyone, but due to the huge gap in strength, Bobcat was defeated in just a few rounds. If Ling Wei doesn't use her full strength, she won't be able to show the essence of the Pifeng sword technique to everyone. Seeing Lin Mo coming, her face lit up with joy. Next, the village chief and I will demonstrate to you a complete set of wind-splitting sword technique. You must watch carefully, comprehend carefully, and savor every move and every form. After Ling Wei finished speaking, she handed Lin Mo an iron sword. The students used wooden swords, but she and Lin Mo's swordsmanship was already quite mature, and they could also control the use of iron swords. Husband, hold on for a few more rounds, Ling Wei said with a smile. In the past, Lin Mo relied on his physical strength to last 70 or 80 rounds in her hands. But now that she had drunk the body-hardening soup, her physical strength had increased to 9 times that of an adult man. She felt that she could defeat Lin Mo within 20 moves. I'll try my best. Ling Wei didn't notice that the smile on Lin Mo's lips was a little weird. Let's get started. Ling Wei asked Lin Mo to make the first move. In order to avoid embarrassing her husband in front of everyone, she did not intend to use her full strength. Pay attention. Lin Mo smiled slightly, and the next second, the sword came out. This sword is as light and soft as snow blown by the breeze. It looks ordinary and can't even be called a move of the Pifeng sword technique. The students had some basic knowledge of swordsmanship, and they didn't understand why the head of the family would use such a bland move. Shan Mao Yanzi shook their heads. They thought the master underestimated the commander. If he used such a soft move against the commander, he would probably be defeated in one move. However, Ling Wei frowned, because at this moment, she felt as if snow was falling around her and it was chilly. This move is extraordinary. She had never seen this move before, but her instinct told her not to underestimate the enemy. So she immediately gave up the idea of letting him win and focused on using her sword to deal with him. However, at the moment she drew her sword, Lin Mo's sword shadow suddenly changed. The sword that was still soft in the last second was like a force 12 gale, and what was blown up was no longer snowflakes, but hard ice. Oops! Ling Wei wanted to change her tactics at this time, but it was too late. Lin Mo's sword was as fast as lightning and as fierce as a landslide. With a clang, the sword in Ling Wei's hand was knocked away, and the next second, Lin Mo's sword was against her chest. Lin Mo stopped in time, because if he moved forward half a centimeter, the two mountains would be split apart. Ling Wei was dumbfounded. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What happened? Why did the commander lose? I don't know. It's too fast. The patriarch is too strong. He defeated the commander with just one move. That sword strike just now was so terrifying. I feel like if it were me, I would have died 800 times already. Everyone looked at Lin Mo with horror, shock, admiration, and a hint of fanaticism. Among the villagers, there is still a touch of pride. Ling Wei stared blankly at the sword in front of her chest, the scene just now flashing through her mind. It was as if there was a chain that was about to be broken. Master, what happened to Ling Tong? Seeing Ling Wei in a daze, who remained motionless even though Lin Mo had withdrawn his sword, Shan Mao and Yanzi also became nervous. Ling Tong won't be affected, right? She has always been very proud of her swordsmanship, but now she has been defeated by the master of the family with one sword. How can she not be shocked? Master, you are such a fool. Can't you give in to our leader a little? Look how you beat her. The two girls actually blamed Lin Mo. Don't bother her. Lin Mo put away the iron sword and made a gesture to keep quiet. Ling Wei was not shocked, but enlightened. Such a strong ability of comprehension is really enviable. After a long while, Ling Wei's eyes regained their spirit. Speed hidden in slowness, strength hidden in softness. So this is the highest realm of the Pifeng sword technique. You guys keep practicing. She left a word and ran towards the back mountain. It seems that he has really realized it. Lin Mo was happy for her. Okay, everyone keep practicing. Team Cat, and I will show you. Swallow and Mountain Cat naturally realized this and knew that they could not disturb the commander at this time. Wait a minute, I have something to show you. Lin Mo called out to Yanzi and Shan Mao. What is it? They asked curiously. Have you taught everyone archery? I've taught some, but only a few have the talent for it. The mountain cat spread his hands, expressing helplessness. The main reason is that she herself has no talent in archery, is just a beginner. Although everyone is strong now, being able to draw the bow and shooting at the target are two different things. Ling Wei led everyone to practice several times, but only 8 people have the talent for archery. Master, why are you asking this? Could it be that the master is going to teach everyone archery in person? The mountain cat looked at Lin Mo expectantly. Lin Mo's archery skills have reached the master level. If he were to teach, even those with low talent would be able to achieve something. After all, these students are able to endure hardships and have greater perseverance than ordinary people. If you want to learn, I can teach you. But this is not what I want to tell you. I want to give you a gift. Lin Mo took out the Zhuge crossbow and asked, "Do you recognize this thing?" The mountain cat was a little confused, but Yanzi recognized it immediately. "I know, it's a crossbow, but it's a little different from the crossbows I've seen." Lin Mo smiled and nodded. "The crossbow you saw is a single-shot crossbow. It is more powerful than the one I have, but it is difficult to load arrows and has a slow firing rate. The one I have is the Wuho crossbow, which can hold 20 arrows at a time. You only need to press the trigger to fire arrows continuously. Swallow, come and try it. It would be better to demonstrate it once than to say more." So Lin Mo handed the crossbow to Yanzi. Okay. The latter took the Zhuge crossbow and was a little excited. But the moment she picked up the crossbow, she seemed like a different person, with a serious expression and focused eyes. Yanzi aimed at the straw man used for archery practice and pressed the trigger. Clatter! An arrow was shot, but missed. "Don't stop, keep going, shoot all the arrows inside," Lin Mo reminded. Oh! Yanzi continued to squeeze the trigger, and another arrow shot out. She felt it was amazing that she really didn't need to reload the arrow. This time the shot missed again. However, Yanzi immediately adjusted the angle, and the third and fourth arrows hit the straw man's arm and head respectively. Da-da-da! The swallow did not stop and continued shooting until he had shot all 20 arrows. She was surprised to find that 11 arrows hit the target. If this was an enemy, it would have been turned into a hornet's nest long ago. Chapter 83, Forming a Special Operations Team. Chapter 83. Forming a Special Operations Team. Master, can this crossbow be produced in large quantities? If so, can each person have one? Yanzi picked up all the arrows that had been shot, and then ran to Lin Mo excitedly. Continuous rapid shooting, no need to reload the gun, and no need to consider technique during close combat, just shoot. Every member of the Ruoga Guard is equipped with one, and can shoot nearly 1,000 arrows in 10 seconds. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. That's exactly what I meant. Lin Mo's original intention of taking out the Zhuge crossbow was to equip everyone with one. Now you don't have to spend most of your time on physical training like before. You can practice archery more. I will equip each of you with an archery as soon as possible. Putting away the Zhuge crossbow, Lin Mo personally taught everyone archery for a while. About an hour later, Ling Wei came out of the forest. "How is it? Did you break through?" Lin Mo asked. Ling Wei had a smile on her lips and was in a good mood. She shook her head and smiled. "I haven't made a breakthrough yet, but I have gained a lot." She studied the Pifeng sword technique diligently every day, but even so, there has been no substantial breakthrough in the past 3 years. This time, after being defeated by Lin Mo's sword, she realized the true meaning of swordsmanship. Speed hidden in slowness, strength hidden in softness, and she also touched the surface of the extraordinary realm. Although it is not much, it is a huge leap from nothing to something, so it is worth being happy about. It's good to have some gains. We can discuss again when we have time. Lin Mo smiled. He also knew that it was unrealistic to expect her to break through with just one sword. After all, the extraordinary sword technique was extremely profound, and even people with high comprehension could not achieve it overnight. Unless you're cheating. Well, no hurry. Let me digest this first. After practicing swordsmanship for so many years, Ling Wei is well aware of the principle of gradual progress. If you bite off more than you can chew, you may end up going astray. In the next few days, the focus of Valley Guard training changed from swordsmanship alone to swordsmanship and archery together. Lin Mo will come to teach them when he has time. Ling Wei was studying swordsmanship, while Li Ling was in charge of the defense of the Valley Gate. After repairing their houses, the villagers had a new task, making arrows. Nearly 200 villagers worked overtime to make arrows for the crossbow, while Zhao Xingue and his 2 sons were responsible for making the arrowheads. Ganyu did not disappoint Lin Mo. and he could make 6 sets of parts every day on average. In less than 10 days, every member of the Valley Guards was equipped with a Juga crossbow. With Lin Mo's personal guidance, everyone's archery skills have also made great progress. Because everyone worked so hard, we achieved remarkable results this month. Those with better talents have basically reached the second-class level, and those with worse talents have also entered the realm. Coupled with the strengthening effect of the body-quenching soup and Ling Wei's strict teaching, their combat effectiveness is stronger than that of their peers. What surprised Lin Mo and Ling Wei the most were the 3 girls brought back from Motangpu. Urjiu and Bai made the most significant progress in this month. Their swordsmanship has reached the highest level, and they can fight against Shan Mao and Yanzi. Mandrill is slightly worse, but her swordsmanship and archery skills are both at a second-rate level. The combat effectiveness of a low-quality double-pulse weapon may not be worse than that of a high-quality single-pulse weapon. Although everyone has made progress, including several instructors, everyone has different talents, and the gap between them has widened. Wei, I asked you to pick 8 to 10 people who have made the fastest progress and have the greatest potential. Who would you choose? After dinner that day, Lin Mo decided to hold a family meeting because he wanted to form a special operations team. The role of the special operations team is naturally to decapitate and perform special tasks, so the elite among the elites must be selected. Ling Wei thought for a while and slowly said a few names. 29, Bai, Mandrill, and White Wolf are the most talented and the ones who have made the fastest progress. The only ones who are second to them are probably Yin, Grey Mouse, and Ching. Although the others have made great progress, their room for development is not as high as these 7 people. Only 7 people? Lin Mo originally thought that everyone performed very well and at least 8 to 10 people could be selected. However, Ling Wei's answer surprised him a little. What do you want to do? Ling Wei asked. Lin Mo gave her a brief introduction to the concept of special warfare, and she understood it immediately. After all, special warfare is not uncommon in this world. As early as the previous dynasty, there had been similar armies in the previous dynasty. However, Lin Mo's requirements are higher. According to your requirements, I'm afraid only 29, White, Mandrill, and White Wolf meet the requirements. Ling Wei said seriously after hearing this. Unless she and Lin Mo are counted in, even veterans like Shan Mao, Yin Zi, and Li Ling are not qualified. 4 people are too few. Let's include Yin, Hui Shu, and Qing as well. We'll form a special operations team of 7. Tomorrow I'll personally lead them deep into the mountains for a week of camping training. Although Lin Mo is not a professional instructor, he has watched a lot of Special Forces TV series in his previous life, so he can imitate them a little. Camping training can improve their comprehensive qualities, such as wilderness survival ability, reaction ability, judgment ability, crisis self-rescue ability, etc. They are all extremely talented and have great perseverance. Lin Mo believes that camping training can give them more room for improvement. As you say, Ling Wei unconditionally supports Lin Mo's decision. Yinner, how many days can our food last? I will be away for 7 days, so I must make sure everything at home is settled clearly. At present, our food consumption mainly comes from 3 sources. First, paying villagers. Second, distributing food to soldiers every day and providing them with a meal. And third, our own consumption. The food donated by the villagers has already been used up. The food you brought back from Motangpa's stronghold can last for 3 or 4 days. Lu Yun is currently the housekeeper, and she is in charge of all financial matters. The food was about to run out, so even if Lin Mo didn't ask, she would have taken the initiative to ask. After all, there are nearly 400 people in the valley who are waiting for their family to support them. Don't worry about the food. I'll give you 3,000 kilograms tomorrow, but the meat may not be enough. Soldiers' training consumes a lot of physical energy, and they cannot live without meat every day. Lin Mo's hunting alone could not sustain such a huge consumption. The prey outside the deep mountains were now afraid of Lin Mo. Even the wolves have migrated deeper into the desert. Hunting is not a long-term solution. We still have to find a way to replace meat. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 kilograms of food, and I'll leave all the meat to you, and you can arrange it. Lin Mo believed that Lu Yun would be able to handle this small matter well. Master Immortal, where do you have so much food? 10,000 pounds. Everyone was surprised. Haha, as many as you want. Lin Mo said with a smile. If we calculate based on 6 taels of silver for 210 jin of rice, 10,000 jin would be less than 300 taels. For Lin Mo, who had more than 6,000 taels of silver, it was nothing. In addition to 10,000 kilograms of the most common rice, he also planted 1 acre of the best quality rice and the best quality wheat for his family to eat. During my absence, all matters in the valley will be handed over to you. You must always pay attention to the movements outside the valley. I feel like something big is about to happen. He had talked about this with Qin He before. According to Qin He's analysis, once Lyko was built into a pass, the two military fortresses of Zonka and Tumu could only hold out for a month at most. If these two military fortresses were lost, the foreign invaders would surely march in. The first person to suffer was Guangzhou. Chapter 84. Aliens invade the country. Disaster strikes Guangzhou. Chapter 84. Aliens invade the pass. Disaster befalls Guangzhou. Early the next morning, Lin Mo placed 10,000 kilograms of food and more than 1,000 kilograms of meat in the cellar, then gathered the students with Ling Wei and announced the decision to form a special operations team. The students who were not selected were disappointed, but some also refused to accept the result. But once the order was given, everyone obeyed resolutely. This is Ling Wei's greatest achievement in the past month: discipline and loyalty. It's okay if you're not convinced. Just train hard and work hard to improve yourself. Anyone who meets the requirements can apply to join the special operations team. There was no preparation at all. The main thing was to be sudden. Lin Mo led the special operations team into the mountains. Apart from a sword, a crossbow, and the clothes on his body, he had no other items. Hungry, looking for food in the mountains. When I was thirsty, I looked for water in the mountains. Sleepy, seek shelter in the mountains. Under such circumstances, they not only had to survive in the primitive jungle for 7 days, but also had to travel more than 200 kilometers and explore unknown areas within these 7 days. Lin Mo accompanied them throughout the process, but would not provide any help. He would only help when someone wanted to quit or encountered an unmanageable crisis. However, once someone asks Lin Mo for help, it means that he has voluntarily given up his qualifications as a Special Forces member. Therefore, this not only tests personal ability, but teamwork is also very important. On the first day, everyone performed very well. After all, we were full of energy and spirits, and we traveled more than 60 kilometers in 1 day. However, they only focused on getting on with their journey and did not keep up with their physical energy replenishment. Moreover, when we slept at night, we were attacked by mosquitoes because we did not build shelter in time, and no one slept well. The next day, they changed their strategy and hunted while traveling. However, disagreements arose among the team members when choosing the direction, which wasted a lot of time. In addition, the animals in the deep mountains and dense forests were very vigilant, and the students who had little hunting experience got nothing at the end of the day. On the third day, they resolved their differences and, after some discussion, jointly elected White Wolf as the team leader. Bailang was originally a scholar and later went to the countryside to become a private school teacher. One day, the rebels suddenly appeared and brutally massacred the children in the private school. White Wolf collapsed instantly when he saw this scene. He was in despair, and the rage in his heart was like a raging flame, as if a wild beast had broken out of his body. Despite his frail body, he killed 3 rebels who were guarding the hard labor camp and escaped from it. Later, they met Li Ling's team and came to Nianzi Valley together. Revenge for the children became his obsession and motivation. He is smart, talented, and his leadership ability is recognized by everyone. Therefore, he is the only one who can be the team leader. Lin Mo originally thought that they were going to starve for 9 meals in 3 days, but he did not expect that the situation would change under the leadership of Bailang. The first time they worked together, they hunted down an entire wolf pack, a total of 9 wild wolves, and no one was injured. The wolf meat gave them a full meal, and they no longer had to worry about food. On the 4th day of the special training, as Qin He expected, the 2 military fortresses were lost one after another due to lack of reinforcements and supplies. As his retreat was cut off, General Zhang Ke had no choice but to surrender to the rebels, while General Takamu and more than 3,000 soldiers were all killed in the battle. The Liao people who attacked Takamu suffered heavy losses due to the stubborn resistance of the defenders. After they broke through the pass, they vented their anger by digging out the hearts of the defenders, cooking and eating them. They also chopped up the defenders' meat to feed their wolf pack. The cruelty of this tribe is unprecedented in history books. Another foreign ethnic group that entered the pass, the Bai people, were also extremely brutal. The first thing to do after entering the customs is to massacre the village. Several villages near the border were massacred by them. For a while, the entire Guangzhou was in panic, and countless people fled in haste. If the previous rebels' capture of the city was a disaster, the invasion of foreigners would be the end of the world. In just 3 days, the Bai and Liao people massacred more than 4,000 civilians. As a result, most of Guangzhou County was littered with corpses and wailing. However, faced with this situation, the leader of the rebels, Prince Ding Luji, ordered his troops to retreat to the county town and turn a deaf ear to the lives of the people of Guangzhou. Because he signed an agreement with the aliens. 2 clan leaders. Can 3 days of slaughter relieve the anger in your hearts? In Guangzhou County, Luji hosted a banquet to entertain the Bai and Liao tribes. Although he sat in the main seat, the patriarchs and generals of the 2 tribes did not take him seriously. They just ate the food on the table and played with the women Luji prepared for them. Prince Ding knows that the hatred between us Bai people and Qian people is deep, and it cannot be resolved by killing a few people. It's just your face, otherwise I will have to massacre everyone in this county. Go Li, the chief of the Bai people, was gnawing on his pork elbow while pinching the maid's body. They have no manners or shame and don't care what the occasion is. Seeing them so arrogant, Lu Ji felt a little angry. But I still have to rely on the 2 of them, so I can only suppress my anger for the time being. You are just a bunch of uncivilized savages. Wait until I take over Winshan, and then I will settle accounts with you one by one. Chief Guli, Chief Qinwei, according to our agreement, we will attack Mianwei the day after tomorrow. At that time, I will rely on the 2 chiefs to lend me a helping hand. Once we capture Mianwei, I will definitely reward you handsomely. But there is one thing I ask you to do. Restrain your subordinates and spare the people of other counties. Although Lu Ji was not a good person either, he understood that there would be no point in taking Winshan if all the people were killed. He didn't want to be a commander without troops, so he thought of sacrificing Guangzhou to save the other counties. Don't worry, as long as you provide enough food and fodder, my people will not kill people indiscriminately. But if someone is blind and dares to resist my tribe, that's another matter. The Liao people leader Qian Yu drank a glass of wine and said lightly, in their eyes, human life is like that of animals. They can kill or eat as they please. Thinking about how this guy had eaten more than 3,000 hearts of Takamu defenders a few days ago, Lu Ji's face twitched violently. However, he felt that everything was still under his control. If these 2 barbarians really don't obey, he can destroy them with the power of thunder. Then it will be up to you too. Lu Ji clasped his fists. Commander Ling, as agreed, we have been in the valley for a full month. We are very grateful to you and the village chief for taking us in, but our home is in the county town after all. It is extremely inconvenient to live here all the time, and it will cause trouble to you. So I beg Commander Ling to be lenient and let us go back. Don't worry, after we leave the valley, we will never say a word about what happened in the valley. More than a dozen people gathered at the entrance of the valley. They were all residents from the county town and had lived here for a full month according to Lin Mo's regulations. So it's understandable that you want to leave now. After all, this is not their home, and it is inconvenient to always stay in someone else's home. If you want to leave, we will not stop you, but you have to think clearly. The situation outside the valley is not peaceful right now. I heard that the foreign tribes have already conquered Zong Kechuomu. It will be very dangerous for you to go back now. Ling Wei kindly reminded. It's been so long, and there haven't been any rebels coming to attack us. Maybe they've been driven away by the imperial court. We are isolated from the outside world in the valley, like frogs in a well, and feel very uncomfortable. Please allow me to leave. Seeing that they insisted, Ling Wei stopped persuading them. Open the door. Chapter 85, The Overall Situation. Chapter 85. Putting the overall situation first. Everyone, if you want to leave, there is no need to rush in 1 or 2 days. My husband will definitely be back today or tomorrow. Why not wait until he comes back before making a decision? Just then, Lu Yun and Qin he came over. The valley was short of people, so she naturally hoped that these people could stay. Moreover, Lu Yun was worried that they would encounter danger if they left the valley. But these people were eager to return home and could not stay even for another day. Miss Lu, we miss home so much. Maybe there are relatives waiting for us at home. It feels like a year to spend every day here. Please help us. Lu Yun wanted to persuade him again, but suddenly a familiar voice came from behind him. Let them go. Husband, you're back. Lu Yun and Qin, he turned around in surprise, only to see Lin Mo and the special operations team appear in front of everyone intact. The 7A camping training ended successfully, and everyone performed very well. White Wolf, in particular, showed excellent leadership skills. It was his wisdom that brought everyone together, united, and helped them overcome difficulties. These 7 days have honed their willpower, cohesion, various survival skills, and their means of killing the enemy have also been improved. The aura exuded by the 7 people was completely different from before they entered the mountain. Thank you, Village Chief Lin, for your help. Goodbye. More than 10 people said goodbye to Lin Mo. Of course, there were also some people who came to see them off and had no intention of leaving. Manager Wu, aren't you going back? Lin Mo looked at Wu Yu curiously. The others were all worried about their family property, so they couldn't wait to go back. But the one who actually had the most property was the head shopkeeper Wu Yu. The county town is not peaceful. It's much more dangerous to go back than to stay here. Wu Yu said seriously. How do you know? Lin Mo asked. If the county had been recaptured by the imperial court, they would have certainly sent people to inform each village and publicize the achievement. But up to now, Nianzegu has not received any news, which is enough to prove that the imperial court has not recaptured the county, and the situation in the county is even worse than we imagined. It's not that Wu Yu doesn't care about her own property, but she sees it more clearly than others. Lin Mo secretly admired him, thinking that this was the kind of person who could accomplish great things. If you knew that, why didn't you remind them? During this period, Wu Yu spent a lot of money on everyone, which shows that he is a generous person. He wouldn't just watch others die. Wu Yu only sighed and said, I have tried to persuade him, but it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. Village Chief Lin, you'd better be prepared. Once those people go out, they might reveal the secrets here. After spending some time together, Wu Yu also saw the true colors of some people. That's why I gave you a reminder. Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked, Are you saying they will tell on us? Naturally, he was worried about these people leaving Nianzi Valley, but he was afraid that others would gossip, so he planned to act quietly. Now, with Wu Yu's words, he can go out with a clear conscience. If the county town is still in the hands of the rebels, someone will definitely sell out the Millstone Valley in order to get their things back. Wu Yu snorted coldly, and then added, I also asked Village Chief Lin to put the overall situation first. Put the overall situation first. These 5 simple words gave Lin Mo a new understanding of Wu Yu. Thank you, Shopkeeper Wu, for reminding me. Even if he didn't say it, Lin Mo would put the overall situation first. After clasping his fists to Wu Yu, Lin Mo came to the Special Operations Team. Everyone assemble. At Lin Mo's command, the Special Operations Team quickly assembled. There is an urgent mission now. Everyone, enter combat mode. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he led the Special Operations Team to chase after them. Those people were not moving very fast, so they had not gone far. However, Lin Mo naturally could not put the overall situation first at the entrance of the valley. Now let me tell you about the mission. Just as Lin Mo was about to introduce the combat mission to the members of the Silver Fox Special Operations Team, a group of ordinary people suddenly rushed out from the forest path behind him. Run away! The barbarians are coming to kill us. Dad, Mom, where are you? Don't kill me, don't kill me. There were as many as 70 or 80 ordinary people, running away and shouting in fear. Lin Mo knew most of these people. Outside Nianzi Valley, there are 4 villages distributed in a fan shape. Chintangwan, the easternmost one, is closest to the valley entrance, only less than 2 miles away. When the valley gate was being built, people from Chintangwan came to visit out of curiosity. And those people who were desperately fleeing were the villagers of Chintangwan. The barbarians are coming? Lin Mo immediately became alert. At this moment, he saw the flag on the lookout slope waving. Something was happening. If the barbarians really came to kill him, he could only go back to protect Nianzi Valley. Since the enemies were already at the doorstep, there was no point in getting rid of them. Open the door! Open the door quickly. The barbarians are coming to kill us. Let us in. Please, let me in. The villagers of Chintangwan ran to the gate of Nianzegu, crying and begging Ling Wei to open the door. It happened that Ling Wei was still at the entrance of the valley. When she heard the villagers crying, she was shocked. Her husband was still outside. Open the valley gate. Ling Wei shouted that she had to call Lin Mo back quickly, and at the same time ordered her men, the enemy is coming, quickly assemble the team. Ah yes, because the soldiers were all in training. Only some civilians were guarding the valley gate. When they heard that the barbarians were coming, they became very panicked. Don't just stand there, go. Lu Yun, who was waiting for Lin Mo at the door, remained calm and directed the order at the scene calmly. Villagers of Chintang Bay, after you enter the valley, the young people will stay behind to stop the barbarians, and the old, weak, women and children should go to the fields in the west to rest first. The nearest barbarians are still a mile away from us, and there aren't that many of them, so there's no need to panic. Lu Yun saw the flag signals on the lookout slope and immediately understood the message. Flags of different colors represent the distance of the enemy. The number of swings indicates the number of enemies. Under Lu Yun's command, the order at the entrance of the valley quickly stabilized. However, some young people in Chenang Bay were unwilling to participate in the defense. 2 words, fear of death. Swallow and Mountain Cat arrived with their soldiers in time and took over the defense of the valley gate. This is the first time that the villagers of Chintangwan saw the soldiers from Nianzhagu. They remain calm and composed in times of crisis. The powerful aura it exudes can give people a sense of security. Is that Widow Zhao? Oh my god, am I seeing things? Is that the Widow Chen I know? The villagers of Chintangwan opened their eyes wide and looked at the familiar faces in astonishment. He used to be a farmer just like them, but after just over a month of absence, he became someone they looked up to. Soon, more than 80 people from Chintangwan all fled into Nianzi Valley. However, the valley gate was not closed yet because Lin Mo, Ling Wei, and others were still outside. Chapter 86, 800 by soldiers. Chapter 86, 800 bow soldiers. Husband, Wei Wei, why are you here? The villagers in Chintangwan said that the barbarians are coming to kill us. I'm worried about you. Let's go back to the valley quickly. Lin Mo and the others didn't go far, so Ling Wei found them quickly. At this time, all the villagers of Chintangwan had entered the valley. Passing through the jungle, they could vaguely hear the voices of the barbarians. If they run back now, they will definitely have time. But Lin Mo had other ideas. Wei Wei, you go back first. Taniguchi will not be able to do it without your command. What about you? Don't worry about those people, just come back with me. Ling Wei was a little anxious. She thought that Lin Mo still wanted to kill those who had just left. Lin Mo shook his head, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said lightly, they don't need me to do it. Those people were walking on the main road, and at this moment, some villagers were running towards this side. Behind them, there was at least a large group of barbarians. And judging from the sounds, there were quite a few barbarians chasing after Chintangwan. With so many barbarians, it is a serious test for the defense of Nianzi Valley. Although they had weapons like the Zhuge crossbow, most soldiers had never participated in a battle or killed anyone. Lin Mo was worried that they would feel uncomfortable just like the first time he killed someone. So, he has to keep a backup plan. Wei Wei, listen to me. I will hide outside the valley with Silver Fox. We are few in number, so the barbarians will definitely not be able to find us. When the barbarians attack the valley gate, we will attack from behind. Maybe we can achieve a surprise victory. As for our safety, don't worry. We are very familiar with the terrain in this area. The barbarians can't catch up with us. You return to the valley immediately. Only if you can withstand the pressure, our sneak attack will have a higher chance of success. Although Ling Wei was a little worried about Lin Mo's safety, she also knew that dividing the troops was a good choice. Be sure to pay attention to safety. She threw herself into Lin Mo's arms and hugged him goodbye. Silver Fox, listen to my orders. Exist. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to deploy it. Now the barbarians have reached our doorstep. Whether our parents, relatives, women, and children can survive depends on us. I know this is everyone's first battle, and even the first time to kill someone, but we must overcome our fear and repel the enemy. Tell me, can you do this? Abel, 7 people roared in unison. Aren't they training so hard just waiting for this moment? Therefore, instead of being afraid, they were full of anticipation. Everyone is eager to fight. Very good. Lin Mo nodded. This time, I will fight alongside you. Let's kill all the barbarians together and protect our family. Kill, 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 kill. Hidden on the left side of the valley is a forest, and on the right is a dry river beach with a patch of dry reeds. They can hide on both sides, and it is impossible to find them as long as the barbarians do not get close to search. Lin Mo, urge you, and by hid in the woods on the left. Lin Mo chose a big tree with dense branches and leaves and hid in the treetops. The view here was good, and the bow and arrow had a wide coverage area. White Wolf, Mandrill, Ching Ching, Yin, and Gray Rat hid in the reeds. After Ling Wei returned to the valley, she ordered the valley gate to be tightly closed and placed falling rocks at the valley entrance to prevent weapons such as battering rams. After all, the valley gate is not as strong as the city gate. On the main road, A dozen people from the county town who had just left the valley saw a group of people crying and fleeing towards the Nianzi Valley. Before they could react, one of them was hit by a stray arrow and died with hatred in his heart. He never thought that the valley gate he just passed through would become the gate of hell. Oh my God, what's going on? My fellow, are the rebels coming to kill us? What rebels? They are barbarians who are even more brutal than rebels. Let's run. I heard that Nianzi Valley has built fortifications. It should be safer there. Fuck, I just came out of there. People in the county town also joined the fleeing army and turned to run towards Nianzi Valley. How happy they were to leave at the beginning, how much regret they feel now. However, the road was wide and they could not outrun the barbarians. Arrows flew from afar, and civilians fell one after another. I finally saw the valley gate, only to find it was still closed. Those who had just escaped were crying without tears, and they shouted as they ran. Open the door. Open the door quickly. The barbarians are coming to kill us. Let mean. I don't want to die. At the valley gate, everyone looked at Ling Wei. Ling Tong, are you going? Swallow asked. No. Ling Wei replied without hesitation. The barbarians on both sides have already reached the valley entrance. If we open the door at this time, the barbarians will definitely take the opportunity to kill us. By then, it will definitely be too late to close the door. Although she sympathized with the people outside, she would not put the entire Nianzi Valley into danger just to save those dozens of people. The people from the county town who had finally escaped to the valley entrance were terrified to see that the valley gate was still closed. Commander Ling, open the door. Please open the door quickly. We are wrong. We will never leave Nianzi Valley again. I'll pay. And as long as you open the door, I'm willing to donate all the money to you. However, no matter what they said, Ling Wei would not open the door. She turned a deaf ear to the cries, please, and even insults from the people at the gate. A pair of beautiful eyes as sharp as swords were staring at the barbarians who were killing the people in the back. Her heart was filled with worry about Lin Mo. Sister Wei, what's the situation? At this time, Qin He and Lu Yun came up. Qin He was still holding the bow that Lin Mo had made for her. Ling Wei was shocked. What are you doing here? It's dangerous here. Go back quickly. Qin He gritted his teeth and said, I can fight. The first time they were chased by the rebels, it was Lin Mo and Qin He who worked together to save them. Ling Wei was not worried about Qin He's fighting ability. If Qin He was just an ordinary villager, she would not only agree, but would even force Qin He to participate in the battle. But Qin He is Lin Mo's wife, her sister, and the only one among his many wives who is pregnant. Ling Wei naturally doesn't dare to let her take the risk. Sister Yun, take Sister Yi back. We're the only ones left here. If you were here, I would have to distract myself and take care of you, and I wouldn't be able to fight with all my strength. Don't worry, my husband and I will be fine, and Nianziga will be fine too. I promise you. After hearing Ling Wei's assurance, the two left. At this moment, the barbarians had already forced the few villagers to the entrance of the valley. The two groups of barbarians also joined forces, and a strong sense of oppression came over them. Ling Wei's face looked a little serious, because the number of barbarians reached as many as 800. Chapter 87. The sense of déjà vu of killing zombies. Chapter 87. The feeling of slaughtering zombies. The Bai people are fierce, brutal, strong, and fearless. Whenever Dakian fought against them, it would often suffer heavy losses. However, Ling Wei was very confident in the fortifications she had built. With only 800 people, it was impossible to break through her valley gate. The only thing she was worried about was Lin Mo. It would be disastrous if the Bai people gave up attacking Gumin and turned around to deal with Lin Mo. However, now that things have come to this, she can only hide her worries in her heart and save Gumin first. At this time, the Bai people stopped, because they were surprised that such a sturdy door was built in such a remote place. Chevaux de frise, anti-climbing spikes, arrow towers. This is clearly a military facility. Could it be that the Qian people build a military base here? However, when the Bai people saw the few soldiers on top of the valley gate, they immediately stopped taking it seriously. The fortifications were well built, but there were too few soldiers here, and only 7 or 8 of them had armor, while the others were all wearing cloth. With this, they still wanted to stop the powerful Bo people? Kabi, Di Mung Dai. The Bai general raised the long sword in his hand and let out a ghostly howl. Because the Bai people and the Qian people had almost no contact with each other, most of the Bai people could not speak the language of Dakian. They spoke their own Bai language. What it means is don't be afraid, just move forward. The 800 by people immediately charged towards the valley gate like a group of hungry wolves. Archers ready. At Ling Wei's command, everyone immediately raised their longbows. Although only a dozen people have a talent for archery, everyone's strength has been greatly improved. Shooting the enemy on such a narrow road does not require any skill at all. You can hit the target with your eyes closed. So Ling Wei's strategic plan is very clear. Long-range bow and short-range crossbow. The Bai people did not bring battering rams or ladders, so it was a pipe dream for them to want to break through the valley gate with their physical bodies. Shoot! When the Bai people entered the range of the bows and arrows, with Ling Wei's order, more than 30 arrows whizzed out. In an instant, more than a dozen Bai people were shot by arrows and fell to the ground. However, only 4 or 5 people were actually shot dead. At this time, the ferocity of the Bai people was revealed. Those who were lightly injured simply pulled out the arrows from their bodies and continued to rush forward. The pain actually makes them rush faster than others. Faced with such a ferocious enemy, the students who were fighting for the first time were suddenly a little scared. Hold on, release again. Ling Wei also picked up a bow, aimed at the head of a Bai man and shot. Even though her archery skills were only slightly accomplished, her powerful strength was enough to make up for her technical deficiencies. Call out! An arrow pierced the chest of the Bai man and hit the stomach of the Bai man behind him. One arrow killed 2 people. Above the valley gate, morale was greatly boosted. Everyone put aside their fear and started shooting freely. The road leading into the valley is less than 10 feet wide, with a 2-foot wide stream next to it, and on both sides are vertical mountain walls that have been dug. With such a narrow road, the Bai people's numerical advantage could not be fully utilized. They fell one after another, and after losing more than 30 lives, they finally arrived at the valley gate. Get lost! The Bai people vented their anger on the common people under their control, while the smarter ones used the common people as their shields. Change to crossbow. Ling Wei gave the order again. The soldiers immediately put down their bows and arrows and took out the Zhuge crossbows on their backs. Shoot! Swish! 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 There is no need to aim at such a close distance. Arrows fly out quickly. It was like setting up more than 30 rifles and slaughtering the zombies attacking the city. If one shot doesn't kill them, then use 2, 3, until the Bai people are beaten into a hornet's nest. The 10 soldiers with a talent for archery remained calm and made sure that every arrow hit the vital points of the Bai people. When we used bows and arrows just now, the Bai people just fell down one after another. Now that they have been replaced with Zhuge crossbows, they are falling in large numbers. Sachaba Shiroka, Oji died. Dimung Se. Before they even reached the gate of the valley, nearly 100 of their own men had been killed or wounded. The Bai general could not hold on any longer and quickly ordered a retreat. Some injured Bai people lay back among the dead bodies. Sip. An arrow flew over and helped him end his suffering. Under the powerful fire suppression, the brutality of the Bai people was completely wiped out. After finally retreating, more than 30 people died on the way. In this process of going in and out, nearly 150 people were lost. Angriye. The Bai generals were extremely angry. If he went back like this, he would not be able to report to the patriarch. Even if the patriarch did not blame him, he would become a laughingstock among other generals. 3-band rust shield. The Bai general was mumbling something when a group of Bai soldiers holding tongue shields came forward. This time, they changed their tactics. The shield soldiers cleared the way and formed an impenetrable shield wall, advancing forward bit by bit. The arrows from the Gu soldiers hit Tung Dun and were bounced back. After 3 consecutive rounds of arrows, he didn't kill anyone. Ling Wei couldn't help but frown. She personally picked up the bow and arrow, aimed at the gap in the enemy's position, and shot and killed one person with her powerful strength. However, the other barbarians immediately closed the gap she had opened. The Bai soldiers were getting closer and closer, and even Zhuge Liang's crossbow couldn't break the Bai people's tongue shield. Seeing this scene, General Bai burst into laughter. He kept mumbling something in his mouth, as if he was sure of victory. He sent out all the soldiers around him, hoping to capture the valley gate in one fell swoop. All of this was seen by Lin Mo, who was hiding in the treetops. Lin Mo was not worried about Gu Men. If he wanted to take down Gu Men with just these few shields, that would be too much of a disregard for Ling Wei's methods. At present, most of the Bai soldiers have already gone to attack the valley gate. For him, it is a perfect time to hunt down the Bai general. Lin Mo quickly jumped down from the tree and moved over quietly. General Bo was completely unaware that danger was approaching from behind and was still shouting excitedly. This guy shouldn't have a heart-protecting mirror. Lin Mo took out his bow and arrow and aimed at the back of the Bai general, but after thinking about it, he moved it up a little and changed the target to the neck. The Bai general stood there motionless. Lin Mo liked this kind of fixed target the most. Clank, clank, clank. Lin Mo gradually pulled the bowstring into a full moon. Call! The long arrow flew out of the air, and in the next second, it shot directly through the neck of the Bai general. Because the force used by Lin Mo was so terrifying, the long arrow continued to fly forward and killed 2 Bai soldiers in succession. Kill 3 with 1 arrow. Ling Wei, who was standing at the valley gate, saw this scene, and a smile finally appeared on her icy face. Beheading success. There was no need for her to use her trump card. Everyone, get ready to follow me out to kill the enemy. Once the Bai general dies, the Bai soldiers will inevitably fall into chaos. If we go out and kill the enemy now, we can catch them off guard. Chapter 88. The tiger soul is unsheathed and the massacre begins. Chapter 88. The tiger soul is unsheathed and the slaughter begins. Good luck. Auspicious development. The Bai soldiers around the Bai general panicked when they saw that the Bai general was shot to death. Their terrified shouts disrupted the rhythm of the attack. The Bai soldiers turned around and saw the general lying in a pool of blood. The general is gone. There is no point in attacking this city. Sada! Sada! A captain shouted. The attacking Bai soldiers immediately stopped, and after a moment, the army slowly retreated. At this time, they were still within the coverage of the archers and did not dare to put down their shields. You can only use a shield to block and retreat backwards. Call out! An arrow flew through the air, and 2 Bai soldiers fell to the ground. Another double kill with 1 arrow. Lin Mo was very happy. This place was great. The Bai soldiers were crowded together, and he could easily get a double kill. If he was lucky, he could even get a triple kill. Di Mung Dai. A sergeant of the Bai soldiers discovered Lin Mo's location and ordered his troops to kill him. Seeing that Lin Mo was alone, he was filled with rage and vowed to chop Lin Mo into meat paste to avenge the general. However, Lin Mo ignored them and continued to shoot the Bai soldiers in the distance, trying to disrupt their rhythm. After a while, the team of Bai soldiers rushed to Lin Mo. Seeing that Lin Mo only had a bow and arrow in his hand, their faces immediately became ferocious. An archer who is approached by a dozen infantrymen is just a lamb to be slaughtered. Spread! The squad leader ordered his men to surround Lin Mo. Just as Lin Mo was about to draw his sword, quick, quick, quick! A burst of arrows flew from behind, and more than a dozen Bai people fell down instantly. It turned out that White Wolf had brought his men to support. Like the Goose soldiers, they were all armed with a Zhuge crossbow. Dealing with the defenseless Bai soldiers was as easy as a father beating his son. Spread out, and be sure to spread out your positions. The Bai soldiers will withdraw soon, and then they will definitely launch an attack in this direction. Therefore, disperse your positions to facilitate retreat. With the protection of the Silver Fox, Lin Mo felt more confident and bold in his long-range shooting. Now that he has 15 times the strength of an ordinary person, he can easily pull the bowstring to its full length. Even so, he only exerted less than half of his strength. Call out! Call out! Lin Mo's arrows never missed their target, and each arrow would take out 1 or 2 Bai people. If you're luckier, you can get a triple kill. Faced with being attacked from both sides, and with their generals being beheaded, the Bai people became more and more panicked. The formation gradually became chaotic. Kill! At this moment, the valley gate opened and Ling Wei rushed out with 30 soldiers. Only Li Ling was left with a dozen new recruits and the young people from Qintingwan to defend the valley gate. The morale of the Bai people had been crushed. When they heard the deafening shouts of killing, they were so scared that they ran away without caring how many people had come out. In a moment, there was a crowd of people, and many Bai people fell into the valley. The Goose soldiers chased after them and fired a burst of arrows with the Zhuge crossbow. The rebels who fell into the valley were instantly turned into a hornet's nest. Without the protection of their shields, the Bai people were like grandsons being chased and beaten by their grandfather, and they could only run away in panic. Some people escaped through the path on the left, but most people chose to take the wider road. This time, he broke into the encirclement of the Silver Fox. Shoot! Lin Mo had already replaced the bow with a crossbow, and at a command, all the crossbow arrows were fired. The defenseless Bai people were beaten by the Silver Fox team in an instant, crying for their parents. Because the members of the Silver Fox team hid so well, and Zhuge crossbow fired at a high speed, the Bai people were unable to determine their positions and numbers for a while. The extreme panic made them lose their rational judgment, and they thought they were surrounded by a large army. They didn't care about causing trouble for Lin Mo and just wanted to escape. Stop them. Seeing the enemy approaching, Lin Mo immediately replaced the Zhuge crossbow in his hand with the Tiger Soul sword. With a tiger roar, the sword was unsheathed. Lin Mo rushed out and knocked 2 by soldiers to the ground with one sword. Several by people rushed over, but were all taken away by Lin Mo's cloak-slashing moon move. The leather armor they wore was like nothing in front of the sharp tiger soul. Coupled with Lin Mo's powerful strength, the Bai people's body was like tofu just out of the pot. No matter whether it was the weapons, arms, or bodies of the Bai people, none of them could withstand Lin Mo's sword. Kill. Lin Mo had only one thought in his mind. Under the control of his tyrannical strength, he used the wind-splitting sword technique to its fullest extent. The Bai people around him fell down one after another. After a while, no one dared to approach within 10 meters. While Lin Mo was killing people, the Silver Foxes were not idle either. They used Zhuge crossbows to block the enemies and cooperated with each other to kill dozens of people easily. Only after the enemy approached did he put away the Zhuge crossbow and replace it with a long sword. Because of their obstruction, the people brought by Ling Wei have also arrived. Lin Mo alone killed them so badly that they screamed and howled like ghosts and wolves, and their morale was completely destroyed. Now with the arrival of Ling Wei, the Bai people have completely lost the faith to resist. They only regretted that their parents did not give them a pair of legs, so they had to use all their strength to escape. Those who could not escape dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground begging for surrender. However, their cowardice did not earn them mercy. Kill. Lin Mo's cold order determined their fate. Kill, kill, kill. Led by Lin Mo and Ling Wei, Silver Fox and Gu Bing continued to hunt down the barbarian soldiers. However, they did not know the situation in other places, whether there were rebels or barbarians, so they gave up after chasing them for less than 2 miles. Count the wounded and clean up the battlefield. Lin Mo led the team back all the way, and everyone's body was covered in blood. And Lin Mo himself was like a demon walking out of hell. The Tiger Soul Sword is so powerful that it can kill people as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. It is worthy of being the Gon family's pinnacle work. Therefore, Lin Mo killed the most people. After the final count, 673 barbarian soldiers were killed. Only 100 people escaped. On Lin Mo's side, only 6 soldiers were sacrificed, and the others were more or less injured, including Lin Mo himself, who was bitten on the arm. Sacrifice is regrettable, but there is no war without sacrifice. With less than 50 soldiers, they repelled the brutal Bai people and killed more than 600 people. Such a brilliant record is enough to make everyone proud. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Mo collected all the weapons and money. As for the corpses of the Bai people, they were piled up and burned. The weather has not yet completely turned cool, and the corpses piled up on the roads can easily breed an epidemic. As for the fallen soldiers, they were taken back and buried properly. Old Man Guangzi, quickly organized people to treat the wounded. Yin'er organized the villagers to go outside and clean up the bodies. Don't go out by yourself. Let Li Ling and the soldiers accompany you. If there are still survivors, Li Ling knows what to do. What should we do with the bodies of the people in the valley? In addition to the rebels, the number of civilians killed along the way totaled more than 100. Lu Yun felt that burning them would be disrespectful to them, but not burning them would require a lot of effort to bury them. Burn them all together. Lin Mo said directly. Those villagers had nothing to do with them, so he had no obligation to bury them. Burning them was the best way to deal with them. Yuqing, the 2 of you go and comfort the families of the martyrs. Give each family 50 kilograms of food and 5 taels of silver. And tell them that they can receive 20 kilograms of food and 1 tael of silver every month in the future. This is the martyr's pension. Now is the time to win people's hearts. Lin Mo hopes to stimulate more people to join the army in this way. At the same time, he also told other soldiers that there would be no worries if they served him. Understood, we'll do it right away. Village Chief Lin, please tell me what I can do to help you. As soon as Wang Yuqing left, Wu came over with a few people. This battle gave him a new understanding of Lin Mo. At the same time, I also had the idea of seeking refuge. Chapter 89. Taking the people and strengthen the defense. Chapter 89. Taking the people and strengthen the defense. Right now, it is indeed a time to use people, and it is obviously too much for his woman to handle it alone. Therefore, Lin Mo gladly accepted Wu Yu's initiative. Then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper Wu to settle the new villagers and take stock of their needs and whether they will stay or go. Tell them that if they are willing to stay, I can help them build houses, but they must follow my arrangements. If they are unwilling to stay, please leave the valley immediately. The Mill Valley does not support idle people. Taking them in is already the greatest kindness. This is not a charity. They can't come or go as they please. Now Guangzhou is in chaos. If you want to ensure the safety of Nianzi Valley, you must implement a strict management system and utilize all the strength you can. Moreover, we must hurry up. Leave this to me. Wu Yu was in charge of many industries in the county and had the ability to know people, employ them, and persuade them, so this matter was not difficult for him. After saying goodbye to Lin Mo, he immediately came to where the villagers of Qintangwan were. The battle was over, and the villagers of Nianzi Valley were busy. Except for the elderly and children, no one was idle. On the contrary, no one paid attention to the villagers of Qintangwan. The villagers of Qintangwan were a little embarrassed and didn't know whether to leave or stay. Staying here is like being a guest in someone else's home. The host is too busy to pay attention to you, so you can only stand there and watch. It's quite embarrassing. But leaving? They really don't dare. They had already experienced the brutality of the barbarians. The people of the neighboring Quangshan village were slaughtered by the barbarians because they were a little slow to react, and no one, young or old, was left alive. If they hadn't run fast, they would have probably suffered the same fate. Although the barbarians had been repelled, they felt safer staying here because they had witnessed the power of Nianzi Valley. Which is more important, face or life? I believe that any normal person knows how to choose. Dear fellow villagers of Qintangwan, my name is Wu Yu. Now on behalf of Village Chief Lin of Nianzigu, I would like to talk to you about the issue of whether to stay or go. In the evening, after a busy day, Nianzi Valley became quiet again. Only the black smoke from the burning corpses outside the valley continued to wash over the blue sky. More than 10 people gathered in Lin Mo's living room. There were Lin Mo and his wives, as well as county representatives Wu Yu and Lu Sheng, as well as Zhao Xingue and Xiao Changhe from Nianzi Valley, and Chen Shubao, the village chief of Qintangwan, as well as his eldest disciple Kuang Liang and his great-grandson Kuang Zi. Lin Mo gathered everyone together and held a meeting. Kuang Liang, have all the injuries been treated? Now is the time when combat effectiveness is needed, so the soldiers' injuries are Lin Mo's biggest concern. Master, Xiao Zi and I have already dealt with it. We just didn't have enough manpower during the process. Most of the lightly injured soldiers were dealt with by themselves. There are 9 seriously injured soldiers. Although their lives are not in danger, they may not be able to participate in the battle within half a month. There were more than 50 people in total, and including those who died, the combat effectiveness was reduced by 15 at once. The best way to make up for combat losses is to recruit new soldiers. Now Lin Mo is not short of food, but short of people. You do your best to treat them. I will assign 4 to 6 people to help you. You only need to teach them some basic nursing knowledge and emergency treatment methods. In addition, you can also tell me if you need any medicinal materials. It is definitely not enough to rely on only 2 doctors to treat so many injured people, and it may even delay the treatment time. So, Lin Mo plans to train some nurses. When old man Kuang heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, master." Yuqing, have the martyrs' families been settled? Lin Mo continued to ask. All the condolence money has been delivered as you instructed, said Wang Yuqing. Lin Mo's approach won everyone's praise. You know, in the past, everyone served the court as a soldier, and if they died, they died. The court would notify the family members if they were kind enough, but most of the time, they were too lazy to notify them, leaving many martyrs' families waiting in agony. As for condolence money, forget it. Many armies cannot even pay their soldiers' salaries as all the money has been embezzled by corrupt officials. How can they have any extra condolence money to give to the families of the fallen soldiers? Lin Mo not only gave them food and silver, but also promised that they would receive a pension every month in the future. This is equivalent to saying that as long as you fight and sacrifice for Lin Mo, you don't have to worry about your family going hungry. This move greatly increased the villagers' enthusiasm for joining the army. Today alone, more than a dozen people have expressed their desire to join the army. What about the villagers of Qintangwan? What are their plans? Lin Mo continued to ask. Wu Yu stood up immediately and said, all the villagers in Qintangwan are willing to stay and join Nianzigu. This afternoon, many villagers moved their belongings here and are currently scattered in 3 villages to build fires. Chen Shubao, the village chief of Chintangwan, said quickly, "Village Chief Lin, all of us in Chintangwan are grateful to you. If you hadn't let us into the valley, I'm afraid we would have died." They saw with their own eyes that the common people who came after them died, tragically outside the valley gate. If Lin Mo didn't open the door, their fate would not be any better. After this experience, they felt that Nianzi Valley was the safest place now. Just because he understood this, Chen Shubao said seriously, "From now on, all of Chintangwan will join Nianzigu, and everyone will obey your orders. It's no problem for you to join Nianzigu. I can arrange a place for you to build a house, but you must make some contributions to Nianzigu." Lin Mo said, "You say, I encourage young and strong people to join the army, regardless of gender. Others must also participate in logistics, such as building houses, making weapons, etc. I can provide food for everyone, provided that it is exchanged for labor or ability. I believe that Manager Wu has already told you the specific method. As long as they join Nianzi Valley, they will become members of the same village, and Lin Mo will treat them the same way. Manager Wu has already said that when I return, I will do some ideological work for everyone and try to get as many people to join the army as possible." Chen Shubao said. Lin Mo nodded. He believed that his preferential policy towards soldiers would definitely attract the villagers of Chintangwan. "My lord, I have a suggestion." After everyone finished speaking, Qin He spoke. "You say." Lin Mo looked at her. "Now that the barbarians are slaughtering the people of Guangzhou County, why don't we take this opportunity to lead more people into the valley? This way we can expand the army and save more people." Qin He's father is a good official who loves his people like his own children. Influenced by his father, Qin He is kind-hearted and wants to save more people. "I agree with He Mei's idea." Lu Yun seconded the proposal. Currently, most of the people in the valley are old, weak women and children. Even if they are willing to join the army, I am afraid they cannot meet Sister Wei's minimum requirements. Therefore, we must absorb more young and strong people into the valley so that we can resist the enemy's continuous attacks. She was right. It would definitely not be enough to rely solely on these people in the valley. Some of the barbarians escaped this time, and they will definitely bring more people to attack Nianzi Valley. If there were only these people, they could withstand 1 or 2 attacks, but they certainly couldn't withstand 3 or 4 attacks. I will send people to investigate the surrounding area tomorrow morning to see if we can encounter any fleeing civilians. Lin Mo understood this logic, so he adopted the opinions of the 2 girls. Also, we cannot concentrate all our defense forces at the valley entrance. We cannot ignore the hillsides on both sides. If the enemy crosses the mountains and forests and enters the valley, a massacre will be waiting for us. Qin He's words were not alarmist. Anyone who was familiar with the area could find a way over the mountains. Even if there was no road, it would not be difficult for the enemy to open one. After all, the terrain of the hillside was not so steep that it could not be climbed. The Bo people have lived in the mountains for generations, so it is not difficult for them to cross the mountains and forests. If they suffer at the entrance of the valley, they will definitely find another way into the valley. So I suggest that we assign some soldiers to guard the slopes on both sides and set up obstacles, traps, railings, etc. All means that can prevent the Bo people from climbing the mountain should be used. The terrain of Nianzi Valley is very suitable for defense, but there are too few people. Therefore, Qin He's words made everyone feel heavy all of a sudden. Lin Mo grew up here and was very familiar with the surrounding mountains. He knew that the slopes on both sides of the valley entrance were steep for ordinary people to climb up from the outside. But for soldiers, it was not impossible to climb. The enemy they faced this time was the Bo people who had lived in the mountains for generations. Crossing mountains and ridges was a common occurrence for them. Tomorrow, Wei Wei and I will go along the hillside to have a look. Since this hidden danger exists, we must find a way to eliminate it. Chapter 90. 1 or 2,000 people to attack a village. Chapter 90. 10 or 20,000 people to attack a village. Early the next morning, Lin Mo arranged for Li Ling to lead people out of the valley to rescue the refugees. He and Ling Wei went up the mountain and carefully checked the slopes on both sides of the valley entrance. The hillside on the right is steep, and it is difficult to climb up from either inside or outside the valley. With such terrain, there is no need to worry. But on the left side, near Chenang Bay, there is a mountain road that leads up the mountain from outside the valley to the lookout slope. However, the mountain road is steep and there are several dangerous turns. If you are not careful, you will fall off a cliff dozens of meters high and be smashed to pieces. You only need to send 3 or 5 people to guard it and prepare enough stones and rolling logs to defend this road. After making sure there were no other hidden dangers, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Wei, do you think that if we lead the enemy to this road, will they be fooled? Lin Mo pointed to the steep mountain road under his feet, and a plan emerged in his mind. If he could lure the enemies here, he would capture as many as they could. Perhaps. Ling Wei spread her hands, indicating that she didn't know either. If it were her, she would definitely not choose to attack from such a risky place. Doing something knowing it is impossible is foolish. But now their enemies are barbarians, and barbarians never do things according to the rules, so it is hard to say. If they don't come, maybe we can lure them over. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Now that there were no more loopholes in his defense, he felt a lot more relaxed. How? Ling Wei looked at him curiously. We can let Swallow and Mountain Cat use the beauty trap. Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. Ling Wei rolled her eyes. How could you come up with that? In Guangzhou County, the rebel army led by Lu Ji marched out of the city in a mighty force and headed towards Mianwei. However, less than a mile outside the city, one of his men came running over. Prince Ding, the Bai people are not obeying orders. Go Li and his men are heading southwest. Lu Ji asked with an unhappy look on his face. What are they doing going to the southwest? The thing he was most worried about finally happened. He knew that forming an alliance with these barbarians was like seeking the skin of a tiger. The barbarians always did things as they pleased and had no integrity. So he has been negotiating with the leaders of the 2 tribes in the past 2 days. Go Li and Qian Yu agreed very readily every time, and patted their chests to guarantee that they would keep their promise and attack Mianwei according to the agreed plan. But when we were about to set off, something unexpected happened again. Mianwei is located in the southeast of Guangzhou, while the Bai people went in the southwest, which clearly shows that they did not abide by the agreement. I heard they were going to attack a village. His subordinates told Lu Ji. After hearing this, he flew into a rage. Attack a village? Did Goli get kicked in the head by a donkey? Damn it, if he leaves, all my plans will go to waste. What kind of village is worth him leading more than 6,000 people to attack? Lu Ji was going crazy. In order to gain the support of these 2 tribes, he was willing to give up a county, but he didn't expect that these guys were still not satisfied. It's just a small village. Wouldn't it be enough to send a small team there? Why did they send more than 6,000 people there? What were they thinking? I don't know the details, but the Bai people were very angry when they left. They were full of murderous intent, as if they were going to fight the murderer of their father. The general looked helpless. He also felt that the Bai people were making a big deal out of nothing. Even if the people in that village resisted, there was no need to send more than 6,000 people to retaliate. Can't 1 or 200 people take over a village? The main force continues to advance. You must immediately catch up with the Bai people and find out the truth. If it is not a serious matter, you must ask the Bai people to return to the team immediately. Tell Go Li that this is my order. Lu Ji said angrily. Yes. The general responded with a bitter look on his face. But he disagreed in his heart. Your orders are shit in Go Li's eyes. He knew that the possibility of persuading Go Li was slim, but he did not dare to disobey King Ding's order. So he had to bite the bullet and go find Go Li. After half an hour, the general caught up with Lu Ji on horseback. However, he was still the only one who came back. Lu Ji's face suddenly turned darker than the bottom of Lin Mo's pot. Where are the others, Go Li? Reporting to Prince Ding, Go Li did not listen to his subordinates. He said that you should go first, and he will deal with the matter over there as soon as possible, and then come to meet you. What kind of village is it that is so important? Lu Ji was going crazy. In his eyes, conquering the county town was the most important thing. Only by occupying a county town could he be on an equal footing with other rebel kings. Is it possible that a county town is not as important as a village? Prince Ding, please calm down. I have already found out the truth. This is what happened. Yesterday, 2 armies of the Bai people burned, killed, and looted in the southwest and came to a place called Nianzi Valley. As a result, more than 800 of them went there, but only more than 100 escaped. They lost nearly 1/10 of their people in one go. Do you think Go Li would not be angry? How could this happen? Lu Ji was shocked. We have destroyed the military forces in Guangzhou County, including the mountaintops. How could this happen? The general shook his head. It stands to reason that a group of common people shouldn't be able to do this. But the words of the Bai people reminded me of something. What is it? Lu Ji looked at him puzzledly. Not long ago, one of our outposts in the southwest was inexplicably taken down, and we lost more than 100 people. At the time, we were busy dealing with Zongkech-omu, so we didn't take it seriously. Now it seems that it may be related to the village called Nianzigu. Prince Ding, if Guangzhou County really has such a force hidden, it would not be a good thing for us. Just think about it. If this force attacks us from behind when we are in a stalemate with the county soldiers, we will be extremely passive. They were very clear about the fighting power of the Bo people, especially in mountain warfare, which could be said to be the home turf of the Bo people. Therefore, the general felt that it would be impossible to defeat the Bai people's army of more than 800 people and kill more than 600 of them without 2,000 to 3,000 people. You mean to let the Bai people destroy them? But without the help of the Bai people, our chances of taking down Mianwei will be less than 30%. We can't give up the county town for a village. Lu Ji looked unhappy. He had already planned to give up Guangzhou, so naturally he wouldn't care about a village. The county town is the foundation of our existence, so we naturally cannot give it up. It is also because of this that we should eliminate all hidden dangers before attacking the county town. Therefore, we should not only let the Bai people destroy Nianzi Valley, but also help the Bai people. Hearing this, Lu Ji was dumbfounded. You want us 1,000 or 2,000 people to attack a village? Chapter 91. The newcomers are so envious. Chapter 91. The new villagers were envious. Sun Yang, you are out of your mind. Even if that village has the ability to kill 800 Bai people, it shouldn't make me start a war. I should change the plan and take everyone to attack them. Lu Ji was already dissatisfied with the Bai people's dishonesty, and now he took the initiative to help them. How despicable he was. Besides, if I change my plan now, what will the Liao people think? They will say that I am not trustworthy and will take the opportunity to make things difficult for you. General Sun Yang shook his head and said, Prince Ding is wrong. We are allies now. Your revenge for the Bai people is equivalent to telling both tribes that you care about their affairs. They are grateful to you so much that they can't wait to take advantage of you to blackmail you. If we help the Bai people destroy their enemies this time, they will definitely work harder when we attack the county city next time. Don't you think it's not worth going to war for this? After hearing this, Lu Ji hesitated. In fact, he knew in his heart that the Bai and Liao people would never listen to him, and the only reason they agreed to help was because of the interests involved. When he is in real danger, these two tribes may abandon him. If we can gain their gratitude and improve our relationship with them, it will be of great help to our future ambitions. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ji decided to help the Bai people. He personally went to find the Liao people and explain the situation. The Liao people's chief Qian, you didn't want to attack the county town in the first place, so he readily agreed. The more than 5,000 people led by Qian, you were only the vanguard of the Liao tribe. Before the arrival of the army, he would not really work for Lu Ji and sacrifice his own people. Seeing Qian Yu agreed so readily, Lu Ji agreed more with Sun Yang's guess. So he ordered to change the route and march towards Nianzi Valley. There were more than 13,000 people under Prince Ding's command, plus more than 5,000 people from the Liao tribe, a total of more than 19,000 people. The people along the way had already been frightened and hid in the mountains and forests. Those who ran slowly became victims of the Liao people's swords. The Liao people are a race that respects strength. They regard human ears as military merit. For every person they kill in a battle, they will cut off the left ear and hang it around their waist to demonstrate their abilities. As they walked along, more or less all the Liao people had left ears hanging around their waists, and some even had more than a dozen. On the other side, when the Bai people leader Go Li learned that Lu Ji came to help, he became angry. He felt that Lu Ji was looking down on him. It's just a small village. Can't the powerful Bai people handle it? However, Go Li did not refuse because he wanted to show his strength in front of Lu Ji, and he also wanted Lu Ji to see with his own eyes how they slaughtered Lu Ji's compatriots. The two armies gathered in the southwest direction of Guangzhou County, which frightened the villagers who had returned to the village thinking that the barbarians would not come again. They could only flee to the southwest. However, how can a person with a family, elderly and children to support, and carrying bags of food and clothes for the winter run fast? Fortunately, they met Li Ling. Under Li Ling's guidance, everyone fled to Nianzi Valley. There are a total of more than 9,000 people registered in Guangzhou County, but the actual number is around 11,000. During this period, 4,000 to 5,000 people were killed by the barbarians and the rebels. More than 2,000 people escaped, and part of the remaining 3,000 to 4,000 hid in the valley. The rest are being driven away by the barbarians and rebels. When everyone heard that more than 600 barbarians were killed in Nianzi Valley yesterday, and that there was a safe barrier, they all went to Nianzi Valley to take refuge. In just half a day, more than 1,200 people came to Nianzi Valley. For a moment, the empty Nianzi Valley became lively and crowded. From them, Lin Mo also learned that two armies, totaling more than 20,000 people, were marching towards this side. This news could definitely not be suppressed, so Lin Mo could only ask Lu Yun to organize everyone and be ready to retreat to the mountains at any time. Once the valley gate could not be defended, escaping into the mountains was the only way out. Before that, Lin Mo must organize all the forces he can to surround his home. More than 20,000 people are certainly scary, but as long as we defend the valley gate, they will never be able to attack. The mountains, forests, and cliffs surrounding Nianzi Valley provide a natural barrier. Therefore, Lin Mo was not too worried. Everyone, you can see that Nianzi Valley has a natural barrier and is an ideal refuge. As long as we guard the valley gate, no matter how many troops the enemy has, they will never be able to enter the valley. This is not only our home, but also your last retreat. So I hope that those who have served in the military can stand up bravely and guard the valley with my soldiers to protect our loved ones and homes. I promise that as long as you join the army and obey my orders, each soldier will receive 2 kilograms of food every day and no less than 5 kilograms of meat every month. If you unfortunately die, your family will receive 50 kilograms of food and 5 taels of silver as a pension and will be awarded the title of Martyr's Family and will receive 20 kilograms of food and 1 tael of silver as a subsidy every month. For families whose members have not joined the army, except those in extremely difficult circumstances, each household needs to donate 10 kilograms of food to the soldiers who are protecting our safety. Lin Mo gathered all the newcomers together and told them the rules of the valley. When everyone heard that they had to pay 10 kilograms of grain, they immediately showed dissatisfaction. 10 kilograms of food per household, that's too expensive. Even more greedy than corrupt officials. We thank you for taking us in, but you can't be so cruel. We won't be staying here for long. We will leave once the barbarians leave. These days, every household has little food. Even those who were more well-off were reluctant to give out 10 kilograms of food. After all, they still had to rely on the little food they had to survive the entire winter. Now they have abandoned their homes and are living away from home, and they don't know how long it will take them to return. Food is their only wealth and the guarantee of their survival. Taking away their food is like taking away their lives. If you think I'm greedy, you can leave now. You can go out through the main gate or hide in the mountains. I, Lin Mo, will never stop you. Those who choose to stay must abide by the rules of my valley. The opportunity has been given to them. Whether they can seize it depends on themselves. Smart people should be able to find that the indigenous people of the 3 villages in Nianzi Valley are in much better condition than them. Her face is rosy, her cheeks are plump, and she looks full of energy. This is the mental outlook that only people who can eat their fill every meal can have. The people who came later were all pale and thin. It's so cruel. I don't want to stay here. Me too. I would rather take the food with me and escape the famine. Please open the door for me. I want to go out through the front door. I'll go hide in the mountains for a while. With this food, I won't be afraid of starving. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, 20 or 30 people left clamoring. Let them go. Lin Mo immediately agreed to their request. However, most people are hesitant about whether to stay. Excuse me, is it only those of us who came later who need to pay the 10 kilograms of grain per household? Or does every household have to pay? Someone asked. Every household must pay. Lin Mo replied. We handed over the food to you. But what if we don't have enough to eat? Can the villagers who used to live here still fill their stomachs after handing over the food? Some careful people discovered that the villagers in Nianzi Valley were different from others. As soon as these words were spoken, many villagers in Nianzi Valley started laughing. Everyone was very confused. What are you laughing at? To tell you the truth, we handed in 10 kilograms of grain, and now not only can we eat dry food every meal, but every household has surplus food. And every now and then, we can even eat meat. The sister-in-law from Xiaojia village told everyone in a loud voice. How is it possible to eat meat every now and then when you eat dry food every day? The outsiders held their breath and couldn't believe their ears. But the fact is that the people in Nianziga do eat better than them. Otherwise, how could they all be so energetic and strong? Our village chief is a capable man. He can get food and meat. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can get generous rewards. That's right. I even distributed 3 kilograms of rice yesterday. Hey, I received 10 taels of meat the day before yesterday. What you guys have is nothing. I got 1.2 gene of grapes yesterday. They taste just like honey. TSK. TSK. I really don't want to eat them. Great. Everyone was shocked. Not to mention this year of famine. Even in a year of plenty, grapes are not something that country folk like them can eat. What kind of fairy-like life is this in this valley? Chapter 92. This is the businessman's method. Chapter 92. This is the businessman's method. The grapes in Lin Mo's house have already borne fruit, and half of the backyard is covered with grapes. It's so purple, and I can't finish it. Nowadays, everyone can fill their stomachs, and eating meat is no longer a new thing. This kind of fresh fruit is a great temptation to the villagers. Even Lu Yun and Xin He, daughters of wealthy families, had never tasted such sweet grapes. Therefore, the wealthy villagers did not even blink an eye when they exchanged 1 pound of grapes for 10 pounds of grain. That's why Lin Mo took out some grapes and gave them to the villagers who work hard. It wasn't much, but it was also a kind of spiritual reward. This is also the reason why everyone trusts Lin Mo and is willing to listen to Lin Mo. I stayed. I used to be a corporal, so I can join the army. Can someone who knows carpentry do it? Do you want a blacksmith? It's just 10 kilograms of food. We can get it if we grit our teeth. After hearing what the people of Nianzig said, everyone was very excited. Those who had been clamoring to leave were attracted back after walking to the side. We're not leaving. The village chief has given us face, so of course we have to cover it. Not only can we eat meat, but we can also eat fresh fruit. This is the life of a rich landlord. We won't leave. Not leaving? Lin Mo looked at these profit-seeking guys and couldn't help but sneer. He glanced at Wu Yu beside him indifferently. The latter immediately nodded to show that he understood. Are you sure you're not leaving? Wu Yu stepped forward and asked. No, we're willing to stay here. Compared with filling your stomach and eating meat, 10 kilograms of grain are nothing. Wu Yu smiled slightly. The head of the family gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it. So according to the rules, Nianzi Valley can no longer keep you. Otherwise, it would be unfair to other valley residents. But the owner of the family is a kind person. He can't bear to see you die outside. So he is willing to give you another chance, on the condition that each of your households donates 20 kilograms of food. Of course, if someone is willing to join the army, they don't have to donate food. Looking at Wu Yu's smiling face, Lin Mo secretly admired her. He is indeed a good businessman. He was thinking of increasing the price of grain by 5 kilograms, but he didn't expect Wu Yu to increase it by 10 kilograms. Taking out 20 kilograms of food at once would undoubtedly make these people bleed heavily. Firstly, it can teach them a lesson, and secondly, without food, they will definitely be more motivated when working in the future. As for the coarse grain they handed over, Lin Mo naturally looked down on it. The rice they eat now is of the highest quality. They can eat several bowls of rice alone. The rice eaten by Emperor Dakian is not as good as that of their family. What? 20 pounds? You are robbing me. We haven't even left yet. Why is the price going up so much? We don't accept it. Why do they only have to pay 10 kilograms, but we have to pay 20 kilograms? Naturally, those people were unhappy and expressed their protest. But Wu Yu's move made those who stayed feel very comfortable, because it made them feel that they had made the right choice and were smarter than others. Facing everyone's protest, Wu Yu's smile grew even wider. The country has its own laws, and the valley has its own rules. If everyone does whatever they want like you do, and only wants to take advantage, how can the head of the family maintain order in the valley? If you have done something wrong, you must admit it and hand over some of your food in exchange for your family's safety and a better life. Can't you understand such a simple truth? Now each household is required to pay 25 kilograms. If anyone objects, then it will be 30 kilograms. At this moment, Wu Yu portrayed the image of a profiteer businessman vividly. I really don't know why he, who is so enthusiastic and kind in daily life, would be so cunning when doing business. Lin Mo secretly admired him and thought that he could learn a lot from this guy. Wu Yu's words shut everyone up. Even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to compromise if they wanted to stay. We admit it. Oh, what bad luck. Half of the food is gone. I hope it's true, as they say, that I can earn food every day. I have served in the military and am willing to join the army. Lin Mo secretly gave a thumbs up and said to Wu Yu, Manager Wu, please help Lu Yun register and make a household register that records every household and every person in detail. Lin Mo did not intend to recognize the court's household registration. If he wanted to manage well, household registration was essential. After all, there are 300 or 400 households in Nianzigu, and we can no longer be as loose as before. Moreover, with so many people, the amount of food that needs to be distributed every day is also quite large, so it is necessary to do good statistics. Those who are willing to join the army, please gather in the open space on my left. Lin Mo's loud voice cut through the noisy crowd. The enemies who killed our loved ones and burned our homes are coming to destroy us soon. I hope everyone can stand up bravely and protect the last piece of land. Lin Mo's words stimulated everyone present. There is no way to retreat. We must take up arms to protect our homes and our loved ones. Therefore, in just a few minutes, 174 people were gathered. Most of them are men, with only a few women, because they saw that there were many female soldiers in Lin Mo's Valley Guards. Even though these female soldiers were injured, they still did not retreat, which greatly stimulated the self-esteem of the men present. You should know that in Dakian, 95% of men over the age of 20 have served in the military. They're all people who have served in the military and fought in wars. How can they let a group of women protect them? Village chief, tell me what to do. We will defend this land to the death. Damn it, the barbarians killed my parents. I'm going to fight them to the death. Fight them. Everyone's fighting spirit was aroused, including the original soldiers of the Valley Guard. There are more than 200 people in total. Give them weapons. Following Lin Mo's order, the Valley Guards came out of the armory, holding bundles of weapons. There are steel knives, iron swords, and bows and arrows. Everyone stepped forward and chose the weapon that suited them. After getting the weapon, Ling Wei immediately began to arrange defenses. Wei, just like yesterday, the valley is left to you. I will lead the Silver Fox team down the mountain from the West Mountain Trail to see if we can find a chance to kill the barbarian chieftain. Without waiting for Ling Wei to refuse, Lin Mo grabbed her arm and assured her, "Don't worry, I won't force you if there's any danger." Well, be safe. Ling Wei felt helpless. She naturally didn't want Lin Mo to take risks, but infiltrating behind enemy lines was the responsibility of the Special Operations team, so she couldn't say anything. The troops were divided into two groups. Lin Mo asked the members of the Silver Fox Special Operations team to eat something until they were about 50% full, and then they went up the mountain from the lookout slope and came to the only rugged path. The place was guarded by Zhao Liang, a valley guard and 4 militiamen. The villagers collected stones from all over and transported them here. As soon as Lin Mo and others reached the lookout slope, they saw a large group of people coming from afar. They were wearing leather armor, wearing iron helmets with ox horns, holding iron knives with a barb on the tip. Some of them carried bows and arrows, and some held shields, and they were coming towards this side in a mighty manner. There is no flag and no number, but Lin Mo could tell at a glance that it was the Bai army. Chapter 93. The Bo people who have no memory. Chapter 93. The Bai people who never learned their lessons. The sound of chaotic footsteps came from afar. The Bai army had no discipline at all, just like a flock of sheep being driven. Some of them looked ferocious, some laughed wildly, some cursed, and some ate wherever they went. There were even some who hugged Dakian's women, as if they were going on vacation. They stopped when they saw 2 rows of cliffs with a canyon in between. "Chief, this is it." The Bo soldiers who escaped from here yesterday came to Go Li. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked towards the canyon, because the battle that took place here is their lingering nightmare. "Chief, come and see this." Suddenly, there were angry shouts from the Bai people. Go Li frowned and walked over there. I saw a depression filled with charred bodies. The black skulls piled together looked particularly creepy. Soon, some Bai people identified the identities of these people from their unburned clothes. They were their compatriots. Seeing their compatriots burned to charcoal, the Bai people roared to the sky like wild beasts. At this moment, they were extremely angry. According to the tradition of the Bai people, people need to be buried decently after death so that they can enter reincarnation and be reborn. Burning is an extremely cruel torture in their tribe. Only those who have committed heinous crimes and whose time will not allow them to reincarnate will be burned. Therefore, Lin Mo's act of burning the corpse trampled on the beliefs in their hearts, and they wanted to fight Lin Mo to the death. Everyone listen up, take this valley, dig out the hearts and lungs of all the Qian people, and commemorate the brave warriors of the Bai tribe. Go Li was also completely angry. As the patriarch, he must give an explanation to everyone. Roar! The Bai people were furious and raised their big iron knives and roared. Kill! 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 They shouted kill in Bai language, beating their chests with their fists as they headed towards Nianzi Valley. However, the further you go, the narrower the road becomes. The mountain walls on both sides gradually compressed the road that was originally several feet wide to only 10 feet wide. After a while, they saw a valley gate that was 2 feet high and 10 feet long. The location of the valley gate is very cleverly set, just where the valley mouth widens. Therefore, the valley gate is very long, but the road into the valley is very narrow. In this way, the defender can move in an area twice as large as the attacker. However, the Bai people didn't care about all this. They were not afraid of even the stone walls, so how could they be afraid of a valley gate made of wood? Kill! Following an order from the leading Bai general, 1,000 Bai soldiers launched a charge towards Nianzi Valley. Kill! The Bai people rushed towards the valley gate at a very fast speed, just like sprinters who had heard the starting gun. Each of them carried a hook, and the valley gate, which was only 2 meters high, was not difficult for them to climb over. Oh! Seeing the Bai people rushing towards her fearlessly, Ling Wei sneered. These Bai people really have a short memory. Bow, and arrow ready. Since you don't learn your lesson, I'll teach you another lesson. Ling Wei personally picked up a bow and aimed at the Bai people leader who was rushing in the front. Put! She gave the order, and the arrow in her hand flew out. Call out! Bang! This time she shot very accurately and killed the Bai people's husband directly. The soldiers in the front row followed closely behind. Swish! 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 Arrows flew out from the valley gate, like steel needles falling from the sky, and pierced into the bodies of the Bai people. After the first row finishes shooting, they immediately squat down, and the second row continues shooting. After the second row finished shooting, the first row had already loaded their arrows. The advantage of having more people came into play at this time. The 2 rows of archers alternated with each other, greatly shortening the shooting intervals. As waves of arrows rained down, the Bai soldiers in the front fell one after another. After finally rushing to the valley gate, just when they thought they had won, they were greeted by an even more intense rain of arrows. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The archers in the front row switched to Zhuge crossbows and fired indiscriminately at nearby enemies, while the archers in the back row continued to aim at distant enemies. Some were close, some were far, some were fast, some were slow, and before the Bai people in the front row could react, a large number of them fell down. As for the Bai people behind, it all depends on luck, because there are so many of them that there is no need to aim at all. Whoever looks more attractive to arrows will be unlucky. The Bai people were very brutal and very fast. But no matter how fast they were, they could not avoid the continuous shooting from every angle. During this period, the villagers of Nianzi Valley did nothing but make arrows. The furnace added by Zhao Xiangwei worked nonstop for 24 hours, and the father and his 2 sons took 3 shifts to make the arrowheads. 2 other furnaces were also opened and used by Gan Yu and another blacksmith. The number of Zhuge crossbows was sufficient for the time being, so Gan Yu also helped to make arrowheads. Therefore, during this period of time, Lin Mo prepared more than 30,000 arrows, and the number was increasing by 2,000 per day. With sufficient ammunition, the soldiers fighting on the front line are full of confidence. Moreover, the system-improved Zhuge crossbow does not need to be loaded one by one. You can just change the magazine after firing a round. More than 40 people and more than 40 Zhuge crossbows almost achieved the effect of a Gatling gun. The Bai people rushed up to him without any warning and delivered the food without any hesitation. They fell row after row, and before they could even throw out the hooks, they were beaten into a hornet's nest. The momentum of the first wave of attack was quickly suppressed. In just a cup of tea, more than 300 people were killed in front of the valley gate. Damn, what the hell are they using? Seeing that they couldn't even touch the valley gate, Goli was so angry that his face turned blue. If we only had bows and arrows, we would definitely not be able to stop their attack. But who the hell can tell me what the hell is coming out from behind them? The shooting speed and instantaneousness have increased several times. Chief, use the shield. The vanguard general gritted his teeth. His army of more than 1,000 people was suddenly reduced by nearly 1/3. Heartache, anger, raise your shield. You must take it down for me. Goli gnashed his teeth and roared, sent another archer to fight back. We thought it would be a simple matter to take down this wooden valley gate, but we ended up losing more than 300 people without even getting a single drop of damage. More than 300 people. Goli's heart was bleeding, and he gritted his teeth and said secretly, "There can't be any more losses. If there is any more loss, the patriarch will definitely hold him accountable." After returning, he would not be able to explain to the families of these dead warriors. Goli did not intend to give the Gu guards time to rest and immediately sent out a second wave of troops. Just like yesterday, Their Tengduan soldiers raised their shields, formed a shield wall, and then slowly advanced towards the valley gate. A team of archers hid behind the shield wall, waiting for an opportunity to attack the guards at the valley gate. The bow people only know these two moves? Looking at the shield wall that was slowly approaching, Ling Wei showed a scornful smile. Chapter 94. Endless tricks, the barbarians are numb. Chapter 94. Endless means, the barbarians are numb. Because the valley entrance is narrow, and there are a large number of by people, Lin Mo and the Silver Fox team can only hide in the mountains and forests behind Shenang Bay and dare not show their heads. Although Lin Mo had locked on a Go Li, he was in the middle of the team, and Lin Mo could not find a suitable position to snipe him. Give him a Barrett, and maybe that'll be possible. They couldn't do anything, so all the pressure was on Gu Man. White Wolf, I leave this to you to command. Your mission is to assassinate the leader and senior generals. If there is no good opportunity, do not expose yourself, and pay attention to your own safety. Lin Mo handed over the command to the team leader Bai Lang, then quickly went up the mountain, along the trail into the valley, and arrived at the valley gate. Husband, why are you back? Ling Wei was a little surprised to see Lin Mo suddenly appear. At this time, the shield wall was less than 30 steps away from them, and was still advancing at a speed of 1 step per second. Master, the master of the house is here. Great, the barbarian is dead. Lin Mo's appearance boosted the morale of the valley guards. But at this time, everyone was hiding behind the low wall, and no arrows were fired. I couldn't find a chance to assassinate the barbarian chieftain, so I came over here to help. Lin Mo knew that everyone's bows and arrows could not break the barbarian shield wall, so he climbed up an arrow tower and took out his bows and arrows. Everyone, get ready. As soon as I tear open a hole, you guys shoot in immediately and kill yourself. Clear, the valley guard shouted excitedly. However, the militiamen were bewildered. They didn't understand how the village chief could have torn open a gap in the barbarians' defenses, which were so impenetrable. Just as they were stunned, Lin Mo shot an arrow. The long arrow pierced through the solid tongue shield and directly shot the barbarian to death. The barbarian flew backwards and hit 4 or 5 people. A big hole immediately appeared in the shield wall. Right now, Ling Wei's arrow followed closely behind, killing an archer. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The guard in the valley pulled the trigger, and Zhuge crossbow once again showed its power. Countless arrows poured into the gap, killing more than a dozen people in an instant. However, the barbarian reacted quickly and stepped on the bodies of his companions to fill the gap. Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and shot another arrow, sending the barbarian flying back several meters with his shield. The hole that was repaired with great difficulty was torn open again. Put! Ling Wei and his wife shared the same idea and gave the order to shoot arrows almost at the same time. Another round of attack, the barbarians suffered heavy casualties. This action stunned the militiamen. The barbarian's shield seemed to be non-existent under the village chief's arrow. How terrifying is his power? The militiamen looked up at Lin Mo on the arrow tower and were extremely shocked. When Go Li, who was standing behind him, saw this scene, his scalp was tingling. Such a small place actually has extraordinary archery skills? He didn't know that Lin Mo's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he thought that his archery skills had reached an extraordinary level. If this continues, even if his men can rush to the valley gate, they will suffer heavy losses. Go Li personally rushed forward and shouted, "Fight back, fight back!" The archer hiding under the shield woke up as if from a dream and quickly shot arrows towards the valley gate. Most of the firepower was naturally concentrated on Lin Mo's arrow tower. However, the arrow tower was 36 feet high, and it was difficult to hit Lin Mo from their angle. There was a row of low walls above the valley gate, specially used to avoid arrows. The soldiers hid behind them, and the barbarians' arrows could not do any harm at all. There was a shooting hole in the middle of the low wall, where the Gu guard Zhuge crossbow was placed. As long as the barbarians dare to show their heads, they will beat them into a hornet's nest. Lin Mo continued to shoot arrows. If the barbarians formed a shield wall, he would use brute force to destroy it, giving the soldiers a chance to attack. Before the barbarian shield wall was reorganized, he would select people with command abilities such as the captain, the general flag, and the squad leader to shoot and kill. With his extraordinary hearing, he didn't need to aim deliberately. He could even shoot blindly while hiding behind the guardrail and easily kill the target. However, Lin Mo's joining only slowed down the barbarians' attack. Only Lin Mo could break their tongue shield, so it blocked most of the damage. Although they lost a lot of people, they still arrived at the valley gate, The archers continued to provide cover, while the shield soldiers took the opportunity to pull out their grappling hooks and threw them up. At such a close distance, they were already in the blind spot of the shooting port. Coupled with the interference of the barbarian archers, everyone could only hide under the low wall and dared not show their heads. Seeing the barbarians start to climb up the valley gate, the militiamen panicked. In close combat, they are no match for the barbarians. Besides, they were not at all outnumbered. However, Lin Mo, who was in command, was not panicked at all, switched swords. Gu Weibing immediately placed the Zhuge crossbow in the crossbow bag on his back and drew the sword from his waist. Seeing more and more barbarians climbing up the valley gate, Lin Mo gave another order, "Put down the chains." The soldiers on both sides of the valley gate cut the ropes, and two huge rocks weighing more than 100 pounds, tied with iron chains covered with spikes, fell from both sides. Because they were tied with iron chains, the two huge stones were like two large pendulums, swinging back and forth in front of the wall of the valley gate. Those barbarians who were halfway up were either smashed to pieces by huge rocks or were pierced all over by the spikes on the chains and fell heavily halfway up. When the pendulum stopped, the barbarian continued to climb. Even though they suffered heavy casualties and their hearts were filled with fear, they dared not retreat even a single step until the patriarch gave the order to retreat. They carefully protected their bodies with shields and looked around vigilantly. They were really scared of the endless tricks used by the defending side. The pendulum can only be used once, so the barbarians who will climb next don't have to worry. Seeing that they had passed half of the way and had not encountered any danger, the barbarians behind them became more confident and crowded over here. Seeing the barbarians gathering again, Lin Mo sneered. She raised her right hand and pressed it down hard. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise in the sky. The barbarians thought it was thunder and looked up. They saw rocks bigger than their heads rolling down from the cliffs. Run away! The barbarian was frightened out of his wits. If such a big stone were to fall down, I would be smashed into pieces. Even if you get touched, you'll probably break some bones. However, there were too many of them to get out of the way. A huge rock fell, and 70 or 80 barbarians were crushed to death. Some were only injured and were trampled to death by their compatriots behind them. Once there was chaos in the rear, the barbarians hanging in the air were dumbfounded. Without the cover of archers and the support of soldiers in the rear, do we continue to climb up or retreat? However, the valley guards would not give them a choice. Without the suppression of the barbarian archers, the guards of the valley quickly picked up the huge rocks under their feet and smashed them down. The barbarians hanging in the air were all smashed into meat paste. The second round of attack also ended in failure. Chapter 95. This is a natural barrier that cannot be crossed by human power. Chapter 95. This is a natural chasm that cannot be crossed by human power. 2 consecutive rounds of attacks ended in failure. Not only did we not kill a single enemy, but we also lost 600 or 700 people. This filled the heart of Go Li, the chief of the Bai people, with rage. However, looking at the impregnable valley gate, he felt helpless. The valley gate was built very solidly, and its location was extremely clever, perfectly integrating with the surrounding terrain to form an insurmountable natural barrier. Even if he had an army of 100,000, the result wouldn't have changed much. Because the number of troops that can be deployed in each attack is too small, the advantage of having more people cannot be brought into play at all. Patriarch, what should we do next? Several Bai tribe generals were heartbroken when they saw the corpses scattered all over the ground. They were unwilling and powerless. Send someone to look around and see if there is another way to enter the valley. The firepower of Nianzi Valley was too strong, and Goli did not dare to let his people take risks anymore. Since we can't attack from the main gate, we have to find another way into the valley. Yes, with so many members of the tribe killed or injured, the other Bai people were unwilling to give up, so they sent out 2 teams to search for a way into the valley from both sides of the valley entrance. Ling Wei took this opportunity to order her men to take a rest and rearrange the pendulum, rolling stones and bows and arrows. Seeing that the Bai people were so frightened that they dared not move forward and could only guard outside the valley like an angry dog, the militiamen were extremely excited. They never thought that one day they would be able to repel the Bai people and beat these barbarians into a state of complete defeat. You damn barbarian, come here if you dare. You beast, why don't you bark? Come to Grandpa and bark. Grandpa's arrows are thirsty. Come here quickly and let Grandpa shoot. Suihua, did you see that? I avenged you. The militiamen shouted excitedly outside, making all kinds of taunts. However, The barbarian didn't dare to get close no matter what. Okay, let's save our energy. Ling Wei stopped everyone's meaningless ridicule. The barbarians have been frightened and will definitely not dare to attack again in the short term. They are neither advancing nor retreating. They must be looking for another way. Wei, you stay here and I'll go to the West Mountain to take a look. Lin Mo walked down from the arrow tower. For him, the battle just now was just a matter of stretching his hands and feet, and he didn't feel tired at all. In order to ensure the safety of Nianzi Valley, he had to go to the West Mountain Trail to keep an eye on it personally. Well, be safe. Ling Wei nodded slightly. If you need support, send a signal immediately. At the same time, the rebels led by Lu Ji and the Liao people led by Qian Yu had already arrived outside Nianzi Valley. Chief Guli, how is the battle going? Seeing the Bai army staying outside the valley, Lu Ji couldn't help but frown. He thought he arrived late, and the battle was already over. Hasn't it started yet? Snort. Goli snorted with an unpleasant look on his face. He originally wanted to show off his skills in front of Lu Ji, but ended up making a fool of himself by them. Not only did he lose his troops and generals, but he also lost face. How could he have the mood to deal with these people? Seeing his expression, Lu Ji and Qian Yu were even more surprised. Did the Bo people lose the battle? The two of them hurried to the valley entrance and were immediately shocked by the tragic scene before them. The bodies of Bo soldiers were scattered all over the ground, and the blood that flowed out had even filled up the small stream nearby. A stream formed by the blood was slowly flowing into the distance. Lu Ji and Qian Yu looked at each other, both extremely shocked. More than 5,000 Bai soldiers were defeated by a small village. At this time, they also saw the valley gate stained with blood. Lu Ji exclaimed, "This is a natural moat that cannot be broken by human power. I never thought there would be such a place in the world. I'm afraid it will be difficult to avenge the Bo people." Seeing the cliffs all around, Qian Yu couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of nature. If there were no other roads, this valley would be difficult to cross. Hearing their words, Go Li's face became even uglier. "Do I need you to remind me that we can't see the corpses all over the ground? Chief Go Li, have you found another way into the valley?" Lu Ji asked. He has now figured it out. If the Bai people are pinned down here, then he will not be able to attack the county town. Instead of worrying about it, it is better to work with the Bai people to find a way to solve the problem here. Looking for it, Go Li replied in a rough voice. Sun Yang, immediately send scouts to help search and try to take over this valley as soon as possible. Lu Ji didn't want to waste too much time here. After all, the longer he delayed, the more fully prepared the county city would be. So he asked his men to help look for it. Seeing this, Qian Yu could only send his men to pretend to do something. In the county town, the prefect Qin Shou stood on the city gate tower, looking to the north, as if waiting for something. After a while, a fast horse came to report. "Report, Sir Governor. Scouts from the north have reported that the Guangzhou rebels have suddenly changed their marching route and are heading southwest." Qin Shou was slightly stunned. Isn't there a dense primeval forest to the southwest of Guangzhou? Are they trying to cross the jungle filled with miasma instead of taking the good road? He really didn't understand the rebels' move. Send someone as soon as possible to find out what they are doing in the southwest direction. Qin Shou ordered. Yes. His subordinates immediately went to arrange it. They sent out more than one scout, so news would arrive soon. Have other counties sent any reinforcements? Qin Shou continued to ask. Upon learning that the rebels were coming to attack Mianwei, he immediately issued orders to all counties. Duan and Wenjiang counties are relatively close to each other, so the reinforcements should be arriving soon. Your Excellency, we have not received any news of their support yet. Snort. Qin Shou snorted coldly. What a bunch of short-sighted people. If the county town is lost, how can the county town protect itself? Not long after, the scouts came back with a quick report. Sir, we have already investigated clearly. The rebels and barbarians went to Chintang in Guangzhou County and attacked a village called Nianzigu. What? Qin Shou and the generals behind him were stunned. More than 20,000 of them, going to attack a small village? They thought they had heard wrongly and looked at the scout in surprise. The scout replied confidently, Yes, sir. The cause of the incident was that yesterday, a group of 800 Bai people were attacked by the defenders of Nianzi Valley when they were robbing and killing civilians. More than 100 of the 800 people escaped. More than 600 Bai people were beheaded and their bodies were burned. And the Bai people were furious. Oh! Qin Shou was even more surprised. He heard that the magistrate of Guangzhou County had died in the battle and almost all the county soldiers were killed or wounded. The two military fortresses of Tumizanka also had one dead and one surrendered. It was impossible for Guangzhou to have such a strong military force. Master, could it be that this is a team spontaneously organized by the common people? Qin Shou's retainer guessed. If that's the case, then I'd really like to meet the organizer of this group of people. By the way, how is the battle going now? Qin Shou asked hurriedly. It would be a good thing for him if someone could help contain the rebels. He didn't want Nianzi Valley to be breached. The Bo people and the rebels are staying outside the valley. It seems that they have suffered a setback. The scout replied. There were rebels all over there, and they didn't dare to infiltrate. They could only make judgments by observing from a distance. More than 20,000 people, but they can't capture a small village? Qin Shou immediately became interested in Nianzi Valley. Mr. Dongfang, this is a rare opportunity. Should we take advantage of it? Chapter 96. Silver Fox Special Operations Team resolves the battle silently. Chapter 96. Silver Fox Special Operations Team silently resolves the battle. Qin Shou looked at the military advisor beside him and became restless. If he were to fight the rebels alone, he would definitely not risk leaving the city. But now that the rebels were pinned down, it was a good opportunity for him to launch a surprise attack. If he could take this opportunity to destroy the rebels and drive away the barbarians, no one would be able to stop him from ruling Wenshan County. The 50-year-old military strategist Dongfang Su shook his head and said thoughtfully, Master, as far as I know, the southwest of Guangzhou is full of mountains and complex terrain. If someone can take advantage of the terrain, then only a small number of troops are needed to contain a large army. Combined with what you just said, Guangzhou has no strength to fight, so it can be confirmed that Nianzi Valley does not have many troops. A general said, even if they don't have many troops, as long as the rebels can't defeat them, we can attack them from behind. Dongfang Su glanced at him calmly. You think the problem is too simple. There are not many soldiers in Nianzi Valley. How can they contain the rebels? If our army launches an attack, the rebels only need to use a small number of troops to contain Nianzi Valley, and the rest of the troops can be used to deal with us. General Fong, are you sure you can deal with so many rebels, Bai people and Liao people? They are not very clear about the fighting capacity of the rebels. However, they knew that the Bo and Liao people were both fearless. They also knew that the soldiers under their command were all newly recruited, and many of them had not even reached the entry level. If they confronted them head-on, they would probably just be sending themselves to die. Therefore, facing Dongfang Su's questioning, General Fong took a step back, too embarrassed to speak. That's all. Qin Shou waved his hand and gave up the idea of leaving the city to kill the enemy. Continue to explore and report to me the situation of Nianzi Valley every half an hour. General Fong, while the rebels are being held back in Nianzi Valley, you should hurry up and train the soldiers. Qin Shou was very dissatisfied with the progress of the new recruits. General Fong said quickly. Chenang Bay. Lin Mo found the hiding place of the Silver Fox group, and the Bai people were searching in this direction at this time. Soon, they found a path into the mountains. There is a forest behind Chenang Bay, but it is not easy to find the path into the valley in the forest. Master, we can resolve the battle quickly and silently. Watching the Bai people's search team getting closer and closer, Bai Lang asked Lin Mo for instructions. Quick victory. Lin Mo nodded and agreed to White Wolf's request to fight. The Bai people were really bold. After suffering so many losses, they still dared to search separately. Did they think they were safe outside the valley? White Wolf used his bird calls to convey combat orders to his teammates. At this time, 29 was hiding in a tree pit covered with thick fallen leaves. Even if you walked up to her, you might not be able to find her. The nimble Bai Zhe hit on a big tree. The bow and arrow in his hand had already been aimed at the Bai people's squad leader. The mandrills hid behind the bushes. The green bears hid behind the rocks, and the gray squirrels and smoke hid in the deep thatch. They were distributed in a fan shape, some far and some near, and the Bai people group entered their encirclement without any preparation. Following a sharp bird cry from the White Wolf, Bai shot and killed the Bai people's squad leader with one arrow. Before the other Bai people could react, Urgias suddenly rushed out and killed them with one sword. Ching Ching, Gray Mouse, Yin, and White Wolf rushed out one by one. They worked in perfect harmony and moved very quickly. Even without any agreement, they could find their targets. The 5 Bai people died under their swords without even having time to let out a scream. Well done! Lin Mo, who was observing everything from a distance, nodded secretly. As expected, he is someone Ling Wei values. He cooperates well. After the battle was over, White Wolf immediately ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up. Everyone dragged the corpses into the ditch nearby and covered them with leaves. The bloodstains at the scene were also covered up with leaves. After doing all this, they each returned to their previous positions, as if nothing had happened here. The battle and the cleanup took less than 3 minutes in total. You guys continue to guard, I'll go check ahead. Lin Mo re-entered Chenang Bay. He could judge the distance of the enemy through his extraordinary hearing, so he didn't have to worry about being surrounded. At this time, another group of people came to Chintangwan. Oh, are the rebels and the Liao people here too? The team was led by rebels, numbering more than 30 people. In addition to the Bai people wearing leather armor and wearing ox horns, the rebels also included the Liao people with wolf fangs around their necks and a string of human ears hanging from their waists. The total number of people from the 3 tribes is more than 50. What's the situation here? Have you found the way into the mountain? The rebel leader asked. No. The Bai people's general flag answered him in broken Gan language, and then used gestures and gibberish to tell the rebel general flag that they had a total of 6 teams searching the area, but only 5 had returned so far. So there is still a team that hasn't returned? Where did they go up from? If he hasn't come back for so long, something must have happened. The rebel commander-in-chief judged that the team that had the accident must have found a way up the mountain. When the Bai people pointed out the direction, he was secretly happy. If I could find the path into the valley, it would definitely be a great achievement. You, go tell the general that we have found a road that looks like it could lead up the mountain, and ask the general to come and support us. Everyone else, come up the mountain with me and see what's going on. The rebel leader tricked the Bai people and the Liao people into leading the charge, but the 2 tribes were not simple-minded fools. They knew that the Bai group had not returned, so they must have encountered danger. So the 2 tribes united and put the rebel flag in the front to clear the way. Seeing them coming up the mountain towards this side, Lin Mo quickly replied to the ambush location of the Silver Fox team. Attention, there are enemies coming up, about 50 of them. Only 50 people? A cruel sneer appeared on the corner of Gray Rat's mouth, as if these few people were not enough to fill his teeth. The others also looked relaxed. With their strength, taking the initiative and having the advantage of geographical location, it would not be difficult to deal with 50 rebels. You only have a cup of tea, so you must fight quickly and decisively. If you haven't defeated the enemy by the time limit, retreat to the cliff immediately. Lin Mo heard what the rebel commander said and called for reinforcements. Clear. A cup of tea is enough. Get ready for battle. Lin Mo didn't say anything, and Bai Lang was still the commander of the team. Because there are so many people on the other side this time, it is definitely impossible to resolve the battle silently. In order to annihilate these people, they must make some adjustments to their formation. Gray Rat, Yin, the 2 of you retreat 10 steps. 29 continues to hide in the same place, but be careful. Everyone, prepare the Wuho crossbows. Follow my orders and eliminate more than half of the enemies first. The reason why they are not panicking is because they have the killing weapon Juga crossbow. Therefore, keep your distance and kill half of the enemies before they get close, and the rest will be much easier. Chapter 97. Annihilate de rebels. Chapter 97. Annihilate de rebels. Following White Wolf's deployment, the other men quickly moved and found their positions again. Soon, the sound of rebels coming up the mountain was heard. The terrain here is quite complex, with a lot of trees and vegetation, so everyone should be alert and watch out for the surroundings. Spread out a little. Why are you all huddled together? Damn it, look at your lack of ability. A bird scared you to death. Wang Ergu, you better get the hell out in front of me. If you dare to fall behind again, I'll treat you as a deserter. The shouts and curses of the rebel general could be heard continuously from the jungle. The group unknowingly entered the encirclement of the Silver Fox. Although they were very alert, they didn't find any clues. Several people walked past Ergiu without noticing her. At this time, the rebels had entered the range of the Silver Fox team. Seeing these rebels who killed his relatives and children, Silver Fox's heart was like a fire rising. He kept firing the Juga crossbow until his knuckles turned white. The whites of his eyes were already filled with bright red blood. However, he bit his tongue hard and quickly calmed down. Although he really wanted to kill all these beasts, as a commander, he knew that now was not the best time to take action. Because the strength of the rebels is obviously inferior to that of the Bai people and the Liao people. They can now eliminate half of the enemies. But if most of these half of the enemies are rebels, the remaining Bai people and Liao people will cause them great trouble. If you want to annihilate these people and escape safely, you must kill the Bai people and the Liao people first. The 7 members of the Silver Fox team all have deep hatred for the rebels. Killing the rebels and avenging their loved ones are the motivation for their hard training. But now they are no longer impulsive civilians, but a disciplined special operations team. Everyone suppressed the anger in their hearts and waited quietly for the 2 teams of barbarians to approach. Look, there seems to be a trail on the mountain wall over there. Suddenly, the rebel Wang Ergu, who was walking in front, pointed at the cliff more than 100 meters away and shouted excitedly, "Haha, there really is a way up the mountain. The credit goes to me." The rebel commander-in-chief was very excited. Seeing this, the Bai people and the Liao people also gathered around. At this moment, they were all attracted by the path into the valley in the distance and forgot to be alert to their surroundings. A clear bird call expressed a murderous intent. Srish, srish, srish. Rapid arrows shot from all directions, one by one piercing into the bodies of the Bai and Liao people. In a short moment, more than half of the Bai and Liao people were killed or injured. "Get down! There's an ambush!" The rebels and barbarians panicked and quickly fell to the ground. However, they did not know where the enemy was. Srish, srish, srish. Another volley of arrows came. Lying on the ground was of no use, as arrows filled with hatred shot all the Bai and Liao people to death. Behind the rock on the left. There's one in the bush on the right too. In that tree over there. The rebel commander-in-chief reacted quickly and immediately found the hiding place of the Silver Fox members. However, arrows mercilessly reaped their lives. Zhuge crossbows' terrifying firing rate and powerful close-range lethality once again became their nightmare. In just a few seconds, more than half of their men were killed or wounded. This is a better effect than White Wolf expected. Kill. Seeing the enemy approaching, Bai Lang decisively put away the Zhuge crossbow, drew his sword and rushed out. With bloodshot eyes and angry roars, he made like a wild beast, scaring the approaching rebels so much that they rolled over and scrambled. The White Wolf would not let go of these beasts who killed his loved ones. He raised his sword and a human head flew out. Then he used the Pingsha Luoyin move to pierce a rebel. Killing 2 people in a row made the anger in his heart burn. Kill. 29 suddenly jumped out from the dead leaves. The sword in his hand flashed a cold light, and he killed the 2 men in an instant. The rebels could never have imagined that there was a person hiding right under their feet. They were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies, and 2 of their 3 souls were gone. "Grandpa is here." The gray rat and Yin also rushed out. They all used the Pifeng sword technique, and the swords they used were heavy swords weighing 5 pounds and 2 ounces. The 2-pound steel knives used by the rebels were nothing compared to their heavy swords, and they easily knocked the steel knives away. The heavy sword combined with the Pifeng sword technique can be both powerful and tricky. Of course, being able to exert such powerful power is inseparable from the 5-fold improvement in physical fitness. White Wolf, 29, Mandrill, Smoke, Ching Ching, and Gray Rat engaged the rebels in close combat, while White continued to use a bow and arrow to kill the enemy from a distance on the treetops. She can get an overview of the overall situation and eliminate danger for her teammates in time. Among the 7 of them, 4 were of top quality and 3 were of second quality. It is so easy to deal with these rebels who are all entry-level. Gray Rat, Smoke, help me. After killing several rebels, Bai Lang found the rebel leader hiding behind the crowd, and next to him were 2 surviving Liao people. Although this guy is a bit cowardly, his command ability is not bad. The rebels gathered together under his command and actually caused some trouble for Silver Fox. If we don't get rid of him quickly, we may not be able to kill all the enemies within a cup of tea. Therefore, White Wolf decided to take a risk and rush forward to kill the general flag first. Learn. The Gray Rat took out the Zhuge crossbow with his left hand and held the sword in his right hand. After he killed a rebel, he quickly distanced himself from them. The rebels are sticking together, so if they retreat, I will retreat too, and the Wuho crossbow will come in handy again. The Mandrill thought the Gray Squirrel's idea was good, so he followed suit. After putting some distance between himself and the rebels, he took out the Zhuge crossbow. Not all the arrows were used up in the few seconds of shooting just now, so there was no need to change the quiver. Swoosh! Swoosh! Gray Rat's method was very good and effective. He shot and killed 4 rebels immediately. The other rebels reacted immediately and realized that they could not keep their distance, so they organized their people to rush forward. As soon as they left, the general flag was immediately exposed to the White Wolf. Bai Lang chopped down 2 men and rushed forward, but he was alone and could not deal with the general flag and the 2 Lara. These three defective products should not be underestimated in their strength. Just when the stalemate was about to begin, 29 arrived. The seemingly weak woman's attack was a killing move. After she used the eagle swooping swallow move to take away a Lauren, the white wolf's pressure was suddenly reduced. After a few moves, he killed another Liao man. Then he joined forces with the 29th to attack the general flag. It was so easy for two top-grade soldiers to attack one inferior one. In a few breaths, the general's head flew into the sky. When the remaining rebels saw their general being killed, they no longer had the courage to resist and ran away in fear. Leave the back to Silver Fox? You won't be polite then. Bai Lang took out the Zhuge crossbow and accepted them all. But 29 preferred to kill the enemy with a sword. She quickly chased after them and chopped down the rebels one by one with her sword. 29, seeing that she was getting farther and farther away, Bai Lang hurriedly called her to stop. The last enemy was shot and killed by who caught up with him. Their reinforcements are coming. Retreat quickly. Although it took no more than a cup of tea, the rebels arrived faster than Lin Mo had imagined. Lin Mo quickly asked everyone to retreat, and he came to the battlefield and quickly put the weapons and money into his personal space. Before reinforcements arrived, they disappeared into the jungle. Chapter 98, Surrender. Chapter 98, Surrender, damn it. When the rebel general saw the corpses all over the ground, he couldn't help but curse. Having lost so many people at once, he did not dare to make a decision, so he asked people to guard the surroundings and clear the dangers. He also sent people to inform Lu Ji and the chief of the barbarian tribe. After a while, Lu Ji, Go Li and Qian Yu came to the hillside. Prince Ding, please look at this. Sun Yang picked up a short arrow and handed it to Lu Ji, who frowned slightly. Is this a crossbow arrow? He had never seen a crossbow arrow so short and thin. The arrow is very light. Except for the arrowhead, which is made of iron, the arrow body is made of light and tough bamboo. How much lethality can this thing have? Lu Ji himself was an excellent archer, and he knew very well that such a light and short arrow would not fly far and would naturally not be very powerful. Prince Ding, please take a look at this. After hearing Lu Ji's words, Sun Yang found the body of a Bai people. I saw 3 arrows stuck in this man's body. The first arrow pierced through the leather armor behind him, and half of the arrow was embedded in his body. The second arrow pierced through his leather boots and went through his calf. The third arrow went straight through his iron helmet, with 1/3 of the arrow penetrating his head, causing fatal damage. The more Lu Ji looked at it, the more frightened he became. The power of these 3 arrows was much more terrifying than he had imagined. In particular, it can penetrate iron helmets, which ordinary bows and arrows cannot do. The people in the valley used this kind of weapon to repel our attacks time and time again. There are many of them. I estimate there are only about 100 of them at most. But the firing speed of this weapon is extremely fast. Our people can't get close at all. Goli held a crossbow arrow in his hand, gritting his teeth in anger. You don't know what kind of weapon this is? He looked at Lu Ji with a questioning look. The latter shook his head and said, I don't know. I have never heard of such a crossbow. At this time, the Liao man came back and whispered twice in Qian Yu's ear. Qian Yu said, You too. My people found a very hidden path under the cliff ahead to go up the mountain. Is there really a way up the mountain? Go Li was overjoyed and hurriedly led his troops there. After a while, the army found a small mountain path among a dense bush. There are cliffs all around, and the path is winding and twists and turns. One section even passes through the mountain, making it difficult to tell what is going on. Seeing such a steep path, Lu Ji couldn't help but frown. This road is rugged and dangerous. If the people in the valley are guarding it, no matter how many people we send, we will never return. This sentence instantly dispelled Go Li's idea of sending people to investigate. But he was unwilling to give up like this. Prince Ding, if you can think of a way to help me destroy this valley, my Bai tribe will lead the charge in attacking the county city. Go Li was at a loss and could only ask Lu Ji for help. The latter was overjoyed. If the Bai people took the lead, he would surely suffer less losses. Give me some time. I will discuss countermeasures with my subordinates. Lu Ji brought Sun Yang and several other generals to the side to discuss. You all heard it just now. The Bai people now hate the people in the valley to the core. If we can help them get revenge, they will definitely be grateful to us and will sincerely work for us. Everyone think quickly. How can we break through the valley gate? Whoever can come up with a solution will be promoted 1 level and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Everyone was excited and started thinking about it immediately. Lord Ding, I see that the valley gate is made of wood. We can use a shield formation to get close to it and then use a big axe to chop off the wood below. The valley gate will fall without any attack. Oh no, no. Those are all pieces of wood as thick as buckets. How long will it take you to cut them? Will others just watch you cut them? Since you said my method doesn't work, do you have any good ideas? I think we should use fire. We should also use a shield formation to approach the valley gate, then pour asphalt and butter on it, and pile up dry grass to burn it. As long as the fire starts, it won't take long for the valley gate to be burned down. Lu Ji's eyes lit up, and he thought this method was feasible. However, before he could adopt it, someone else refuted the idea. The plan of burning is the worst strategy. I have a better strategy. I hope King Ding will adopt it. The person who spoke was Sun Yang. Lu Ji looked at him in surprise. General Sun, what good plan do you have? Prince Ding, I just learned that this valley is not very big. There are 3 villages in it, with only 200 or 300 people. There are few fields in the valley, but many mountains. In addition, there has been a severe drought in the past 2 years, and the harvest of crops is pitifully small, so there must not be much grain stored in the valley. And today, there are more than 1,000 refugees who have fled into the valley. Just imagine, a valley that is already short of food suddenly has more than 1,000 mouths to feed. There will definitely not be enough food. Sun Yang held his head high and chest out, looking calm and composed. After talking for a long time, he still didn't get to the point, which made Lu Ji so angry that he almost kicked him. So, what do you want to say? Lu Ji asked patiently. Without food, they won't be able to hold out for long, so they should be more anxious than us. Send someone to negotiate with them and ask them to surrender in your name, Prince Ding. If you promise to protect their safety and give them high positions and generous salaries, do you think they will refuse? Sun Yang had a sinister smile on his face. Surrender? Lu Ji twirled his beard and began to ponder it carefully. A violent attack will definitely not work, and even a fire attack may not succeed. The fact that these people were able to build such a valley gate shows that there are capable people among them who could not have failed to consider this. Seeing that Lu Ji was still hesitating, Sun Yang continued to explain the advantages of surrendering. Prince Ding, the more we push them now, the more they will resist. If we take a step back, they will definitely let down their guard. And there are several benefits to surrendering. First, you can take this opportunity to ask for the production method of the crossbow that Go Li mentioned. If all our troops are equipped with that kind of crossbow, what place in the world can't you pacify? Second, you can gain the loyalty of a capable person. Third, after we get what we want, we can hand over the rest of the people to Go Li to vent our anger, and we can also gain the gratitude of the Bai people. You can kill 3 birds with 1 stone, King Ding. Lu Ji was finally persuaded by Sun Yang. Who do you think is more suitable to send to persuade them to surrender? Sun Yang smiled darkly. I think it would be most appropriate to send Lei Tong. Thundercopper? Lu Ji was surprised and asked, are you comfortable letting him go? Lei Tong, the defending general of Zhongke. After being defeated by the Bai people, he fled to Laoku, and with no other options left, he surrendered to Lu Ji. However, Lu Ji knew that Lei Tong was not truly loyal to him. He was afraid that sending Lei Tong to persuade them to surrender would be like letting the tiger return to the mountains. Sun Yang smiled coldly. Prince Ding is worried that he will rebel? Lu Ji nodded. He was indeed worried about that. Prince Ding, resta suret. Lei Tong is not a coward, but a man of great loyalty. He has 800 soldiers in our hands, so he will definitely not dare to rebel. Lei Tong chose to surrender because he didn't want to drag his subordinates down with him and die for the country. Since he had already been blamed for saving the soldiers, he would not abandon those people just to survive. Sun Yang had already figured out Lei Tong's weaknesses, so he dared to suggest that Lei Tong be the lobbyist. Whether Lei Tong can successfully persuade the people in the valley to surrender, he will be branded as Prince Ding by the world, and he will definitely not be able to return to the court. He can only be obedient and be loyal to Prince Ding. Hearing this, Lu Ji couldn't help but applaud. General Sun, this plan is very much to my liking. Someone call Lei Tong over. Chapter 99 General Lei Tong. Chapter 99 General Lei Tong. Not long after, a 1.9-meter tall, burly man with a bushy beard came forward. He had a stern face and murderous eyes, and ordinary rebels would be afraid of him when they saw him. You want me to persuade the people in the valley to surrender? After hearing what Lu Ji said, Lei Tong's thick eyebrows immediately frowned. He knew that if he did so, he would be confirmed as a lackey of the rebels. He would completely lose the trust of the world, and even the soldiers under his command would doubt him. However, before he could refuse, Sun Yang slowly said, General Lei is loyal and righteous. For the sake of your 800 brothers, you should not refuse Prince Ding's small request. Lei Tong was furious and wanted to smash Sun Yang's head with one punch. But of the 8,000 brothers who had guarded Zhongke with him, only about 800 were left. Thinking of them, Lei Tong could only hold back his anger. General Lei, we'll give you 1 hour. If you haven't come back after 1 hour, you know the consequences. Sun Yang continued to challenge Lei Tong's bottom line in a sarcastic manner. Lei Tong glanced at him coldly, then rode his horse towards the valley gate. Commander Ling, someone is coming. Li Ling on the arrow tower was the first to discover Lei Tong and shouted immediately. The soldiers who were resting immediately grabbed their longbows and went into combat. Ling Wei walked up to the arrow tower and saw that the enemy had only one rider, so she ordered everyone not to act rashly. No one is allowed to take action without my order. She guessed that this should be an envoy of the rebels. When two armies are fighting, they do not kill envoys. She wanted to see what the rebels were up to. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly appeared. Husband, Ling Wei ran down in surprise. What's the situation over there? The rebels and barbarians don't dare to go up the mountain. Silver Fox and Zhao Liang are guarding it. It's fine for me to stay there, so I came to take a look. What's the situation now? Although he didn't see it, Lin Mo judged from the sound that there was a man and a horse walking towards him. It seems the rebels have sent a messenger. As the two were talking, Lei Tong appeared in their sight. Ling Wei saw the other person's appearance clearly and exclaimed, It's him. Do you know him? Zhongke's garrison commander Lei Tong